All video content on the Cultivation Audiobooks channel is summarized in the description. Please read carefully to choose a novel that suits you. Don't forget to like, follow, and share the channel. Thank you. Luke was here mainly to deliver Life 1 to them. Without it, they wouldn't be able to eliminate the after effects of curve shooting and physical outburst, and they would experience physical and mental problems sooner or later. The two girls didn't know this, and had used their skills a few times in the past 6 months. Luke had only learned about this from Sloane recently. Naturally, he couldn't let them kill themselves for no reason. Secondly, he deposited a large amount of cash in many private bank safes throughout Rio to fund the two women's future setup. If they wanted to establish themselves among the common people, just the two of them weren't enough, and would draw too much attention. Even if the sheep were protected by lions, the hungry wolves would just think of a way to kill the lions first before they ate the sheep. People still had to rely on themselves. The two women from the fraternity were well aware of this, or they wouldn't be training the youngsters outside. Although they weren't short of money, it wasn't enough to run an operation, unless they became drug dealers, which would go against their initial aspirations. So, they only had a dozen young men under them, the ones who had been guarding the entrance. In fact, they were only guarding against gang members from other areas invading their territory. They were like the community watch here. But as they grew older, they would need income, and it was inevitable that they would join other gangs. Luke used his most common method, the shell company, to help them resolve this problem. A shell security company would be able to accommodate these youngsters. Experience and qualifications weren't a problem as long as there was money. With money in the bag, it was up to the women to decide what kind of security force they wanted to train. In Luke's opinion, it would be best to divide these people into two groups. Some of these youngsters didn't have much ambition, they just wanted to make a steady living to feed themselves, so they could be trained as ordinary security guards. Some who wanted to become guns for hire and make a lot of money would undergo basic training in monitoring before they were sent to another security company. There was a market for South American mercenaries in the world. There were many countries in South America, and the situation here was more chaotic. There was always a lot of demand for mercenaries, and even more of the poor who turned to this line of business for money. This was reality, not a crime. As usual, Rebecca and Riley did all the work, while Luke only gave suggestions and didn't get involved in the details. As for financial support, he didn't want shares, but an external force. Profits meant nothing to him. What was really troublesome was having to do everything himself. Like when he had been investigating Sloane before, if there had been a professional force with more people who could have helped him investigate, it would have just been a matter of money. In any case, he had a lot of illegal cash in his inventory, as well as a lot of real estate and private accounts all around the world, and he couldn't use all of them. Using these illegal assets to pay for the hire of an external force would be killing two birds with one stone. He had no intention of hiding his plan from Rebecca and Riley. Whether they became hired guns or gangsters would make a big difference to the kids. Hired guns could make money and retire. This could be considered a freelance job with some future prospects. In comparison, whether or not gangsters retired, 99.99% of them would be forever poor. Rebecca and Selena weren't pure saints, and simply leaned more toward a sense of justice. They had no objections to his plan. Of course, Rebecca had privately told him that the company was his. At that time, Luke had nodded with a smile and said casually, "You have to work toward legitimizing the company. Don't think about profits for now. In the short term, I'll reinvest the profits toward expanding the company, got it?" Rebecca didn't say anything else. All these years, she had only ever been an assassin. Not only didn't she understand emotions, she also had no business acumen. It was only when Riley said that she could run the company that Rebecca agreed. Of course, she didn't know that when Luke said that he would reinvest the profits toward developing the company, so it would be making a loss for a few years at least, he wasn't just thinking about it in terms of the money. After that, Luke flew to Europe and found Kincaid, who was living in seclusion in the Netherlands with his wife. Looking at that cheap black baldy standing on the porch of a small house, he couldn't help but laugh. The guy was chatting with Sonia, his wife. When he noticed Luke, he was stunned. "Cool bird," he then stood up with a smile and went to greet him. They hugged each other lightly. Walking back to the porch, Luke smiled and gave Sonia a hug as well. She was a Latin American beauty, and much cuter than Kincaid and his bald head. Kincaid was quite unhappy, but his wife was happy. What could he do? Luke let go of Sonia, who was getting rounder every day. He looked at her big belly and shook his head. Sonia rolled her eyes and exchanged a few words with him before she went back inside to make them drinks. Luke lowered his voice and tilted his head at Kincaid. Your wife is about to give birth. Shouldn't you be the one to go make the tea? Kincaid snorted. The doctor said that she needs to exercise a little every day, or it won't be good for the triplets. WTF, triplets? Luke was shocked and couldn't help cursing. You're really good, Kincaid said smugly. Hee, you still have a long way to go, kid. Luke, who rarely admitted defeat ever since the system was activated, conceded. Kincaid was almost 50. He had gotten his wife out of Interpol in July last year. It was only the beginning of March, and triplets would be born in 2 months. How many people could compare with him? More importantly, Luke was still a kid. How could he compare with this old man and produce triplets? By a conservative estimate, he wasn't planning on having children in the next 20 years. In other words, he was still having fun in the first half of his life. There probably wouldn't be a chance for him in this lifetime to compete with Kincaid in having kids. After dinner, Luke said goodbye and left. Kincaid and Luke's private discussion didn't take long. The two of them finished everything in the afternoon. Luke hadn't come looking for Kincaid because he wanted the old man to become active again. The old man's leg had been badly injured last time. He could walk, but it would be very dangerous for him if he got into his old line of business again. Coupled with the fact that he now had a family, the idea of going out to fight and kill again had no appeal. Luke had approached him only because he wanted the old man to gather intelligence from Europe's underground network. It wasn't a dangerous job, and could even become a business operation for him, like starting up a trade investigation company or something. In the end, Europe wasn't America, and the multifaceted system wasn't as useful here, so Luke felt that it was better to have a local tyrant to help him. In the end, Europe wasn't America, and the multifaceted system wasn't as useful here, so Luke felt that it was better to have a local tyrant to help him. Kincaid had been a professional hitman for 30 years, and he knew a lot of people in the business. While these people wouldn't risk their lives for him, it wasn't a problem to buy intelligence. For example, from Michael Bryce, the has-been 3A bodyguard. With money, everyone was old friends. For Luke, money was never a problem. He simply paid up front for 5 years' worth of intelligence. Kincaid wasn't an unreasonable person. He gave the big backpack a casual glance and nodded to seal the deal. After Luke left, Sonia opened the door and glared at Kincaid suspiciously. Don't tell me you're going back to work when I'm about to give birth. Kincaid chuckled. How can that be? I'm already retired. I definitely won't go back to my old job. Sonia wasn't someone who took things lying down. If it wasn't for the fact that her stomach was so big it looked like it would explode, she would have already hit him. Even so, she still kicked the bag of money. Don't tell me it's full of rubbish newspapers. Kincaid rolled his eyes. That's my daughter's milk money, school fees, startup funds, and so on. Sonia sneered. If he's not looking for you to go back to your old job, why would he give you so much money? Kincaid chuckled. I'm going to start a company. Sonia. WTF. While the couple continued to banter, Luke had already flown to Italy to meet Vanessa, the woman with the electrifying eyes who had settled down in Milan. In the end, Vanessa didn't have a clear goal for the future, but she was very interested in Luke's proposal to establish a new service company in Europe. After this service company was perfected, it could provide clients with services like weapons, intelligence and tailoring, like the service companies under the high table. Of course, Luke didn't say exactly who the company was for, and only said that it was for certain big professionals. There would only be 3 to 5 people each time, but the costs wouldn't be low. This time, he didn't give her an advance payment. Vanessa herself was rich, and whatever she did was purely out of interest. He didn't agree nor refuse when she expressed interest in participating in some interesting operations later, and simply said that he would give her a reply later. Vanessa pressed him to the ground and ruthlessly used those world-class legs to deal with him before she let him go. The Justice of Star Clone spent most of the next 10 days on various planes. It went to Central Asia first, then China, then Russia, before heading for the North Pole. Then, it went to Ushuaia in Argentina, before flying straight to the South Pole in the armor and doing one round before coming back. Only then could Luke confirm one thing: his connection to the Star of Justice clone wasn't affected by distance. Whether it was the South Pole, across the Pacific to China, or Turkey on the borders of Europe and Asia, he still had perfect command over the clone. This was undoubtedly an extremely important point. Otherwise, it would be a joke if his clone went offline overseas one day. It was still best to use disposable identities. Even if he disappeared in plain sight on a plane one day, all that would be left behind was a folk mystery. In any case, a lot of mysterious and strange things happened in this world. No matter how many records S.H.I.E.L.D. Hydra had on file, it was impossible to investigate all of them. Half a month later, his clone finally returned to America. However, it didn't return to New York directly. Instead, it appeared as Batman again in Los Angeles at night. Batman plowed through several gangs that had gradually started to run wild in recent months after Luke and Selina left, leaving behind broken bones and injuries. This time, Batman, who had the stealth function, was no longer forced to run by reporters. He let them take a lot of footage before he successfully disappeared among the skyscrapers in downtown Los Angeles. Luke earned another 46,000 experience and credit points from Los Angeles. Host's experience, 312,500 thousandths. Credit, 506,000. Look at how LA had fallen into chaos not long after he left. He still had to rely on himself to do his bit in building the foundation for a lawful nation. After fretting over the country and its people for a moment, a certain detective decided to visit other major cities in America to help his colleagues maintain law and order. While his clone was out on a jaunt across the country, Luke's life was peaceful. At most, he would take into custody a few murderers or would-be murderers every few days or so. Alice and her daughter were finally in better frames of mind. A lot of the credit had to go to Carrie. Her elementary spirit form was unfathomable. She was indeed strong. Back then, with a single scream, she had sent Blackheart's group, along with Luke, flying hundreds of meters. The power she displayed was terrifying. But she couldn't control it. For her, the destructive force from using a spirit form was like an ordinary person being able to lift a truck. It was just a byproduct of her losing control of her emotions. Now that she had found her mother, Alice, her mindset had improved, and she wasn't interested in controlling her superpower or whatever. Luke didn't want the girl to relive the nightmare of being experimented on right after leaving the damn base, so he had only just observed her from the side. So far, the spirit form absolutely looked like a system bug sort of ability. It could employ most mental abilities, like telekinesis, mental communication, mental perception, and so on, but was limited by Carrie's mental state. She had autism and couldn't control it. She had never thought of learning to control her spirit form to make use of these abilities, and worked purely off instinct. It was like how ordinary people and combat experts punched others. An ordinary person would hit wherever, like in the eye or the stomach, but a boxer could kill someone with one punch. The difference was like between the clouds and mud. Not only was Carrie a child, she also had autism. Luke naturally couldn't be reckless when he used her and her mother's amazing abilities. Thankfully, elementary pheromone control was still very useful. After half a month, the mother and daughter trusted him very much. Luke didn't feel guilt over this. Generally speaking, he wouldn't use this ability on his own people or friends to twist their thoughts, since it ran slightly contrary to a person's most basic free will. But both mother and daughter had severe psychological issues. If he didn't use this method, their lives would only be more painful. Their biggest hope was to be together and to live in peace. He wasn't a stickler for morality, giving them freedom, but with their psychological issues wasn't necessarily better than the peace of living under control. It wasn't a bad thing to use his ability to give them a life like this. In any case, apart from getting rid of their negative and volatile emotions, he had no intention of controlling them to do anything. As long as he had a clear conscience, it was fine. At that moment, Jenny called him. "Do you need me to remind you that it's almost April?" Luke was blank for a moment. After being teased so many times by CEO Jenny in the past, his thoughts spun, and then he smiled. Isn't it just the other companies putting their smartphones up on the market? What are you afraid of? Jenny said, "So, it's been more than a month since Valentine's Day, and you didn't think of me." Sigh, a CEO can't even compare with a secretary. Hearing that, Luke sweated and said, "Okay, I'll come find you this afternoon." Jenny found that odd. This afternoon, Luke chuckled. "The sun is bright in your office. The view from the window last time was pretty good." Jenny pooh-poohed at him, before she said, "1 in the afternoon, then." She then hung up. Luke turned off his phone and scratched his head. That's really early. That being said, he still went. Valentine's Day or whatever, he wouldn't spend it with Jenny nor Elena. That day would forever be an ordinary one. He wasn't stupid enough to dig a huge hole for himself, even if he now had the Star of Justice clone. But Valentine's Day this year was when the hand ninjas had charged into Metro General Hospital and were wiped out. He and Selena had been monitoring the hospital entrance that night. Although conditions hadn't been great, Luke had left for a bit before he returned with a bunch of snacks from his inventory a few minutes later, and enjoyed them with Selena. So, technically speaking, it was Selena who had spent Valentine's Day with him. Of course, neither of them had mentioned it that night. Thinking for a moment, Luke had lunch before he left for the phone company in Nassau County. It was inevitable that Jenny would look for him now. Her true objective definitely had nothing to do with Valentine's Day, or she would have called him last month. It was already the end of March. Calling about Valentine's Day was clearly just to increase her bargaining chips so that a certain stakeholder who had utterly no interest in meddling in company affairs would give her some reassurance. The car with black windows and random license plates once again entered the phone company's garage. Luke again took the exclusive elevator directly to the CEO's office. As before, he didn't see anyone when he entered, only the coffee cups in the open kitchen. Luke took off his coat and rolled up his sleeves before making coffee. Compared with fine foods, he was much more clueless when it came to coffee. He had enjoyed coffee in his previous life, including instant coffee from various countries, but he couldn't hide his perfunctory attitude toward coffee. In this life, he would order and try all sorts of coffee in a cafe, but he only had two things to say about the taste: delicious, not delicious. It didn't matter to him if it was sour, bitter or some Mountain Cat sh*tea. He cared about the last one even less, given he was quite obsessed with cleanliness. Thus, he just made coffee with instant powder. He absolutely couldn't be bothered to grind the coffee beans himself. The downside was that it supposedly tasted a lot worse, but Luke couldn't tell. The upside was that it was done quicker. When Jenny came out of the bedroom, the coffee was ready. Sitting down next to him on the loveseat, Jenny took a sip of her coffee. "When will your coffee-making skills reach the level of your cooking and baking skills?" Luke chuckled. "It'll be hard. After all, I'm not interested in studying it." Jenny was lost for words. She still found it hard to understand how a man whose culinary and baking skills were on par with a chef's could be terrible at making coffee. It had to be pointed out that the coffee made by Jenny's maid at home could blow Luke's coffee out of the water, while his cooking was superior to hers. But Luke was here today to talk business. Jenny didn't waste any more time and got straight to the point. After hearing her out, Luke spread his hands. "What are you afraid of? Isn't this something we were already prepared for? No one company can monopolize the phone market. It's already very good that you can control when the others enter the market to some extent." Jenny tapped her knee, absent-mindedly. "But this company is my blood and sweat. I'm afraid." Luke hugged her and said, "Hey, do you think this is a TV drama? We have the advantages of technology, creativity, and market entry. You also have a lot of funds, right? How much did you make from the Stark Industries shares?" Jenny came back to herself when she heard that and nodded. "Not as much as last time. I still have a portion to dump, but the real profits are only about $1 billion. Wait, didn't I send you a notification after the operation? You didn't see it. In fact, even if the phone company were to collapse right now, she could still stand among the top in the country as a board member of Stark Industries." Luke's expression didn't change. "I'm just reminding you that we made another fortune." Jenny looked at him suspiciously for a moment, but still chose to believe him. After all, they couldn't get along if she doubted him all the time. Luke secretly wiped his sweat. He didn't care how much money Jenny made. In any case, he was very rich, and was still getting richer. Like the stash of illegal cash in his inventory, for example. He had been a little excited at the very beginning, when he swiped $20,000 from the Carlos family in Mexico. But after he went to Brazil, pried open Hernan's mouth and earned more than $200 million, there was no longer any sense of excitement. It was all because he was no longer pressed for money. He wasn't a tycoon like Tony Stark, who was obsessed with experimenting with new and advanced technology. Most of the time, he was just a porter. He could modify suitable products for himself with the abilities and mature programs he ported over from the tycoon. Tony's Mark armor cost more than $100 million. Luke's armor was only $10 million at most. Thus, his and Tony's expenditures when it came to making armor were worlds apart. So far, the tycoon had poured more than $5 billion into the development and making of the armor, while Luke still fell far short of even $1 billion. Since he was able to save so much money, Luke was nice to Tony. $5 billion was almost as much as what Titanium Phone Company was worth right now. In the end, Jenny said blithely, the company is currently valued at $50 billion. Of course, some exaggerated estimates put it at $70 billion. Luke, all right, when it came to business, it was better for him not to make blind guesses. He couldn't compare with Jenny's talent and eye for money. Even if it was just an estimate, if Titanium Phone Company was really worth $50 billion, there would definitely be people who wanted it. The problem then wouldn't be the $50 billion figure, but how to complete the acquisition. After all, it was practically impossible to pay $50 billion in cash. After considering it from several angles, the buyer and seller wouldn't make such a ridiculous deal. In fact, Titanium Phone Company was already very strong. After all, their R&D costs were practically zero and they had more than one generation of phone technology. The company had easily skipped the initial stages, which were the most painful for most companies pursuing any venture. Naturally, current R&D wasn't entirely dependent on Luke. He only set a research direction and solved some particularly tricky issues, before leaving the rest to the phone company's technology department. As an excellent capitalist, CEO Jenny naturally wouldn't pay the researchers for nothing, and would do her best to squeeze out as much value from them as possible. Other cell phone companies entering the market now simply meant that the market was expanding one step further. If they wanted to directly impact Titanium Phone Company's profits, they would still have to wait until next year at least. Today was nothing more than Jenny looking for encouragement from Luke as usual. It was her habit to personally confirm that he supported every major undertaking. After that, they talked about personal things, like Jenny's father. Jenny had indeed achieved the objective which Luke had described to her at the beginning. When her father saw her now, he subconsciously lowered his head. After all, in front of a daughter who earned more than 10 times what he had ever made in his entire life, and who continued to crush him, he didn't have much confidence. To put it bluntly, he wouldn't be qualified to lead Titanium Phone Company now because he had too little money. However, the relationship between father and daughter had conversely mellowed. It wasn't because her father had given in, but because Jenny was standing high enough for her to see a lot of things. She still couldn't get over her past conflict with her father, but she was no longer so torn up over it. As for that young stepmother of hers, the woman no longer dared to complain about Jenny in front of her father. That was because she wasn't qualified. After hearing Jenny out for the whole afternoon, Luke didn't return home until that night, and he continued to ponder the phone company. Given the current situation, as long as Jenny didn't suddenly do something stupid, Titanium Phone Company would slowly and steadily become a gigantic corporation in less than 10 years at least. That wasn't the point. The important point was that the Little Green Man phone operating system which Jenny had released, which was the Android system in his previous life, had successfully become the first choice for other phone manufacturers. That was because Titanium Phone Company hadn't developed its own system, so the other manufacturers would naturally choose the Little Green Man system, which could be considered a bargain. Starting from this month, the distribution of low and mid-tier smartphones would expand worldwide at an explosive rate, along with the Little Green Man system. As a R&D researcher, it was too easy for Luke to obtain information through the Green Man system. Also, this thing was an open-source program, and would pass through the hands of many technicians in many companies. If something happened in the future, nobody would suspect him. In the wake of increasing smartphone users, the advent of the internet era was at hand, and there would be few information blind spots for Luke in this world. At that time, the multifaceted system would be his eyes, the star of justice his body, and he would be the brain. Also factoring in his setup in Europe and South America, Luke couldn't help but sigh at how useful money was. In the morning, Selena watched the news expressionlessly. Only after the news was over did she turn around and look at Luke. Batman injured hundreds of gang members in Detroit last night. Do you have anything to say to me? Pondering for 2 seconds, Luke nodded. You could say he's outsourcing his work. Selena was stumped. Outsourcing. Thinking for a moment, she asked suspiciously, so, that person isn't Batman? Luke nodded with a smile. It shouldn't be, because that's the Star of Justice clone. The real Batman is in front of you. I'm not lying, Luke murmured inwardly. Selena stopped asking. It wasn't like Luke couldn't outsource, Batman's identity. For example, hadn't a certain money-hungry mercenary pretended to be V to go to Swamp Park and fight over 100 professional hitmen? As for other people, Mindy's father, Damon, could also take this job. Luke had gone out on so many private jobs, who knew how many friends he had outside. It wasn't too hard to find someone to play Batman. As for the Batman suit, it was even simpler. This thing could even be controlled remotely. That might not work in an intense battle, but it was very hard for anyone to wrest control of it. The armor also had a powerful arc reactor. If necessary, it wouldn't be too hard to blow it up. Selina didn't think there were any idiots who would dare cross a pacifist who could blow up the armor remotely. After this dupe, dealing with Selina in the future would be a lot easier. After all, a certain mercenary had already played V. Plus, almost all of Luke's other identities worked in the shadows, like White Wolf, Big Dipper, and Puncher, and he didn't tell her all the details. These aliases didn't need to be as high profile as Batman, they worked in secret and would never go on the news. With a good partner, like the Star of Justice, Luke's days on the surface were a lot smoother. Even if he stayed at home and didn't go out, he never stopped earning experience and credit points every night. In any case, he only slept for 2 hours a day, and could get an even earlier start in the day. Now that he was used to multitasking, most of his police work during the day no longer affected his clone. An ordinary person only had 24 hours a day, but with his clone, Luke had over 36 hours. It seemed that it wouldn't be too hard to level up in the future. As he mumbled to himself, Luke looked at the system interface. Host's experience: 356,500 credit, 550,000 in just a few days. He had earned more than 40,000 experience and credit points from his clone fighting in a few major cities. However, the battle had consumed thousands of experience and credit points, so his net gain was just short of 40,000. Even though it consumed a lot of credit, the clone was still much faster than Luke at earning points since it could switch between multiple aliases and Luke didn't need to worry about his real identity being exposed. Coupled with the points from Selina and the occasional extra income from Mindy, Luke looked forward to his level ups in the future. The number of experience points required to level up increased after every 5 levels. After level 20, it would start at 1 million, and after level 25, it would start at 10 million. If it wasn't for the fact that he received an extra stat point for every 5 levels, it would be a very, very long time before all of Luke's stats reached 80. But it now seemed that it wouldn't take him too long before he reached level 25. When it slowed down was probably when the era of superheroes would arrive. When the Great Era arrived, supervillains who opposed superheroes, and even super aliens, would pop up like mushrooms after the rain. His experience and credit revenue would also usher in a new period of rapid increase. So, it would be strange if he wasn't anxious. More than 500,000 credit points meant that he already had half of his target of 1 million. 1 million credit points meant another upgrade to the inventory. What he cared about most wasn't how much he could stuff inside after leveling up, but whether or not Space 2 would expand as well. Space 2, which was 1 cubic meter in size, was too small to contain many living things. If everything went as he expected, this space that could store living things would be very useful in the future. For example, a portable prison might be possible. It was drizzling today. It basically rained 3 days in New York in March, which was already a lot more than in Los Angeles. Fortunately for Luke, it was Selina and not him who liked sunbathing. He had liked rainy days a lot in his previous life, provided that he didn't have to be out and about. Since he had to investigate a homicide today, however, he had no choice but to drive out in the rain and talk to residents who might have leads. Close to noon, when he and Selina came out of a bookstore, they saw a small figure sneaking around not far away. His expression instantly turned helpless. What is she doing here? Selina followed his gaze and smiled. Is she skipping class again? Luke sighed. The question is, when doesn't she skip class? That way, I can give you a very simple and clear answer. Selina asked, so, are you going to rush over and drag her back to school? Luke said, it's noon. I'll call Damon and tell him that his daughter is having lunch with us. After Luke made the call, they walked over. Luke grabbed a ponytail. What's your excuse this time? Mindy froze and slowly turned around. She looked at Luke, who was pulling a long face, and at Selina, who waved at her with a smile. She smiled awkwardly. I just want to buy a comic. Luke said, I just came out of the bookstore. Mindy, I haven't gone in yet. Luke shook his head. All right, I'm not Damon. Save it for your father. Since we're here, have lunch with us. Mindy nodded, but immediately shook her head. Luke said, what, you're having so much fun that you don't even want to eat? Didn't I tell you to eat less fast food and eat more vegetables, or even you will get a beer belly? Mindy felt wronged, but she had been caught skipping class, so she could only swallow her anger and draw closer. There's a pervert over there. He's been stalking that pretty lady. Maybe he's waiting for her to enter an alley later, you know. There was a dark look on Luke's face as he flicked her forehead. He then turned to look in the direction she pointed out, and was stunned. This guy looked familiar. With his current mental strength, he just needed to look at a person he already had some impression of, and the related memories would surface. Pondering for 2 seconds, he then rubbed Mindy's head with a strange expression. You've never had a boyfriend, right, Mindy? Huh, Selena. Huh, Luke said, I know him. That pretty lady you're talking about is probably his girlfriend. They have slightly more special interests, understand? Both Mindy and Selena shook their heads. They really didn't. Speechless, Luke looked into the distance, then said a moment later, they like to give each other little surprises and act out some movie scenes, like stalking or abduction. Got it. Selena was enlightened, but Mindy was still confused. When she looked at Selena's face, however, she knew that she had misunderstood. But her pride made her retort in a low voice, that guy is as ugly as an avocado. There's no way his girlfriend would like him unless she has unusual taste. She paused for a moment, before she said hesitantly, or is he very rich? But that face, it would still be hard for a woman to accept it, right? Luke was stunned. Avocado, it's not that bad, right? At that moment, the man subconsciously looked around, and their eyes met. After a brief silence, both of them looked away, as if they didn't know each other. Luke took Mindy's hand and said, let's go have lunch. You have class in the afternoon. Mindy was full of despair that night. Wade stood in a dark corner and let the cold rain fall on him as he stared blankly at a balcony on the 3rd floor. Vanessa quit her job and was now unemployed. Wade couldn't help but comfort himself, even though it carried a trace of bitterness. She hadn't forgotten him. It was a good thing he had left all his money to her. Thinking about how she had stuck up missing posters of him during the day, and even asked passers-by about it, Luke felt a sense of happiness, followed by even greater despair. How could he see her in his current state? If they were together and she woke up to use the bathroom in the middle of the night, she wouldn't need to anymore after she saw his face, she would have to change the sheets the next day. If this was before, this actually wouldn't be a bad roleplay, but he wasn't interested in playing right now. Suddenly, a voice rang out behind him. Yo, you spent all 5 million. Wade froze, and he turned around. Even the unperturbed Luke couldn't help but step back slightly to distance himself from Wade's face. Wow, wait, what is with your face? Even Quasimodo crawling out of his grave would look better than you. Thinking about his plight, Wade had nothing to say. For a moment, he didn't even have the energy to ramble on as usual. He stood there with his head down, like a primary school student being punished by a teacher. Luke shook his head helplessly. He was glad that he had come in the mask, or this guy might have fought him. You're not going to find your girlfriend. Did she really cheat you out of all 5 million and kick you out? He couldn't help but taunt Wade. Wade was angry. Nonsense. Vanessa loves only me. I left her the money. Luke was surprised. You gave her 5 million. This money grubber was actually so generous. Was this true love? Wade nodded, then shook his head. There's only 453,700 left. She spent over 400,000 in a month to treat me. Luke was surprised, and Wade had the urge to pour his heart out, and he said, then, I had to leave. Otherwise, she would have nothing left after spending all that money. Luke couldn't help but look up at the balcony on the 3rd floor. It was the home of Wade's girlfriend, Vanessa Carlyle. Wade had been living off her. He then looked at Wade again, who looked like a stray dog. All right, that was an insult to a stray dog. In fact, Wade currently looked like a mutant Shar-Pei dog, or a rotten avocado. No wonder Wade remained in hiding, and only followed his girlfriend stealthily as she put up missing posters everywhere. Using a rotten avocado to test a woman's love really would be too much. Pondering for a moment, Luke said, interested in a chat at the bar. It's on me. Wade didn't say anything as he continued looking at the balcony on the third floor. Luke was too lazy to say much. He simply took out his phone and aimed it at the avocado. The flash and click of the camera woke Wade up. "What are you doing?" Luke said. "If you continue playing dead here, I'll send your shishty face to your girlfriend." Wade said, "I was wrong. Where are we going?" "Right. I don't have any money." Luke glanced at him disdainfully. "Of course you don't. You stole those clothes, didn't you?" Wade said, "How can that be? The guy was the one who felt hot and threw them off." Luke said, "Tell me the truth." He raised his phone, as if he was about to send the photo. Wade instantly chickened out. "To be honest, the guy was getting it on with a girl in an alley, and I picked up his clothes after he took them off." Luke said, "Stealing is stealing. Why are you trying to save face?" "Well, in any case, you don't have any face now." Wade. FCKU. 10 minutes later, a man in a black cloak stepped into Sister Margaret's bar or whatever, walked unhurriedly through the crowd, sat down at the counter, tapped 2 fingers and said, "A beer and a fake whiskey." Weasel, who was sorting out the drinks in the liquor cabinet, turned his head impatiently. "I don't sell fake whiskey." He practically warbled the last word, and it trailed off on a high note. But nobody laughed at him. The moment the man in the cloak entered the bar, the noisy crowd went quiet, like someone had pressed the stop button on a radio. Luke tilted his head. "Another beer, then." Saying that, he turned to the room at large. "By the time I count to 3, anyone who hasn't gotten up and left won't have to leave anymore tonight." As soon as he said that, there was a loud bang as 50 to 60 fierce-looking customers stood up and rushed for the door at the same time. Outside the bar, Wade leaned against the wall and looked up at the sky, his mind wandering again. Suddenly, there was a rumble from the bar entrance. The next moment, the door of the bar was sent flying as a bunch of people poured out like ants. Every now and then, a few guys would shout, "Run!" It's Smiley Face. Stumped for a moment, Wade watched the group scatter. A moment later, he turned his head and looked at 2 unlucky B*stards who had been knocked unconscious in the crowd. He sighed and crouched down, and couldn't help but stretch out both hands. A few seconds later, cursing rang out at the front of the bar. "Ashless, they're actually broke. If you're broke, stay home and watch TV. Why the FCK come to a bar?" Inside, Weasel trembled as he put down the 2 bottles of beer. Looking at the smiling mask in front of him, he said with a pained expression, "Your beer." Luke flicked his fingers, and something gold shot out at Weasel. Weasel subconsciously caught it. Gold. This thing was definitely gold. He was very sure of it upon first glance. Even more so when he felt it in his hands. He looked down, only to be horrified. A continental gold coin lay quietly in his palm. At that moment, Smiley Face said unhurriedly, "Is that enough for all the drinks tonight?" Weasel said with a sullen face, Can we switch to cash?" "Cash is fine." Luke chuckled. "What do you think?" Pained, Weasel closed his eyes and threw the continental gold coin into a drawer. Every continental gold coin had a verification code. It could be traced for the most part. Unless it was a transaction between 2 people, and the person who received the gold coin didn't use it, it was impossible to hide its tracks. Previously, Smiley Face had been surrounded by a bunch of hitmen in Swamp Park after the information was sent to Weasel's phone. What was even more terrifying was that none of the dozens of hitmen who had waited for the news in his bar appeared again after that. They simply disappeared. Naturally, he sold this information to a lot of people to prove that he was just an outsider and not Smiley Face's accomplice. The strange thing was that there was no reaction from the Continental Hotel, as if the dead hitmen had never come at all. A number of the mercenaries who had been in the bar earlier more or less knew about this. It was a topic of idle conversation and boasting. It was also why these people had promptly chickened out the moment Smiley Face appeared. Nobody wanted to piss off Smiley Face, who had made more than 60 professional veterans disappear. None of these mercenaries wanted to be the next to go missing. Then here was the problem. Smiley Face had gotten into a fight with hitmen from the Continental Hotel, and they all went missing. Smiley Face had appeared again. So, where did his Continental gold coins come from? Weasel was smart, and didn't need anyone to give him a hint. In fact, he wasn't wrong. Luke had found the gold coins on the hitmen. V had kept too low a profile recently, which wasn't good. His clone would return to New York soon. At that time, V would be free to come out. It was just a matter of time. If the high table finally came round to the idea of sending out hitmen to deal with V, didn't that just mean more sheep to shear? With his clone acting as the ultimate scapegoat, Luke no longer had any qualms about showing off. There wasn't anything wrong with him pushing for the start of the superhero era. At that moment, Wade, who was wearing an old second-hand hoodie, walked in and sat down at the counter. He tossed a handful of cash on the counter. "The drinks are on me." As he spoke, he picked up a bottle of beer and gulped it down. Even though Weasel was feeling uneasy, he couldn't help but say, "It's $20 per bottle. You only have $27 here." Wade didn't think much of it. He pulled down his hood. "Cut the crap. It's good enough that I gave you money at all." Hearing that, Weasel couldn't help but be stunned, and he subconsciously cried out, "Wade, aren't you dead? Damn it, I bet on you in the prize pool. It's over now." Wade said, "Even if your son dies, I won't die." "Oh, wait, you don't have a son at all." Weasel wasn't too bothered by his poisonous tongue. He looked at Wade's face and frowned. "Wow, why do you look like an avocado?" Wade touched his face carelessly. "Is it that bad?" Weasel shook his head. "No, it's more like an avocado was FCKED hard by an even older and uglier avocado, and you're the fruit of their love." Wade didn't take offense. His only fear was that Vanessa would think he was ugly. Who cared what Weasel thought? Chapter 1181. It would be a waste if you don't star in horror movies. Luke watched with great interest as they bickered. He took off his Zorro hat and put it on the counter with one hand, and raised the beer bottle on the table with the other to his mouth. The two people who had been engrossed in their argument couldn't help but look over. With a light crack, the smiling mask opened on the sides and withdrew into the collar of the combat outfit at the back to reveal the face of a middle-aged white man. They stopped fighting and looked at each other. Gulp. Luke sipped his beer unhurriedly. "Why aren't you fighting anymore?" As he spoke, he picked up an unopened bag of chips from the counter. It was a milk chocolate flavor. He tore it open and crunched a piece in his mouth. It's not bad, just a little sweet." Wade and Weasel were dumbfounded. A moment later, Wade said, "You must be a fake V." "Huh." Luke's mouth was busy, and he gave Wade a puzzled look. Wade said, "How can V have chips and beer? Shouldn't you be like those English old men, and drink Lipton black tea and eat little teddy bear biscuits?" Luke slowly picked up another chip, and in the same British accent, said, "I can understand the teddy bear biscuits, but are you talking about the Lipton tea bags?" Wade. "That's right," Luke said, "never had that. I actually prefer drive pepper." Weasel's jaw almost hit the counter. "Wait, are the two of you crazy? Or is it my worldview that's the problem? What the hell was with Lipton black tea and teddy bear biscuits and British old men?" Unfortunately, nobody paid attention to him. Wade's interest was piqued. "Wait, don't talk yet. Why do I find you familiar?" As he spoke, he leaned back and smacked Weasel on the counter. "Don't you think he's like that?" Weasel also felt the same. "That's right, he's very similar to that guy who pushes the plot forward. Switch to a black suit and tie, and it would be 60 to 70% similar." But this is a high-end version." Wade nodded thoughtfully and asked Luke, "What's your last name?" Luke chuckled, "You can call me Mr. Smith if you want." Wade and Weasel had strange expressions on their faces as they said in unison, "Agent Smith." Luke turned around and gave them a modest smile. Both of them exclaimed in unison, "That's it. That's the expression. Too similar." Luke couldn't be bothered with them. Actually, he just needed to make sure that Wade wasn't going to kill himself. Currently, this was the only mercenary he knew who was obsessed with money, had professional ethics, and was extraordinarily strong. What he didn't know at that moment was that Wade committing suicide would be the second most boring thing in the world. If there was a list watching him, it would be the first. "So, what's with Agent Smith?" he asked casually. With that question, Wade poured out his sob story. To put it simply, he passed out on Christmas Eve, and a hospital checkup revealed that he had cancer. He had less than a year to live. It just so happened that Wade hadn't touched the $5 million he had made, and Vanessa had looked for help everywhere for a month. In the end, she spent hundreds of thousands of dollars, but nobody could guarantee how long he could live for, not even as much as 3 to 5 years. As a miser, Wade knew what was going on. Those private, specialist cancer centers which said that there was still hope just wanted him to stay and spend his money. In any case, it wasn't their fault if the cancer patients died. In the end, when he came to the bar for a drink, he met a man in a black suit who claimed to work for the government's medical branch. He looked a little like V, and Wade jokingly called him Agent Smith. Supposedly, they were specially providing terminally ill patients a chance to recover, but this treatment was experimental. Wade could contact him if he was willing. Less than a few days later, Wade chose to go ahead with it, since he knew that there was no chance of survival with regular medical treatment. It was fine for him, but it was unfair to Vanessa to watch him get closer to death every day. In the end, his terminal illness was cured by an imperfect experimental treatment which left him disfigured. Wade didn't go into detail about the treatment, and Luke didn't ask. He felt that this guy probably took some weird drug which killed the cancer cells and even made him stronger. The only drawback was that it made him look like a victim of radiation. There were too many people in this world who specialized in illegal technology. All of William Stryker's research materials were in Luke's inventory, but he had no time yet to study them. Why would he care about this disfiguring technology? I have to find that D*MN English guy and make him restore my face so that I can go see Vanessa, Wade murmured to himself. Weasel subconsciously looked at the person listening closely on the side, and said insincerely, true feelings exist in the world. She loves you so much. Wade leaned in close. With this face, Weasel couldn't help but turn his head and retch. Fine, that would indeed be a little difficult. But are you sure she doesn't have strange taste? Wade said, she liked me before because I was the most handsome man in the world back then, not because I look like an avocado that was raped. Weasel nodded in agreement. You only have one option. Wade said, yes, find Francis. Weasel said almost at the same time, star in horror movies. Wade was stunned. What? Weasel said, look at your face. You're like the main character in a horror movie. You don't even need makeup. It would be a waste not to be an actor. Silent for a moment, Wade still returned to the topic at hand in the end. To find Francis, I'll start with his crew. Weasel shrugged. Fine. In any case, he thinks you're dead, right? Wade said, the factory blew up. He must think I'm dead. Weasel said, then you need a super thick mask to cover your face so that he doesn't know it's you. Also, you need a codename. How about Wade the God of Death? Or Wade the Ghost? Wade waved his hand impatiently and got up. I have a mask and a codename Deadpool. All the bad guys will piss their pants in fear. Weasel couldn't help but glance at a certain someone not far away. I'm about to piss my pants because of this guy. Can you hurry up and take him away? If you don't, I'm going to run out of lines. Fortunately, now that Wade had a plan, he was already immersed in the fantasy of recovering his appearance. He got up and left. Luke chuckled and didn't stop him. Picking up his beer, he stood up as well. With a crack, the smiling mask rose up to close over his face again. He picked up the Zorro hat from the counter. Sweet dreams. After the black cloak disappeared from the door, Weasel took a deep breath and leaned against the liquor cabinet. *CKER, that was scary. If it wasn't for his regular bullshit banter with Wade, he would have been paralyzed with fear. It wasn't that he was a coward, but that he couldn't afford to offend Smiley Face. He didn't want to mysteriously disappear like those hitmen. Chapter 1182. Educating Wade and alerting the enemy. After taking deep breaths for a while, Weasel finally came back to himself and slapped his forehead. It's over. So many people saw him when he came in just now. It wouldn't necessarily be a problem if not for that message last time about Smiley Face being in Swamp Park. But now that Smiley Face had shown up in his bar today, it couldn't be any tier. Putting aside Weasel, who was wailing in the bar, Luke put the beer bottle in his inventory after he left. When he ate outside, he never left any leads behind that could be traced, like DNA. Walking down the street alone, he pondered on Wade. Wade was still alive and kicking even after turning into an avocado, so Luke wasn't in a hurry. As for his disfigurement, with the Thousand Faces system, this was nothing more than a trifle. But the Thousand Faces system was still incomplete. He had yet to perfect changing body type, which was much more troublesome than changing the face. If he wanted to increase a person's height by 10 centimeters, where was the extra matter supposed to come from? He would definitely have to rely on nanomaterials. Rely on the human body itself. That would be creating matter out of thin air. Unless it was something like Stacy's elementary replication, it was practically impossible. And achieving it purely with technology was several times more difficult than facial plastic surgery. In his previous life, plastic surgery became a major, magic, skill and was popular worldwide. On the other hand, he had only heard of one type of surgery for changing height, which was to break a patient's legs several times over and let them heal, after which the patient would be 1 or 2 centimeters taller. That was right, this sort of surgery relied on the new bone which grew after a fracture. A person would already be lucky if they could grow by 1 millimeter each time. Few people could withstand multiple fractures, and even fewer would be rich enough or able to endure the pain. After all, the torso wasn't the face, which basically didn't require any strength. Even if the expression was a little stiff, it could still be used. The body, on the other hand, needed the strength to support movement. Thus, the body part of the thousand faces system was very difficult. But did Wade need to change his physique? He clearly didn't. What he needed was just a layer of skin to hide his Shar-Pei-like skin. So, Luke just needed to create a thousand faces set to completely cover Wade's body and install it with Wade's original appearance, and most of his concerns would disappear. But while this guy looked like a scumbag on the surface, he actually had pride. Just now, he hadn't thought of asking Luke for help at all, and had gone off to look for that Francis for help. Naturally, Luke wasn't in a hurry to give him a present. In any case, this avocado was pretty disgusting. Let him suffer a little and feel despair. Only then would he treasure the thousand faces system more. But that would be it. Luke felt that Wade wouldn't listen to anything but money. Luke had money, but so did other people. On top of the money, Luke also wanted Wade to label him as someone he couldn't afford to offend. Even if someone offered a higher price than Luke in the future, Wade had to stand on his side. Money was indispensable. Someone as tough and crabby as Wade had to be appeased. Money was the way to do it. The amount was negotiable, but it had to be paid no matter what. That was this guy's bottom line. Luke didn't think that many people would be willing to spend as much money as him to hire Wade. He had long stopped bothering to count the hundreds of millions of dollars in his inventory. Coupled with the lure of the thousand faces system, he didn't believe that this guy would dare turn on him. Thinking that, Luke went home with peace of mind. As for what Wade said about killing Francis's crew and forcing the man to come out, Luke didn't care. If Wade didn't cause a ruckus, how was he going to find Francis? Wade had said that the guy used a fake name, and his whereabouts were peculiar. At the very least, Luke hadn't heard anything related to this person. After all, this guy was smart enough to look for terminally ill patients under the guise of medical research. There were thousands of similar cases in New York every day. All over the world, terminally ill patients came to America to seek medical treatment. New York was naturally one of their destinations. When there was nothing truly out of the ordinary, the multifaceted system couldn't differentiate between Francis's people and ordinary medical swindlers. Looking at it this way, Francis's hidden methods were indeed very effective. But Wade's plan was just as effective. In any case, Luke didn't have to do anything, let them fight it out first. When he got home, Selena was also back. She stopped Luke, who had just taken a shower. "Hey, I ran into a particular lady friend of yours, she's hanging around with Matt." Luke didn't think much of it. He poured himself a cup of coffee and asked casually, "Who is it?" He had a lot of lady friends, including Karen Page. There was no reason to be jealous of Matt. "Jessica Jones, that lady PI who likes to trash homes," Selena said. Luke paused and looked at her strangely. Why were they together? Matt and Jessica weren't ordinary people. It probably wasn't a good thing for them to get together. Selena was satisfied when she saw the curiosity on his face. "You'll see." As she spoke, she had little Snail play a video recorded by the Bastard Armor. Looking at the people who were fighting in the video for a moment, Luke's eyes flickered. "So, it's people from Midland Circle Financial. Did Matt find the hand?" Selena shook her head. "No, Matt didn't arrive until later. The person who picked the fight is this, Danny Rand. He's a member of the Rand family, who went missing during a trip in Asia with his parents when he was 9. He's just returned to New York, and is trying to get back half of his shares in Rand Meacham Enterprises. Hey, by using his fists. What a hardhead." Luke chuckled and didn't look away from the video. Midland Circle Financial is the investor behind that real estate company, and we already have an eye on it. Now that Matt's involved, the hand might throw away this shell company again. How troublesome. Selena thought for a moment and nodded. That's true. Batman and Matt showed up together at the hospital. The hand must think they're together. Luke suddenly thought of something. "You didn't help out, did you?" Selena shook her head. "You said you were setting a long lure to catch a big fish." "I just happened to see Matt and Jessica together." As she spoke, she observed Luke's expression. Luke's expression didn't change as he nodded. It's fine. In any case, they've already alerted the enemy. If the hand really escapes this time, we'll just continue digging. We'll dig them out sooner or later. Selena asked, "You're not going to do anything about Jessica?" Luke looked at her strangely. "She likes to beat people up. What can I do?" Selena was lost for words. What she didn't know was that Luke had actually already done something. Chapter 1183. Enjoying the show and running into little Peter again. Luke had already probed Jessica's mind twice, and she wasn't guarded against him at all. After hearing the news today, he remembered that he hadn't checked on the female detective lately. The effects of the previous treatment might be wearing off soon. He should do a third mind probe tomorrow night. He would be able to get information on her and Matt's opponents, and prevent her from charging into a trap and getting herself killed. If she were with anyone else, he wouldn't be too worried. After all, Jessica wasn't weak. If she ran, the ninjas from the hand would find it hard to stop her. But with Matt, even the best person would be beaten black and blue. One just had to think about how many times the guy had been beaten up recently to know how bad his luck was. Any teammates he had would be pulled down with him. After another 2 peaceful days, Selena asked Luke a question after work. "Can we go to the Stark Expo tonight?" Luke, who was driving, didn't think much of it. "Sure, we haven't checked out the booths in a while. Maybe there's something fun." Selena had a strange expression on her face. "You didn't see the news?" Luke asked. "What news?" Selena sighed and played a video on her phone. Hammer Industries is about to launch a life-changing new product. Iron Patriot and the Iron Soldiers will become America's strongest line of defense and protect everyone. Luke glanced at his phone and saw Dustin's cheap cousin Justin Hammer marketing his products in what looked like a promo video. When the video ended, Selena put her phone away. At 7:30 tonight, Hammer Industries will hold a new product launch in the main exhibition hall at Stark Expo. Luke thought for a moment, then frowned. Just because someone was called Iron Man didn't mean he was Wong Jingxi-1. By the same logic, just because Hammer Industries rode the trend and gave their products the names, Iron XX, didn't mean that Justin Hammer was a big man. This dumbass CEO was forever a little unreliable. But he had a powerful father and a powerful grandfather who had made a lot of connections with the military brass in the Department of Defense decades ago. Although Justin himself was a little useless, he could still get some military orders. Stark Industries had always gotten the lion's share of the market, tacitly leaving the rest of the pie to other weapons companies. Justin was like a dog who had been happily eating Tony's unwanted leftovers all these years. Luke was a little intrigued by this news. At the previous hearing, Tony had played a video of this company's test run, which had turned its employee into a paraplegic. Who knew what the show would be like this time? Witnessing it live once in a while wasn't bad. Thinking that, he asked Selena, "We don't need to fight the crowd, do we? We can watch from a little further away. What snacks do you want?" Selena immediately beamed. "Then, why don't we take dinner with us? I remember there's a metal service platform above the main venue. Nobody will go up there." Luke said, "Okay, then it's settled." The service thoroughfares were guarded by security guards or patrol officers during the expo. Otherwise, it would be a problem if terrorists got up there and picked people off from on high. Whether it was Stark Industries security or NYPD patrol officers, Luke and Selena could easily pass as allies. The service platform wasn't spacious, and was just enough for 2 people and a dog to sit comfortably and watch the news conference. So, they went home to train and make snacks, and then headed straight for Flushing at 7. There were much fewer people at the venue today than during the opening ceremony, when Tony had almost been taken down. It seemed that everybody knew how good Justin was, and knew it wouldn't be very flashy. People were scattered throughout the main exhibition hall in just 2s and 3s, it wasn't crowded at all. Standing on the stairs which led up to the hall, Luke and Selena raised their heads to look at the round glass and metal structure. Luke said, "Don't tell me it's half empty inside." Selena said, "The air's better with less people. Won't our food taste better?" Luke thought it made sense. In any case, whatever Justin Hammer's press conference turned into, it wouldn't have anything to do with them. Instead, Luke and Selena paid a little more attention to Tony Stark's press conference. Cosmic Cube now had more than 10 billion in Stark Industries shares, and Jenny could attend the board meetings every year. Selena had a 5% share in Cosmic Cube, so she was a minor shareholder. Of course, Selena wasn't very interested in her shares and assets. In her own words, she would never be able to spend all that money in her life. It was boring to watch the numbers change every day. Who knew, Stark's stock price might plummet again one day. Her heart wouldn't hurt if she didn't know the figures. Luke wondered if a certain tycoon would feel ashamed of his willfulness if he heard that. While they were chatting, Luke suddenly grabbed a boy who ran past him. The 3 or 4-year-old kid was wearing an Iron Man plastic helmet and a red plastic glove on his left hand. There was even a white LED ring in the palm of the glove. He was also making shooting noises, like he was imagining attacking bad guys. When Luke picked him up, he subconsciously still tried to run on his short legs. Only after a while did he realize that he wasn't going anywhere. Puzzled, he turned his head and saw Luke and Selena smiling. "Peter, did Uncle Ben bring you here?" Luke looked at the kid and felt like laughing. The little head in the helmet nodded twice. "Yup, he and May brought me to see Iron Man." Luke and Selena couldn't help but look at each other. Would Justin cry if he heard that? The helmet turned left and right, as if the boy was sizing up Luke and Selena. "Hey, who are you?" They couldn't help but laugh. It had been almost a year since they last met, and this little guy had only been 2 years old back then. It would be strange if he remembered them. At that moment, someone shouted behind them, "Peter, are you being naughty again? Didn't I tell you not to run around?" "Ah, Luke." "Selena." Luke turned around with Peter in his arms and smiled. "Hey, May, long time no see. You're still as enchanting as ever." He put Peter down and hugged May. He had planned to let go, but May kissed him warmly and said, "If I knew you were in New York, I would have invited you over." Luke smiled in embarrassment. A Chinese socialist icon known as Iron Man, Wong Chapter 1184, come to Hammer's press conference. Although he had only met May and her husband a few times, Luke had a very good impression of them. May and Ben were both sincere and nice people. Inviting over for dinner wasn't just empty talk. Not to mention there was still little Peter. This little guy would be amazing in the future, but was still too young now. So, he nodded and said, "Sorry, I was so busy recently that I forgot. How about the weekend? Whenever is most convenient for you." At that moment, he shook hands with Ben. "It's good to see you, Ben." Ben simply nodded with a smile. "Same here. How about Saturday? It'll give May time to prepare a delicious dinner for you and Selena." Luke said, "Sure, no problem." Selena nodded in agreement. They chatted for a while longer, before Luke picked up Peter and said, "Let's go. I'll show you the best seats for the press conference." May and Ben didn't think much of it. The expo didn't charge tickets. Most of the good seats in the main hall were closer to the front for a clearer view, while a few rows at the very front were reserved for the big shots in the industry. It had nothing to do with common folk like them, who were just here to watch the show. Luke and Selena were young and vigorous, cutting a path through the sea of people, and taking the 3 of them to stand behind the chairs shouldn't be a problem. Luke didn't forget to ask Ben in a low voice, "Why did Peter say that he's here to see Iron Man?" Ben smiled bitterly and whispered back, "Because the moment he saw the ad on TV, he said that it was Iron Man and he had to come." So, Luke nodded sympathetically. Kids couldn't make the distinction. If little Peter thought what was on TV was Iron Man, then it was. Iron Man wasn't made by Hammer Industries. Sorry, little Peter only knew one Iron Man. After that, Luke asked a second question. "What about Batman? He doesn't like Batman." Before Ben could reply, a childish voice rang out. "Batman, Batman." Luke smiled at Peter. "Don't you like Iron Man the most?" Little Peter hesitated for a moment, as if he was considering a difficult problem. A moment later, he asked in a low voice, "Well, can I like both?" Luke and Ben both laughed and said at the same time, "Of course." As for why little Peter was wearing an Iron Man helmet, Luke felt that it was a color more suitable for children. After all, Batman's black was too cold and mysterious. It wasn't suitable for kids. That was the case, Luke murmured to himself. A few minutes later, May asked Luke worriedly, "Will this affect your work?" Earlier, Selena flashed her badge and stated who she was, and they were allowed to go up the service stairs. They gradually climbed higher as they moved forward. The crowd at the front was now below them, and there was nothing blocking their view of the stage. Hearing May's words, Luke looked at Ben and explained with a smile, "Selena and I are off the clock at the moment, but we wanted to watch the press conference. It's like having 2 backup teams around. No NYPD boss would refuse if someone's volunteering to work overtime for free. They're too busy." May and Ben understood. What boss wouldn't like subordinates who worked for free? As they spoke, the four of them reached a small platform on the second floor. The guardrail was made of steel and glass. There was no need to worry that little Peter would fall out. Luke and Selena, on the other hand, spread open the mats they were holding on the platform. Everybody sat down to observe the stage that was slightly below them. May couldn't help but smile. "You're really well prepared." The audience could only stand and watch the press conference. In the end, May spoke too soon. A moment later, a certain dog head snuck up the stairs with a big box in its mouth. Looking at the dog, May exclaimed in surprise, "Where did this dog come from? Why is it carrying such a big box?" Luke waved at the dog with a smile and shushed her and Ben. "Haha, it's called Gold Nugget. It's ours, and very smart." At that moment, the dog head ran over and obediently whined as it placed the box in front of Luke. He rubbed the dog's head with a smile. "All right, I know you're the best." At that moment, little Peter stopped looking to the front and approached the dog curiously. He slowly reached out to touch it. "Puppy, it's a puppy." Gold Nugget snorted, but didn't dare embarrass the kid. The fiend had said that when it came to ordinary people who didn't have any ill intentions, it was best to act just a little smart and not like a person. For example, it couldn't use that condescending and disdainful expression outside. It was a good thing that Peter wasn't too big. At the very least, he didn't pull on its fur, but just petted and chatted with it. On the other side, May and Ben no longer paid attention to their nephew's interaction with the golden retriever. Instead, they stared at Luke's open box in bewilderment. It was full of food, and Luke and Selena took out the packages one by one. Luke simply smiled. "Selena and I run around a lot, and we have to eat a lot every day. Also, we can't just sit and do nothing when we watch the show, right?" May and Ben smiled bitterly. "Aren't we here just to watch?" "No, we brought 2 bottles of something to drink at least." A moment later, Luke called Peter back and gave him a dorayaki. "Try it." Peter took a bite and beamed. It was very hard for kids to resist the temptation of sweet things. Things like dorayaki were great snacks for the young and old. The 5 of them chatted and laughed as they ate. They had set up a picnic at Hammer Corporation's press conference. After Gold Nugget extricated itself, Luke gestured for it to slip out again. 5 minutes later, it returned with a big backpack. Luke took out a Canadian iced wine and several bottles of drinks with a flourish. May and Ben were completely lost for words. A moment later, it was the open-minded May who smiled and said, "Fine. Actually, we shouldn't have shown up tonight, right?" She gave Luke and Selena a teasing look. Selena pretended not to hear her, while a thick-skinned Luke said without any sense of awareness, "We're used to taking food with us when we're busy. The alcohol is only because we're off the clock." The picnic on the second floor officially began with drinks. The stage lit up as the main character for tonight, Justin, officially appeared. Last time, Tony had fallen from the sky here, and there had been a large group of beautiful women dancing and singing. It was also on this stage that Iron Man had fought Whiplash, and the fight was picked up by Batman. The screen, which had been split into several pieces that night by Whiplash, had been replaced with a new one. It showed the Hammer Industries logo instead of the Stark Industries logo. As the lights changed and music played, the CEO of Hammer Industries, Justin Hammer, danced his crappy way onto the stage. May, who was sipping her iced wine while she looked at the stage, spat it out on Ben. Ben was lost for words. Luke and Selena were lost for words. May was a little flustered. "Oh, sorry, it's really, haha, I can't help it." Selena considerately gave May a bunch of tissues to wipe Ben's face. Selena also helped wipe the wine off May and said, "Actually, I wanted to laugh too, but you beat me to it." May, who was wiping her husband's face, choked and spat out the last bit of wine in her mouth. Ben was unlucky again. Ben was lost for words. Luke and Selena were lost for words. May didn't know why she suddenly felt like laughing. Maybe it was because Justin's crappy dance moves had touched a laughing nerve, which made her laugh harder. Even if what Selena said wasn't funny, May couldn't help it. Luke and Ben looked at each other helplessly, unable to say anything. They just felt that Justin was indeed funny, but not to the point of laughing so hard. They could only sigh at the huge difference in what made a woman laugh. On the stage, Justin was already bragging about his new showcase, the Iron Man Soldiers. In the wake of his exaggerated movements, like a show host welcoming a contestant onto the stage, the floor around him opened up and 4 groups of metal soldiers rose up, representing sea, land and air military operations as well as the Marines respectively. Luke, who was drinking, paused and frowned. What was that? It did look a little like the Iron Man armor. No wonder little Peter said that he was here to see Iron Man. At a closer look, however, the difference was obvious. Hammer was talking about remote control of the Iron Man soldiers. So, these things could be controlled remotely. Thinking for a moment, Luke got up and walked to the side. He took out his fake phone and sent a message to Tony via Batman's special frequency. Was your technology leaked to Hammer Industries? Tony replied less than 5 seconds later. That's impossible. He's just an idiot with the brain of a chimpanzee. Even if I put the blueprint right in front of him, he wouldn't be able to see the error even when he's dead. Luke chuckled. Justin didn't have a background in technology, he was a typical capitalist. It was only natural that he wouldn't be able to understand a technical blueprint. At that moment, Justin said, "Now, let's welcome our Iron Patriot." As he spoke, a silver and gray metal armor suit slowly rose from the open floor to appear on the stage in front of Hammer, in the exact spot where Tony had landed last time. The mask opened to reveal an African-American face. Stumped for a moment, Luke sent Tony a message. "The armor that Colonel Rhodes has is yours, right?" Tony immediately replied, "I gave him that suit." Luke narrowed his eyes. "Don't tell me Justin used your armor to develop something similar." Tony said, "No matter how smart a chimpanzee is, can it compare with a human being?" Looking at the chimpanzee in the silver-gray suit who had a pleased expression on his face, Luke shook his head. "Not necessarily. Are you sure nobody can copy your armor? That Russian might have been able to." Tony didn't reply immediately this time. Looking at the stage, Luke suddenly had a bad feeling. At that moment, Tony replied, "I'm on my way. I'll be there in 2 minutes at most." Luke frowned and coughed lightly to draw Selina's attention, before he gestured quickly at her. Her expression turned solemn, and she picked up Peter, who was playing with Gold Nugget, before she grabbed May's hand. "Let's go. This is an emergency. I'll take you out first. Ben, follow me. Don't talk. Head outside." As she spoke, she was already pulling May along. Only then did May and Ben react. But they trusted Selina. Back in Los Angeles, it was Luke and Selina who had saved May from being shot. Even now, May still remembered how vicious the criminals were, and naturally didn't forget how Luke and Selina had swiftly taken them down. Also, this was NYPD's territory, and these two were insiders. May subconsciously looked at Luke, only to see that he was calmly looking at something on his phone. Sensing her gaze, he raised his head and smiled. He pointed outside and gestured for her to leave. May picked up her pace and comforted the confused Peter. She then said in a low voice, "Let me carry him. How about you go and help Luke?" She didn't want them to get in Selina's way of doing her job. Selina, however, didn't give Peter to her. Instead, she grabbed May's arm and started running. "It'll only take me 2 minutes to get you out." "Did you drive?" "Yes, our car's in the big parking lot outside the venue," replied Ben. Selina frowned. The parking lot wasn't small. It might take a while to find the car in the middle of the night. She said, "I'll take you to the fast food restaurant 2 blocks away. See if you can get a cab from there. Once we've confirmed the coast is clear here, I'll contact you again. Don't come back for your car." On the other side, Selina quickly left the main hall with May's family. Luke quickly went down and said to Gold Nugget, "Follow Selina, don't leave her." Gold Nugget understood that Luke was afraid that Selina would be caught up in a large-scale explosion. With it around, Selina's life wouldn't be in danger. The dog barked and ran off. Luke left the main hall and quickly walked to the other side. At that moment, there was another message from Tony on his fake phone. "Someone rescued Ivan Vanko a few days ago. It was probably Hammer. I received a call from Ivan near the venue. He wants revenge." Seeing this message, Luke realized his bad feeling had been right, there was indeed something wrong with Hammer's side. He immediately sent a message back. "Got it, I'll be there right away." The tycoon had probably been investigating Ivan's whereabouts and was probably on his way here, so was a little late to reply. Luke knew that this proud tycoon wouldn't ask Batman for help unless it was absolutely necessary. Saying that it was Hammer who had broken Ivan out was already the best Tony could do. Thinking that, Luke disappeared into the darkness. A while later, a transparent shadow glided toward the main exhibition hall. At that moment, Colonel Rhodes and the soldiers saluted on the stage. The initially scattered applause below the stage finally turned enthusiastic. After all, Colonel Rhodes was wearing the Iron Man Mark II suit. For Iron Man's sake, the cheers were understandable. Several of them even shouted, "Iron Man, I love you." Justin's face immediately darkened. What the hell? Where were the security guards? Hurry up and drag this blind audience out. He cursed these passers-by inwardly, but still smiled on the surface as he began to introduce his iron soldiers. At that moment, Luke returned to the exhibition hall and immediately contacted Selena. After you get May and the others sorted out, look for where Justin has been active recently. It'll be a place where the iron soldiers can be manufactured and the metal armor can be modified. It's possible that Ivan is hiding there, preparing to do something big. Remember to take Gold Nugget with you. Selena simply replied with an, "Okay," and didn't say anything else. As they were speaking, two women got up from the VIP seats at the front and walked toward the doors. Luke's armor automatically scanned them, and he realized that the person in the lead was Pepper. One step behind her was a very young female assistant. She wasn't tall, but she was wearing a black business suit. She was clearly a secretary. What a pity her boss is a lady, Luke murmured inwardly, before he stopped paying attention to her. Pepper was talking on the phone, and Luke could hear a few sporadic words with his elementary sound wave. It was clear that Tony had thought of his first wife and was telling her to run. When they approached the door, Luke couldn't help but look at the secretary again. The secretary looked to be around 25 years old, but most of it was just makeup. Her true appearance was that of a 20-year-old, she couldn't fool Luke in his many means. As for that face, the faces of several people flashed through his mind, and he finally got it. She looks a little like Elizabeth and Ashley. Are they sisters? Technically speaking, this secretary was more like Elizabeth's sister, Ashley. They were at least 80% similar, but Ashley was still a high school student and had a younger face. Elizabeth was only 60% similar to the secretary, but Luke knew her better, which was why this secretary seemed familiar to him. At that moment, the secretary sensed something and glanced up. Then, she looked away. Just now, it had felt like someone was watching her, but that feeling immediately disappeared. She wondered if it was some sort of surveillance camera as she walked out. Surprised, Luke sent another message to Tony. Your first wife left with a beautiful secretary, around 1.6 meters tall. Did you run a background check on her? Tony immediately replied, she's a special agent responsible for protecting Pepper. Luke raised an eyebrow, then stopped worrying about this secretary with sharp senses. After Uncle Obadiah caused trouble, the tycoon was very strict about running background checks on the people around him. If he was allowing this woman to stay by Pepper's side, she shouldn't be a problem. On the other side, Tony also relaxed. Now that Pepper had left, he had even less worries. Although Tony hadn't said anything himself, Charcoal Head had gone over as well, so they had a better chance of dealing with Ivan. He wasn't afraid that he would lose, but that the innocent would be pulled into the mess if Ivan went crazy. There were at least 1,000 people in the main hall. Thinking that, the jets exploded with flames again as Tony put on a final burst to reach his destination as soon as possible. On the stage, Justin was talking non-stop, as if he was the one who had created the Iron Soldiers and Iron Patriot. He felt that he was about to succeed. With these things, he could easily obtain a huge order. More importantly, these things were cheap. There was no need for people to pilot them at all, so there was no need for an expensive defense setup. Each Iron Soldier cost less than 10 million, it was perfect as a mass-produced product. What Justin had wanted to do previously was make a metal suit, but after listening to Ivan, he figured it out. What he actually wanted wasn't some metal armor, but a weapon that could stand on par with it. A single Iron Man soldier was definitely trash in front of Iron Man, but dozens of them together could fight Iron Man. This was the advantage in numbers. In any case, dozens of Iron Soldiers cost the same as one Iron Man suit, so why not use them? Thinking about the order that he was about to get, he was delighted. He hadn't risked breaking Ivan out for nothing. It was the Department of Defense which had first sent the intelligence over on the prisoner's location. Tony hadn't thought much of Ivan, so he was only guarded by regular guards, which was how Justin had succeeded in rescuing him. But Justin felt that everything had relied on his own might and decisiveness. Iron Man was just destined to be his stepping stone. Suddenly, there was the sound of rushing wind, and the people in the main hall subconsciously looked up. A golden and red figure dropped swiftly and hovered above the stage for a moment before it landed lightly on one knee. Everybody in the exhibition hall was silent for a moment, before they cheered. Iron Man. Justin, who had been so smug just a moment ago, had a poleaxed expression on his face as he gaped, not knowing what to do. Should he charge forward and curse Stark for coming to mess things up, or be quiet and act transparent? Although the former would make him look more manly, he didn't think that the tycoon would give him any face. If things went wrong, he would be sent flying dozens of meters away. I'm a dignified person, I can't argue with this sort of foppish young master, Justin stressed to himself. At the same time, he tried to maintain his cool as he moved away from Tony and said, "Wow, see this? Iron Man personally came to congratulate Hammer Industries on the Iron Soldiers." Nobody was in the mood to listen to him. Wasn't he just some trash company CEO? There were hundreds of thousands of people like him in America. Who would bother listening to him freeload off Iron Man's popularity? Justin didn't know that his standing had plummeted again, or he would definitely rage. "My company's going to become the #1 weapons manufacturer in America. You dare underestimate me?" Dropping to the stage, Tony walked toward Rhodes. "Keep smiling." Rhodes had an awkward expression on his face. "Tony, calm down. You know I'm only here to show my face." It was indeed a little ridiculous for him to advertise for Hammer Corporation in Tony's armor. Tony didn't care at all. The order that Hammer wanted had nothing to do with Stark Industries at all. What that jumping, white chimpanzee wanted to do was his own business. The tycoon was too lazy to care. Tony walked over and put his arm around Rhodes's shoulder. He waved at the audience as if he really had come to congratulate Hammer Industries, and said in a low voice, "Justin has Ivan. He had him help make these Iron Soldiers. Ivan just called to threaten me." Roald was shocked. "What?" Tony said. "Smile, keep smiling. I have questions for Hammer." At that moment, Luke frowned. The head of an Iron Soldier on the right side of the stage moved, as if to look at Iron Man. If it was a real person, it wouldn't be strange if the suit subconsciously turned. But this Iron Soldier was a robot, and one that shouldn't have yet received an order to move. However, that head turned 1 millimeter, someone had given it an order. As he sent a communication request to Tony, he broke out of stealth mode and jumped out. Jarvis said, "It's Mr. Batman. Shall I put him through, sir?" Tony said, "Do it." He then heard, "Be careful of the Iron Soldiers. They might be remote-controlled robots created by Ivan." Tony immediately got it. He grabbed Justin's collar and asked, "Where's Ivan?" Justin gave him a, "I don't know what you're talking about," expression. "Ivan who?" "I don't know." Tony said, "On the count of 3, if you don't say anything, I'll have Batman break your 3 legs." Justin. 3. He couldn't help but look down at his lower half. He didn't think that Tony would dare hurt him in public. They were all on the same level. Ordinary brawls were fine, but Tony beating him up while in the suit was the same as blowing up his house with a tank. It violated the rules of competition allowed at this level. But Batman wasn't someone on their level. He only cared about saving people and cracking down on crime. However, Justin was now cooperating with the guy whom Batman had apprehended, which was equivalent to him being an accomplice. Justin didn't dare bet on Batman letting him go. Tony said, "Including the one in the middle, I guarantee it'll be broken in 2. Starting now. 3, 2, 1, Justin couldn't help but clamp his legs together defensively. "Stop, I'll talk. Ivan is in my company's warehouse in Queens." Tony said. "Jarvis, send the message to Natasha." On the other side, Rhodes's mask suddenly dropped down, and the colonel exclaimed in surprise. The Iron Soldiers around him also turned to look at Tony. Tony turned around and activated his communication channel. The armor Rhodes was wearing was Tony's Mark II, and the communication channel was open to Tony. "What's wrong?" Roald said. "It's locked onto a target." Tony asked, "What are you doing?" Roald's face darkened. "It's not me, the armor is targeting you." Tony immediately understood. "Did Hammer Industries modify your armor?" Roald understood, and his face turned even darker. "Yes, it must be something that Ivan did." Flames surged under Tony's feet as he tried to fly up and draw the Iron Soldiers away. In the end, a shadow swooped down from the side onto the stage. Its enormous body wasn't smaller than that of the Iron Soldiers. It kicked out, and 2 big legs crushed the heads of 2 Iron Soldiers. Tony was stunned for a moment, before he heard Batman's voice. "Draw them away through the back passage. Do you want the glass to fall and kill everyone?" Tony sweated. He had only thought about the convenience, and hadn't thought about how broken glass falling dozens of meters could be fatal. This wasn't a PG-13 movie, where there wouldn't be any dead bodies even if a building collapsed except if they were aliens. He bent down and charged into the passage behind the large digital screen. It was easy for the current Iron Man armor to perform this sort of tricky maneuver. Also, Tony understood, he couldn't move quickly in such a narrow passage, and neither could the other party. Even as Luke spoke, he used his hands and feet to instantly blow up 4 more Iron Soldier heads. At that moment, an Iron Soldier from the Army series locked itself in place as the machine gun on its shoulder aimed at Luke. These robots weren't human, and didn't need to think too much about the recoil. Thus, they were using 20mm machine guns. Luke leapt into the passage behind the screen and activated the stealth function. With thudding steps, the Iron Man soldiers advanced and followed Rhodes into the back passage. Only then did the audience come back to their senses and start to move. Most people chose to leave. After all, whether it was Iron Man, Batman, or the Iron Soldiers who seemed to have become the enemy, ordinary people couldn't bear the brunt of such a fight. Only a small number who wanted to be part of the live event courted death as they chased Iron Man and the others with excited expressions. Danger. They weren't afraid. In any case, Iron Man and Batman would protect them. Who knows, this might be a drill. A moment later, they got what they wanted. They saw streaks of flames chasing and fighting in the night sky outside the exhibition hall, and every now and then, an Iron Soldier would be shot down as it crashed to the ground. This reckless group immediately realized that this wasn't a drill. But so what? In life, being at the scene was still the most important thing. So, they raised their heads and focused on the battle in the night sky. The person at the very front should be Iron Man. Then, where did Batman go? All the attentive reporters took note of this, especially the professional paparazzi who had professional equipment. They soon realized that the only people they could see were Iron Man, Iron Patriot, and the small group of Iron Soldiers. But there was no Batman. Batman's pure black armor and special style was definitely different from these things that flew around. It was impossible not to be able to pick him out. At that moment, Luke was hiding under a bridge not far away. "Tony, I've found a suitable location. Follow the route I've marked out for you and lure them over." Tony looked at the route on the 3D map. "Are you sure?" Luke said, "We have to take care of the ones that can fly, or it'll be too troublesome." Tony agreed. It would be a big problem if these Iron Soldiers with flight capability went on a killing spree. It was Batman who had handed Ivan over, which meant that he trusted Tony. In the end, Tony lost Ivan, leading to this mess. Tony didn't think Batman would be too happy. More importantly, he would have to bow his head to Charcoal Head again. The Tycoon, whose confidence was wavering, decisively followed Batman's flight route and led a group of Air Force soldiers under an overpass. After sweeping toward the destination marked out by Batman, he subconsciously looked at the image of the rear through the virtual screen. The dozen or so soldiers behind him suddenly disappeared. Tony was stunned. WTF? He was certain that they hadn't turned invisible or something. It was impossible for these shoddy Iron Soldiers to become completely invisible in an instant, much less hide the heat from their exhaust flames. So, how the hell had they vanished on the spot? Luke wasn't going to give the Tycoon an explanation. He simply said, "Okay, hurry up and return to the venue. The ones that can't fly are charging over. Clean them up." While the two of them were fighting the Iron Soldiers, Happy struggled to look away from the rearview mirror and not think about the rustling in his ears, but he could still smell the woman's perfume. This wasn't any less stimulating than the humiliation he had suffered last time. Thus, when he parked the car in front of Hammer's New York branch several minutes later, his face was as red as the day he had been humiliated. But the moment he got out of the car, he looked at Natasha and asked, "What are you wearing? Wait, are you a superhero too?" Natasha had changed out of her secretary suit and into a tight black combat uniform which highlighted her curves and her cold features. Happy felt that he needed to calm down. Ignoring him, she continued walking. "How are we going to get in?" Happy could only change the subject and follow her. Natasha was too lazy to look at the fatty. "Through the front door." "Happy." "What? Stop. What are you doing?" Two bright flashlights shone in their direction. Natasha was already charging forward when the flashlight was pointed at her, while Happy yelled as he was almost blinded by the intense glare from the flashlight. Teary-eyed, he looked around, only to see two unconscious security guards on the ground. Stunned for a moment, he then called out, "Hey, are you still there?" There was nothing but dead silence. After dealing with the two security guards on the perimeter, and without Happy to slow her down, Natasha sped up and reached the main building in 10 seconds. But she was a step too late. When she was 10 meters away from the building, a figure in black glided down and kicked at the glass entrance doors of the building before she could. Bang! Crash! The black figure casually passed a security guard who had just gotten up from his chair and punched him in the jaw. The security guard immediately collapsed back unconscious. The other security guard also stood up and picked up his baton. The black figure picked up the registration book on the front desk and threw it at the security guard, who subconsciously covered his face. Dong! Another punch broke through the man's guard and hit him in the jaw. The security guard collapsed onto his back, as if he was looking up at the stars. At that moment, the black figure turned around and looked at Natasha, who was running through the doors. Green eyes flashed, and the figure crooked a finger at her before walking further in. Frowning at the black figure, Natasha said in a low voice, "Black cat." Selena didn't turn around, nor did she say anything. She simply snorted inwardly, "Uncouth. My name is Bastet, understand? What black cat?" Bastet was the cat goddess of Egypt, while the black cat was an omen in American horror stories. How could they be the same? She was a pacifist who specialized in fighting crime and saving innocent people. Selena mumbled to herself, "If not for your pretty face, I would have tied you up and hung you from the flagpole outside." She continued moving forward. Just now, it had taken her a few minutes to drop May's family off at a fast food restaurant further away. Then, she drove to a hidden corner and took out a super lightweight Bastet suit. This wasn't the third-generation Bastet armor, but an improved version of the earliest Bastet armor. The biggest improvement was that it was very small and portable, like a very thick laptop. She just needed to stand in a preset position, and was kitted out in 5 seconds. She had then climbed up to the roof and activated the cape gliding function before heading for the location which Luke had sent to her, Hammer's New York branch warehouse. Selena had dropped May and her family off in the opposite direction of the company branch, and she had to find a place to suit up after that, so Natasha, who had Happy as a driver, arrived sooner. But Selena had glided in from the side while Natasha was beating up the 2 security guards, and remained 1 step ahead. When Natasha ran into the hallway, she saw a team of security guards charge at Selena with their batons. They didn't have guns. Hammer Industries wasn't as good as Stark Industries, and security was poor. Or rather, Hammer Industries was reluctant to endorse a large number of guns for its security guards. So, only a few security guards here had guns, and they weren't on duty here. In any case, these security guards had no qualms about brandishing their batons. After all, Selena had barged into Hammer Industries and knocked out the security guards at the entrance. But Selena went easy on them. These people weren't bad guys. They were just security guards. Hammer Industries wasn't involved in human experiments, so these security guards naturally couldn't be considered accomplices. Thinking that, she threw out a rope dart from her waist, binding together the 2 security guards at the very front. She rushed forward and grabbed the dart head of the rope around the 2 security guards. The rope darts were designed for tying up weak opponents, so the heads weren't sharp, and they could be handled with more strength. She raised her leg and kicked a 3rd security guard in the face. As he dropped to his knees, the rope wrapped around his upper torso. Selena tilted her head and stepped out of the way of a 4th security guard and grabbed his shoulder, and the rope went around his arm. She bent down and rolled, and the rope passed through a 5th security guard's legs. She then stood up and pulled. The security guard's face turned red and then white. He could only gasp, his scream caught in his throat. Terrified, the 6th bodyguard turned around and tried to run, but the rope wrapped around his head to pull him back. By the time Natasha caught up, the only thing she saw was 6 security guards tied in a bundle and yelling miserably. If anyone struggled, the security guards whose joints or vulnerable parts were bound would scream in pain. Those who could still struggle no longer dared to. If they killed or crippled their colleagues, they would definitely be in trouble. After all, they were only tied up now, and hadn't been killed. The intruders had no intention of killing them. If they killed their own colleagues, who would take the blame? Selena grabbed a pepper spray from a security guard and stepped forward. Natalie couldn't help but ask, "Did Batman send you?" Selena raised her hand as she walked. 2 security guards rushed out of a side corridor and right into the line of fire. Kai. It was 2 precise shots right into their eyes. Even though it was just a small amount, the 2 security guards screamed and fell. Chapter 1189. Ivan lacks integrity, and Batman saves America once more. Did Tony ask you to come? Selena asked casually. Natasha was lost for words. There were a lot of ways to answer that, he had and hadn't, but the meaning behind this retort was clear. If Natasha didn't say anything, why should Selena? Just because she had a well-developed chest. But looking at the other party's outfit, which was also very tight, Natasha felt that she didn't have much of an advantage in that aspect. Not to mention that the other party's legs were longer than her own. Natasha's own legs stopped at the other party's calves. That was illogical. How could a woman have such a well-developed chest and such long legs? Not only that, she was also especially good at fighting. Natasha wasn't confident she could beat her. Why are you a superhero? Wouldn't it be better for you to be a supermodel? The young female agent couldn't help but roast the other party in her heart. It was a good thing Selena didn't know what she was thinking, or she would have laughed out loud. This suit could change a person's build, and the biggest function was an increase in height. She was now over 7 centimeters taller than she actually was, and was close to 1.85 meters in height. 4 centimeters had been added to the calf, and 3 centimeters had been added to the helmet to create a visual error. In the end, Luke's simplest form-changing method hit a certain young female agent hard in the heart, and reminded her of her greatest shortcoming. But this female agent wasn't someone who would be discouraged so easily. As she followed Selena in, she asked questions every now and then. In the end, she was very depressed. Selena barely gave her a response. She simply took down the security guards who charged at her as she moved forward. That was the safety rule which Luke had set. They only needed to react in their movements, like moving forward, retreating, and dodging, and not reply to all questions. The suit's smart system flashed red every now and then to remind Selena not to answer certain questions. If she had to rely solely on herself, she might accidentally allow Natasha, this young veteran agent, to pick out some information. Even if it wouldn't be a problem if scraps of information were leaked, as the saying went, an ant-hole may cause the collapse of a great dike. A person approached by a veteran agent like Natasha would sometimes feel embarrassed about not wanting to answer her questions. Hence, they may as well stay silent from the beginning. Thanks to Selena, the two girls reached the lab in less than 3 minutes. This was what Natasha had asked the 2 security guards about earlier, and could be considered her contribution to this operation. In the end, however, this room was empty. Natasha bent over the table and looked at the data on it. She quickly said, "This is the program Ivan is using to control Rhodes's armor and the Iron Soldiers." Selena didn't say anything since she really didn't understand. Natasha reached for the keyboard under the table. After feeling around, she bent her head in surprise, only to see that there was nothing. Only then did she realize that there wasn't even a computer mouse. WTF, even someone as calm as she was couldn't help but curse. This Ivan really lacked integrity. Not only had he run, he even took the keyboard and mouse with him. Left with no choice, she could only search the room quickly. She couldn't help but curse again. Damn it, was that the only set here? Is this guy crazy? Is Hammer Industries poor? They don't even have extra keyboards. She quickly stood up. There really weren't any spare keyboards in the room, and she planned to search the room next door. She didn't believe that Ivan had so much time on his hands that he would dismantle all the keyboards in the warehouse. In fact, he really wasn't that idle, and there really was a keyboard next door. But when Natasha turned around to look at Selena, who hadn't moved at all, she noticed something unusual. It seemed that there was a black metal line stretching out from her hand to the back of the main computer. Sensing her gaze, Selena nodded at her and said, "I've cancelled the control program. It's fine now." Natasha was lost for words. "Couldn't you have given me a heads up first?" Actually, Selena had relied completely on the armor's smart program. It was the smart program that had cracked and modified the control program, not her. If Natasha could do it, Selena wouldn't have done anything, but who would have thought that Ivan that B***starred would outright take away the computer's external accessories? Selena suddenly realized that she had learned another trick. In the future, she could take away some things, like the bad guy's steering wheel, keyholes, toilet paper, and so on, and sit back and enjoy the show. After Selena completed her mission, Iron Patriot was finally free, and Rhodes immediately stopped firing a cannon at Tony's shield. The Iron Soldiers also stopped, but Luke and Tony destroyed them without hesitation. Who the hell knew if Ivan had other tricks up his sleeve? Going back to the main hall, Luke and Tony ran into Pepper, who had come out of hiding. She quickly went over with a glad expression. "Thank God all of you are fine. Tony's face immediately fell. Why, all of you? Can anything happen to that charcoal head? At that moment, the hidden self-destruct command for the iron soldiers whose heads Luke had blown up was activated, and they exploded on the spot. With a series of loud bangs, the glass in the main exhibition hall was smashed into pieces and scattered everywhere. An iron soldier which hadn't been badly damaged also exploded not far away from the 3 people in the exhibition hall. Almost the moment the explosion happened, Luke sensed something wasn't right. His figure flashed as he stood between Pepper and the iron soldier. His cape instantly unfurled and hardened to cover Pepper. Boom! At the same time, Pepper felt everything suddenly go dark. 2 seconds later, the darkness around her faded again, and the gloomy New York sky came into view. She was at a loss. What happened? In the end, Tony's reaction speed couldn't compare with Luke's extraordinary senses, and Jarvis's current performance wasn't as good as what it would be like in the future. When the explosion happened, the tycoon was naturally slower, and Luke saved the damsel in distress. Looking at Pepper, who appeared from under the cloak, the tycoon was thankful, but also felt vexed. She had almost been killed. How careless of him. He was about to say something, when Luke suddenly turned around and exclaimed, "He actually still dares to show up." Tony turned his head and his face darkened. "Let me fight him one-on-one this time. Watch me beat him up until he calls me dad." Luke was lost for words. Ivan said it was your dad who killed his. Even if he self-destructs on the spot, he'll never call you dad, alright? Despite his ridicule, Luke was too lazy to talk nonsense. He simply picked Pepper up and said, "I'll take her further away, in case Ivan catches and uses her to threaten you." Seeing Luke run off with his woman, Tony couldn't help but curse. But what could he do? By saying that, Charcoal Head naturally knew about his relationship with Pepper. It was impossible for Batman to try and steal her away. Chapter 1190. Let you have a taste of my ex-wife. Of course, that wasn't Luke's intent. Pepper and the tycoon were too entangled. Only an idiot would steal Pepper away. But from what he remembered in his previous life, it seemed that Pepper later took full charge of Stark Industries. He wasn't sure from memory, but based on the current development of Stark Industries, Tony, who was obsessed with toys and his superhero identity, clearly wouldn't let himself be caught up in complicated business affairs. Pepper was the only person he absolutely trusted to run the company. From this point of view, Luke didn't mind fostering favor with Pepper. Tony was awesome, but Pepper, the keeper of the purse strings, also had terrifying authority. Besides, Pepper was a million times easier to deal with than Tony, because she was a woman. Thus, he decisively slipped away with Pepper in stealth mode. Ivan Vanko was flying swiftly through the night sky, when he saw Batman suddenly disappear with Pepper on his virtual screen. He was stumped for a moment, before deciding to deal with Tony Stark first. He actually didn't care about Batman. Even if the other party had caught him once, it couldn't compare with Stark's father's crime of killing Ivan's father. Now that the evil Howard Stark was dead, his son had to pay Ivan back double. Thinking that, the man in the brand new suit landed in front of Tony and opened his mask. "Stark, we meet again. How have you been?" There was a smile on his face as he spoke, but it looked especially sinister with the scar under his eyes. He had deliberately taught the tycoon a lesson last time to let everyone know that he had the ability to design the same thing as Stark. If the Iron Man suit wasn't the only one in existence, was Tony still Iron Man? Sure enough, the situation was as he had expected. Although Batman suddenly stepped in and grabbed him, being caught had been one of his plans. As long as someone wanted him to live, he wouldn't die. A few days later, people from Hammer Industries stole him from Tony and supplied him with various materials to make the metal armor. His plan had gone smoothly, and he had the resources to defeat Tony. The tycoon was never one to pull his punches. Hearing that, he immediately retorted, "Better than you. Where did you get this new outfit? Was Hammer happy to hear you call him your owner, and he made you a new collar?" But Ivan wasn't angry. Hammer Industries wasn't qualified to turn him into a dog. Even if Hammer Industries caught him after this, they would still have to obediently supply him with materials. All Ivan would lose at most was his freedom. Otherwise, who would design metal armor for them and stand up to this young master in front of him? That even more mysterious Batman? Dream on. As long as someone else wanted to take on the metal armor, he was their only choice. As long as he was still valuable, the capitalists who coveted Iron Man's technology would rush to save him. Also, he truly wasn't afraid of death. If he was afraid of death, he wouldn't come looking for Tony Stark for revenge. With his skills, he could sell whatever he wanted and live a good life. He had come to America to let the world know that Tony Stark and his father were shameless thieves who stole his father's achievements. The truth was that Ivan was using his life to give the Stark family trouble. What he wanted was to slap them in the face. He wanted to crush Stark's name under his feet. If he really wanted to kill Tony, he didn't have to give the tycoon any chance at all last time. He could have cut Tony, who wasn't wearing any armor at the time, in half with his whips. But what meaning was there in that? He had already clashed with Iron Man once before, and had gained a partial victory this time. As for Batman, he didn't care about him, nor did he hate him. In any case, he just needed to step on Iron Man and Tony Stark. When Luke returned after dropping Pepper off, he saw two metal cans pounding each other. The main hall was in tatters. There were metal bars and broken glass everywhere, and even half the doors had collapsed. Tony, who had a stronger detection system, sensed Luke's return ahead of time, and said over the communication channel right away, "Don't come over. I want to take this guy down myself." The tycoon had indeed been slapped hard in the face. Even Hammer Industries had dared to get involved and stab him in the back. More importantly, he knew from Colonel Rhodes's clear hint that Hammer Industries was backed by the Department of Defense and some people in the military. These people had also tipped off Justin Hammer so that he could steal Ivan, which had led to this scene tonight. Although Hammer Industries would suffer after tonight, Tony had already lost a lot of face. He was Tony Stark, the most overbearing CEO in America. Except for the legendary beauty who dared to talk back to the CEO, other than Pepper, who would dare humiliate him like this. His thoughts would never clear up if he didn't beat up Ivan. Luke didn't step forward. Tony no longer wore his main armor, Mark IV, but a new and even stronger Mark VI. There wasn't much of a difference between the two models, except that the Mark VI's combat ability was at least 30% better. But here was the problem. AD*CK measuring contest, PFF, no, which armor was better? Actually, it was just a matter of opinion. Ivan's armor clearly wasn't as powerful, but he wasn't a loyal member of the looks department. The armor he made was practical and sturdy. The Whiplash armor was clearly much sturdier than Tony's armor, and there was enough space to install a bigger arc reactor. Sacrificing a bit of space for more power was a small thing for Ivan. Tony's various attacks didn't do much damage to this bear-like suit. Conversely, Ivan's plasma whips were clearly more of a hindrance to Tony, and the damage was more obvious. At that moment, Colonel Rhodes finally couldn't take it anymore. He was a soldier. When Ivan had controlled his suit earlier to fire at Tony, Rhodes's heart had burned with anger. Tony said that he would deal with Ivan himself, and Rhodes had agreed. But he didn't think it was necessary to play by the rules now that Tony hadn't been able to take him down after so long. He was a soldier, and it was his duty to deal with enemies of the state. Wasn't this bear-like criminal who made headlines exactly that? Taking advantage of the moment when Ivan wrapped Tony up with the plasma whip once again to give him an electric shock, Rhodes charged over. "I'll give you a taste of my ex-wife." As he spoke, his armor opened to reveal a small missile launcher on which was a silver missile that looked like a crude pen. The other three couldn't help but turn their heads. "What, your ex-wife?" Chapter 1191. The might of the air split. At that moment, the mini-missile had already whooshed out 10 meters away, and it hit Ivan's armor in the chest. Dwang. Then, it bounced off the armor and fell to the ground. It spluttered with sparks as it scuttled over the ground before it got jammed in a crack in the stairs not far away. It released faint smoke with a puff, and the remaining flames were extinguished. Rhodes was lost for words. Tony was lost for words. Ivan was lost for words. Luke shrugged. Tony couldn't help but ask, "Hammer's stuff?" Rhodes nodded slowly. "Yes, Luke. Your ex-wife is awesome." "No, wait, it's Hammer's ex-wife." Daring to call a weapon the ex-wife, when it couldn't kill a man, what was the point? This was the nightmare of many divorced men in America. It was a super killer weapon that could bankrupt a billionaire. If this was the extent of Hammer's ex-wife, that meant that his ex-wife really wasn't good enough, and Hammer had never experienced the full brunt of such force. The appearance of such a cheap ex-wife gave everyone a strong sense of embarrassment. It was like a superhero making an appearance, only to receive a court summons saying that he was being sued by his wife for not paying child support. In the end, he realized that the child wasn't his, and he finally didn't have to pay child support, but could only die under the public gaze. In the end, it was Ivan who was still more dedicated to his work. As a villain who had a goal and no wife, he felt that he had to step forward and save the situation. Thus, he cracked his whip and pulled Tony, who was distracted by the ex-wife, over. Dwang! Tony was sent flying with a punch. Then, the two lumps of metal clashed again. After watching for a moment, Luke glanced at Rhodes helplessly. "Hey, aren't you going to help?" Rhodes pointed at himself. "Me." When Luke nodded, Rhodes felt very awkward. Tony said he would take care of him himself. In fact, Hammer Industries had screwed Rhodes over to the point that he wanted to vomit blood. First, he had appeared at Hammer Industries' press conference, and his armor had been manipulated to chase after Tony. Now, even his ex-wife was useless. He felt mentally exhausted and wanted to retire. Luke's blood-red lenses flickered. "I'm telling you to go and get beaten up, make it look a little more miserable. Only then will Tony get serious, alright?" "Rhodes." "What?" Luke sighed and stopped trying to force this thin-skinned guy to act. "Tony, I'll give you 1 minute. If you can't finish him in 1 minute, I'll do it myself." The words were spoken via an external speaker. Both Ivan and Tony heard it, and they paused for a moment. Ivan hadn't planned to make trouble for Batman. After all, this guy had nothing to do with his objective, but when he heard this, he couldn't help but raise his hand and send Tony flying with a whip before he lunged at Batman. "Is that so? Then come and try." Luke tilted his head and curled his lip. "Of course." As he spoke, he threw out a rope dart, which wrapped around the plasma whip. The ropes were specially made. Some were made of metal, and some were made of reinforced composite materials, and had different purposes. Of course, the metal ones couldn't be used with the plasma whips. In the blink of an eye, the black rope wrapped around the whip, and they looked like two snakes twisted together. Ivan didn't hesitate as he kicked at Luke. Luke's blood-red lenses flashed. He grabbed the leg and leaned back so that the leg couldn't help but be stretched out. The tycoon, who was flying over, suddenly stopped when he saw this, and his legs couldn't help but tighten. Holy sh*t. He was too familiar with this move. Dwang. Ah! Ivan's eyes bugged out as he fell to the ground in a split. He gasped heavily as he tried to alleviate the indescribable pain. He couldn't even hold the whip steady as his hands twitched convulsively. Luke, on the other hand, was already turning, and he did a bicycle kick which landed on Ivan's head from above. Ivan sank another 10 centimeters down the middle, but his split legs were locked in place. His eyes rolled back, and he passed out. He had never done a split like that in his life, and had never considered this unique situation with the whiplash armor. He wasn't a rich tycoon like Tony. Tony had been working out and doing combat training and stretching all this time. Also, Tony had equipped Mark 6 with a safeguard. Once his legs were split up to a 170-degree angle, they would stop moving. No matter what, it would never reach 200 degrees, like for Ivan. In any case, Ivan's body had instantly overloaded from the extreme pain, and he passed out. Luke was stunned. He hadn't expected this air split technique to be so effective. Nevertheless, he instantly placed his hand on Ivan's chest, and a thin wire reached into the armor. A moment later, Luke pulled his hand away, and the arc reactor in the armor dimmed. Tony. Rhodes, are you kidding? With just one move, Tony was the one who felt it more deeply. Valiantly forcing his clamped thighs to relax, he landed on the ground. Luke looked at him. "Should I give him to you?" Tony hesitated. To be honest, after learning about what happened between his father and Ivan's father, he found it troublesome. His father had screwed Ivan's father over. That talk about Ivan's father being a spy was nonsense. As a Russian, there had been no need for Ivan's father to join the research group, but he had. Once progress had been made on the reactor, Tony's father, Howard, had decisively accused Ivan's father of being a spy, and kicked him out. Thus, this was actually a matter of national and corporate interests. No one was right or wrong. The arc reactor could be seen as a future substitute for oil, and could also be seen as a product to promote peace. It just depended on how it was used. This was a country's lifeline, which could completely change the world at all levels. No country would allow such technology to fall into the hands of another country so easily. As a major capitalist, Howard would naturally do his best to keep the benefits to himself rather than share them with a foreign scientist. So, Tony was a little conflicted. The tycoon was too proud to hit someone who was already down. But he wasn't willing to let this guy go. After all, Tony already had some inkling of what Ivan's skills were like from this fight. Chapter 1192. The secretary takes a beating, and Ivan arrested once more. If it wasn't for the fact that Ivan only wanted to get back at Tony, he would have destroyed a lot of New York tonight. Imprisoning Ivan posed another problem. If Tony kept him around, more people like Justin Hammer would come after him. After thinking so much, the tycoon actually only needed 1 or 2 seconds to make a decision. You deal with it, it's fine as long as he doesn't show up to cause trouble again. Luke chuckled soundlessly. He understood what the tycoon was getting at. The technology for the Batman suit wasn't much worse than the Iron Man suit. Ivan's technology in Luke's hands wouldn't make any difference. And who would ask Batman to hand someone over? Maybe Tony could, but probably no one else would have the chance. Although Batman didn't kill people, he seemed very good at dealing with bad guys. It was best to give him Ivan. Luke didn't refuse, and picked Ivan up. Rhodes couldn't help but ask, "Can we consider handing him over to the country?" As soon as he said that, one person rolled their eyes at him and another glanced at him with red eyes as they scoffed at the same time. "Hey." Rhodes raised his hands. "Okay, as long as you heard me say it." Tony was used to it. Luke didn't think much of it. This was how bureaucracy worked. Saying or not saying it was a matter of attitude. Saying it but not able to do anything was a matter of strength. He had proposed handing Ivan over to the country, but Batman and Iron Man didn't agree. What could he do? If someone had a way, they could look for Batman to hand Ivan over. If there was anyone who could do it, Rhodes would immediately retire and give that person his position. As long as he said something, it was enough. Tony and Rhodes were good friends, and Tony had a pretty good relationship with Batman. But Rhodes was a government official, while Batman was ultimately a civilian, and Tony was in some sense a government contractor. Tony could be friends with government officials and civilians, but it was hard for Batman and Rhodes to get along. It was a good thing that Rhodes wasn't an inflexible soldier. He had already made his stance clear earlier. Luke nodded at them. "I'll leave the aftermath to you." As he spoke, he picked up the unconscious Whiplash and put away the cape on his back. Flames burst out of his auxiliary wings. He had barely started flying, when he remembered something and said, "I don't like Justin Hammer. Have him go to prison for a year." Seeing the blood-red lenses look at him, Rhodes pointed at himself in surprise. "Me again?" Luke chuckled. "He broke out the person I apprehended. Does he really think he's the law? If he thinks he's above the law, then I don't need the law to deal with him." Rhodes immediately got it. Justin had gotten Hammer out, and had made a scene today. Clearly, he didn't think much of Batman. Batman had put him on his list. If Justin abided by the law, he should go to prison obediently. If he didn't, Batman would come knocking on his door. More than 1,000 patients with broken bones could testify to this. Batman wasn't looking at Tony, but at Rhodes. He wanted Rhodes to use his semi-official identity to give Justin a warning so that the guy wouldn't act so tough. At the same time, this could also be viewed as a general warning from Batman. There was more than one person who had tried to grab Ivan from Tony. It was just this idiot Justin who had been egged on to take the lead. Those people might not care about Batman's warning if they knew, but they would definitely be more cautious in the future. At the very least, they wouldn't be as stupid as Justin. He had invited this pestilence into his home and didn't control it properly, but caused a backlash instead and made big news. Watching Batman fly off with Ivan, Rhodes looked back at the mess that was the main exhibition hall. "Your expo has only been open for a few days," Tony rolled his eyes. "Would this have happened if those people weren't greedy?" Rhodes smiled wryly. "Tony, they won't give up until you give them the technology." Looking at Tony's face, he sighed. "Of course I won't persuade you to hand it over, but there's no way you can stop the Department of Defense and the military from wanting it, right? They want Ivan, not you." Tony understood that he had to suffer in silence this time. After all, he had been careless, and someone else had found an opportunity. Those people weren't directly targeting him. This method was completely within the rules. Compared with the famous historical incident of a certain financial group blowing up its competitors' factories to steal the market decades ago, this was much more moderate. But never doubt how ruthless capitalists could be. Elsewhere, Luke landed not long after he flew out. He found a place to hide before he threw Ivan into Space 2 and the Whiplash armor into Space 1. After getting rid of the smell and all traces, he put on his stealth suit and found the car which Selina had parked in a hidden corner. He drove east for a while, and in a certain area with no surveillance under some trees, he slowed down. The back door opened on its own. A transparent shadow crawled in and the door immediately closed. Luke asked, "Was that secretary very hard to deal with?" Selena cancelled her stealth mode and assumed a pose as she pressed the recall button, and her uniform quickly disassembled and returned to its original thick laptop form. Hee, not really. I quite like her. She's pretty good at fighting and says nice things. She took her jacket out of a box. Luke grew interested. What? Did this secretary take a fancy to you? Selena put on her jacket and then climbed into the front passenger seat. As she looked for snacks in the food box in the front, she said, "I like how she tested me and then pressed me to the ground so that I couldn't move. She's very stubborn and tough, and she can find an opportunity to turn the tables the next moment." Luke was intrigued. So, what happened to her in the end? Selena found a bottle of juice and gulped it down in one go. She chuckled and replied, "That sort of little girl, of course I gave her a beating. She'll probably sleep for 2 to 3 days. Luke chuckled. This sort of thing was just a blow to the other party's pride. It basically didn't affect the battle, and there wouldn't be any side effects. Selena really did find the other party pleasing to the eye, otherwise, she would have knocked her out for being a bother and broken her bones. The devil bone breaker was just that straightforward. What happened at the venue? She asked. Luke said, "Batman caught Ivan again." Selena was lost for words. Again, Luke said, "Let's go and pick up May and the others. It's too chaotic here. It seems they haven't been able to call for a cab yet." In the end, Luke and Selena simply drove May and the other two to the parking lot so that they could drive their own car home. However, the plan to have dinner at May's place on Saturday didn't change. Chapter 1193, Laying the Blame, and Who's the Female Superhero? When May's family returned to the parking lot to get their car, they also saw the main exhibition hall, which had collapsed. If they hadn't left earlier, they would have still gotten a huge scare even if they had been fine. More importantly, little Peter was too young, and it wouldn't be good if this left him with trauma. Of course, Luke felt that a certain brat who liked wearing an Iron Man mask and glove, and said that he wanted to beat up bad guys, definitely wasn't that weak. This guy was small in everything but the amount of guts he had. On the way back to the parking lot, he had heard the little guy say that Iron Man was so cool when he flew in the sky, and he wanted to fly too. Luke could only smile and say nothing. He waved goodbye as the family drove off. After all, he wasn't sure if swinging between buildings could be considered flying. Elsewhere, Tony flew back to Stark Tower and took off his armor. When he entered, he saw Pepper telling Jarvis to help deal with the aftermath. For example, tallying the number of injured civilians and appeasing them. The main exhibition hall had to be restored. It couldn't be left a wreck, or it would leave a negative impression. The police also had to be contacted and helped with legal proceedings. The whole of Stark's legal department was mobilized. All the blame had to be thrown on that idiot Justin. Stark Industries wouldn't take the blame for this. The only unfortunate thing was that the venue belonged to Stark Industries. Tony and the Iron Soldiers had fought a bit in the sky, and some parts of the site had been damaged. The good news was that no one was dead or heavily wounded, so public opinion was under control. That was also thanks to Tony and Luke. One had lured the soldiers away while the other came up with a plan on the side. They hadn't been forced to fly into a residential area to fight, and had taken down the Air Force Iron Soldiers at an overpass not far from the venue. The pile of metal lumps was now in Luke's Space One. They weren't living things and didn't have the protection of the destroyer's magical rune. As long as they were within 5 meters of Luke, they couldn't escape being put into the storage space. That was also why Luke had instructed Tony to lure the soldiers under the overpass. It was only about 10 meters wide under the overpass. The Iron Soldiers subconsciously followed Tony and charged through. Luke made himself invisible in the middle of the space so that it was 5 meters on both sides. It didn't matter what Tony thought. This guy had a lot of secrets, but had never told them to anyone. Much less would he tell anyone secrets about his lifelong rival, as long as Batman didn't become his enemy. Besides, the inventory's ability wasn't a superpower, and couldn't be detected with any equipment. Tony could only wonder and wouldn't be able to find any leads to investigate. After all, he didn't even know Batman's real identity, let alone anything else. Thinking that, Tony sat down on the couch and stared into space. Pepper paced back and forth as she finished the initial stages of sorting out what happened tonight, Only then did she realize that Tony was in a daze. She walked over and patted his shoulder. "What's wrong? Are you hurt? Did Jarvis examine you?" Jarvis said, "Miss Pepper, sir is in good condition and has no unexpected injuries." Tony was roused from his thoughts and smiled at her. "You've dealt with the follow-up?" Pepper nodded. "Pretty much, but there are a lot of documents that you'll need to sign. I'll have Jarvis report to you later." Tony simply nodded and didn't say anything. Pepper's heart ached when she saw him like this. "Don't dwell on it. Go take a shower and go to bed. Everything can wait until tomorrow." "I'm going back first," Tony said. "Be careful on the road." Watching Pepper get up, he suddenly remembered something. "Where's Natasha? Why isn't she with you?" Logically speaking, she was Pepper's secretary and personal bodyguard, and should be helping Pepper handle matters. Pepper slapped her forehead. Happy called earlier and said that she went to Hammer Industries to look for Ivan. "I was so busy that I forgot. I'll call and ask her about it. You can get some rest." She then took out her phone and called Natasha as she walked into the elevator. When she took the elevator down to the garage, she saw Natasha standing next to the car in the same business suit from before. Pepper walked over with a concerned expression. "How was it? Was everything all right on your end?" While Pepper might be the CEO's assistant in name, she in fact started running the company long ago, and was very good at reading people. Natasha's expression was the same as ever, yet there was something odd about it. Pepper didn't know what it was, but very likely something had happened while Natasha had been trying to catch Ivan. Natasha shook her head. No, it couldn't be a problem since Batman had taken him away. She didn't mention that she had tried testing the waters, only to be beaten up by that black cat who was Batman's partner. It wasn't like Pepper was her mother. Natasha wouldn't tell her anything. It took all her willpower to sit down in the backseat as she endured the burning pain from her backside. She wasn't angry, however. Humiliation didn't exist. The agents who came out of the Red Room wouldn't feel humiliated just because they were beaten up. In fact, she felt that Black Cat had already been going very easy on her. Otherwise, why didn't this devil bone breaker just break some of her bones? Because compared with broken bones, the fleshiest part could make someone feel pain for a long time without causing any substantial damage. As Happy started the car, Pepper asked, "What did you find over there?" "Hammer Industries has to take responsibility for this." Natasha took out a USB and gave it to her. "This is part of the information copied from their main computer." Pepper accepted the USB and found it strange. "Part of it," Natasha said, "that's all I got. Also, I got it from someone else." Pepper was stunned. "From your colleagues?" She couldn't help but think of Phil. Natasha glanced at her. "Black Cat." Pepper was at a loss for a moment before she suddenly yelled, "Black Cat." Happy's hands jerked with shock, and the Rolls-Royce Phantom couldn't help but swerve as well. He immediately apologized. "Sorry, don't mind me." Pepper didn't think much of it. Happy was Tony's most trusted subordinate. There was no problem with him hearing ordinary secrets like these. She simply asked excitedly, "Is it that Black Cat who is Batman's partner?" Natasha had a strange expression on her face. "As I recall, the entire world knows that Batman's partner is Iron Man." Pepper choked as her initial surprise and excitement was dealt a blow. She was a little embarrassed. After all, she's the first famous female superhero. Natasha's lips twitched. True, she was just an agent. Chapter 1194. Ex-wife soars high. The next day, New York City's headlines were naturally all about the second major battle at the expo last night. All the major American news networks had in fact reported the breaking news last night, but the morning news was the official one. Countless editors had burned the midnight oil and lost a lot of hair before they were able to push out an abundance of news items the next day. Thankfully, there had been a lot of reckless witnesses last night, including professional paparazzi who had taken the lead as they risked their lives to record the fight. But something strange happened. The most popular one wasn't Batman or Iron Man, nor was it the supervillain, Whiplash. It was Colonel Rhodes. A certain colonel, who had long been on the sidelines, now successfully captured the news headlines. Colonel Rhodes's ex-wife shocks the three Iron Men. Before the ex-wife, all living beings are equal. Shock. A certain colonel publicly discriminates against women. This is moral ruin. Luke wasn't sure if Stark and the others had expected this outcome, but he certainly hadn't. Who knew that a reporter would actually be able to use a long-distance sound collector to record Colonel Rhodes's shout of ex-wife so clearly? The key wasn't how strong his ex-wife, was, but how the four big shots present had been stupefied after it fizzled out. For Iron Man and Batman, being high profile was nothing. But looking at their reactions, as if their jaws were about to hit the floor, the viewers felt that they were unusually cute. That TV image was turned into all sorts of GIFs by internet whizzes, and they spread like crazy on computers and phones. They were already massively popular on F2F. After shocking everyone, including the three other big shots at the scene, with one move, it was impossible for Colonel Rhodes not to become popular. Luke was stunned when he saw the news. Is Colonel Rhodes in the wrong line of work? Maybe he can decide to be a talk show host in the future. Selina was already roaring with laughter. She couldn't restrain herself the way Luke could. After all, Luke was already used to seeing all sorts of ridiculous gifts in his previous life. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he saw the four stupefied big shots gif, to say nothing of Selina, who was naturally lively and liked to laugh. When they checked in at the police department, Dustin gave Selina a strange look when she looked at him before entering his office and suddenly ducked to the side and made wheezing noises. He gave Luke a questioning look. Luke said helplessly, "She saw Colonel Rhodes' ex-wife last night, you understand." Stumped for a moment, Dustin then burst out laughing and dropped his pen. "Let me laugh too. Ha 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 ha, it's so funny." Luke was lost for words. "It's because you don't have an ex-wife, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't be smiling so happily." What a pity that Dustin and Jennifer, the former lawyer, were doing very well. They had a candlelight dinner at least once a week, and were perfectly in love. It wasn't that Luke wanted to spy on his boss's private affairs, but that the multifaceted system was growing rapidly, and it was very hard for him not to notice. Also, he was more worried about Dustin's personal safety, not because he wanted to watch the show. At that moment, a bald man stuck his head in. "Boss, what's so funny?" Dustin was still smiling, but he waved his hand. "John, when did you become so polite? Get in here." John snorted. "Do you think I'm giving you face? Even when Walter was around, I didn't give him any face." In fact, the person Sergeant John McClane respected the most was Luke. After all, Luke had saved his ex-wife's life. Curious, however, he couldn't help but ask again, "What's so funny?" Selina's laughing outside too. "You guys," he didn't finish the sentence, but everybody knew what he meant. Luke smiled at him. "We're talking about Colonel Rhodes' ex-wife." Stumped for a moment, John then burst out laughing. "Holy sh*t. So it's that, PFFT, he gestured wildly as he laughed. Luke, Dustin and even Selina stopped laughing and looked at the middle-aged man strangely. John laughed and realized that something was wrong. "What's wrong? Why are you looking at me?" Then, he realized what was going on, and his face darkened. He slammed the case report down on Dustin's desk and snorted before he left. The three people in the office looked at each other in bewilderment for a moment, before they burst out laughing again. Thankfully, Selina entered this time and Luke closed the door, and the atmosphere in the room was cheerful. There was no other reason for it. It had to be said that when it came to a profound understanding of the formidable might of an ex-wife, Sergeant John definitely ranked among the best. Although his ex-wife wasn't a bloodsucker, nor did she demand money from her impoverished husband, this without doubt made John even more depressed. Not only was he unable to watch his daughter grow up, he couldn't even undertake the simplest responsibility of giving her money, which hurt his pride. When all was said and done, John really wasn't a scumbag. It was just that he and his ex-wife had different views on life. They didn't hate each other. Otherwise, he wouldn't have risked his life to save his ex-wife during Christmas twice. They were all colleagues. How could they laugh in front of him? So, they had to close the door first. Luke and Selina left the police department soon after that. Justin's case hadn't been given to them. Supposedly, the commissioner directly put the chief of police in charge. Luke and Selina were small fry who clearly weren't qualified enough to participate in this matter. They were also connected to Stark Industries, and they probably wouldn't be allowed to go. Stark Industries itself simply handed over the evidence and didn't put any pressure on the police. They just asked that procedure was followed. Given due procedure, Justin would definitely go to prison. In the next few days, the outside world was in turmoil. Luke and Selina had dinner at May's place, and everything was normal. After plowing through several famous crime cities in America, Luke's clone finally returned to New York. Because Batman had shown up in New York, his clone no longer used the Batman alias in the last 2 days, nor did it break bones again on a large scale. Instead, it directly made more than 50 notorious gang bigshots and their bodyguards disappear. The experience and credit points he earned from this were a lot less, but it took very little effort. There were at least 30 bigshots like these in any of the cities. He just chose the most notorious ones who basically didn't require extra investigation to confirm that they were gift bags of experience. Chapter 1195. You're everywhere in the end. These big shots gave him more than 1,000 per person, and most of them had more than 100 bodyguards. He obtained more than 60,000 experience and credit points again, but the Star of Justice's consumption this time was much lower. After all, this was just a matter of cutting off the head. Each operation took less than 5 minutes, and the clone only consumed 3,000 credit points. At that moment, the host's experience was 421,500 thousandths. Credit: 615,000. Sure enough, shearing sheep in one place wasn't the way to go. He could take turns shearing sheep all over America, and when he was free, he could go abroad to shear certain fat sheep. This was the sustainable development route. If it was true that a fish's memory was only 7 seconds long, then the memories of all the criminals in the world added up wouldn't be more than 7 months in total. Luke felt that it was impossible for him to weed out all these people worldwide in 7 months. So, even though he was on the verge of leveling up, he had his clone return to New York. Now, he preferred to let this sock puppet do the physical work while he stayed home to do research. The biggest benefit of this was that the chance of him being discovered dropped. After all, whichever sock puppet appeared, Luke had an alibi. It was the best cover. He couldn't do it before, but he could do it now. For this purpose, Luke had already started planning a few new operations. He would carry them out when the time was right. It was April. The cold in New York gradually faded, but the rain was as heavy as in March. Selina didn't go out that night. The rain had a slightly bigger impact on the stealth system, so she and Luke would do their best to avoid going out on rainy nights. Luke didn't go to the basement to do research or train. Instead, he sat in the living room and read. Ever since the appearance of the Star of Justice, he had been trying to adapt to his new life with 2 heads and 4 arms. So far, things were going smoothly. He could basically fight and rest at the same time. It wouldn't be long before they would enter battle at the same time in the future. It was just a matter of habit and proficiency. His clone was making its way through Manhattan in the Batman suit in the drizzle, and taking note of robberies and home invasions. Most of the time, he didn't show himself for small things like this. He simply threw some junk at the hoodlums to knock them out. In the future, only the most heinous of criminals would have the honor of him personally showing up to judge them. Luke wanted Batman's judgment to be a symbol. It wouldn't take the whole world more than a few years to learn that when Batman pronounced a person guilty, they were definitely heinous criminals. As a paragon of righteousness, Batman was the most suitable for drawing attention and pronouncing judgment on people like these. Batman had already passed the stage of relying on small things to boost his popularity. Saving people was the goal, injuring others was a means. But it wasn't like he couldn't lob junk at some of the more vile ones and give them concussions. Doing that would give these people second thoughts about robbing others as they nursed aching heads for several days. With this large-scale crackdown, all the hooligans understood that a wolf had come to Clinton. There wasn't even a shadow of him, and he especially liked hitting people in the head. These people could only move to other areas, and law and order in Clinton improved. Although Clinton was known as Hell's Kitchen, it was no longer as terrifying after Kingpin quietly retreated and the hand was severely injured. But the further south these people went, the closer they got to NYPD HQ. North was Central Park in the Upper East and Upper West Side. NYPD focused on law and order in these areas, which wasn't suitable for gangs at all. Thus, these people could only go further north to East Harlem, which meant that most of Luke's patrol shifted north as well. Otherwise, after trawling Clinton for half an hour at most, he would basically have nothing else to do. Compared with Clinton, which he and Selina had cleaned up countless times, East Harlem was a vast land of possibilities. As for where the gangsters who had rushed over from Clinton would go next, that wasn't something he needed to think about. Luke planned to have his clone push the war zone into Brooklyn by the end of the year. As long as these gangsters didn't move out of New York, it was only a matter of time before they received a second and third round of education about the law. Thinking that, Luke landed on the roof of an apartment building and stood in a corner, ready to scout out the situation before continuing his patrol. Then, he saw two people standing behind the glass windows of a Chinese restaurant diagonally opposite him. He had read the file on one of them a few days ago, and the other was very familiar. "Red Matt, why are you everywhere?" he mumbled inwardly, but he already knew why they were together. The person next to Matt was Danny Rand, a rich heir who had yet to take back his assets. These two had just fought someone from the Hand, and were clearly more familiar with each other now. Luke was a little lost for words as the Batman suit's AI program read their lips. Not only did they alert the enemy, they even charged straight into their nest. What a joke. If you've already done everything, what use is there for the Star of Justice? I am the emissary of justice, the embodiment of love, and America's #1 busybody vigilante. Although he complained, Luke knew that he couldn't take it slow with the Hand any longer. These youngsters were too hot-tempered, but they weren't weak. It was very likely that they might beat the Hand back into hiding. Rather than that, he would rather first harvest the gift bags of experience that he had already found and also prevent these hot-blooded youngsters from being heavily injured. Red Matt hadn't had it easy recently. He had been injured too often, and should continue to recuperate. It was best if he didn't do anything. That was settled. Luke made up his mind, but didn't leave. Two mini drones flew toward the restaurant. At that moment, a limo stopped in front of the Chinese restaurant. The driver opened an umbrella, and a woman in her 50s got out and walked to the entrance. Luke raised an eyebrow and took note of the position one step behind her. There was a woman there, but she was invisible to regular people. But she couldn't escape the various detection methods on the Batman suit. It wasn't her body temperature or heartbeat that gave her away, but sound waves. Clearly, her stealth ability couldn't block detection via sound waves, and focused more on fooling the senses. Luke approached the Chinese restaurant and activated Sharp Nose. He detected the lingering scent. He had a strange expression on his face. This was Matt's ex-girlfriend. Did she and Matt have a huge fight, so she found her mother to back her up and make Red, this heartless wretch, take responsibility, and they would be married the next day? Of course, it was an outrageous notion. He also recognized the 50-year-old woman who had entered the room. It was Alexandra. She was the big boss behind Midland Circle Financial, suspected of being an important leader of the Hand and the lead whom Luke had been keeping the closest eye on. But why was she here with Matt's ex-girlfriend? The thought flashed through Luke's mind before he put it aside. Elektra wasn't restrained at all. She was even armed. Was she tailing Alexandra? That didn't seem to be the case. She had gotten out of Alexandra's car, and Alexandra had inadvertently been paying attention to Elektra's location. She clearly knew that someone was there. From their postures, Elektra looked more like Alexandra's bodyguard. Thinking that, Luke quietly landed and entered the Chinese restaurant through the back door. A fight didn't break out right away. Alexandra stood leisurely in front of them as she said something. Matt, Danny, a tall black man and a blind old man were standing around as they listened to her. The tall black man had shown up at Midland Circle with Danny a few days ago and took part in the fight. Luke knew who the man was. His name was Luke Cage. When Luke and Jessica had been chatting on the fire escape, Jessica had been monitoring the black man. At that time, Luke Cage had been having sex with a hot girl in the building opposite, and Luke had mocked Jessica for being the paparazzi. Now that he thought about it, Jessica had probably shown up not because she had picked up Cage's case. Luke pondered as he stood at the mouth of the corridor which led to the kitchen in the back. He wasn't in a hurry to take action, and simply let Alexandra blather on. Most of the time, letting the other party take the initiative to reveal information was the simplest way. Alexandra's goal was clear. She wasn't here to negotiate, but to take Danny away. Luke was a little surprised. Although Danny had clashed with the Hand recently, Matt was the one who had been the constant thorn in their side, yet the woman was only interested in Danny. Judging from her attitude, she wasn't here for revenge at all. It was more like a real estate company trying to persuade the residents to move out. What was so special about Danny Rand that Alexandra paid so much attention to him? Rand Corporation wasn't on par with an old monster like the Hand, and the Hand wasn't short of money. In the conversation between Danny and Alexandra, Luke heard a name, Kunlun. His heart jumped. He was familiar with that word. In his previous life, he had been very interested in wuxia novels, ranging from the Kunlun sect of the martial arts circles to the Kunlun mountain where the Queen Mother of the West lived. But after coming to this world, it was actually from the clone of Demon Lord Mephisto that he had heard the word, Kunlun. Back then, when Luke shouted, "Big Dipper Devil Subduing Fist," in Chinese but actually used elementary annihilation to defeat Mephisto's clone, the other party had asked him if he was from the Holy Land of Kunlun. Even though this big shot insisted that he wouldn't be afraid even if the Ancient One or Lei Kung showed up, Luke could tell that he was actually very afraid of these two. Based on the word order of what Mephisto said that time, the Ancient One should be the leader of the Khmer Taj or whatever, and Lei Kung should be a powerhouse of the Holy Land of Kunlun. Thinking quickly, Luke frowned. Neither Danny nor Alexandra had that sort of strength. Were they Kunlun minor disciples who had run away? For a moment, a certain detective recalled a Chinese fantasy novel setting that he had read in his previous life. He felt that this hypothesis made sense. If they had the time to talk big, it was very likely that they weren't strong enough to use brute force yet. What a waste of a classy name like Kunlun. The conversation didn't last long, and the situation hit an impasse 3 minutes later. Danny clearly wasn't stupid enough to leave with Alexandra. He simply broke free of the hand she had on his shoulder, and Cage directly told the other party to beat it. The faint smile on Alexandra's face disappeared, and she drew her hand back. "That's too bad. I was going to settle this peacefully, but now, let's do it." As he spoke, a black blade slashed at Cage's neck from behind. As if he had seen it coming, Matt suddenly shot out his rod and hit the air behind Cage. With a dull thud, a shadow took 2 steps back and covered her ribs. It was Elektra, Matt's ex-girlfriend. Cage reacted quickly and swung his fist. Elektra's black katana met his arm. Clang! With the crisp sound of metal colliding, the black katana was knocked aside. Cage pulled his hand back with a pained expression, and his face turned even darker when he saw the shallow wound. It wasn't just him, Matt and the blind old man also had ugly expressions on their faces. The blind old man couldn't help but remark, "That's too bad." "She's actually already," Alexandra sneered. "Give up, you're not her match." Matt and the blind old man didn't move. Their expressions changed. Who knew what they were thinking? Danny wasn't one to admit defeat. He roared and charged forward. Slash! Elektra slashed twice with her black katana, and Danny retreated in a sorry state. His clothes were already ripped and stained with blood. The blind old man sighed. "You finally resurrected her," Alexandra chuckled. "That's right, you should know how powerful Black Sky is. It's pointless to put up a fight. Let Danny come with me, and I'll let you live. After all, we've known each other for so long. It's not like I have to kill you." The blind old man sneered. "That's right, I'm the last member of the Chaste, and I have a crippled arm. It doesn't matter when you kill me, right?" Alexandra snorted disdainfully. "Don't think too highly of yourself. Your Chaste is made up of idiots. We don't want to waste resources on you at all. Look at how many of you are left. You played yourself to death, you fools." The blind old man still sneered but didn't say anything else. He simply rubbed the sword at his waist. On the other side, Cage and Danny ganged up on Elektra, but were held at bay by that mysterious black katana. Suddenly, Luke heard the rumble of an engine, and the bright headlights of a car shone through the windows. The next moment, a car broke through the glass and charged in. Elektra's back was to the entrance after she lashed out twice with her blade and forced Danny and Cage back again. The front of the car hit her, and she was sent flying forward to land face first in a plate of mapo tofu that was on the floor. However, Cage and Danny didn't take advantage of the moment, but subconsciously moved away. They weren't crazy, of course they wouldn't wait for the car to crash into them. The car door opened and Jessica got out. Looking at Elektra, who was lying on the floor with her butt sticking out, Jessica's lips twitched, but she didn't say anything. She then looked at Alexandra. Alexandra's expression didn't change, the smile still on her face. "Get down," Matt suddenly shouted. Everybody subconsciously did as he said. Crack! There was the squeal of brakes at the door. Bang, 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 bang. Bullets from outside shattered the windows of the restaurant and sent debris flying. Alexandra was still smiling calmly as she stood in a corner, completely unafraid of being hit. Inside, Matt and the others could only hide in their respective corners and didn't dare stick their heads out. Cage was the only one who wasn't afraid of bullets, but it wasn't comfortable to be hit, and his eyes were still vulnerable. He wasn't stupid, and naturally wouldn't stand up to be shot. A moment later, a dozen masked men with submachine guns charged in. A short old Asian woman with a walking stick followed behind them. She smiled like she was an old aunt popping by to visit a neighbor. She looked at Alexandra, who was hiding in a corner. When Alexandra nodded, the old woman's gaze shifted back. Detain him. Her calm tone was domineering and in stark contrast to her appearance. As soon as she said that, the criminals opened fire and suppressed Matt and the others. At the same time, several people ran to Danny's location. In the chaos, the old woman with the walking stick vaguely sensed that something wasn't right. She subconsciously took a glance, and her pupils contracted. Alexandra, who had been standing in one corner, was gone. Her gaze paused before she looked around, but she still didn't find any trace of Alexandra. Was she being used as a distraction? The old woman was bewildered, but didn't think it made any sense. Electra was here, and was wiping the mapo tofu off her face with a tablecloth. Since this secret weapon was still here, how could Alexandra slip away? Suddenly, she saw a huge black lump out of the corner of her eye. She looked over, and her breath caught. A giant black hand raised its index finger and pointed at her. All of you, guilty. The old woman's face changed, and she shouted, "Open fire. Shoot him," but it was too late. The moment Luke said that, he swiped at his waist with his other hand, and several shadows flew out to cut the criminals in the restaurant. A series of screams rang out. A few fingertips fell to the floor as most of the criminals pulled back hands that were now dripping with blood. Their guns fell with them. Only the 4 criminals at the back subconsciously blocked the bad darts that were thrown at them. Then, 2 of them felt pain in their legs and couldn't help but fall to their knees. The other 2 clutched the bad darts in their lower abdomens and screamed as they fell. A huge shadow in a cape suddenly lunged at the old woman. The old woman's face was dark, and she suddenly raised the cane in her right hand. A sharp blade shot out of the cane to pierce Luke's abdomen. Luke raised his hand, slapped the metal walking stick away and was about to grab the old woman by the neck. The old woman, however, had already expected it. She suddenly turned around and her left hand did a large arc in the air before she shouted, "Break!" Bang! With a dull and explosive sound, the old woman's palm hit the lower abdomen of the Batman suit. A faint yellow light flashed at the contact. A shock wave spread out from the collision, and the clothes of the people around them fluttered. Everybody was shocked, not expecting the attack to be so powerful. The old woman's expression instantly changed as she sensed that something wasn't right. Her palm strike, which contained an extremely high amount of chi, didn't directly break the armor. It was as if the chi was absorbed, and it didn't stop Batman at all. The old woman's breathing turned sluggish as a black hand grabbed her by the neck and lifted her up like she was an old chicken. The blood-red lenses flashed, then scanned the other criminals in the place. The hand, guilty. As Luke spoke, he raised his hand, and as if they had been summoned, the 10 black darts suddenly flew back, including the ones that had pierced flesh. As if he was plucking on strings, he flicked out the bad darts again deftly, and they spun even faster. All the criminals screamed as their legs were crippled. Luke smiled inwardly. So, they were just ordinary criminals and not resurrected ninjas. No wonder they used guns and liked to scream. He turned to look at Electra, who was holding the katana warily but didn't dare run. "You, guilty." Electra's name was bright red in the system. She was definitely a cornerstone of this evil team. Matt's heart skipped a beat. "Wait, she's just under the hand's control," the blind old man next to him interrupted him. "No, she's Black Sky, the hand's strongest weapon. Electra is just its vessel. She's dead. You buried her yourself." Matt was shocked. "That's impossible. Didn't you say that the hand's blood sacrifice didn't work and that Black Sky hadn't been awakened?" The blind old man sneered. "It's because Alexandra used the last bit of her resources on her. The success rate isn't high, but she clearly succeeded. Naturally, it isn't as troublesome as a blood sacrifice." Hearing her name, Electra was confused for a moment, but quickly recovered her cool. The katana that had been lowered slightly was raised again, and her body was already poised to attack. Her target was Batman, of course. The next moment, several arcs of black light lashed out at Luke. Luke drew a rope dart from his waist and threw it. He was very interested in this Black Sky, which Matt's ex-girlfriend had become. He wanted to catch her alive. Electra didn't dodge, but her body instantly turned blurry as the rope dart passed through her. Surprised, Luke raised his left hand to meet the black katana. But the black katana also turned hazy for a moment before it passed through his palm and continued toward him. The blood-red lenses flashed, and all the scan functions locked onto Electra, who was in front of Luke. The huge black palm slapped her wrist quickly. Clang! The black katana was knocked aside, and Electra flipped backward to avoid Luke's kick. She was on high alert again. Luke had a rough guess. Both Electra and her black katana weren't fast, but they could instantly turn into nothing. However, this woman clearly wasn't strong enough to use this ability for long. At most, she could only use it for less than a tenth of a second, and she couldn't use it consecutively. So, she and the katana had only dodged one attack. In the end, Luke reacted quickly and flipped his wrist to easily block the katana. No wonder Alexandra was so confident in this Electra. The blind old man had also said that this woman was some ultimate weapon, the black sky, with a wary expression. For a normal person, Electra's ability to turn incorporeal was indeed a bug. Or rather, as long as she could use this ability, it wouldn't be hard for her to kill anyone. If this ability continued to improve, it might be possible for the weapon to pass intangibly through an opponent's body and kill them instantly. Thinking that, Luke's blood-red lenses flickered, and he looked at the woman like she was a first-rate test subject. This sort of wicked target with unusual abilities was too suitable for research. As if sensing this evil intent, Electra suddenly lunged at him. This time, she only felt her vision go dark. At the same time, her body inexplicably froze for a moment, and she lost her balance. A big black hand grabbed her neck. Z. The intense electric shock caused her to feel a numbing pain in her neck. She instantly tensed up, and heat surged up from her legs. Unable to hold on any longer, Electra fell into darkness. When Batman turned around, his wide cape just happened to block the view of Matt and the other onlookers as Electra lunged at Batman. Then, nothing. When the cape dropped back down, they saw Electra in his left hand and the old woman in his right. Both of them were unconscious. Tucking the old woman under his arm, Batman waved his right hand, and the bat darts automatically flew back to him before he started to walk toward the front door. Matt and the blind old man shouted at the same time, "Wait! Stop!" Luke stopped and turned to Matt. He had to be a little more lenient with Comrade Red. At the very least, this was a genuinely good person. He didn't ask for fame or favors as he diligently protected ordinary people and fought gangs and criminals. Also, Matt's name in the system was green. He was a good person, and the system acknowledged all his good deeds. As for the blind old man, Batman didn't even bother to look at him. The old man's name was Red. No matter what his name was, he had definitely done a lot of bad things. The only reason Luke hadn't gotten rid of him was because the old man and Matt were currently partners. If he ran into the old man on his own in the future, Luke would kill him without hesitation. Matt asked, "Can you give her to me?" His eyes fell on Electra. Luke shook his head decisively. In this world, sin couldn't be made up for with virtue. Matt was a good person, but that didn't change the fact that this Electra had killed innocent people. Also, given the situation just now, she hadn't had any qualms in killing these people. She was the strongest weapon, Black Sky, who followed the orders of the hand leader, Alexandra. Matt wasn't arrogant enough to think he could take a villain like Electra away from Luke. Danny Rand was a weak chicken, but he was a light green in the system. Jessica was yellow. Cage was light red, but as someone who grew up in Harlem, this level of evil could only be considered ordinary. The blind old man interjected, "Young man, leave her to me. You don't know how dangerous Black Sky is. She can destroy the world." Luke's blood-red lenses flickered. "How many crimes have you committed in the name of justice? Don't appear in front of me again, or you'll die." The blind old man was stunned for a moment, but his expression was extremely calm. He slowly drew his katana. "I have to stop you from making the wrong choice. Only then can the hand be destroyed and we can protect more people." Luke ignored him and looked at Matt. "Is there anything you want to say?" Matt opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. He didn't think his master was a bad person, but it was even more nonsense to say that Batman was a bad person. Batman had defeated the people from the hand just now, and had clearly saved their own small group. He wasn't his master, and wasn't willing to do anything for the sake of destroying the hand. Knowing the answer, Luke nodded and said, "I've called the police. You can leave now." He then turned around and left. "Leave Black Sky behind." The blind old man roared. He suddenly charged forward and slashed at Electra. Clearly, his so-called "leave behind" was to kill Electra. Bang! There was a dull thump, and the blind old man felt like his face wasn't his anymore. Luke hadn't done anything too exaggerated, he had simply stepped back. Thus, in a completely unexpected moment, the blind old man used his own face to fiercely kiss the back of the Batman suit, and his entire face was flattened. Luke sneered and glanced at the blind old man who was lying on the floor. He shook his head and walked away. Walking out of the restaurant, he took a running leap and activated the auxiliary power. An enormous black shadow flashed through the air and turned a corner before it disappeared into a gap between buildings not far away. The four people who followed him out all stared in the direction he had left. A moment later, sirens rang out in the distance, and Matt came back to himself. "Let's go. The cops are almost here." With that, the four of them scattered and went their separate ways. Only Matt returned to the restaurant to take away the blind old man with the flattened face. The four people who left separately also had complicated feelings. Although they had escaped disaster, they weren't happy. Instead, they were confused. What should they do after tonight? From being alone to becoming part of a party of 5, they had felt that the hand would become increasingly harder to deal with. In the end, Batman suddenly appeared tonight and directly took down Alexandra, Mrs. Gao and Black Sky. Based on what they knew, the hand should still have some forces left, but the 3 people whom Batman had just captured were almost half the core of the hand. The hand had always meant 5 fingers together, and these 5 fingers were the 5 founding leaders. Alexandra and Mrs. Gao were 2 of them. Black Sky was the legendary strongest weapon of the hand, and was more intimidating than any of the 5 fingers. Now, Batman had captured 3 of this 5+1 team in just a few minutes, instantly crippling them. Batman had even personally pronounced the hand guilty. He would definitely stomp on the organization. As long as the remaining 3 fingers of the hand weren't stupid, they probably wouldn't stick their heads out so brazenly anymore. After being robbed of the monsters he was fighting several times, Matt had become a little used to this outcome. Could Batman release the criminals for Matt to catch himself? He wasn't that stupid, but the others clearly weren't used to it yet, and would spend the next few days feeling depressed and uncomfortable. There would still be a lot of such days in the future. Chapter 1199. The correct way to officially open the Marvel world. On the other side, Luke disappeared after he left the scene. After dealing with the aftermath, he went to his seaside villa in Nassau County. The advantage of this villa was that it was on the beach and hemmed in by the properties of 2 other rich people. It was practically impossible for passers-by to enter, and was especially suitable for monitoring and screening suspicious people. It was also very convenient for him to go in and out of the villa at night. Nobody knew that he went in and out through an underwater passage. Across the water was the Bronx, and gliding for a minute or 2 would take him into Manhattan. It was very convenient for transport, and he could go ashore or enter the water from any part of the coast. The person who bought this house and lived here was naturally the Star of Justice clone. The villa's modern, minimalist interior basically hadn't been touched, but Luke had personally remodeled the basement into a new underground lab. He had brought the materials in with his inventory space so that no one knew about it. The neighbors 200 meters away only knew that a lone, middle-aged man lived here. When they came by to visit and sound him out, Luke had politely and indifferently sent them away a few times before they stopped. With few people around and a secluded environment, the villa was very suitable for resting and moving out at any time. At the same time, some of his research work could be done here. Luke poured himself a cup of tea and had a sip before he looked at his harvest. Mrs. Gao had already been shocked unconscious with a taser. Luke injected her and Alexandra with a sedative and threw them into space too. Elektra was enjoying the effects of the hibernate function, which froze her bodily functions so that she wouldn't wake up and cause trouble. However, he didn't obtain a lot of experience and credit points because he hadn't killed or injured any of the 5 fingers. He would have to wait until he was done exploiting their worth to collect these gift bags. What he was more interested in was the list of abilities he had just acquired. System: you have defeated Alexandra and have received a list of her abilities. You may now learn some of them. Alexandra's abilities: Basic Multilingualism, Chinese, English, Japanese, French. Basic Combat, Kunlun Kai Refining, 10,000 credit points. Elementary Longevity. Prerequisites: 20 Mental Strength, Kunlun Kai Refining, Special Strength of the Dragon, 10,000 credit. System: you have defeated Mrs. Gao and have received a list of her abilities. You may now learn some of them. Mrs. Gao's abilities: Basic multilingualism Chinese, English, Japanese Kunlun Ancient Martial Arts 1000 Credit Kunlun Kai Refining, Elementary Longevity System. You have defeated Electric Black Sky and received a list of her abilities. You may now learn some of them. Electra's abilities. Basic Combat, Basic Cold Weapon Proficiency, Elementary Dematerialization unavailable. Luke rubbed his chin. So, the biggest gains tonight were still from Mrs. Gao. This petite Asian old woman who seemed to walk with a limp had hit him with a palm. Although it seemed like the armor had blocked the attack, an extremely unusual energy had passed through the armor to directly affect Luke. If Tony had been hit in the Iron Man suit, it wouldn't have been strange if he puked on the spot. If an ordinary person was hit, they would have broken a few bones and sustained internal bleeding. It was an absolutely fatal strike. The one thing that caught his attention was the prerequisite for elementary longevity, special strength of the dragon. Earlier, when the blind old man had been trading words with Alexandra, he had vaguely revealed that she was relying on some sort of power to increase her lifespan. Alexandra looked at least 20 to 30 years younger than the blind old man, but she seemed much older. Elementary longevity had a huge impact. However, Luke had already done all sorts of tests on himself, and speculated that he would probably be able to live for more than 150 years. And that was only the bottom line, it was also possible he could live up to 200 years. Furthermore, this guess was based on his current physical stats. Once his strength reached 60, 80, 100, or if he learned intermediate self-healing, his lifespan might increase significantly. To a certain extent, he would live longer and longer for a few more decades at least. Thus, he didn't really value this ability to live, but was more concerned about what the special strength of the dragon was. Who knew, he might find something interesting. As he pondered this, he casually learned the Kunlun Ancient Martial Arts and Kunlun Kai Refining Technique. In any case, they only cost 11,000 credit points in total, which was nothing. He only looked at the Kunlun Ancient Martial Arts briefly. As a combat expert, he basically only needed one look to become familiar with it, and just a few days to become proficient. He wasn't enthusiastic about learning it. It had to be said that Mrs. Gao was quite good at fighting. In her Kunlun Ancient Martial Arts, she was the strongest at the 8 trigrams palm and the Pigwaquan. Of course, they were fundamentally different from martial arts in a normal world. Then, there was swordsmanship and the Mandarin duck kick. So, it was worth pondering why Mrs. Gao was crippled. What he checked next was the Kunlun Kai Refining Technique. As he perceived Mrs. Gao's abundant practice and experience with this Kai refining technique, the amazement grew on his face until his expression turned ecstatic. Even with Luke's current mental fortitude, he couldn't help but jump up from the couch and laugh out loud. Internal Kai. There's actually internal Kai. Marvel actually has Kai. Is martial arts actually the right way to officially open this world? Overexcited, he got up and went to the underground training room. He immediately started practicing the Kunlun Kai refining technique. His movements were smooth and flowed like water. In less than 10 minutes, he stopped and closed his eyes for a moment before he suddenly shouted, "Iron Palm." He covered a distance of 10 meters and hit the sandbag in front of him. Bang! The sandbag made with special materials was instantly sent flying. Luke, however, frowned and grabbed the falling sandbag. He looked at his palm and said, "Alfred, check the damage to the sandbag." The smart system for the Batman suit, Alfred, was also the AI butler for the clone's base of operations here. It immediately said in an unadulterated and slightly old male voice, "The material on the surface is less durable and is partly damaged. Master, you might need to be in the same position and strike it 2 or 3 more times." Luke didn't think much of it. He had deliberately adjusted Alfred's language mode to a more outgoing personality. Otherwise, if he played Batman for too long, his personality would turn a little dark. If Alfred was a little more talkative, he could remind Luke not to get too engrossed in his role. Luke didn't say anything else. He closed his eyes for a moment, then shouted again, "Diamond Palm." He struck another part of the sandbag. Bang! "Master, you've improved again. Another strike or 2 will do." Alfred continued acting cheeky. Luke hummed and thought for a moment. This time, he didn't close his eyes again, but pushed out with his palm. Wudang soft palm. There was a slight tearing sound. Alfred said, "Master, you're awesome. One more time, it's about to break." Chapter 1200. Past dream of martial arts. Luke chuckled and raised his head to think again. His right palm was still open and the air around it fluctuated as he tried to figure out if he had done anything wrong. In less than 10 seconds, he looked at the sandbag in front of him again. Take this killer move, bone. Transforming. Soft. Palm. His palm was gentler and less forceful than before. But the moment it hit the sandbag, there was the sound of something tearing, and Luke's right palm pierced through the special material which covered the sandbag. He drew his palm back and nodded in satisfaction. With just a bit of practice, I can create an armor-breaking effect with my palm. It's a little similar to elementary penetration, but the source of power is completely different. Interesting. Elementary penetration was a special mental class. It had an undetermined, critical hit, attribute, and its practical effects fluctuated significantly, but in the end, its lethality was absolutely determined by mental strength. The Kai, which Luke was currently practicing with the Kunlun Kai refining technique, was more like the internal Kai in Chinese martial arts novels. The essence of this Kai was the energy of a strong body, and was closely related to the strength of the body's basic attributes. It was also the reason why Luke distinguished martial arts from magic. He had been in this world for a long time, and had seen a lot of elemental superpowers that were similar to magic, and various combat abilities that could be considered martial arts. In the end, he actually discovered something that had only existed in novels in his previous life. How could he not be happy? In his previous life, the earliest books he had read were martial arts novels. It was only after junior high that he slowly came into contact with online and fantasy novels. Actually, even in the year 2018 before he came here, online novels were still flooded with countless conventional or adapted martial arts elements. For example, what he had blindly yelled out just now could become the name of a proper technique from a martial arts novel. And adaptations could be things like the Wheel of Life and Death and the 9 Cycles of the Golden Body. It was also for that reason that Luke had been so excited just now and dumbly followed the trend in comics and novels and yelled out names as he attacked. That was all just to fulfill his childhood dream. He had had too many childhood dreams in his previous life. Now that he had the ability in this life, of course he would make up for it. In fact, he currently had to rely on his childish behavior and thinking to tamp down his excitement, or he would really run out to beat up a bunch of hoodlums in celebration. The Kai, produced by the Kunlun Kai refining technique, was very similar to what he had heard about in his previous life. It was condensing and transforming one's own bioenergy into a multifunctional energy that could boost physical strength and be released to injure the enemy. Luke's physique was far better than that of an ordinary person's, and thanks to elementary self-healing and other abilities, he had a lot more bioenergy and a quicker rate of recovery. Mrs. Gao could only use short bursts of Kai, but Luke could easily use it for dozens of minutes. What was even more amazing was that the Star of Justice clone didn't consume a lot of credit points when it activated Kai, as most of the consumption was borne by the Kai in its body. Previously, only food could be used to replenish nutrition for the clone, but now, it could cultivate the Kunlun Kai refining technique and turn energy into Kai, which could be stored up. This was equivalent to the clone having 2 energy cores. This alone would greatly reduce the number of credit points consumed in battle, and Luke's combat ability would increase again. Now that he had the Kunlun Kai refining technique, Luke couldn't help but feel some regret. If he had known earlier, he would have taken care of Alexandra and Mrs. Gao at the very beginning. Alexandra had only shown up recently, but Mrs. Gao was a major gang leader who had been in cahoots with Kingpin when Luke first came to New York. It was just that she had fled very quickly at the time. Luke had thought that she had fled because Kingpin had withdrawn, and she was too overwhelmed. It was only now that he realized that she was also a major leader of the Hand, and had disappeared because the Hand had suffered a severe setback. These thoughts flashed through Luke's mind as he started practicing the Kunlun Kai refining technique in the training room. This time, he was much slower and more careful. Every now and then, he would switch to Alexandra's Kai refining technique and compare it with Mrs. Gao's. He was still in high spirits after a whole night. He was very satisfied when he could sense the Kai develop from nothing to being as thin as thread and then as thick as a finger. This Kai would be able to save him at least 1,000 credit points in battle, while the 200 points he used for cultivation wasn't worth mentioning. Over time, the quantity and quality of this Kai would increase. Based on Mrs. Gao and Alessandra's cultivation knowledge, Luke could be considered a talent like none other when it came to refining this Kai. With a strong physique, he could extract a lot of Kai. To a certain extent, elementary imitation, elementary combat proficiency, and elementary muscle control could be considered to involve comprehension, while mastering the Kai refining technique was faster. His clone didn't have much to do during the day. With enough time and patience, it would be able to familiarize itself with the Kai refining technique very quickly. At that time, Luke could use this cultivation experience for himself, and his progress would be even faster. Luke, who had been obsessed with training, decisively slacked off today. He didn't go out, and simply told Selena to report to the police department. After napping for 2 hours and then getting up for lunch at noon, Luke did some basic training and continued familiarizing himself with multitasking. On the other side, his clone entered the lab under the seaside villa and activated all the shields before Alexandra was released. After taking away the most valuable abilities, it was time to gather intelligence. Luke felt that as long-lived figures who had lived for many years and had power and influence, Alessandra and Mrs. Gao definitely had a lot of super insider information. They were also worth a lot of experience and credit points, but he could always obtain those at the end. Looking at Alexandra, who was bound tightly to the workbench, he smiled kindly. "Wake up, Alexandra, only by being forthcoming will you be able to go to heaven early." 5 days later, in the workshop, Selena opened her eyes and punched the test target in front of her. Bang! A clear imprint of a fist appeared on the test target. She took a deep breath and raised an eyebrow at Luke. "So?" Luke smiled cheerfully and applauded. "Awesome, Your Majesty." Selena glanced at him out of the corner of her eye. "Cut the crap. It took me 2 days to get the basics and sense this amazing power. Can you be slower than me?" Luke shrugged. "Given the amount you eat, this cultivation suits you. You won't progress any slower than me in the future." Selena grinned. Chapter 12:01. Strength of the Dragon. An opening experience gift pack. Selena was happy because she had finally found something she was better at than Luke. As for the rest, forget it. Whether it was her chest or butt, she actually couldn't compare with a certain brawny beast. It was simply ridiculous. It was a good thing that Luke always liked to cover himself up tightly to hide his various guns and equipment. Otherwise, who knew how many hungry muscle-loving fans would come knocking? Luke was very satisfied. This experiment proved that using the Kunlun Kai refining technique wasn't a matter of innate talent. As a master of skills, and coupled with the cultivation experience of Alexandra and Mrs. Gao, these two 500-year-old monsters, Luke was able to produce results with the Kunlun Kai refining technique in 3 days. After he taught Selena for another 2 days, she was also able to break through. A large part of it relied on several smart programs to dismantle parts of the cultivation method and analyze them extensively, as well as his long-term research on Selena and himself. If the progress requirements were lowered and the time reduced, any other normal person who wasn't stupid would probably be able to learn a thing or two within a few months to a year. Nevertheless, they would still be far from Selena's level. It would be equivalent to what novels referred to as sensing Kai. But after sensing this Kai, a cultivator's subsequent progress would depend on talent and proper guidance. Those who couldn't think out of the box and didn't have any guidance might not be able to learn for decades. Their bodies would at most be a little healthier than those who didn't cultivate, and wouldn't be much different from those who practiced Tai Chi in the park. Thus, there were actually 2 meanings to the saying, a master leads the way, a person trains. Most people only took note of the person who trained, and felt that cultivation depended on one's hard work. That was understandable, but the focus was wrong. Without a master to guide them, a cultivator would have to find the right path themselves, or even open their own path bit by bit. That required too much talent and power of understanding. The Kunlun Kai refining technique was most likely a path that had only taken its final form after exploration and refinement by generations of cultivators. It was practically impossible for one person to master a cultivation technique derived from hundreds or thousands of years of collective knowledge. Secondly, a master who just showed the way was no more than pointing the person in the right direction. In the future, the person would have to build their own path bit by bit, and their cultivation speed would remain slow. Luke, on the other hand, only needed to follow the path which Kunlun had already built. He would mend some of the forks and pits along the way as appropriate, but he wouldn't spend too much time deducing them. There was no scientific way to quantify an energy system like Kunlun's Kai. Luke would give the task of patching up the flaws to the AI program, Alfred, and let the Star of Justice clone test the results. In any case, he would only lose 100,000 credit points if his clone died. Moreover, with elementary self-healing, it would be very hard for his clone to cultivate to death. In the end, Alfred would modify the Kunlun Kai refining technique and split it into several minor cultivation phases to create something like a 9-stage manual. In the future, Luke would be able to provide these secret manuals to his allies based on the situation. This sort of thing that could guide progress and which wasn't his was really too suitable for use as a favor. He also wasn't worried that Kunlun would come looking for trouble. Kunlun wasn't the only entity who cultivated Kai in the East. As long as Luke removed the distinctive technique of releasing Kai, and just used it as a supporting strengthening technique, the chances of being detected by Kunlun were next to zero. Besides, even Danny had been sent back to America, so Kunlun didn't attach much importance to the Kai refining technique. One reason was because it was very hard to cultivate the technique without the guidance of a master like Luke. More importantly, the Kunlun Kai refining technique was just a primer. Without the special strength of the dragon, the power of this Kai wasn't exaggerated. Ordinary people would at most be able to beat up a few bare-handed hoodlums. Want to fight 100 enemies? It was more practical to use a gun. Luke had also obtained information from Alexandra and Mrs. Gao about the strength of the dragon, which Kunlun valued the most. The source of this power had always been under the exclusive control of Kunlun, so it didn't really care about the Kai refining technique leaking out. But the Hand in New York had discovered that a dragon had left a relic here in ancient times, and it was something which contained the strength of the dragon, a dragon bone. The dragon bone was probably behind that stone door in the pit next door. That was why the Hand had spent so much effort and money to acquire the building. When Mrs. Gao, i.e. the Hand, worked with Kingpin before, the organization had wanted Kingpin to acquire the building first. That way, they wouldn't draw the enemy's attention. In the end, Kingpin ran into death courting Red Matt. Then, Luke and Selena suddenly appeared to chase Kingpin down. Kingpin decisively withdrew, and the Hand could only take action. Then, nothing. The Hand sent reinforcements to New York to deal with Luke and Selena, but were all beaten up. But something was seriously wrong with Alexandra's body. After so long, her body was about to run out of the strength of the dragon, and she couldn't continue using it to buy herself more time. She was about to die, and the other fingers were also coming to the end of their lifespans. Thus, the Hand, which had always been hiding in the shadows, finally became impatient and ran into Luke. This time, Luke caught 2 of the 5 fingers and Electra. It was only then that Luke finally understood why the Hand's movements had seemed so dumb. It wasn't that the 5 fingers were stupid, but that they were running out of time. If they didn't take this gamble, they could only wait for death. If they won and obtained the dragon bone, they could live for several more centuries, which would give them time to find a way to extend their lives again. For the next 5 days, Luke focused on confirming the intelligence which he got from the 2 old monsters, Alexandra and Mrs. Gao. He had no time to deal with Black Sky, Electra, at all, and the creature simply hibernated in space too. Whiplash, on the other hand, was enjoying the same treatment as Boogeyman John and was locked up in a dark room. Apart from reading, he could only eat, sleep, and exercise. After obtaining the intelligence, Luke used elementary annihilation to turn Alexandra and Mrs. Gao into nothing. It wasn't about burning their bones and scattering their ashes, he just didn't want these 2 old demons to be resurrected through some inexplicable ability. After all, there weren't many people on Earth who had lived for 500 years, they might have some strange trump cards. The system finally gave him the last experience and credit gift packs. System: kill the leader of the Hand, Alexandra. Mission accomplished. Total experience: 200,000. Total credit: 200,000. Contribution rate: 100%. EXP plus 200,000. Credit plus 200,000. System: kill the leader of the Hand, Mrs. Gao. Mission accomplished. Total experience: 180,000. Total credit: 180,000. Contribution rate: 100%. EXP plus 180,000. Credit plus 180,000. As experience has reached 500,000 points, the host is now level 18. Extra stat points: 6 strength, 30 plus star of justice, 10 dexterity, 17 plus star of justice, 10 mental strength, 30 plus star of justice, 10. Host's experience: 311,700 thousandths. Credit, 994,000. Chapter 1202, The Main Characters. In April, Luke had always had high expectations for these two super experience packs. After all, two old hags who had lived for 500 years would do anything for the sake of longevity. The number of people they had killed personally or indirectly wasn't a small amount. Even then, Luke, who was slowly becoming used to big scenarios, was dumbfounded by the six-figure experience and credit points. To put it simply, each of these two old hags had committed a crime equivalent to killing tens of thousands of people. Their wicked deeds filled the heavens, and annihilation could be considered a light punishment for them. Also, based on their own confessions, when the modern form of combat became dominated by firearms, the ninjas they trained lost their absolute advantage. The Hand turned into a secret organization over the years, and it wasn't as easy to destroy towns and cities as in ancient times. The number of crimes the other three fingers of the Hand had committed couldn't be any less than what these two old women had done. There wouldn't be a problem doubling the number of experience and credit points. Thinking that, Luke looked at his 311,700 thousandths experience points, and suddenly felt that leveling up wasn't too hard. There were 3 remaining Hand gift packs. He just needed to find 2 and destroy them, and he would be able to advance to level 19. At that time, he would be close to the threshold of level 20 and 40 dexterity. Also, if a sheep like the Hand was already so fat, how fat were the other organizations that were also part of the 12 members of the High Table? This was a long-term project that was every bit worth years of hard work and research. April was also the 3rd month of spring in the Chinese calendar. It wasn't just the weather, but the entire city of New York also came alive with news and activity. It wasn't like before, however, where most of it had to do with fashion shows and musical performances. New York was especially colorful this spring. In the past, everyone would be focusing on the latest fashion runways, celebrity scandals or spring blockbusters. From the young to the old, what most people talked about now was superheroes. Among them, Batman and Iron Man was the prime combo that had become classic entertainment for the audience. Even though most people regarded the villain boss Whiplash as a bad guy, he was still popular with a lot of unconventional teenagers. This world needed a supervillain who could withstand the combined beatings of Batman and Iron Man. So, a bad guy who was beaten up twice by the Bat, Iron CP, was enough proof that he was qualified. For these rebellious youngsters, it was about being strong and cool. Bad guy, who hadn't fantasized about being a villain in their moody phase. Of course, most people only fantasized about strutting around as a villain, and never thought about the details. The most important thing was being cool. That was why Ivan, with his scarred face and violent temperament, and those whips of his, had a lot of supporters. They insisted that the great Whiplash would come back again, and he would fight the Bat Iron CP once more. Selena burst out laughing when she read the comments online. They just want to see him get beaten up a 3rd time, right? Luke shrugged. After all, bears have the thickest skin, and taking the most vicious beatings is very suitable for Ivan. Apart from these 3 main characters who had put on 2 performances, Justin Hammer, who played a minor role, also successfully got himself carted off to prison. At Pepper's suggestion, the new detention center built with donations from Stark Industries very considerately arranged a single cell with a stainless steel bed for the CEO, ensuring that Justin would live more comfortably than other criminals. Justin was a little comforted by that. At the very least, the criminals in the other cells could only threaten him with their eyes but not touch a single strand of hair on his head. As for his prison sentence, CEO Justin hadn't given up yet. He was trying to look for connections to turn his imprisonment into temporary confinement. While there weren't any clean businessmen, reputation was very important. As an ex-convict, Justin would become the biggest joke of the upper-class society in the future. Going to prison for a small crime was clearly stupid and an embarrassment to all businessmen. Of course, not going to prison and just being detained was also a joke, but there were a lot of businessmen who had experienced the same thing, and it wasn't something people would remember in particular for the rest of their lives. Unfortunately, the rest of the world was more attuned to news of Batman and Iron Man working together, and most of their attention was focused on the funnier aspects. In this case, at the top of the list was undoubtedly Rhodes' ex-wife, and Justin, the brainless businessman who was in cahoots with the bad guy, also made the top 10. Justin's dark history was dug out. Countless keyboard warriors rose up in response with photos as the truth. The video of Justin badmouthing Tony at the last hearing was also played. Thanks to Stark Industries' PR department, this guy was successfully labeled greedy and incompetent. With these labels, it would be very difficult for Justin to improve his position in upper-class society in the future. After all, nobody wanted to get too close to a guy who was known to be stupid. The chances of catching the stupid was always high. Thanks to this hot news, the destruction of the hand in Harlem didn't draw much attention. It was because the fight had happened inside the restaurant, and nobody had recorded Batman's battle. Matt and the others who had been at the scene weren't stupid enough to step forward to be interviewed. The crippled members of the hand who lay all over the floor also had nothing good to say. Saying too much would just put them in prison for longer. In fact, they didn't know much. That was how the hand worked. The boss didn't need to explain anything to his subordinates. This way, even if the paparazzi were interested in Batman, they couldn't do anything. After all, there were a lot of videos and pictures of the Bat Iron CP fighting Whiplash and the Iron Soldiers. There had been a lot of people at the scene, each with their own views, which easily fostered discussion. There was nothing on the destruction of the hand, and thus no hype. After 2 days, this matter was buried under other news. After that, the news was that Victoria's Secret would be holding a press conference for its new line. A beautiful supermodel named Alessandra Ambrosio became the hot topic of the year. At the same time, Xianxia was invited to the press conference. The general public expressed strong interest in this sort of press conference that was clearly taking advantage of Batman and Iron Man's popularity. Chapter 1203, Tremendous Progress, and Blood and Sweat. It was said that Xianxia and Batman had a little, secret, thing. The tycoon who was Iron Man had been fond of fooling around with cover girls in the past, and that naturally included the main supermodel for Victoria's Secret every year. Although the tycoon no longer did that, letting people make the connection wasn't a bad thing. Victoria's Secret had already sent out the invitations. Tony not going was understandable. If he did go, the news reports wouldn't necessarily be logical about it. The Bat Iron CP matched with a singer plus supermodel duo would be too perfect. But for Luke, Xianxia's appearance wasn't important. What was important was that his sister Claire was here as well. Looking at Claire, who had now become a college student, Luke caught her up with a smile and spun her around before they headed for the parking lot. It had been a long time since the siblings met, and Claire was very excited. She asked a lot of questions on the way, and also told him a lot about herself. Luke, Robert and Catherine didn't tell her the details about the family's current financial situation. Claire only knew that her family wasn't short of money, but she didn't really care how much. That was because she had money herself now. It had been half a year since she debuted. She didn't make much money at the beginning, and just learned the basics of performing. If she were back in high school, this would have been a long process. But last summer, she suddenly obtained a mysterious old man. Her physique improved significantly, and she was full of energy. Coupled with her brains and above-average musical talent, she improved rapidly. Even under these conditions, it was still very difficult to become a super diva. But it wouldn't be a problem becoming a second or third-tier singer. After releasing as singles the 2 songs which Luke had written for her under a stage name, Claire now considered herself the biggest moneymaker in the family. That was right. On the surface, she was indeed the biggest moneymaker right now. She could earn thousands of dollars from singing her 2 songs, Call Me Maybe, and Good Time, in one gig. Thanks to Luke and the 2 big shots at home, she wasn't obsessed with making money, but she made more than $100,000 in just 3 months. Compared with making money, however, she preferred the other life that the mysterious old man talked about. Being a celebrity was a way for her to expand her horizons and understand society. It wasn't purely about the money. Besides, nobody in her family was short of money, so she wasn't desperate for it. Naturally, Luke was the reason why Claire could be so relaxed. The CMA agency she signed with was awesome, but capital was even more awesome. Luke had bought shares from several minor shareholders of CMA. Then, Catherine became one of the board members of the agency. She wasn't in a position to tell the company what to do, but it was just enough for her to be able to protect a connection with her own capital. Xianxia and Jennifer Perry had also told the company executives not to mess with the girl. Nobody in CMA said anything. After all, no matter how you looked at it, buying over 10 million shares just to protect one girl was a very fierce move. Not to mention that the girl brought along her own works. CMA wasn't losing out. Of course, this was still the entertainment industry. After speaking to Luke on the phone, Claire heeded his suggestion to watch and listen more, and to speak and meddle less. She saw a lot of the dark side of the entertainment circle. Shira and Jennifer had talked to her in private a few times. Shira, in particular, told her about the things to pay attention to in the circle. Claire gradually settled down. The only thing was how fond she was of pushing her limits. Luke left that to Gold Nugget no. 2. Since this guy had chosen to become an old man, it had to do this potential part-time job well. Claire wasn't in New York on holiday, she had come with Shira for a show, and to do a few solo gigs. Visiting family was a bonus. Thankfully, Shira's show was just a small fan meet, and Claire just needed to sing one song to get the crowd warmed up. Thus, Claire was very relaxed. "You're not going to watch me sing?" Claire attacked him with her sparkling eyes. Luke chuckled like a benevolent father. "But I'm not a fan." Claire said, "Your family. Who's asking you to pretend to be a fan?" Luke teased her for a while before he agreed, and promised he and Selena would go to support her. Claire was satisfied. It couldn't be helped. If she had something worth flaunting, she had to parade it in front of Luke, this old man, before she was truly satisfied. Robert, Catherine and Joseph had already watched her perform. Even her grandfather Drax had secretly gone, but the stubborn old man denied it. Luke was the only heretic in the family, and Claire was determined to convert him. When they got home, it wasn't long before Claire challenged Selena to a match. Looking at his sister, who was pushing Selena into the training room, Luke could only shake his head helplessly. She had probably lost her head thanks to the cheat that was Old Man Gold Nugget. Unfortunately, she didn't know that what she had was Gold Nugget number 2, while Gold Nugget number 1 was always with Selena. Selena knew Claire's training progress better than Luke did. After all, she and Gold Nugget had to adapt to the symbiotic relationship every day. There was no way to hide what Claire was doing from Gold Nugget number 2, so naturally, there was no way to hide it from Selena. Compared with Claire, who focused on her studies in the entertainment industry, Selena had been diligently beating up many New York City gangsters in the last few months, and was famous as the Devil Bone Breaker. Claire had only beaten up a few hooligans who tried to rob her. She couldn't compare with the boss at all. Sure enough, an hour after pushing Selena into the training room with a smug expression, she was scowling when they came out with Selena supporting her. Selena even praised her. "Not bad, you've improved a lot. Keep it up." Claire despaired. "Will you keep beating me up then?" Selena hadn't gone easy on her. Luke, who knew that this little monkey had become a little cocky recently, didn't want her to rush into danger just because she thought she had Gold Nugget to protect her, and thus had deliberately hinted with his expression for Selena to deal with her. Most of the things Gold Nugget taught her were life-saving trump cards. It was best not to show them off. Unless Claire was determined to step into the superhero circle, and was prepared to pay the price, Luke wouldn't let her act as a hero. Unlike parents in TV dramas who cared about everything, he didn't want to interfere with Claire's future plans. The condition was that she had to be clear about the dangers and difficulties involved. This wasn't about beating up a few people when she was in the mood, and then withdrawing from the scene after she was done. If she messed around half-heartedly as a vigilante, she would get herself and their family into trouble sooner or later. The best would be to wait for the superhero era to arrive and let Claire see for herself what this world truly was like before she made a decision. Being a vigilante wasn't a walk in the park, but something you paid for in blood and sweat. Of course, Luke chose to pay for it with his own sweat but with the blood of others. Chapter 1204, Everybody's Future and the Issue with Longevity. Claire stayed the night. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Gold Nugget's two clones finally merged after being separated for a long time. After confirming that there were no abnormalities, it split into one slobbery dog and one mysterious old man once more. When Claire went back, Gold Nugget would teach her how to cultivate the Kunlun Kai technique. In any case, Selena had learned it, so Gold Nugget had a good enough understanding of it through their symbiotic relationship. If it really didn't work out, Selena could combine with Gold Nugget and control Gold Nugget number 2 remotely to guide Claire in her training. This way, it wouldn't be any slower than Luke teaching Claire personally. It could only be said that Gold Nugget, this dog head, was a real cheat. Things that couldn't be grasped intuitively were naturally not a problem for it. Also, according to Gold Nugget, that Kai was a pretty good type of energy. Even if it wasn't as delicious as the special energy in Luke and Selena's bodies, it was just enough to keep Gold Nugget fed. That was because Kai was energy extracted from food. As long as Claire trained harder, Gold Nugget could eat more. Eating Kai was different from directly enjoying regular food. Luke's simple understanding of it was that regular food was a necessity for the dog head, while energy was a high-grade tonic. The dog head, which never got full, was naturally happy to have some new tonic. The next night, Luke and Selena went to watch Claire's performance. As family and friends, they got good seats at the front and enjoyed the small fanmeet up close. It was just that the two of them were clearly a little quiet in the crowd of enthusiastic fans. Thankfully, Luke wasn't crazy enough to point at Shira and yell, "Maria, Maria," another top diva, at her, or Shira's fans would have ganged up to beat him up. After the fanmeet, Claire dragged them off to meet Shira. It wasn't their request, but Shira's. Shira hugged Luke and Selena warmly when she saw them. Now that she was famous, she didn't have to worry about making a living for the rest of her life. A lot of it had to do with Batman, but the songs from Luke were also very important. Batman had helped put the spotlight on her, while the songs from Luke enabled her to successfully change her popularity into status. Given the speed at which European and American singers released songs in this era, marketing an album for 5 years wasn't a big deal. She could hold local and international concerts for the next decade, after which she could totally switch to variety shows or become a boss. As long as she didn't ruin herself, Shira, who was a top-tier diva, would be able to reap sizable profits for the next 2 decades. Thus, she took very good care of Claire, and was far more attentive than Jennifer Perry. After all, this was the only favor Luke had asked of her. After chatting for half an hour, Shira said goodbye and took her leave. She was now truly worth hundreds of thousands of dollars every minute, and her schedule was packed with jobs, ads, endorsements, and fanmeets. She really didn't have much time. However, Luke and Selena also received invitations to the Victoria's Secret press conference for the launch of its new line tomorrow. Claire left with Shira. She would go to the press conference with her tomorrow. Her third-rate status wasn't good enough for her to perform at a press conference for Victoria's Secret. Shira was taking her mainly to broaden her horizons. It was better for Claire to experience it in person. It could be said that Shira was doing her best as a teacher. On the way home, Selena fiddled with the invitation card. "Do you want to check it out tomorrow?" Huh, Luke was stunned. He hadn't planned to go at all. Victoria's Secret was a lingerie brand. He wasn't some tycoon, and wasn't interested in supermodels. He had bought some items from Victoria's Secret before as gifts for Jenny and Elena. But he went to the store itself and had the sales assistant help pick out the items. In any case, he knew the girl's stats like the back of his hand. Hearing Selena's words, Luke thought for a moment, then nodded with a smile. "Okay, if you see anything you like, buy it." Selena glanced at him. "Am I paying?" Luke shrugged. "I'll pay." Selena nodded in satisfaction and threw the invitation into the glove box. It might be hard for other people to obtain this invitation, but not for them. It was just that she never had the time to go. She felt that Luke must have infected her with his laziness. Now, she would go straight to a store, buy whatever she liked, and leave. It was more like how a man bought clothes than a woman. Selena didn't think this was a good image. After all, a woman who was too manly wasn't a good thing. It had to be said that with the Star of Justice clone around, Luke had a lot of time on his hands. This was only on the surface, however. In essence, twice the amount of energy was consumed when they both moved at the same time. Nevertheless, the advantage was that his movements wouldn't be affected by his various aliases anymore. For example, if he went to the press conference, his clone could still go out and perform heroic acts, and everyone in the surveillance cameras at the press conference would be Luke's alibi. In the future, when other people investigated the real identities of these aliases, Luke would immediately be eliminated as a suspect. So, it wouldn't be a waste of time to accompany Selena to the press conference. As for what to buy, it reminded Luke that a certain young woman was going to turn a year older. Perhaps he could choose the latest design and customize something for her. But when he glanced at Selena, who was humming, "Call Me Maybe," as she ate a lollipop, he shook his head. This woman had probably never noticed that she was starting to age backward. Selena looked at her face every day and didn't notice that it was slowly turning younger. Luke, on the other hand, had all her test data, which proved that it wasn't an illusion. In terms of her physical constitution, Selena had been aging backward ever since Gold Nugget formed a symbiotic relationship with her. The woman was about to turn 26, but in 2 or 3 years, her physique might return to the peak of her 20s. A certain doghead had once said that after symbiosis, the host's physical constitution would improve significantly. It was very normal for them to stop aging so quickly provided that their innards weren't eaten up by the hungry symbiote. Selena was in her 20s. After the symbiosis, she could live for another century. Thus, Selena already had the youth and longevity that countless women dreamed of. But she had no idea. Luke also specifically told the doghead not to mention this to Selena for the time being. It was best to take enough precautions first and wait for the right moment to reveal such earth-shattering news. Any other woman would have gone crazy with joy after hearing that. Selena wasn't an ordinary person right now. It wouldn't be good if she wanted to go out and beat up hooligans to celebrate, like Luke. When the time came, the both of them would have to consider using the Thousand Faces system to make their faces look more mature. In this world, there were 2 sides to everything. It was actually quite troublesome to live a long life without getting old physically. Chapter 1205. Bad Luck Halo and the Many Faces of Victoria's Secret. The next night, Luke and Selena went out in rare formal attire. Although neither of them was the type to follow the fashion trend, they weren't like the unconventional main characters in online novels who would insist on wearing flip-flops and shorts amidst a group of formally dressed guests. Luke firmly believed that this sort of behavior, which tortured yourself as well as others, could not be condoned, nor should both parties suffer for it. Luke took out the invitation card at the door, then walked in with Selena on his arm. Naturally, the name on the invitation card was his, and he could bring a +1. If he hadn't come, it would have been awkward for Selena to come alone. That was why he immediately understood when Selena asked if he was coming. It wasn't that Shira looked down on Selena or couldn't give her another invitation card, but that she knew that they were on the same page. Shira had naturally only given Luke one invitation card because she wanted him to watch her performance. If she gave them one each, Luke might be too lazy to come. Claire had inadvertently mentioned several times that her brother wasn't interested in fashion at all. And Shira could see for herself that Luke's daily wear was very ordinary. The reason he was attractive was purely because he had a good foundation. His temperament, figure and face were all above average. People with such stats would glow even in shorts and a tank top, while ordinary men would look sloppy and slovenly. To be honest, Shira never thought that anyone could be so laid back. The songs he gave her were so popular, but he never asked her for show tickets. After the Earthquake concert, she had planned to give him some tickets. That was the first time Claire, who had been her assistant then, mentioned that her brother had never watched a concert. She said it would be meaningless and a waste to give the tickets away. Shira didn't believe her, and sent him tickets several times. But Luke never came. He didn't even give the tickets to anyone else. It was as if he had never received them. That was close to the truth. Luke had only heard Little Snail mention that Shira had sent him tickets, before he gave an "oh," and tossed the matter to the back of his mind. He had no time to attend a concert. Not including how long the concert itself was, it would take at least an hour to go back and forth. Also, he had dubious luck. When Shira had taken the lead in the California earthquake charity show last time, a few terrorists had emerged to make big news. For Shira, who was transforming herself in her 30s, this was a very precarious time. If something big happened, she would have to apologize to the entire country, even if it wasn't her fault. At best, it would delay the resurgence of her career for several years. At worst, this setback could cause her to lose everything. That was why Luke rarely visited friendly territory. The friend he visited more often was probably a certain tycoon, and in the end, however, coming to this small-scale venue tonight should be alright. Besides, this was a Victoria's Secret event, and Shira was just a guest performer. If anything happened, it would be Victoria's Secret who would take responsibility. The effects of his bad luck shouldn't be that exaggerated. Sure enough, things went smoothly, from Shira appearing to perform Chandelier, to when she took off her makeup and slipped over to Luke and Selena with Claire to watch the show together. When the press conference was basically over and the designers brought the supermodels out for the curtain call, Shira was called away by a staff member. Luke, who had good hearing, heard the staff say that Shira and all her assistants had to go backstage, and that there was something they needed their help with. He said casually, "Call me if there's anything." Shira hugged him and said goodbye. She then left with Claire and the employee. Less than 5 minutes later, Luke's phone rang. He took it out and frowned deeply. Was he really screwing other people over with his bad luck? No way, right? Look at how carefree Tony was. Apart from a hole in his chest, he was fine. Matt might have been knocked out several times, but he hadn't suffered any major injuries. Even those half-grown kids in Clinton were now moving bricks. No, they were moving construction materials now. It might be a little tiring, but it paid much better than doing odd jobs. They were clearly on their way to becoming blue-collar workers. So what was going on? With Shira, a little uncertain, he and Selena put on their badges and had the staff take them backstage. As soon as they arrived, Claire, who had been responsible for keeping an eye out, waved her hand. She didn't call out rashly. Her action was a little conspicuous, but didn't draw much attention. Luke nodded inwardly. Shira had groomed his sister well. Claire was lively, but she had brains at least. If she called out, everybody would notice Luke and Selena. For someone like Luke, who was used to opening fire stealthily and keeping quiet, it was a very uncomfortable feeling. As he approached the crowd, he quickly scanned them. He didn't know what had happened yet, but Shira knew very well that Luke was worth 5,000 an hour on a private assignment. It was impossible for her to call him over for a small matter. It was most likely a big case. He made a note of the people here who looked nervous, scared, or alarmed, or who were pretending to be calm. This sort of attitude wasn't strange when a case happened. But looking at it from another perspective, those who were indifferent or smiled as they watched the show could be ruled out. Because they were certain that this matter had nothing to do with them. There were too many people like this in the fashion circle. Luke could even tell that many of them were feigning worry when in fact, they didn't care about what was happening at all. Some were even gloating. In just a dozen steps, he had eliminated 70% of the 30 or so of the people who were present. Most of the people present were supermodels. The staff members hadn't said anything, but practically all the super cuties had expressions that said, "Can you hurry up and get this over with? I still have to rush to the next venue." At that moment, the glamorous supermodels backstage were much more homely. Most of them had thick coats on to avoid catching colds, but in the emergency situation, they hadn't had time to put on pants and their legs were bare. Some were wearing high heels and some were moving around in slippers, while some still had makeup on and some were still unhurriedly removing it. There was a lot of flesh on display, but they didn't have the same soul-stirring beauty as on stage. Compared with the glamorous faces on the runway, these supermodels looked more like housewives at that moment. Of course, that wasn't all. With his sharp nose, Luke could tell that many of them had been smoking tonight, and 2 had even gotten high on drugs. There was even more shady behavior that he didn't want to care about. It was a little nauseating. Chapter 1206. The case of another theft. But no matter what their appearances were like, they were basically either apathetic, indifferent, or impatient. Many people even looked at the time every now and then. While they weren't like Luke, who could earn hundreds of thousands per minute, they could still earn several hundred or thousand every minute. An incident at this press conference would just delay them from making money. However, this brand was too big. Even if it had nothing to do with them, nobody dared to leave. When Selena walked in and flashed her badge, nobody reacted. Some were very unhappy and felt that this matter tonight was a huge waste of time. Some weren't in a hurry, and instead were keen to watch the show. The many faces of life were perfectly reflected in this top gathering of supermodels. Luke, who had turned into a secret onlooker, observed everybody from a quiet corner as he listened to Selena and the others. In less than 2 minutes, the details of tonight's case came to light, and it was very simple. Something had been lost at the press conference. With Shira as a special guest, Givenchy had provided her with a new diamond necklace for the press conference. Now, the necklace was gone, and it was worth $3 million. The moment Luke heard that, he cursed inwardly. Seriously, another necklace? Bobby Max, Luke's PR manager, had instructed his tame chimpanzee to steal Shira's diamond necklace before, but Luke had caught him. As the thought flashed through his mind, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Shira had lost a diamond necklace last time, and Luke had helped her sort out Bobby, that superhuman B** starred. Don't tell him he had to sort out the life of another superhuman. As Luke thought this, he observed for a while longer. He told Selena to question the people here first and keep them calm for the time being while he wandered around for a look. Listening to the words in her earpiece, Selena nodded slightly, as if in reaction to what the employee in front of her was saying. Her comm unit was on, so Luke wouldn't miss out on the conversation. Luke was used to splitting his attention in two, and the both of them had long become accustomed to splitting the work this way. Based on what he just heard, Luke went to Shira's dressing room. As a top diva in America, Shira had a makeup room to herself. She earned $37 million last year. Last year, the world's top supermodel earned just $18 million, the second $12 million, and the third $8 million. The earnings of the three supermodels combined still couldn't compare with Shira's revenue. Furthermore, Shira had only become popular in the second half of last year, and her revenue had skyrocketed this year. It was possible she could make more than what 5 supermodels combined could. As long as she didn't act recklessly, even if she switched careers and became a makeup blogger, for example, she could still make millions in a decade. It was pretty much a matter of a handful of years for most supermodels after they reached the peak. There were plenty who withdrew from the front line after 5 years to make way for a younger generation. They couldn't compare with singers who could earn enough off one album for the rest of their lives. Shira's status was convenient for Luke's investigation. He flashed his badge and had the staff member guarding the door open it. After activating Sharp Nose for a moment, Luke had a clear idea of what had happened. There were only a few scents inside, and most of the people were still inside. There was only one unfamiliar young girl whose scent clearly didn't belong to this place. The scent didn't carry any trace of cosmetics or mid-range perfumes. Instead, it carried the distinctive smells of children from the slums like weed, cigarettes, alcohol, and body odor from days of not showering. This young girl was probably the thief who had stolen the diamond necklace. Luke nodded and had the staff member close the door. He then walked down the hallway. After taking a few turns, he opened a small door and walked out. He looked up at the sky and couldn't help but frown. Night had fallen, and it was drizzling in New York. He flashed his badge and gestured at a staff member who was guarding the door. "Were you here the whole time?" The employee frowned. "Yes." Luke shook his head. He could clearly sense the guy's hesitation. He was clearly lying. He asked again, "Are you sure you didn't leave this door around 20 to 30 minutes ago?" The employee's face stiffened. "I didn't." Luke glanced at the guy's crotch and sighed. "When you went to take a piss, you got a bit on your pants, didn't you?" The worker's face fell. What? I didn't." Luke didn't say anything else and simply left. He wasn't being pretentious when he asked the question, nor was he deliberately scaring the man. He just wanted to confirm if the staff member was in cahoots with the perpetrator. Judging from the man's mood, he had at most gone to the bathroom once. This sort of careless behavior was very common. As a detective, however, Luke was only responsible for retrieving the necklace, and wasn't obligated to help educate employees. After letting Selena know what he was doing over the comm unit, he disappeared into a wet alley. The smells were broken up by the light rain, including the scent of the little thief who had entered the makeup room. If it had been when he first obtained Sharp Nose, he wouldn't have been able to continue tracking the person, and would only be able to give up, like when he had tracked the serial killer, Stu Cooper. Now, however, he could still try. The scent lines, which were intact when there was no wind or rain, had turned into bubbles in the rainy night. They floated in a haphazard pattern along the street and were quick to decrease in amount, but had yet to completely disappear. The remaining scent fragments were like dots. As long as he connected the dots, he would be able to obtain a line that was close to the truth. Luke broke into a quick jog. He wasn't afraid of a misstep. Even if he went in the wrong direction, it wouldn't take more than dozens of meters for him to realize it. As long as he promptly returned to the previous dot and chose a path again, it would take no more than 5 seconds to correct himself. He ran quickly, and in 3 minutes, he was several hundred meters away from the venue. Luke frowned. The little thief's scent had disappeared. The last dot was on the side of the street, while the closest doorways around him didn't have her scent. It was likely that her scent had suddenly disappeared because she had gotten into a car. The car that had picked her up didn't have a special smell, or it had driven here from elsewhere. It picked up the little thief and left. Without a scent to compare with, Luke couldn't decide which car scent to follow from here. Chapter 1207. Tracking, hoodlums and a girl. But as long as his luck wasn't too bad, it wouldn't be hard to crack this case. Luke raised his head and chuckled. There were surveillance cameras everywhere. This car had appeared on the street with so many surveillance cameras and picked up the little thief. The driver probably didn't expect to be tracked up to here at all. As long as someone tracked the car, the necklace and the suspect wouldn't be able to escape. Luke took out his phone and called Elizabeth. In just a few words, he told her the time and place. As long as she checked the surveillance footage for this area, there was a high chance she would find something. Thinking that, he checked in with Selena, put his phone away, and returned the way he came. Now that they had a lead, and Selena had asked all the questions she needed to, there was no need to keep the supermodels and staff back. Selena told Shira in private that Luke had found something, and told her not to be hung up on the case. Shira truly had nothing to do with this. From beginning to end, it was the Givenchy staff who had been safeguarding the necklace. Shira had only worn it when she performed one song on stage. When she came down from the stage, she took the necklace off and returned it to the other party. She had been monitored the entire time. She hadn't left immediately because she didn't want to cause gossip. Also, when she had come over earlier, Luke had said that she could look for him if something came up, which was why she thought she could ask him to look into it. It was naturally beneficial if a detective could crack a case as valuable as this. It would make it easier for them to get a promotion and a pay rise. She didn't know much about Luke's work, however. After all, she was a celebrity. Shira had a pretty good relationship with Luke, and naturally, wouldn't use personal connections to investigate him. That was not what friends did. In any case, it was fine if Luke couldn't solve this case. The theft was on Givenchy's own head, and NYPD certainly didn't have to take the blame for it, though they contributed a lot in the investigation. This was a classic example of a case with low risk and high returns. Selena let Shira and Claire go first and didn't waste their time. Then, she had the others leave their contacts in case of a possible follow-up investigation. Hopefully, everyone would cooperate. The supermodels weren't in the mood, and left as soon as they were done listening. What follow-up investigation? Go to hell. After today, they wouldn't cooperate so nicely with the police. Luke had been following the thief's winding escape route. Going back didn't have to be that troublesome, and he directly took a shortcut. But after walking over 100 meters, his ears twitched, and he turned into a small side alley. He heard a burst of laughter deep inside the alley. Elementary sound wave enabled him to capture the indistinct and scattered sounds in the rain. I hate opportunistic predators like you the most. You have no morals at all, he muttered as he sped up. But he wasn't wearing the Batman suit right now, and couldn't just knock them out and be done with it. As he moved, Luke's expression turned strange, and he picked up his pace. A moment ago, a girl had been surrounded by 5 hoodlums in the depths of the alley. One of them had already grabbed one of her hands and was trying to pull her other hand away from her chest. The other 4 hoodlums were all jeering. They didn't rush forward to help, and the guns and daggers in their hands indicated that they were just enjoying the thrill of a cat playing with a mouse. There was indeed no pressure for 5 grown men to deal with a 16 or 17-year-old girl. The hoodlum who had taken action said, "Don't be nervous, relax. We're the best at examining bodies." The girl was terrified, but she didn't give up. "No, don't even think about it." The hoodlum continued smiling. "It's fine. Leave everything to me, baby." As he spoke, he deliberately pressed against the girl. The girl's expression turned even uglier as she trembled. It wasn't purely fear, but she was doing her best to fend off the hoodlum. "Wow, you're really strong, bah, The hoodlum who was enjoying himself suddenly froze, and he slowly lowered his head. At the same time, he let go of the girl's hand and slowly stepped back. His companions hadn't realized that something was wrong, and started shouting. "Hey, Farby, if you can't do it, we'll have a go first." But they were soon stunned. When Farby pulled away from the girl, a white light appeared between them. At first glance, it looked like a flashlight had suddenly been turned on between them. Farby finally took 2 steps away from the girl. Only then did his companions realize that the white light wasn't from the glare of a taser, like they had thought. The girl was holding a glowing, translucent white crystal that was about 10 centimeters long. The white crystal was like a double-bladed sword, and one end was already stained with blood which flowed down to the girl's hand. The hoodlums looked at Farby and saw a bleeding wound in his stomach. WTF, what the hell is that? She used that to stab Farby. BTCH, what did you do? The 4 hoodlums couldn't help but cry out in alarm. It was also at that moment that Luke arrived and stared at everything in astonishment. The people in the alley, on the other hand, were too panicked by this unexpected incident to notice him. Thinking quickly, he ducked out of sight behind a dumpster. He took out of his inventory a portable combat suit which looked like a super thick laptop and activated it. Several seconds later, he was wearing the suit. After he was done, he activated the stealth function and turned into a warped, transparent shadow. Surprised and terrified, the hooligans felt the back of their heads explode with pain, and they passed out. Then, the girl, who was also panicking, felt a slight pain in her neck. The air in front of her seemed to shimmer, and after a dazed moment, she finally passed out. Luke caught her and put her into space too. Then, he crouched down to examine the gangster who had been stabbed, and heaved a sigh of relief. The man's injury wasn't serious, and no important organs had been punctured. He had mainly been scared silly by the pain and blood. Thinking for a moment, Luke took out a syringe with light red liquid in it. Making a quick adjustment, he injected it into the wound. There was less than 2 millimeters of light red life one in the syringe. Luke put the syringe away and sighed. If it wasn't for the fact that he was afraid of leaving evidence behind that might prompt an investigation, he would have put these guys in the ICU tonight, to say nothing of using life one. But he had come here with his real identity. Because of the first safety rule, he had to keep these 5 guys alive for a few days. As long as Farby didn't have a stomach injury, nobody would believe anything the 5 hoodlums said. Chapter 1208. Professional cleanup in a gathering of best friends. Thinking that, Luke quickly stripped Farby of his t-shirt, which had a gash in it, and washed away the blood on Farby's body. The wound was healing at a visible rate. Throwing the hoodlums into a stairwell in an apartment building not far away, Luke waited until the injury on Farby had basically disappeared before he put a cheap t-shirt on the guy. After everything was done, he took off his uniform and put it away, before he walked out of the alley and returned to the venue. Few people noticed Luke's return. Except for the panic-stricken guard at the back door who was worried about his job, most people didn't know that he was a detective at all, much less that he had left and returned. He found Selena, who was explaining the follow-up procedure for the case to the person in charge. He nodded at the person in charge, and Selena immediately ended the conversation and left. The person in charge had been astonished at the contrast between Selena's appearance and her job. He vaguely felt that this female detective could actually become a model. It was a pity that there basically weren't any professional models who debuted in their 20s, it would still have been possible if it was a celebrity switching careers. In the end, an even younger but equally good-looking male detective had shown up and called the female detective away. The person in charge thought that if this young man worked a little harder, then perhaps, wait, he was a detective. The person in charge, who had seen much of the world, was stunned. The boy looked mature, but it was the same with many male models. However, he could tell at a glance that this was a young man who wasn't even 20 years old, yet he was actually a detective. The man couldn't help but recall how Selena had introduced herself at the beginning, as a detective from NYPD HQ's Detective Bureau. The person in charge scratched his head. Are you kidding me? Since when did NYPD use child labor? Were there so few young people who were willing to be police officers these days? Thinking that, he sighed. That might really be the case. Law and order in New York had been deteriorating in the last few years, and there had been a lot of major incidents recently. He heard that the police department was already trying out a new recruitment policy. Anyone who graduated from the police academy at the age of 18 could already take active duty, not as applicants, but as official police officers. The minimum age requirement was 18, so applicants wouldn't have graduated from college yet. In other words, you no longer needed a university degree in order to work at NYPD. This young man was probably cannon fodder who had been recruited in this situation. The person in charge could only think this way. Otherwise, he couldn't understand why a young man who wasn't even 20 could enter the detective bureau, which was in charge of major cases. On the other side, Luke and Selena returned to the police department. Even after 9 in the evening, Elizabeth still hadn't gotten off work. That was because the head of her department had been working overtime recently. Since Luke had given her a call today, he could check her progress on the case as well as check up on this first disciple. At the police department, he took out 2 pastries from the food box and brought them upstairs. Before he went to Elizabeth, he passed Elsa's desk and gave the Iron Lady, who was also working overtime, one of the pastries. Exhausted, Elsa accepted the late-night snack with a smile, but Luke stopped her when she was about to get some coffee for herself. It's fine if you put on some weight since you're not fat now anyway, but you'll get wrinkles if you stay up late. Elsa leaned back and said, "Fine, thank you for your concern. Someone hasn't been giving me any snacks recently, so I really can't put on weight." Luke chuckled. "Even if you're about to be promoted, don't work too hard." Elsa said, "Isn't it important to work hard before you get promoted?" Luke found that odd. Shouldn't you conserve your strength to deal with the pressure of a promotion? If you work yourself to the bone now, aren't you afraid that someone else will benefit after you get promoted? Elsa rolled her eyes and was lost for words. Resigned to her fate, she stood up and stuffed the case files into her bag, and Selena helped her get her coat. Taking a bite of her souffle, Elsa said, "Let's go. I want to see how you'll convince Elizabeth to get off work." Luke chuckled. The three of them weren't in a hurry as they chatted on their way to see Elizabeth. As a new team captain, Elizabeth had a separate office. In that regard, she was ahead of Elsa and Luke, who had never had an office to themselves. Under Elsa and Selena's gazes, Luke simply stuck his head into the office and said, 10 minutes. "Let's have supper at my place." Elizabeth, who had been busy, nodded with a smile. She finished her work in 5 minutes and stood up. "Okay, let's go." Elsa's face changed. "I asked you a few days ago when you would be free to come shopping with me for some new clothes for spring. Didn't you say you were too busy with work lately?" Elizabeth chuckled. "That's right, I'm free now, but those fashion stores aren't open at night." Elsa snorted and pointed at her to indicate she would remember this. They laughed as they went to the parking lot. Elsa wasn't really angry. Best friends worked differently for everyone. Some were willing to go shopping together, but it was also common for some to be reluctant. Good friends could go to parties or travel together, but weren't inseparable. There was also no such thing as not being a good sister for not wanting to do something. Elsa also knew that the main point was that it was Luke who had spoken up. Both she and Elizabeth would tell themselves, in any case, the work never ends. A night off will be good. Luke was just giving them an excuse to take a break. After all, it was very rare for this guy to invite them over as guests. The four of them returned to Clinton, and Luke went to make supper. Selena and the other two women started chatting. The first thing they talked about was the theft of the Givenchy jewels tonight. Even Selena, the biggest slacker among the three women, had already worked many cases, to say nothing of Elsa, who had been in this line of work for almost 10 years. After Elizabeth gave them the preliminary information, they started analyzing it logically. But they were all lying lazily on the couch. If they had ideas, they would speak up. If they didn't, they would listen to someone else. Cracking the case wasn't the main point, it was just a topic of conversation. After Selena told them about the models and the new line of clothes, the case was completely thrown to the side, and fashion became the main topic of conversation. As they chatted, the three girls sipped their iced wine from time to time. It was far more relaxing than drinking outside. Chapter 1209. Plan, hit at the peak, and new ability. However, Elsa and Elizabeth were more restrained tonight. Getting wildly drunk could wait until after they talked to Luke about the current situation and had supper. A lot had happened in New York recently, and NYPD had to handle many things. More importantly, the commissioner seemed old and slow to react. Law and order in New York had deteriorated recently, but no new measures had been put in place. The New York mayor's term was coming to an end, and several bigshots had expressed strong interest in this position. It was very common for the new mayor to replace the old NYPD commissioner. As the first deputy commissioner, Brad would have a chance to take office. When Elsa mentioned this during supper, Selena couldn't help but glance at Luke, as if to ask whether they should lend a hand. Luke shook his head and chuckled. Selena knew that things weren't that simple. In fact, if Brad really became the commissioner, would he be pulled down in a year? The major events in New York recently were more or less related to Luke. Although he didn't have any sort of 3 to 5 year plan or whatever, he still had some small targets for this year. Truly, no one knew how many unexpected situations NYPD would have to mop up during this time. If Brad really did climb up, it was very likely that he would be hit at the peak. It was hard to say whether the position would be a good or bad thing for him. But who cared? Dustin might care, but for the time being, he had no power to affect the big shots' attitudes. Although Luke had ways to influence these people, he wasn't interested in using his own resources to protect Deputy Commissioner Brad, whom he had never met. It was like how most people were willing to help an old friend, but might not necessarily be willing to help a friend of a friend, whom they didn't know at all. Luke had always had the typical attitude of a citizen of Big Shot's fate had nothing to do with him at all. What happened to Deputy Commissioner Brad wouldn't affect Dustin. Even if the Deputy Commissioner fell, Luke could use his own strength to protect Dustin's position. After all, his immediate boss was someone who directly affected the quality of his work and life, and was also his friend. Pondering for a moment, he made a decision. He had to slowly wash away the brand on Dustin. At the very least, Luke couldn't let people think that Dustin was relying completely on Deputy Commissioner Brad. It wasn't a simple operation, but it wouldn't be too hard for a big capitalist like Jenny to handle. Being a CEO satisfied Jenny's inner desires. As a secretary, she was naturally responsible for meeting Luke's practical needs. Titanium Phone Company needed to increase its influence with NYPD. Turning Dustin into a connection between the phone company and a board member of Stark Industries would kill two birds with one stone. Otherwise, if something happened in New York and nobody could fix it, it would be too embarrassing for the #1 phone company in the world. The four of them spent an hour eating and chatting before Luke tactfully got up and went downstairs, saying that he was going to work on restoring an old car. When he went downstairs, he pointed upward without hesitation in a sign for the dog head who had followed him to go back and watch over the three women who liked to get drunk. Gold Nugget resentfully turned around and went upstairs with its tail between its legs. It cursed in its heart. Do you think you're the only one who can't stand how crazy they get after drinking? Even my dog eyes can't take it. But the dog head didn't have the final say. It could only slink back and watch the next episode of the Drunk Women's Crack show in a corner with its earphones on. Luke wasn't deliberately torturing the dog, it was just that there was still a girl in space too that he had to deal with. He sat down in a chair on the first floor and closed his eyes. At the same time, his clone returned to the villa and took off its armor. After cleaning up, it entered the underground lab. With a thought, the girl in space 2 was released, and Osiris, the medical AI, was released as well. Luke began to examine the girl and back up the data. He had just started to examine the information in the system, when, system, you have defeated Tandy Bowen and have received a list of her abilities. Tandy Bowen's abilities. Elementary Light of Life prerequisites, 40 strength, 20 mental strength, 10,000 credit. Partially available, Light Dagger unavailable. Luke was silent for a long while after reading the message. Actually, when he had knocked out this girl called Tandy Bowen, his heart had jumped several times. Thanks to his willpower and in an effort to restrain his mood, he suppressed the urge to do research immediately, and went back to pick Selena up. Then, he extended an invitation to Elsa and Elizabeth at the police department, and went home to cook and have supper. It wasn't until this moment that he could study this new ability with a calm mindset. Actually, he had captured this little girl not because she had injured that hoodlum. On the contrary, Luke would have knocked the 5 hoodlums out hard on the spot if the girl had been the one injured. Tandy had been the victim in the alley, but she was also the little thief who had stolen the diamond necklace. Luke didn't know why she had been stopped by hooligans in that area. The two of them had entered the alley from different directions, and it wasn't until Luke got closer that he realized that Tandy was the suspect in the theft. By the time he arrived, she had already stabbed the hoodlum with a dagger, and things were getting messy. Thinking quickly, Luke had swiftly decided to help her clean up. He wasn't a two-faced person who abhorred evil on the surface but was actually twisted inside. Sending her to the police department for theft was equivalent to putting her on the examination table of some secret agency. He couldn't do something that was actually an atrocity, under the guise of justice. For this little female thief, Tandy, Luke felt that letting the wizard come out once again to give her closed training for several months was a suitable punishment. He had his grandpa Drax, Robert, Catherine, his sister Claire, his brother Joseph, and his loyal teammate Selena. His family and job were flourishing, and he led a comfortable life. He didn't want to turn into someone like that Uncle Frank, who killed anyone he caught. He also didn't want to be like Mr. Wayne, who blamed himself for everything, since that would make him go crazy even quicker. For the people he cared about, he had to be more normal. He couldn't assume that with superpowers, he could save the world. He couldn't assume that with superpowers, he could kill all the bad guys. He couldn't assume that with superpowers, it was his responsibility to punish all sins. In short, one shouldn't feel lowly, nor arrogant. If he wasn't sure of his own heart, he, who was getting stronger day by day, would only cause more destruction in this world. As the thoughts rolled around in his mind, he learned Tandy's elementary light of life. Host's experience, 323,700 thousandths. Credit, 998,000. Chapter 12:10. Speculation on luck. In the case of the stolen necklace, he lost more credit points and could only postpone the upgrade of the inventory for now, but he wasn't in a hurry. Ever since running into Mephisto's clone, he could only feel reassured if he had enough spare credit points. Closing his eyes for a moment to experience the effects of elementary light of life, he raised his right hand a little doubtfully. Several seconds later, a hazy white light appeared on the tip of his index finger. Under the sun, this bit of white light would be ignored. But at a distance of 10 centimeters in front of him in the lab at night, he saw very clearly that there was a faint white light on his index finger. Luke had a strange expression on his face. Sensing the system's simple explanation of this ability, he murmured, "No way. A magic ability." Thinking for a moment, he picked up a scalpel and made a very small cut on the unconscious Tandy's arm, like a paper cut. Then, he placed the glowing tip of his finger on the cut. Before he could even press down, the white light approached the wound, and in the blink of an eye, the wound disappeared. Luke's eyes widened. Holy sh*t. No matter how he looked at it, this light and shadow special effects and practical result looked like a healing spell. He wasn't happy about this harvest for long, however. Instead, he started to frown. He had a bad feeling about how good his luck had been recently. As the saying went, after hitting the top, the only way to go was down. He had been reaping very useful abilities one after another during this period of time. Was this a warning from God? Luke's heart was heavy when he thought about how Shira had been involved in yet another theft case when he went to her performance. Even obtaining life force couldn't dispel his worries. He had been very unlucky in his previous life. Since young, all he got from lucky draws was a lot of toilet paper. When he bought lottery tickets for a year, he only won $20 once, and $5 3 times. He could lose over $100 in one afternoon from playing mahjong. In this life, he relied on Daddy's system to escape this bad luck curse, but now, he realized that the curse was following his friends. His feelings were complicated, but real life liked messing around. Several days passed after that night, and while New York was still as noisy as ever, nothing major happened. Also, the diamond necklace which the little thief, Tandy, had stolen was recovered the following afternoon. This gave Luke and Selena another opportunity to slack off once more. The case wasn't too complicated. The little girl, Tandy Bowen, was 17 years old. She had dropped out of high school and followed her boyfriend around to steal things for a living. She had a severely ill mother, so she could only go around stealing things to cover the medical fees. It sounded like a drama script, but this was real life. And there was even more drama to it. Tandy's father had been a senior engineer at the giant Roxxon Corporation. Tandy used to be a rich kid. The girl's father died following an accident on a large oil rig, and Roxxon Corporation blamed it on the dead senior engineer. The company found an excuse to throw Tandy and her mother out of their house, and they became penniless. Overnight, coupled with her depression and anger, Tandy's mother soon fell ill and lay sick for years. Listening to this real-life drama plot, Luke didn't know what to say. Although what the girl had done was wrong, he couldn't tell a teenage girl to find a way out on her own. It was best not to count on welfare donations forever. You wouldn't necessarily get anything even after applying for them. Stealing was without doubt the simplest way to make money. That and the way hooligans charged a toll to passers-by while toting guns were the lowest of the two-bit professions in America. It was Tandy's boyfriend who took her to carry out these thefts. This boyfriend wasn't a decent person, grooming his girlfriend to become a thief. He was also the stereotypical brainless hooligan. After obtaining the diamond necklace, he felt that if he sold it, he would make a fortune, and there was no need to split the money with Tandy. Thus, the idiot boyfriend found a reason to trick Tandy out of the car on a remote street, before he hit the gas and drove off. Tandy had just come back to her senses and was cursing her boyfriend, when the hooligans blocked her way. But Luke had heard her cry for help on his way back, and thus rescued her. Under elementary pheromone control, Tandy readily confessed everything, including her brainless boyfriend's license plate number. The guy didn't even bother to switch cars when he went to a certain shady shop the next afternoon to pawn the loot. The patrol officers noticed that the plate number belonged to a suspect. They stopped and arrested the boyfriend on the spot, taking him back to the police department along with the diamond necklace on the passenger seat. It had been less than 24 hours since the theft of the diamond necklace, and the suspect had already been caught. It was impossible for Tandy's boyfriend to get rich on his own, but it was possible for him to go to prison on his own. Luke, on the other hand, treated Tandy better than the Supergirl trio, and sent her to a secluded bungalow in Nassau County. She had to be properly educated for a few months up to a year. It was equivalent to her entering a private juvenile detention center. During that time, Luke anonymously donated a large sum of money to a certain fund, and had it help pay for Tandy's mother's medical fees and living expenses. After confirming that her mother was being taken off, Tandy's resistance crumbled, and she obediently accepted being re-educated. There were two reasons for this. Firstly, Luke didn't want to use elementary pheromone control too much on Tandy. This girl was basically normal. If she held a grudge and deliberately resisted the pheromone control, the duration and effect would be significantly reduced. If she continued to resist, it might cause her serious psychological damage. Jessica Jones, the private investigator, was a classic example. Secondly, not only was Tandy's light of life partially available for Luke to learn, her original version was very useful. Luke believed that Tandy's ability could be used to save many people. After her re-education was over, she could become a community or charity volunteer to atone for her past misdeeds. That was more meaningful than sending her to prison. It took him several days to deal with everything related to Tandy. By then, he had accumulated 1.04 million credit points in the system. Luke had been harassing the system in the last few days, and finally confirmed that the upgrade of the inventory wouldn't affect the ordinary items and living beings stored inside. It was just that he wouldn't have access to them during the upgrade. With a thought, he summoned the system. System. 10,000 credit points required to upgrade the inventory. Upgrade. Luke chose yes. The system. The upgrade will take 24 hours. The inventory won't be able to function for the time being. Luke wasn't too surprised. If his guess was correct, the volume of his inventory would go from 10 times 10 times 10 equals 1,000 cubic meters to 100 times 100 times 100 equals 1 million cubic meters. He would be surprised if the upgrade didn't take some time. Chapter 12:11. Rich dude, handsome dude, Mr. Wayne. Luke couldn't waste time while the inventory was being upgraded. He opened the dark room in passing and paid Ivan Vanko a visit. It had been a few days since they last met, and Ivan had put on a little more weight. He looked a little depressed, but not overly so. When he saw Luke, who came in with a mask on, he simply raised an eyebrow before he continued reading. Luke asked, "So, have you thought it through?" After a brief silence, Ivan tossed the book aside. "Why don't you just kill me? Don't talk about your rule of not killing people. I don't believe you're that sort of idiot who will tie yourself down with rules." Luke chuckled. "No, I just don't kill anyone because there's no need to." Ivan glanced at him. "So, you're responsible for me getting loose and causing trouble a second time?" Luke was amused. "There are fugitives every year. Should I blame myself for not charging into prison beforehand and killing them all? Or should I kill them before they go to prison? In the end, should I kill them first because I suspect they might commit a crime later? Don't quibble. You were the one who let me out." Luke wagged his index finger. "The ones who let you out were capitalists who play around with the law. It was their greed that led to your escape. As for me, I'm never responsible for other people's greed." Ivan narrowed his eyes. "If you let me out again, aren't you afraid that I'll go after Tony Stark?" Luke shook his head regretfully. "Your plan to deal with Stark last time was interesting, but you got it wrong from the beginning. At most, you'll cause a lot of other people harm, and then die, while Tony still won't suffer any losses." Ivan gave a low laugh. "Are you sure?" Luke looked at him like he was an idiot. "First of all, Tony Stark is a super capitalist with a net worth of hundreds of billions. The problems you created for him might affect his net worth a little, but he'll still be one of the richest men in America." Unsurprised, Ivan nodded. "I know that, and," Luke said, "secondly, he's Iron Man. Even if you finally defeat him, that is just one failure on his path to becoming a hero. He'll rise again and stomp on the villain that you are. Only then is the movie over, and the whole world satisfied. As for your father and Howard Stark, nobody cares. Tony Stark is more upright and successful than you, so naturally, his father is more upright than your father." There was a glint in Ivan's eyes. "Really, what if I kill Stark?" Luke asked. "Do you really think you can kill him?" "I can try." Luke, however, smiled. "Sure, you'll die if you try." Ivan raised an eyebrow. Will you kill me then? Luke shook his head. No, but someone else will if you do something bad. It's none of my business. Ivan closed his eyes for a moment before he opened them and gazed at Luke. Black Cat. Luke smiled but didn't say anything. There was no need to make cheap verbal threats. Ivan's armor was ridiculously big and coarse. Gold Nugget only needed to ambush him and he would be dead in seconds. It was just that Luke had never let Gold Nugget kill anyone for safety reasons. If Ivan truly dared to continue making trouble in New York, it wouldn't be strange for Boogeyman John or V to shoot him. Lowering his head, Ivan pondered for a long moment. What do I get if I agree to work for you? Luke said with a smile, your face and your nickname as Whiplash can't be used anymore. How about full plastic surgery so that you can go out and play in armor? What do you mean? Luke said, you might not know, but Black Cat is not the only friend I have. So, I don't mind having one more. Even me. Luke chuckled. Do you really think I'm a stickler for morality? I just hate bad guys. Ivan was amused. So, both times before, it was because I was the bad guy. Luke nodded matter-of-factly. You can try getting revenge on Tony in private. I don't care if you beat him up and run or record it and upload the video online. However, if you fight him in an area where a lot of innocent people are gathered, do you dare say you'll bother to take into account the possible casualties? Speechless for a moment, Ivan shook his head honestly. No, both he and Luke knew that he never planned to attack the audience at the expo, but he also didn't care how many people he accidentally injured. So, while he wasn't a bad guy, he didn't have any good intentions. He just wanted revenge. After a brief silence, he finally nodded. I can work for you, but for how long? Luke said, until you die. Ivan leaned back on his hands. Isn't that the same as going to prison for the rest of my life? Why would I agree? Luke said, as long as you don't implicate the innocent, I have no interest in keeping you locked up. Is that so hard to understand? Ivan narrowed his eyes. Are you saying that you will only give me freedom if I become a good person? Luke shook his head. No, it's fine as long as you don't become a bad person. Otherwise, I can only beat you up until you're a quadriplegic, and I'll get caretakers to watch you until you're 100 years old. Don't worry, I'm confident I can cripple you without killing you. A chill ran down Ivan's spine. Batman had no reason to lie to him, nor let him out. Rubbing the goosebumps on his arms, Ivan nodded. Deal. When can I start? Luke said, after the makeover. Ivan frowned. Do I have to get plastic surgery? Luke said, you're quite handsome, but I'm not interested in helping you deal with crazy arms dealers, the FBI, Homeland Security, and NYPD. So, plastic surgery is necessary, but I can make you even more good-looking so that women can't help but throw themselves at you. Are you really Batman? Luke chuckled. The one and only. Then what should I call you? Luke said, rich dude, handsome dude, or Mr. Wayne or Bruce will do. Ivan had a strange expression on his face as he asked, your name is Bruce Wayne? Luke nodded. That's right. Now, choose a face for yourself. There was no way that Luke would use the 1,000 Faces nanotechnology on Ivan. Ivan wasn't some tech noob. Even if he didn't know how to use the nanotechnology, he could still experiment with ways to destroy it. Luke didn't want him to know about the 1,000 Faces system. Thus, Osiris, the medical AI, used conventional methods to perform plastic surgery on Ivan's face, and then erased or modified the tattoos on his body. After that, Ivan turned from a coarse and burly man into an almost elegant gentleman. Chapter 12:12. Blood transfusion ability, and teammates in training. Ivan soon woke up, but couldn't observe his face for the time being since Luke had covered it and said it was to prevent his face from being marred during recovery. It actually didn't hurt much, but was just a little itchy. Ivan didn't think much of it. If he had cared about his appearance, he wouldn't have wasted his original good looks on becoming a villain. Actually, Luke just didn't want him to find out that his face had been modified and had recovered all in basically under an hour. The operation had been very simple. After Osiris, the medical AI, was done with the surgery, Luke's hand had slowly moved over Ivan's wounds with the elementary light of life he had just obtained. He didn't need to touch the wounds with his fingers, he just needed to cover them with the faint white light from his fingertips, and they quickly healed. Osiris moved quickly. There were a lot of wounds, but they were very small, and didn't consume much light of life. Using plastic surgery and light of life together was killing two birds with one stone. For the past few days, Luke had been experimenting with this new healing ability. The results of the test were a pleasant surprise, but also very different from his initial expectations. Light of Life was a healing technique which replenished a person's life force. Healing injuries was just the most basic manifestation of this. Light of Life could also get rid of most negative body conditions, such as bleeding, poisoning, hormonal imbalances and so on. From this, it could be seen that Light of Life was a healing technique with a wide spectrum of use, and didn't apply just to external wounds. However, the healer in games relied on magic to replenish another character's life force. The principle behind Luke's Light of Life was even simpler. It simply transferred the user's life force to the recipient. This was similar to a blood transfusion between ordinary people. If the donor gave too much, their own life would be in danger. In practice, because of his elementary self-healing and his super strong physique, Luke only needed to use a small portion of his life force to recover from serious injuries. This severity had nothing to do with the type of injury, but the extent of an injury. For example, a cut on his skin or an injury to his heart would require basically the same amount of life force. But as long as the cut on his skin was bigger, it would consume more life force than the smaller injury to his heart. Luke would definitely use this ability to save lives. As long as it wasn't a special situation, he could treat fatal injuries in an emergency. A fatal injury also didn't have to be big, it could be a small 1 centimeter puncture in the heart or a nicked main artery. Thus, Light of Life didn't demand as much from him as he had expected. It was far from a life for a life sort of deal. More importantly, Luke had the Star of Justice. After this clone appeared, Luke often harassed the system, worried that there were unknown hidden dangers. With the Star of Justice now sharing his stats, Luke was worried that if it was destroyed, his 10 stat points would disappear as well. In fact, that wouldn't happen. The system gave a simple but clear answer to this sensitive question. The Star of Justice didn't have a lifespan, and it wouldn't have any negative effect on the main body. That was because the clone's survival relied on credit points. In other words, its life force was actually based on credit points. Thus, the Star of Justice would inevitably consume credit points in battle, and the more intense the battle, the more credit points were consumed. By the same logic, the life force consumed by the clone using Light of Life would also be replenished with credit. It only needed to spend credit in order to save lives, which had nothing to do with Luke's own life force. After understanding this, Luke was reassured. Wasn't it easy to get credit points? For example, he spent only a handful of credit points to heal the minor injuries from the plastic surgery earlier. It wasn't suitable for Luke himself to use this divine healing skill, but it didn't matter so much for his other aliases. He just needed to disguise it a little. He could put together some ointment and use an LED light to cover the white light during the healing process. The ointment could be credited with the treatment. He didn't care if other people took it back to be analyzed. In any case, there was still life 1. He could add an infinitesimal amount of life 1 to the ointment to preserve some healing effect. If someone with ulterior motives analyzed it and discovered that the medicinal effect wasn't good, it could be explained as the effect being absorbed or inconsistent. Wasn't that very reasonable? Thinking this, Luke couldn't help but chuckle. This way, he had more confidence in his teammate training program. Thinking this, he started to put together the fake ointment, and chuckled darkly every now and then. It was a good thing that Ivan was still locked up and couldn't see how Luke chuckled as he concocted the ointment, or he would think that Batman was some shady, twisted doctor. Tomorrow, Luke could go and see his first teammate in training. It seemed that guy was a little moody because of his own ailment. The top of the Empire State Building was lit up again at night, but it now had a new companion. Not far away was a slightly taller building with a disc-shaped platform. The top was also brightly lit, and the 5 enormous letters, Stark, were very eye-catching in the center of Manhattan. This time, Luke kept a low profile. He contacted Jarvis and sent him a message in advance. Then, he entered the special elevator that opened up. The elevator closed and went up. After he cancelled stealth mode, he asked Jarvis, "Does Tony know I'm here?" Jarvis said, "I've already informed him, Mr. Batman." Luke hummed and said casually, "You can call me Bruce or Mr. Wayne in the future." Jarvis readily agreed. "Very well, Mr. Bruce Wayne." After the brief exchange, the elevator reached the top. Luke stepped out and saw Tony in his armor, but the mask was flipped open. He strode over and said, "What, you want to spar with me again? Let me tell you, I found an awesome personal coach recently, and my combat skills have improved. Luke raised an eyebrow. Your first wife's secretary. Tony turned his head. Did you investigate me? Luke chuckled. Who do you think broke into Hammer Industries' warehouse with her last time? Tony was enlightened. Black Cat told you. Luke lowered his head and stared at the tycoon. He said solemnly, her name is Bastet. If you keep calling her Black Cat, she might come looking to beat you up. Tony was interested. The cat god of Egypt. Interesting. However, are you sure she won't be the one crying from a beating? Luke snorted. You should be glad that she doesn't like to torture weak chickens. Didn't that secretary tell you what happened when she tested Bastet last time? Chapter 12-13. Dad will always be your dad. Tony's eyes lit up. Really? Tell me about it, I could use a laugh. Aren't you worried about your new combat trainer beating you senseless? Sneering inwardly, Luke didn't mince his words. Your little secretary can deal with you as easily as Bastet dealt with her. Are you sure you want to piss off Bastet? From the tycoon's expression, it was clear what he was thinking. It was probably along the lines of, I can't beat Batman, but I should be able to handle Black Cat, right? But if this guy really pissed off Selena, she might use her complete form and pummel the tycoon into the ground. She might even feed him fart medicine or something to clear his bowels. Huh, no. Luke's heart trembled. He made a note to tell Selena that she absolutely couldn't use those special weapons on the tycoon. Even the tycoon's father had never done anything like that to him. If this arrogant guy was turned into a farting big shot, he would bear a grudge to death. As they chatted, Luke entered the lab. There was an old sandbox model on the enormous workbench. Luke's gaze simply swept over it before he stopped paying attention to it. He asked, how's the research on Life 1 coming along? Tony perked up. I made some progress. But, can you tell me where you got this? After a brief silence, Luke replied, someone sold it to me. Tony was suspicious. You said last time that a friend of yours gave it to you. Luke chuckled. We're business associates. Tony. Fine. You better buy more and stock up. It's definitely valuable. If it's just about money, I can give you anything up to 10 billion. Luke asked, that much? Tony shrugged. I can only take out this much in a short period of time if I don't want to draw attention. Do you need it? No, that guy isn't interested in money. Luke shook his head. So, you want more Life 1? Tony nodded decisively. Of course. From my current research results, it's already beyond the scope of a normal drug. If you have to classify it, I would call it magic, rather than science. Luke didn't continue the topic. Does it work on your chest injury? Tony's face changed. He hesitated for a moment, then looked away awkwardly. I haven't tested it yet. Luke asked, you still have concerns? And it's not about Life 1. Tony laughed dryly. No, I just want to confirm again whether or not there are any side effects. Luke shook his head. Stop hedging. You actually know there won't be any side effects. What you're really afraid of is yourself, that you'll die just like this. That's nothing to be embarrassed about. I'm also afraid of death. Tony turned his head. Are you afraid of death? Hee, that's really comforting. Luke said, yes, I'm scared. That's why I like to cripple the bad guys first. Tony said, that's a good reason. Sensing the tycoon's emotions, Luke didn't say anything else and simply said, let me tell you something else. If you're still worried about Life 1, I have an even simpler solution. It's enough to make sure you don't die, but you'll need a doctor to take out the shrapnel in your chest. Tony was surprised. How? Luke said, a healing superpower. Tony's eyes widened. Are you kidding? Luke shook his head. No, if you decide to go with this method, you'll need to find a doctor with sealed lips. Tony confirmed that Batman wasn't joking. He frowned. He was certain that Life 1 would prevent him from dying if anything happened during the operation. What was really hard to overcome was his own fear. The brink between life and death was terrifying. Not everyone could view life and death lightly. Hooligans could grit their teeth and risk their lives for thousands of dollars, but once they became gang big shots, they might not have the courage to risk death, much less Tony, who stood at the top of the world and had a lot of interesting things to do while he lived. Everything would be over if he died. The stakes were too high. Even if there was a very low chance of failure, he didn't dare make the decision randomly. After a brief silence, he took a deep breath and shook his head. No need, I'll do it myself. Luke didn't say any more. Although he didn't want Tony to die, he wasn't his father, and couldn't take care of the tycoon like a child. So, he changed the topic and told him about his arrangement for Ivan. Tony frowned. Are you sure this guy won't do anything stupid? He then added, I'm not worried that he'll attack me, but that he'll drag civilians into it. Luke nodded. Then he'll die. Tony's eyes flickered. You'll kill him. Luke chuckled. Do you think I'm the only one who can kill him? After a brief silence, Tony nodded. Then it doesn't matter, but if he comes looking for trouble again, I won't hold back. Luke said, do what you want. After that, he looked at the reactor in Tony's chest again. If you don't want to die, you should make a decision sooner rather than later. Without waiting for the tycoon's reply, Luke walked into the elevator and turned. Invisible again. The elevator doors closed. Tony watched as the elevator swiftly descended to the bottom floor. He took a deep breath and got onto the platform for the robotic arms to take off the armor. Rubbing the reactor in his chest for a moment, he looked at the old sandbox model on the workbench and finally shook his head. At the very least, let me see where the future is headed before I make a decision. Walking over to the old sandbox, he said, Jarvis, establish a digital model. I want a manipulatable projection. Jarvis did as he was told. Yes, sir. Tony snapped his fingers and waved his hand, and the model rotated so that it was right side up. Observing the model, he leaned back and rubbed his beard. What does it look like? It looks like an atom. This should be the nucleus. Jarvis asked, what do you want to do, sir? Tony said, I want to discover, no, I want to rediscover a new element. Then, intermittent commands rang out in the lab. Remove the pathways, remove the landscaping, trees, parking lots, and exits, using the globe as the nucleus, structure the protons and neutrons. A long time later, Tony looked at the blue digital model in front of him. He was a little annoyed, amazed, and even more impressed. You've been dead for more than 10 years, and you still want to teach me? A smile gradually appeared on his face. He put his hands together, and the model which filled half the room was compressed into a small ball of light. Jarvis said, Congratulations, sir. A new element has been discovered. It should be able to replace the palladium that is currently being used. Looking at the blue ball of light, Tony took a deep breath. Thanks, Dad. Chapter 12:14. Mysterious Businessman, and entering the market. Jarvis gave him a timely reminder. The lab below doesn't have the facilities to make new elements for now, sir. Tony casually erased the blue ball of light with a wave of his hand and walked to the circular platform outside the room. It's time to go back and draw up a $20 million renovation plan for a lab. Are we ready to sweat, buddy? Jarvis said, Please drink plenty of water, sir. No problem. Tony's smile wasn't big, but it was relaxed. As he walked toward the external platform, the sides of the pathway opened up and mechanical arms rose to quickly and accurately place parts of Mark 6 on his body. By the time Tony stepped onto the round platform, he was already suited up. Boom. Flames spurted out of the arms and legs of the armor, and Mark 6 flew up into the night sky in a huge arc toward Malibu Beach in Los Angeles. On the other side, Luke was amused. The tycoon's proud and stubborn personality wasn't just for show. He trusted Batman and had personally tested Life 1, but he was still unwilling to honestly admit his fear of death. Luke personally saying that he was afraid of death didn't make the tycoon change his mind on the spot. But he was sure that after tonight, Tony would definitely think more seriously about treating his chest injury. Whether it was Life 1 or superpowers, including the claim that Batman was also afraid of death, these were ultimately just bargaining chips to increase Tony's courage to heal himself. Luke didn't think he was being too good to the tycoon. He now had almost $100 billion in assets, all thanks to Tony's technology gift pack and the shares in Stark Industries. One always had to be a little more sincere as a person. After tonight's conversation, the alias that he had been envisaging for a long time had finally come to fruition with Tony, a friend who could sell Batman many amazing goods. This alias could pull all his allies together. The key figure in this alliance wasn't Batman, but the mysterious businessman who provided the goods. Batman could be the spiritual leader, but he couldn't really belong to any team, nor could he be responsible for other people's actions. This mysterious businessman didn't matter. He could be Batman's loyal friend, patron, teammate, and laundering partner. Everything that Batman couldn't talk about could be done by this businessman. In any case, the whole of America knew that businessmen could be shameless. The more successful they were, the more shameless they were. As Luke pondered this, he entered the sewers. A moment later, he changed into his V outfit and went to Damon and Mindy's house in New Jersey. He also sent a message first. When he reached the door, he knocked lightly twice, 3 times, and 3 times. A moment later, the door opened. Mindy opened her eyes wide as she looked at the door. Then, she felt a faint breeze, and the door was closed by an invisible hand. Mindy jumped several meters away and warily touched the hilt of the butterfly knife at her waist as she looked at the transparent and twisted air at the door. The next moment, like a chameleon switching colors, the transparent and twisted shadow turned into a man in a Zorro hat, a black cape, and a smiling mask in 3 seconds. Wow, that's so cool. Mindy gaped. She found it cool to watch the air turn into a living person up close. Luke chuckled and nodded at the little girl. He then greeted Damon in the living room. Long time no see, Damon. Damon was much better than his daughter. He remained calm in the face of the appearance of a living person out of thin air. But he finally pulled his hand and the MP7 which he was holding out from under the arm of the couch. Putting the gun on the table, he said, "You're still as cautious as ever, V. You're no less vigilant than I am." "Not bad." Luke walked over with a smile and picked up the MP7. He looked at it and nodded, then shook his head. "These adjustments are very good, but the quality of the gun is too ordinary." Damon was stunned. "This is enough for us." Luke chuckled. "Damon, have you seen the news?" Damon nodded and was about to say something. Mindy, on the other hand, had already slipped over to sit next to Luke. She jumped up when she heard that. "Batman, you mean Batman?" Luke nodded. "That's right, but you forgot to mention Iron Man and Whiplash." Mindy said with starry eyes, "But I still like Batman the most. Tony Stark is too flashy and cheap." Luke said, "Let's talk about their equipment first, shall we?" Mindy scratched her head and apologized in embarrassment. "Sorry, I was too excited." Luke said, "It's fine. Your father is very calm." Damon was helpless. He wasn't a fan of celebrities. Fine, he actually felt that Batman was more handsome, but he couldn't say that to Mindy. His daughter had already suspected that he was imitating Batman last time. If he said something again, wouldn't that be confirming that her father was an old fan? Luke finally got down to business. "Let's talk about Whiplash. Do you have any weapons you can use against him?" Both Damon and Mindy frowned and shook their heads solemnly. Mindy was straightforward. "It's impossible. I saw videos of his battle with Iron Man. With that second complete set of armor in particular, ordinary firearms probably won't work." Luke nodded. "That's right. I can tell you that even a 30mm machine gun and special armor-piercing bullets will only be able to disrupt his movements. It's very hard to break through his defense." Whiplash's second suit was twice as thick as the Mark's. It was heavy, bear-like armor. Coupled with the electromagnetic plasma whips, it was ridiculously sturdy against conventional firearms. Mindy suddenly clenched one fist and slammed it into her open palm. "Got it. It seems that I still need to practice the rope dart technique. That way, I can disrupt the whips, like Batman, and tie him up." Damon put his hand to his forehead. How many years would it have taken Batman to practice his rope darts? Ordinary materials can't withstand the whips. They're too sharp. Luke was amused. The little girl was really a hardcore Batman fan. She even wanted to imitate his weapons and tactics. He said, "So, your equipment should be upgraded." Damon trembled as he recalled his previous fear of going bankrupt and Mindy's school fees. He subconsciously asked, "How much?" Luke said, "It can be costly." Damon smiled bitterly. "Well, I've been drawing recently." Luke finally remembered that he had persuaded Damon to become a cartoonist. His attention couldn't help but shift. "Have you sold them?" Damon hesitated. "Well, I draw comics." Luke was interested. "Have you submitted them?" Damon couldn't help but look at Mindy, and coughed. "Not yet. It takes time to write a story, and it's still too early to submit them." Chapter 12:15. Coming in from the side and Phil's worries. Luke nodded regretfully. "Then take your time. It doesn't have to be a lot of money for the equipment. Also, it can be paid in installments, or we can talk about switching out old ones for new." Damon and Mindy were both stunned. "What? Why did that sound like a secondhand store?" Luke took out a USB and tossed it to Mindy. "This is the contact number of the supplier who provides me with special equipment. If you need anything in the future, contact him directly. However, he has his own rules. If he likes you, paying by installments or putting it on credit is fine. If he doesn't like you, he won't sell you anything no matter how much money you offer. Communicate with him yourself, I won't get involved." He then stood up. "Let's go. Take me to the training room." I've learned something interesting recently. The two of you can try learning it. It'll be good for you. Damon and Mindy were both surprised, but Mindy immediately led the way and asked, "What's the trick? Can I fly, or turn into Batman?" Pondering for a moment, Luke shook his head. "No, Batman's stocky, that wouldn't suit you." Mindy looked down at her short figure. "Did I say I was talking about size?" 2 hours later, the three of them walked out of the training room. Both father and daughter were exhausted, but they were pleasantly surprised. Mindy chased after Luke and asked, "When can I use my battle aura to break a sandbag like you?" Luke said, "Within a year. The exact time will depend on how much effort you put in. But remember what I said before, it's a training method for a superpower. It's enough to use it to save your life. Try not to expose yourself." Both father and daughter nodded. This battle aura was very practical for strengthening and protecting oneself. On the flip side, it was a little useless as an external attack, and wasn't as useful as a gun. After exchanging a few more words, Luke turned invisible again. Mindy exclaimed in envy again, and her head was rubbed by an invisible hand. "If you like it, you can order it from that big shot who sells everything. Maybe he'll be willing to give you a set because you're cute." Mindy said, "Really? Wait, then there's no hope for Dad." Damon's face darkened. He was sure he wasn't cute, nor did he ever want anyone to think he was cute. Luke chuckled and left. The father and daughter sighed almost at the same time as they watched the faint shadow disappear into the darkness. Then, they looked at each other and laughed at the same time. It wasn't loud, but it was obvious that they were delighted. Luke, on the other hand, was overjoyed when he saw the 2 notifications in the system. Damon McCready has passed the evaluation to become a 1-star teammate. Mindy McCready has passed the evaluation and has been upgraded to a 2-star teammate. Buy one, get one free. Dropping by this time with warm greetings had indeed been worth it. Of course, the most important still was Mindy. It was too hard to win the trust of an old man like Damon, who had experienced bizarre and painful things. But Luke had come in from the side and started with Mindy, which finally made the old man drop his guard. The three of them had dealt with Frank D'Amico, the drug lord, together. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that they were comrades. Damon hadn't been able to pass the teammate evaluation for a long time, probably because he was too guarded, and his level of trust couldn't meet the system's requirements. After giving them the basic version of the Kunlun Kai refining technique, Luke finally gained enough trust. After meeting the system's requirements, a lot of things could be left to them in the future. He didn't need them to take any big risks, he just needed them to do some support work. Luke wasn't short of combat ability, he was short of people he could trust. Wade could also be considered one of them, but it was a pity that there was often a screw loose in his brain. Luke didn't dare hand over confidential tasks to this psycho-mercenary. However, there was a problem with Damon's income. They wouldn't accept outright charity. After all, if Damon really needed money, he could do a private job on the side for 100,000 or so. But like he said, he wanted Mindy to get used to an ordinary life, and didn't plan to take any private jobs for now. Did Luke have to open another shell company to break into the comics market? Muttering to himself, Luke quickly made up his mind. A technology company, cell phone company, mining company, management company, renovation company, he already had a hand in all of them. Adding a comic book company didn't seem like a big deal, right? Once your debts piled up, you became immune to worries. In any case, he was familiar with opening a shell company. As long as he forked out the money, finding a suitable agent or company wouldn't take long at all. You could do whatever you wanted as long as you had money. This was the convenience of a country that ran on money. The next day, Phil Coulson received an unknown call. He said a few words before he hung up. After opening a certain webpage and carefully reading a certain message, he sighed. Even Batman wants to do business in this society now. Thinking hard, he didn't give Nick Fury a call in the end. He felt that it was better to confirm things with Batman himself. Although Batman never said it outright, Phil knew that this #1 superhero didn't like the director. Previously, he had tried using the contact left behind by Batman. At the mention of the director's name, Batman either didn't respond, or simply chuckled. Phil could imagine Batman looking down on his director with disdain. Even though Batman had always been aloof and indifferent, Phil couldn't help but wonder if this #1 superhero was racist. As he thought that, his gaze fell on a couple not far away. A moment later, he looked at the 3 men and 1 woman at the table next to him, and couldn't help but sigh. Although this was a good thing, these people had been on Earth for too long. Was it really okay for them not to return to Asgard? Phil had a lot of complaints about this matter, like why the only way Asgard had to enter and leave was by the Bifrost. Even the Crown Prince didn't know any other way. This now proved one thing: if something happened to Asgard, unless God King Odin and God Queen Freya could find a way out, everyone else could only watch. These Asgardian leaders had nothing to do on Earth, and could only fall in love and go sightseeing. The intelligence which they occasionally revealed confirmed that Odin had fallen into a deep sleep. Last time, Thor's brother, Loki, had lied that Odin was dead. Putting this together, it was clear that there was a big problem with Asgard's internal conflict. The outcome of this infighting was that Thor, the first heir to Asgard, was trapped on Earth and couldn't reclaim his power. Phil could only smile bitterly. Asgard's defense measures were really good, but they were too unfriendly to the realm's crown prince. Chapter 12:16. Pleasing to the eye, and being ugly as a crime. What made Phil even more uneasy was that Loki, the second prince of Asgard, had dropped a destroyer in the desolate wilderness of Texas. What about next time? For example, now, while New Haven wasn't as big as New York, there were a lot of people in Yale University nearby. If another destroyer fell, hundreds of people would immediately die here. How troublesome. Phil could only sigh as he looked at Thor, who was acting all lovey-dovey with Dr. Jane. Calling his men over, he instructed them to be on the alert tonight, and then arranged for a helicopter to take him to New York. New Haven was only 100 kilometers away from Manhattan. He could still make it back tonight. Night fell in New York again. But this was the city that never slept. It stubbornly exuded the light of money and power, and called out to people who were also restless to participate in the carousing at night. All kinds of wine receptions, performances, and confidential discussions were underway. For example, at that moment, Phil was sitting in a car in Central Park and looking at the dazzling giant Stark sign not far away. Many thoughts were whirling in his mind. Why hadn't he reported this to Nick Fury in advance? Batman definitely knew Natasha's identity. Why didn't he look for her, but for an old acquaintance, like Phil? Also, what on earth was this big business? For Batman to say that it was big, it wouldn't be a regular one, and probably wasn't a matter of money. Apart from Batman and Iron Man, why had Thor, Asgard, Loki, the Destroyer, Whiplash, the Boogeyman John, and Black Cat appeared? How many potential threats did Earth face now? How many trump cards did Nick Fury have to deal with this increasingly troublesome situation? Each question would mess up the thoughts of a regular person. Now, they were all running through Phil's head. He was holding 2 donuts and a cup of coffee that he had just bought, but he forgot to eat them. Suddenly, someone tapped on the passenger window. Phil came back to his senses and immediately reached for the gun at his waist. He looked out the window and saw a black SUV with no lights on. At the same time, he received a text message on his phone. "I'm next to you." Phil glanced at the message and put things together. He immediately opened the car door and walked over to the black SUV, before he entered through the back. The door closed automatically, and he heard the familiar deep voice. "Long time no see, Phil." Phil gave his typical bland smile. "Yes, it's been a long time, Batman." Luke said, "How is it? Do you enjoy traveling with the Crown Prince of Asgard?" Phil's face stiffened, before he smiled bitterly. "It's not bad," Luke said. "All right, since you're on the clock, let's get down to business." He pressed a button, and a virtual screen appeared in the car. He tapped on a catalog. "I'll give you 5 minutes. Take a look." Phil's eyes suddenly lit up when he saw the virtual screen. He opened the catalog. For the next 5 minutes, he simply checked and flipped through the items in the catalog. 5 minutes later, Luke waved his hand and the virtual screen disappeared. Phil's eyes darkened as he grew anxious. "Wait, I'm not done." Luke asked, "You want it?" Phil immediately replied honestly, "Yes." Luke said, "Only you can use these for now, and they have to be kept completely confidential from S.H.I.E.L.D. Can you do it?" Phil was stunned. "What?" Luke chuckled. "What do you think S.H.I.E.L.D. is like?" Phil frowned. "You don't trust S.H.I.E.L.D., and don't believe that it's protecting world peace." Luke nodded. "Of course, I don't believe in a slogan. I only believe in the truth." Phil was shocked. "What truth? Do you need me to prove it?" Luke chuckled. "No, I'm giving you a hint. Find the answer yourself." Phil, what hint? Luke stared at him for a long time with his blood-red lenses before he said, "Are you sure you want the answer from me first?" Phil hesitated for a moment before he nodded decisively. "Yes, I'm sure." Luke asked, "Have you heard of Hydra?" "Of course." "Wait." Phil was halfway through his sentence, when his eyes suddenly widened. "Are you saying that there are Hydra members in S.H.I.E.L.D.? Luke said, "Yes. For example, you can look into that bald man, Justin Sitwell." He had taken a note of the bald agent last time, because this guy's hostile attitude had been very baffling, and his reaction to the destroyer's attack even more so. Even if he wasn't Hydra, it was still a big problem. Phil's expression turned solemn. He had indeed investigated Sitwell after the destroyer's attack, but hadn't found any problems with him. But for Batman to call him out by name, how was that not a problem? Thinking that, Phil started to sweat. Sitwell wasn't a newbie, and was about to be promoted to become a level 5 agent. If this person was Hydra, that meant that Hydra had infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D. For a moment, Phil even forgot the goods that Batman had shown him earlier as he quickly considered the possible consequences of this matter. Luke didn't disturb him and simply sat there quietly. In the end, Phil was an old agent who had weathered many storms. In less than 2 minutes, he suppressed the various questions in his heart. "Can this be considered a freebie?" Luke said, "Yes, you're too weak. If I don't give you something to protect yourself, you might die." Phil was silent for a moment before he said with a bitter smile, "That's true. I don't think I would be able to afford it on my salary." There was nothing to be gained from discussing how weak he was. Luke said, "This is business. You can talk to the person yourself later. It has nothing to do with me." Phil, okay, but he was still a little puzzled. Until now, S.H.I.E.L.D. still wanted something from Batman, so as long as he was willing to show his support for Nick Fury, the director wouldn't let go of this free, super fighter. After a brief silence, he couldn't help but ask, "Why me?" Luke chuckled and gave the reason he had long thought of. "Because you're pleasing to the eye." Phil, what? Luke said, "Even if Nick Fury isn't Hydra, even if he doesn't have any selfish motives, that doesn't stop me from hating the guy." "You have a grudge against him?" Phil was dumbfounded. "Or are you actually discriminating against the director?" Phil added inwardly. Luke, however, smiled. "Then, if you're pleasing to the eye, is it because you helped me a lot? If it's really hard to understand, you can think of it as him being too ugly. In this world, being ugly is a crime. So, I can't be bothered with him," Luke said casually. Phil, this reason seemed even more vicious than the previous one. Chapter 12:17. Business, Secret Hired Thug, and Birthday Fi left half an hour later, but not empty-handed. 2 light daggers from Tandy, 2 life ones, and 2 multifunctional mechanical gloves were taken away under the guise of test supplies. At the same time, he obtained the contact details for the mysterious businessman. Phil and Luke looked at each other in the rearview mirror for a moment in their respective cars before they looked away. Phil's mind was in a mess, but he had no choice but to return to New Haven first to stand guard as the Crown Prince of Asgard continued to cozy up to a girl. He couldn't act too differently. Hearing Sitwell's name just now had already made him very distrustful of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s internal structure. He didn't want anyone to know that he had been in private contact with Batman. Batman had said that as long as it was a major incident that threatened the safety of ordinary people, Phil could ask him for help, and he would do his best to protect the innocent. Phil hadn't expected Batman to make this promise before he left. For a moment, Phil didn't think about how this supposed big business had turned into a hired thug dropping by for a visit. Luke smiled and was quite satisfied with this deal. His purpose in coming to Phil wasn't complicated. His main objective was to give Phil some life-saving trump cards. Whether it was Tandy's magical light dagger, which contained life force, or life one, they were both life-saving methods. As long as Phil followed Luke's advice and carried one of these on him, it would be possible for him to survive most external injuries. The multifunctional mechanical gloves, on the other hand, had various functions, like for physical punches or climbing, auxiliary firepower, and dispelling electric shocks or tearing things down. They could significantly improve the wearer's combat and survival capability. More importantly, the mechanical gloves weren't a limited edition product like the daggers or an experimental product like Life One. They were technologically advanced and cheap at just $2 million each. Phil's face darkened when he heard that. Most S.H.I.E.L.D. agents only had personal equipment worth thousands of dollars. The more expensive equipment was basically for public use, and the agents only applied to use them when they were on a mission. A mechanical glove worth $2 million definitely wouldn't see widespread use. After Luke's warning about Hydra, the only person Phil could trust was Nick Fury. Nick Fury didn't trust anyone, so it was impossible for the things Phil brought back to become widespread. He could only keep them for his own use for the time being. Safety always came first before research or anything else. Once he heard the name Hydra, Nick Fury wouldn't undertake any major project before doing a full investigation of S.H.I.E.L.D. Luke had done this on purpose. His biggest impression of the director from his previous life was that he was bald and distrustful. However, the Marvel movies that Luke had watched were limited to the Avengers, so he didn't know how genuine or deep Nick Fury's paranoia ran. Apart from the Black Baldy himself, nobody else knew how many things he was hiding. Even Pierce, the immediate superior who had promoted Nick Fury to director, was no exception. Whether it was Captain America or Phil, the two men whom the Black Baldy absolutely trusted only knew some classified information. It was only because of Nick Fury's paranoia that S.H.I.E.L.D., who had been infiltrated by Hydra after World War II, hadn't been completely taken over. In the end, Hydra's forces were routed by the Avengers and S.H.I.E.L.D. agents led by Phil. The heads were cut off and Hydra collapsed. But that didn't affect Luke's plan. As long as Nick Fury had suspicions, he would definitely take the bait. Phil would tell the Black Man about his contact with Batman sooner or later, and how Luke absolutely wouldn't meet the director because he said he was too ugly. In fact, these words were just to make his stance clear. Batman would keep in contact with Phil and could help, but a certain person shouldn't come looking for trouble. Nick Fury was a pragmatic person. As long as Batman was useful to him and was willing to help, he wouldn't fall out with Batman even if Batman pointed at his nose and said, "You're ugly." Besides, since Luke hadn't said it in front of him, this thick-skinned and black-hearted guy would just pretend not to know. This way, Batman would be able to maintain a suitable distance from S.H.I.E.L.D. Because of Hydra, the Black Baldy and Phil wouldn't leak the news of Batman cooperating with them. They might look for Batman once they needed to resolve certain crises. Given Nick Fury's distrust, he definitely wouldn't give Batman tasks that involved major interests. More likely, he would want Batman to eliminate some supervillains in emergencies. In short, Batman would be S.H.I.E.L.D's secret, hired thug. If it were before, Luke definitely wouldn't shoulder this sort of responsibility. He wasn't interested in being used, nor did he want to bet his life on a certain person's moral integrity. But with the appearance of the Star of Justice clone, he no longer had anything to worry about. Even if his clone died, it would only be 100,000 credit points. He could afford it. Compared with Luke doing his own investigation, it was undoubtedly more efficient to turn S.H.I.E.L.D. into NPCs who issued missions. Besides, given the nature of the Marvel world, a certain Baldy and Phil would definitely become involved in major events in the future, and Luke would get a lot of experience and credit points. However, there was no system notification that Phil had become a teammate. Luke wasn't too surprised. As a veteran S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, it wasn't easy for Phil to trust someone. Batman hadn't even shown his face. No matter how much Phil trusted him, he would still have some doubts. He wasn't as gullible as Mindy. But Luke had other plans. At this point in time, S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't need to trust him. Everything was just the beginning. The next few days were peaceful. It was April 22nd. It was Selina's birthday, but she hadn't invited anyone else to celebrate. To celebrate, Luke prepared a delicious dinner. After dinner, Gold Nugget gave Selina a gift, a brand new alien laptop that it had bought online. Looking at the gift, Selina pinched the dog's ears and said angrily, "Do you think I don't know that you bought this for yourself?" Gold Nugget whined and covered its ears with its paws to indicate that it didn't want to listen. After exposing the dog head's money-saving trick, she still accepted the laptop. "This time, I'll use it for a month. I'll play music on it every day, and you're not allowed to use or touch it. I'll definitely play with it until it's secondhand before I give it to you." Gold Nugget whined. Chapter 12:18. Birthday gift and sudden unusual activity. Selina gloated. "Too late. Who told you to play tricks with me?" Gold Nugget lowered its head in despair. It was over. The new wife would be ruthlessly tortured for a period of time. It could only barely maintain its life by relying on its old second wife, tablet, and third wife, phone. After watching the two guys hurt each other, Luke smiled and took out his gift. The box was flat and looked like a pizza box. Selina immediately abandoned the lousy laptop and looked at Luke. Luke nodded with a smile. She quickly unwrapped it, and was stumped to see an unmarked box. "You're playing mysterious." She then opened the box. When she saw what was inside, she was stunned. "Wow!" she exclaimed. "You actually bought it?" Luke shook his head. "No. To be precise, it's custom made for you. None of those models have ever worn this." Selena finally couldn't help but roll her eyes. Only a pervert would sell something worn by those models to someone else, alright. Could it be that you like that kind? Luke didn't think much of it. The diamond set would definitely have been worn before. Didn't it sell for a sky-high price? Selena said, "That's why I didn't want it." Looking at her movements, Luke couldn't help but remind her, "Hey, you're not going to put it on right now, are you?" "It's only April," Selena said, "we have heating." That being said, she finally put the custom-made Victoria's Secret product back into the box reluctantly. What Luke had chosen was similar to a gauze dress. It was a pretty bright red which faded downward into a pink floral pattern. It looked pretty much like a dress, except for the slightly shorter hem. It wasn't the most expensive model from the press conference a few days ago, but it was the one Selena had looked at the longest. At that time, Luke had secretly placed an order under the name of a Stark Industries board member, and obtained it in a matter of days. It had cost him little to no time and effort. This was how you used money and power. Suddenly, Little Snail warned him, "Sir, unusual activity detected." Both Luke and Selena turned serious. "What's going on?" "A supernatural being has appeared at Culver University in Virginia. These are live images and short videos just obtained from F2F, Little Snail said as it arranged the images and videos in front of them. Luke and Selena quickly scanned the images, and saw a green humanoid creature more than 2 meters tall. Selena was surprised. "It's so big and green. What the hell is that?" After a brief silence, Luke said with an odd expression, "Don't you find his face familiar?" Selena was stunned. "Him? Is it someone we know?" Luke said, "Not really, but we met in Los Angeles." Staring at the face for a moment, Selena then exclaimed, "Is that Jennifer's cousin, the PhD doctor?" Luke nodded. "Dr. Bruce Banner, a professor at Culver University, Virginia, who specializes in gamma-ray research." Little Snail. "Sir, the relevant information on the internet is being blocked or erased." Luke asked, "You kept backups, right?" Little Snail. "Yes." Luke said, "That's good." He sat down again and pulled the virtual screen in front of him to examine the information unhurriedly. Selena sat down as well. "Are we not going to help?" This drive. Banner was quite good to Jennifer. Luke sighed. "He's in Virginia. We won't make it in time. Besides, how many people in the world do you think are qualified to help this green fatso?" He mumbled inwardly. This guy was now a super explosive powder keg who couldn't differentiate between friend and foe. What could Luke do if he went? Could he let the green fatso vent his anger by beating Luke up? In any case, the previous investigation showed that the military was involved in Dr. Banner's experimental project. That was why the relevant departments reacted so quickly after the incident. They blocked the news online and erased the information in less than 10 minutes. If Luke went over now, he would have to deal with the hot-tempered fatso in the military. He wasn't an arrogant man like Thor. He would be an idiot to jump into a pit like that. The green fatso was basically like an unsolvable game bug, and Dr. Banner was the key to solving the problem. But the green fatso surrounded by the military was just a green fatso, and wouldn't turn back into drive. Banner. So, Luke could only wait. At that moment, the Star of Justice had already left the villa and was rushing to Culver University. That was how confident Luke was in his clone. But something unexpected happened, and within reason the green fatso completely disappeared. While his clone was on its way to Culver University, the green fatso made one extraordinarily super-powered jump east, and ultimately jumped into the ocean. This left the military, who had been following the green fatso, at a loss. Whether it was the sky or the ground, most places no longer had any secrets from humans. As long as there were fixed coordinates, satellites and planes could easily lock onto a person's location. But the ocean was an exception. As an old hand, Luke had long arranged to stay by the Hudson River, which led to the ocean, while his clone lived in the seaside villa, so that they could make use of the water to hide their tracks. The green fatso wasn't that stupid. Or rather, he still retained part of Dr. Banner's intelligence. At the very least, he knew that he could only escape the military by entering the ocean. Standing on a cliff next to the ocean, Luke looked at the military helicopter in the distance. He could only shake his head and leave. He was different from the military. He knew very well that the military didn't know what they were facing. He had only come here for his own benefit, to see what profits he could gain. If he couldn't get anything, he would just go home. The green fatso would appear sooner or later, so Luke wasn't in a hurry. Luke didn't remember much about the Hulk movie. He only vaguely recalled that the military had created a monster that looked like the green fatso but was shishty yellow instead. In the end, it was still beaten up by the green fatso. But he had never paid attention to who this villain was or how he got here. He only remembered that the two monsters had fought on the streets for a while before things were wrapped up. Some general whose name Luke had forgotten had taken the blame, and that was the end of it. If this had happened in New York, he could still have rushed to the scene. If things went wrong elsewhere, it would be like today, and he could only call it a day. After all, this wasn't like Doraemon, with doors that could open anywhere. What he didn't know was that in some Marvel movies he had never seen, there was actually a force that could open doors anywhere, and this was just an elementary skill. But even if he knew, Luke probably wouldn't be too excited. After all, the system was naturally unrelated to magic abilities. He had been developing along the system's trajectory, and had already lost most of his expectations when it came to magic abilities. Chapter 12:19. The new CEO of the renovation company. The next few days were peaceful once more. It was quiet on Phil's end, but Luke knew what the Black Baldy was like. The later he took action, the more ruthless he would be. The longer it was peaceful now, the more Hydra would be purged. It was impossible to hide it. Once the Baldy grew suspicious, he was even more terrifying than a wife suspecting her husband of having an affair. A wife might still kick up a big fuss, but the Baldy would just quietly accumulate strength and finally crush his opponents in one go, doing everything possible not to give them a chance to turn the tables. Something else popped up during this time. Foggy showed Luke the recent results for the renovation company. Initially, it was just a small thing, and Luke didn't pay too much attention to it. He just wanted the kids to obediently carry bricks to earn money, and called it a done deal. In the end, this new company that had just been established actually started a second expansion. With the support of timely intelligence from all-knowing little snail about damaged residences, the company's business volume increased rapidly. Since they didn't have enough manpower, a few old workers brought over some regular colleagues. Then, the kids looked for friends who hadn't joined the company earlier because they hadn't been certain of its future. Just like that, in just 2 months, the grassroots renovation company expanded to become a small-scale company with more than 40 employees. With the company's expansion, the shortcomings in management were immediately highlighted. There were often problems with the distribution of manpower and resources, which greatly affected everyone's efficiency. This wasn't a problem that the old workers and Foggy could solve. For the company's stable development, it had to have a proper manager. Then, through his personal contacts, Foggy found a person to be the CEO of the renovation company. Looking at the name, Benjamin Parker, Luke scratched his head. How did you find this person? Foggy thought that he had some doubts about this candidate. After all, a bad apple could turn the whole barrel rotten. He hurriedly explained, a friend of mine helped him deal with some legal matters. She confirmed that he's honest, reliable and sincere, and suitable for this role. Luke thought for a moment and got it. Ben had a good character, but more than that, he was a law-abiding and serious person. Recently, the old workers in the company were feeling very proud of what they were doing, and the brats were getting a little cocky when they saw the results. Some even dared to say things like the company dominating New York. This wasn't a bad thing, but if everyone in the company was like that, the chances of it turning into a bad thing were very high. In any case, with Luke's intelligence support, the renovation company didn't lack business. He was just afraid that the workers would lose their earnest attitude. Someone like Ben, who was down to earth, willing to get things done, and had principles, could suppress this overall cocky attitude. Luke nodded. Okay, as long as he can stabilize the company, he can get a share in it. Foggy said, that would be best. I'm just a lawyer, after all. It really isn't professional for me to run a renovation company. Luke smiled. You and Matt are shareholders in the company, so you have a share in the dividends. If you notice anything wrong in the future, you'll still have to take care of it. Foggy was stunned. Me, too. That isn't necessary. He had been busy for so long, and had never thought of taking anything from this renovation company. During the previous community reconstruction, he and Matt had taken out $100,000 from the monthly donations that the law firm received to establish the renovation company. But Foggy really hadn't considered taking any shares. Luke waved his hand. It's settled. You and Matt are shareholders, and the company can leave the legal issues to you. It's up to you how you close accounts. If you don't take the shares, you'll be outsiders, and I'm afraid those kids will start getting ideas. Foggy pondered. The kids in Clinton were indeed a problem. Without him and Matt to hold down the fort, the old workers might not be able to keep them under control. On the other hand, their mothers were regular clients of the law firm. If Foggy called them, their mothers would thrash them when they got home. Also, he and Matt were Clinton natives. Their characters had been verified long ago, and the kids weren't stupid. It was naturally more reasonable to trust these two big brothers than those old workers. At the very least, these two big brothers wouldn't cheat them of their hard-earned money. Thinking that, Foggy finally nodded. I can accept it, but it doesn't have to be a big share. 1% is fine. You'll have to talk to Matt. I'm not confident I can convince him. Luke chuckled. If Matt won't accept it, tell him you'll arrange a meeting, and I'll talk to him slowly until he's convinced. But what the hell is 1%? This company isn't worth much. Are you setting aside the dividends from 1% to buy toilet paper? Don't forget who's the absolute major shareholder. Don't haggle with me. You and Matt get 10% each. It's settled. He got up and was about to leave. Foggy was annoyed. Hey, even if it's a pack of toilet paper, you can't give away 10 of them like this, right? Luke simply chuckled. If you're in the mood to worry about that, why don't you find an opportunity to talk to Maggie, your ex-girlfriend? Use more pillow talk to help you find a few suitable candidates. Wouldn't it be better for your law firm to get a legal intern? Of course, if you want to use your position for personal gain and poach her, I'm happy to see that happen. Foggy flushed. Don't talk rubbish. What pillow talk? There's nothing going on between us, all right. Luke laughed. I know, you're very pure. Goodbye. Leaving behind a conflicted Foggy in his office, Luke went downstairs and went home. Little Peter's uncle was actually going to work at his renovation company. That was quite amazing. In his previous life, he had been a high school student when he saw Spider-Man, and then he went to university and worked for over 10 years after that. In the end, the deepest impression Luke had was of the saying, with great power comes great responsibility. Then, it seemed Peter's uncle was accidentally killed by some hoodlum after that. So, Luke had to clean up Clinton a little bit more. He couldn't let a good guy like Ben accidentally die while working as a CEO for the renovation company, right? That way, May, a kind-hearted woman, wouldn't have to suffer the pain of losing her husband, and little Peter would have an uncle to set an example for him. When he grew up, he would be the righteous but down-to-earth Spider-Man. While Luke was making that decision, a man and a woman were chatting in a police car as they patrolled the streets. "Boss, are we in the wrong place?" asked the young African-American woman with curly, long hair who was driving. The eyes of the middle-aged man in the passenger seat skimmed both sides of the street. "What, Misty, do you want to go home early to rest today?" Chapter 12:20. The worries of the new director, and the new employee Misty, the young African-American woman, curled her lip as she drove. "Boss, we've been doing random patrols around the district recently. Apart from catching a few thieves and molesters, we haven't seen anything else, like weed sellers or robbers. I think there's something wrong here." The middle-aged man raised an eyebrow. "What?" Misty said. "This is Clinton, the legendary Hell's Kitchen. There were several major murder cases here at the end of last year. What's going on this year? Except for the fact that the houses are still so rundown, law and order here isn't any worse than in the Upper West Side. Does that make sense?" The middle-aged man smiled. "So, do you think it should continue to be chaotic?" Misty shook her head. "Of course not, but the improvements here don't seem to have anything to do with us. Boss, before we came, you cheered me up and said that only by risking our lives would we be able to get results. Now," the middle-aged man subconsciously scratched his head. He had always been a steady person, but in the face of this sharp question from his loyal subordinate, he still felt very embarrassed. If he had known, he wouldn't have made the situation sound so serious. His subordinate was full of fighting spirit, but had nowhere to release it, so he could only pull her out to patrol the streets. He sighed inwardly. "Haven't you heard?" he finally said. "Too many superheroes have appeared here. It's not just the Clinton area. even the whole of Manhattan is no longer suitable for gang activities. Otherwise, if it isn't multiple fractures for a gang member, it's a concussion. It costs money for hoodlums to go to a doctor. Hearing that, Misty finally found a target to vent on. Isn't that our job? Why are we letting these vigilantes do it? If they've done everything, why do we still need the 15th precinct? The middle-aged man lowered the back of his chair to ease the ache in his waist. If it wasn't for them, do you think we could have cleaned up the vermin in the 15th precinct? I'm afraid we would have been shot several times already. Misty snorted. I'm not scared. The middle-aged man said, hey, I have a wife and a daughter. Can't I be scared? Misty paid no attention to such rubbish. If her boss was afraid, would he have taken over the position of director of the 15th precinct, and boldly cleaned up the dirty cops? But perhaps he really was still afraid. Nobody wanted their family to be attacked by gangsters. But now, the superheroes were taking turns to get rid of the gangsters, and the dirty cops in the 15th precinct already no longer had backing. Without gang accomplices, these dirty cops couldn't use many of their tricks. At the very least, they couldn't pull a gun on a suspected gang member or threaten them, since everybody knew that the gangs in Clinton had been beaten up and had left the area. Without the gangs to cover for them, anything shady these dirty cops tried would immediately be found out. With HQ's full support, the police chief would definitely seize the opportunity to smash one or two of these rotten eggs. At that time, they wouldn't even have the opportunity to resign, and would be carted off to prison. Thinking that, the director of the 15th precinct smiled bitterly. It wasn't a good thing when a problem was too difficult, but it also didn't feel good for someone else to sort out the problem before he could do anything. For example, he and Misty had come to the 15th precinct full of courage. They thought they would be punching iron plates, only to realize in the end that they were punching a pile of rotten cotton. After a long silence, he said, no matter what the future holds, we've reclaimed the 15th precinct. Even if these superheroes don't appear again in the future, we have more power to maintain order in Clinton, right? Unable to say anything for a moment, Misty punched the wheel in frustration. I don't like it. I'm not from internal affairs. Why am I spending all my time investigating dirty cops? The middle-aged man didn't say anything else. A subordinate who was enthusiastic about their job was a good thing. He wouldn't discourage her. It was actually better to feel some frustration. Once a person was satisfied, it was easy for them to become complacent, and they wouldn't be able to react in an emergency. Thinking that, he couldn't help but think of the peaceful neighborhoods they had passed through, and he grew doubtful. Was there really an emergency here? At noon 2 days later, Luke's clone was wandering the streets of New York, accompanied by a middle-aged man whose face could only be described as beautiful. This was Ivan post-plastic surgery. The clone was wearing a custom-made suit and was a stark contrast to Ivan in his simple work outfit. The one thing they had in common was that they drew the gazes of all the women. The clone gave the impression of a typical elite. He wore black-rimmed glasses on his handsome and masculine face, and had a tall and sturdy body and a steady temperament. On the other hand, Ivan had a dark and rakish air about him which he didn't have to fake, which made him seem more like a wastrel. In terms of the number of women who were attracted to them, only 30% focused on Luke, while 70% were drawn to Ivan. But after a few more glances, many of the women turned their attention to Luke. It wasn't because Luke was more attractive, but because he was clearly wearing more expensive clothes. In a place like Manhattan, most people were clearly more interested in money, regardless of gender. The two people on the street didn't care about these gazes. They simply walked at a leisurely pace. Ivan raised his head and looked at the stark sign at the top of a tall building not far away. Hey, rich people, Luke said. Actually, he's not the richest man on earth. A moment later, when Luke didn't continue, Ivan couldn't help but turn his head. Why did you stop there? Luke chuckled. My intelligence is very valuable. Although he hadn't paid much attention to Marvel in his previous life and hadn't watched the later movies, he had still heard of a certain royal heir to a gold mine, who possessed assets that far exceeded Stark's. But he had only heard of it. He didn't even read any summary of the movie. He only knew that it featured many African Americans. Luke, on the other hand, hadn't been African American in his past life, nor was he one now. This information might be useful later, but it was of no use for the time being. Rather than say it was of no use, it was actually more that it was a big secret. Naturally, he wasn't stupid enough to divulge this information to Ivan, this trial employee, an ordinary boss wouldn't casually divulge information about the higher-ups to their employees. Ivan was lucky enough to keep his life and still be able to come out and wander around like this, since what he had done in the past wasn't too bad. The extent of Ivan's misdeeds here wasn't a concern for Luke. Letting this guy play a role in providing technical services to future vigilantes could be considered a way for him to redeem himself. At that moment, they reached Grand Central Station. Luke raised his hand and said, "Let's have lunch first." Ivan had no opinion. He had first been locked up by Tony for a while, and then Justin had broken him out, only to trap him into making imitations of the Iron Man suit. In the end, he found an opportunity to come out and make trouble for Tony again, only to be imprisoned once more by Luke. It had been almost 2 months since he enjoyed the sun. Today was a rare sunny day in New York. They sat down, and a waitress came over. She was in her early 20s, and had long blonde hair. Part of it was tied up, and a lock of hair over her forehead bounced slightly as she walked. The tresses framed her oval face, making her look both charming and cute. "What would you like?" she asked with a smile. Luke said, "A latte, a basket of croissants, and 4 sandwiches." The waitress nodded, and glanced at Ivan, who remained silent as he stared at the large building behind Grand Central, before she left. Whether he liked it or not, a handsome, rakish-looking man naturally drew attention. The waitress soon delivered the food. Luke paid the bill and added $2 as a tip. He didn't bother with the dazed Ivan, and started eating a croissant. The young and beautiful waitress soon returned with a coffee pot. She walked past them to the table behind them. "Are you waiting for that big shot to show up?" she asked the man who was sitting there. The man raised his head blankly. "Huh," the waitress smiled sweetly. "Iron Man, a lot of people like to sit here and wait for him to fly over." She's probably hitting on him, Luke thought. To be honest, most men didn't like Tony himself, but the Iron Man suit, while the rest envied his wealth. After all, no matter how handsome they were, they couldn't beat Tony, who had money and girls. This was a sad fact for most men. Few men would come here just to wait for Iron Man to fly over their heads. Luke turned his head with great interest. Since he had nothing better to do, he decided to watch the show for a bit. It was also because this waitress hadn't chosen to chat up either him or Ivan, but had chosen the man behind them. When he saw the man's face, Luke fell silent. This person was probably the epitome of the saying, "Make men cry and render women speechless." Most men would probably cry tears of shame when they saw him, because they suddenly realized that they were too ugly for America. And most women would silently, cough cough. Gathering his thoughts, Luke turned his attention back to the handsome blonde. His short blonde hair was slicked back in an old-fashioned style, and he had dashing features. Even the face that Luke's clone was using was still a little inferior in terms of looks, and Ivan's, beautiful, post-plastic surgery was a lot worse. But Luke soon realized that this man wasn't ordinary. At such close range, he could faintly hear, with elementary sound wave, that this handsome blonde had a slow and steady heartbeat. He was at least a top athlete. Secondly, although the guy was wearing a leather jacket, Luke had already done a scan with his glasses. This person wasn't some sort of bodybuilder. Instead, his physique was very similar to Luke's. Luke narrowed his eyes. A combat expert, he was so handsome he could be an action movie star. While Luke was thinking, the waitress pursed her lips and smiled. She gave the handsome blonde a cup of coffee for free and said that no one was waiting for seats, so he could sit for as long as he wanted. Luke curled his lip. In fact, the girl couldn't help but turn around several times as she walked back to the store. Luke couldn't help but push his chair back and turn his head. "Ask her for her number. Young man, you have to be proactive when it comes to girls. Don't be an idiot." As he spoke, a white-haired old man in sunglasses diagonally opposite him had turned to look at the blonde man, and was about to say something. The old man was stumped for a moment, before he smiled. "This guy is right. Men who waste an opportunity are idiots. Don't let go of a good opportunity." Luke, who had been stroking his beard, froze, and he looked at the white-haired old man helplessly. "It wasn't easy for me to fake such a handsome beard to act like a senior. Why are you interrupting me?" Although the old man didn't have as much of a beard as Luke, his hair was completely white. He was clearly older and more qualified to educate young people. Depressed, Luke could only lower his head. Yes, the old man is right. The blonde man was stunned as he looked at the two of them. "Are you father and son?" Luke hesitated. "You could actually say I'm from DC. The white-haired old man shook his head with a smile. I'm from MC. Both Luke and the blonde were confused. Where? The white-haired old man smiled. Manchester City. Luke. The blonde man. In the end, the blonde man still didn't ask the pretty waitress for her number, and simply paid his bill and left. Luke watched him disappear into the crowd. He was someone who was easy to remember, but that was all. As he was thinking this, a strange sound rang out in the sky. Luke didn't even bother to raise his head this time. What had just flown over his head was just the prop that the waitress had used to hit on the handsome blonde. It wasn't worth mentioning. In contrast, Ivan suddenly chuckled like a crazy murderer. Luke coughed and said, "Eat something first. Also, the coffee's getting cold." Ivan lowered his head and looked at Luke, who was unhurriedly enjoying his coffee and a sandwich. A sense of ridicule welled up in his heart, but in the end, he could only take a deep breath. He picked up a sandwich, bit off half of it, and chewed hard. It was like he wanted to tear a certain person into shreds and then eat him. Luke simply watched silently. Ivan was a criminal, and it was very easy for him to die. With Luke around, he could no longer commit any misdeeds. At that moment, Phil got out of a car with a helpless expression and walked into Grand Central. Looking at Thor and Dr. Jane, who had just gotten off the train, his self-restraint finally broke and he cursed inwardly. Not long ago, a certain couple had suddenly wanted to spend the weekend in New York, and insisted on taking the train instead of Shield's car. Did they not know the potential risks of such a trip? Fine, one was chasing skirts, was in love, and the other never considered the danger at all. As Phil gloomily followed the couple out of Grand Central, Luke was tilting his head to look at Ivan next to him. He suspected that the guy was thinking of trying something that would get him killed. 100 meters away, a certain tycoon was touching the brand new third-generation reactor in his chest. He couldn't help but murmur, in the future, who would dare say that this arc reactor of mine was a stolen idea? A few hundred meters away, the handsome blonde who had just been hit on by the waitress turned his head and looked at the Stark logo thoughtfully. None of them knew that they had accidentally crossed paths, they simply went their own ways. Not long ago, in the depths of an Asgardian dungeon, the ice encasing a human-shaped figure suddenly cracked. Chips of ice dropped off, and then even bigger fragments, until chunks of ice finally fell. With a low roar, Heimdall broke free of his icy prison. He raised his huge sword with difficulty and slashed at the magical seal not far away. The golden seal flashed for one moment before it suddenly turned completely transparent. The two Asgardian soldiers outside looked inside warily. When they saw Heimdall's face, they exclaimed, "Lord Heimdall." Heimdall nodded with difficulty. "It's me. Undo the seal. I want to bring Thor home." The two soldiers looked at each other and hesitated. Heimdall's eyes flickered. "I am the only gatekeeper appointed by our king, Odin, and I oversee the Bifrost. Apart from the king and queen, nobody has the right to imprison me. Do you want to betray your oath to Odin?" Stumped for a moment, the two soldiers looked at each other and then undid the magical seal on the cage. Heimdall staggered, but didn't stop moving. "What's Loki doing?" one of the soldiers said in a low voice. "His Highness is still in the palace with the queen. He hasn't come out in days." A cold smile hung on Heimdall's lips, but he didn't say anything. As he moved, he completely disappeared, leaving only an order in the prison: "Don't tell anyone about me coming out until Thor comes back." A few hours later, Heimdall appeared in the empty Bifrost control room. With great difficulty, he walked over to the platform and stabbed down with his sword. He injected his divine power into the giant sword, and the Bifrost that had been silent for days rumbled as it was activated. Rainbow light gathered as a link to the world tree was established. Heimdall's amber eyes lit up like two small light bulbs as he looked at the distant Midgard. It only took him a moment to find Thor. What made him even happier was that the warriors 3 and Sif weren't far from Thor. He said solemnly, "Stand together. I can't last much longer." Hearing the familiar voice in their ears, the warriors 3 and Sif rushed to Thor and Dr. Jane almost reflexively. In the end, Thor raised his hand. "Wait, let me say something. Jane, after I leave, this D***MN. Heimdall couldn't help but curse inwardly. He activated the teleportation without hesitation. Boom! A rainbow beam of light fell from the sky. Before Thor could finish his sentence, he felt his body enter a high-speed teleportation state, and the girlfriend whom he had just known for a few months couldn't be seen anymore. "FCK. He cursed. The warriors 3 and Sif rolled their eyes. They couldn't be bothered to talk to this idiot. At the same time, drive. Jane stared blankly at the ice cream in her hand. She was still a little stumped about the fact that her boyfriend had suddenly disappeared. Also, exactly what had he been about to say? Couldn't he bloody well say it before he left? Phil, who wasn't far away, had already come back to his senses. He quickly ordered his subordinates over the comms to control the situation. At the same time, he also cursed inwardly, "This D***MN, what the hell is going on? 4. Can't you finish your sentence before you leave? Why the hell did you leave so suddenly?" Phil's face was dark. Looking at the onlookers who had already gathered around with their smartphones out, he felt exhausted. There had to be 100 to 200 people here, right? What was even more troublesome was that there were mysterious runic patterns left behind by the Bifrost, and they were being recorded by many people. FCK. Which B***starred created this smartphone? How were they supposed to deal with this? Phil's face darkened, and he felt like his head was about to explode. For a moment, a certain veteran agent inwardly cursed all the guys who were causing him trouble. In those 10 seconds, many people in Manhattan, New York, had clearly seen the colorful light beam which hit the park. After all, the Bifrost had fallen from an extremely high altitude. As long as your line of sight wasn't blocked by houses and junk, it was impossible to miss this gorgeous scene. However, only the 200 people at close range would notice the disappearance of Thor and the others. So, while Phil had a lot of work to do, he wasn't too despairing. As for how to talk to the public about the appearance of the Bifrost, that was no longer something he could handle. Nick Fury would definitely find someone to clean up the mess. While Phil was running around in circles, Luke and Ivan were a few blocks away. Their backs had been to the park at the time, but they noticed something was wrong with the people around them. They immediately turned around and didn't miss the descent of the Bifrost. After the Bifrost disappeared, Ivan asked, "What was that?" Pondering for a moment, Luke said, "Probably alien transport." Ivan was stumped. "Are you sure?" Luke nodded. "You can consider it teleportation." Ivan got it, but then asked, "Where are the aliens from?" Luke glanced at him. "It's a secret, but you and that guy have something in common." "What?" Luke said, "You all like to give other people electrotherapy. It's just that his tool is a hammer, and yours is a whip." Ivan snorted, feeling like his intelligence had been insulted, so he stopped asking. Tony, on the other hand, didn't see the Bifrost with his own eyes, but Jarvis filmed the entire thing for him. The effect was very clear, and it was accompanied with all kinds of monitoring data. Looking at the video and data, Tony couldn't help but look at the third-generation arc reactor in his chest, and suddenly felt a little uncertain. The energy index for this mysterious pillar of light was far beyond imagination. It wasn't something that Earth's technology could create at the moment, but it didn't cause any obvious damage. It was more like something that was controlled rather than a natural phenomenon. He had just developed a third-generation reactor with more energy, when a mysterious incident happened next to his building. As head of the top tech company and as the top scientist in the world, the tycoon felt a strong sense of crisis. "I can't relax," he murmured. "I keep feeling like something's going to happen." On a city train in the distance, a certain handsome blonde narrowed his eyes as he recalled the rainbow pillar of light that had just disappeared, and his heart stirred. The world might not be as peaceful as he thought. Was what Nick Fury said true? Did Hydra really still exist and were developing in secret? He hadn't really believed that Sly Black Baldy, but that rainbow pillar of light was a little similar to something in his memory, like the cosmic cube. The colors were different, but they were both bizarre and creepy. On the train, he looked away and sighed. Forget it, he would call Fury when he got back. It was never his style to avoid things. The news in New York was always on the ball. When Luke returned home from work, it was all about the colorful light beam in Central Park on TV. As a country that was fascinated with aliens, the people would connect anything that they couldn't understand or explain to aliens. Today's rainbow pillar of light was no exception. And like clockwork, a large number of professionals were pulled into the TV stations as guests, and started to perform like circus monkeys for all the people in America. Some delved into physics, chemistry, mathematics, biology, technology, philosophy, and sociology, and some analyzed real situations like hallucinations, mass hysteria, terrorist attacks, movie propaganda, teenage pranks and so on. There were also those who criticized the president for being incompetent and unable to respond to an alien invasion of the United States. There was also a lot of talk about educating the younger generation. Those who didn't believe in rumors and didn't spread rumors were the future pillars of the country. There weren't many people who were genuinely concerned about the matter. Instead, each person used this opportunity to cook something up for themselves. Luke and Selena watched what was going on avidly as they enjoyed dinner. For the two of them, who knew what was going on, all the rubbish being spouted was like a comedy show. Selena asked casually, "So, this is actually about Thor going home to inherit the throne that he doesn't want, when he wants to be with his beloved Jane instead?" Pausing just as he was about to eat his old Beijing chicken roll, Luke frowned and pondered for a moment, before he slowly nodded. "Technically speaking, that's the plot." Selena took a big sip of her cappuccino and laughed in satisfaction. "Does Thor like fairy tales too? I remember that when you were looking for info on him at the beginning, you found a rune symbol in a children's book, right?" Luke dipped the chicken roll into the sweet sauce and took a bite. The light sweet sauce, the smooth chicken, and the crispy cucumber strips together had a fantastic and wonderful taste. "Yes, although His Royal Highness is more than 1,000 years old, we can't deny that he has the pure heart of a child." Selena gagged and looked at him angrily. "Can you not use such a gross way to describe Thor? He isn't gross himself, but your description makes him sound gross. A 1,500-year-old child. Wouldn't that make him a giant space baby?" After complaining, however, she suddenly exclaimed, "Right, you also said that Sif and Thor are childhood friends, and she has a thing for him. This really is like a C-grade romance drama." Luke shrugged. "It's pretty much the typical cliché. If it were something a little more fanciful, Sif would probably turn evil and lock this couple up. She would make them play a game to dissect how despicable human nature is, and show them that love is nothing in the face of survival. It'll then be a warning to everyone that only single dogs can live well, while everyone else will die miserable deaths." Selena's eyes glowed as she listened. "Huh, this plot sounds very interesting. What horror movie is that?" Luke didn't say anything. Who knew if there was such a movie in this world? He had just blindly mashed together series from his previous life. Selena was a little regretful when Luke said he had made it up. If a professional screenwriter hears this idea, he'll probably be able to come up with a good script. This sort of script doesn't need much capital to be filmed, I can already picture it. Luke rubbed his chin, which lacked the aggressive beauty of a beard. Interesting. When I have the time, I'll look for a screenwriter to give it a go." Selena found that strange. It was just a passing remark. In the end, she was half a horror movie fan. When it came down to it, she was still more a fan of thrillers. Luke chuckled. "If a movie like that really comes out, let's go watch it." Selena asked, "On your word?" Luke raised 3 fingers. "I promise." After chatting, they drove out together for the first time in a while. They were going out on duty tonight. The Bifrost incident in Central Park during the day had created chaos in New York. People were starting to make up all sorts of statements. This was especially obvious on the internet. There were always excitable people at the bottom or hooligans who fished in troubled waters. The gap between the poor and the rich always gave birth to malicious thoughts among those on the bottom rung. They were just waiting for the right moment to explode with all the unhappiness that built up in their daily lives. In any case, they had nothing to lose. The spectacular effect of the Bifrost was completely beyond what an ordinary person could understand. Fear of the unknown was always a source of chaos. The commissioner, who was in grave danger of being dismissed, noticed this, and decisively ordered all NYPD members to cancel leave and come back to work. It was business as usual for regular patrol officers, and they weren't forced to work overtime. As a police department directly under HQ, all personnel had to set an example, and took turns being on duty to deal with possible riots. In any case, the Detective Bureau didn't have a clock in, clock out system, so naturally, there was no such thing as overtime. Luke and Selena didn't want to be special when everybody was working overtime, so they went out after dinner. Chapter 12:24. Rowdy Spring and Rowdy Youngsters. It was late April, and New York was no longer as cold, but at just the right temperature for the season. Luke and Selena roamed the streets and enjoyed the fresh air as they drove. After a few blocks, they knew that the NYPD commissioner's worries about riots weren't necessarily unfounded. It was already 7:30, and there were more kids and young people on the streets than usual, congregating in small groups. The weather had been good for the past 2 days, and the temperature was decent. It was a lot more comfortable to hang out on the streets and talk than it had been in the past 2 months. Besides, didn't the reports on TV say that the rainbow pillar of light today was probably a supernatural phenomenon? It was as mysterious as a superhero, and there might be an inevitable connection between the two. These youngsters couldn't stop talking about the subject. At the beginning of this month, low and mid-range smartphones had become available on the market on a large scale, and these young people who didn't have much money could finally go online to look at F2F and news sites. As they chatted, they took out their phones with pics as evidence, and conveniently passed off some views on the internet as evidence to back up their own words and prove how legitimate their stance was. For example, Batman was definitely an alien. It was possible that he had been sent to Earth by the colorful light beam to help protect Earth's peace. This view really garnered the support of many young people. Batman never exposed his face and didn't do anything for money or fame. Apart from helping that professor give a warning about the earthquake, he no longer appeared on TV or gave any interviews. If they were Batman, they would want to be on TV every day so that they could have a lot of fans. The best would be beautiful female fans, and so on. So, what was Batman's motive? Only an alien with a brain that worked differently would do something like this. As they drove past the youngsters, the long-distance sound collector in the car caught them talking one after another. Selina gave Luke an indecipherable look, and couldn't help but turn to look at Gold Nugget in the backseat. It seemed what they said made sense. Luke was unconcerned. Youngsters always talked nonsense whenever they got together. If young men didn't talk about girls when they got together, were they men at all? So, when he heard that he had become an alien philanthropist, he simply popped a snack into his mouth. Of course, as someone who had always followed the rules, he still abided by them when he was driving. If he was on a call that took a little longer, he would pull the car over for a bit. Driving with one hand wasn't a problem, but he wouldn't do it unless it was necessary. So, he decided to stuff more snacks into his mouth in one go. He had just stuffed 2 cupcakes into his mouth, when he sensed the gaze from the passenger seat. Puzzled, he gave Selina a glance. "What are you looking at?" In the meantime, he stuffed 2 more cupcakes into his mouth. At that moment, his cheeks were puffed up, and he turned his head with a questioning look, like a hamster who had been caught hiding food. Selina couldn't help but laugh. "What are you doing?" Luke got it. She was just being a pain. He calmly turned back around and ignored the person laughing like a madman. In any case, she would stop laughing after a while. Gold Nugget opened its big mouth lazily and yawned. "This woman is being stupid again. No wonder I've been feeling stupid recently. It must be because stupid Lena pulled me down during the symbiosis." This idle period didn't last long. Less than 20 minutes after they left their place, they ran into the first group fight. Even though they flashed their badges, there were more than 10 youngsters on both sides, and the kids continued to glare and curse even if they didn't move. Batman's number 1. Iron Man has to rely on Batman every time to win. Idiot, not only do you have sh*T for brains, you're also blind. Can't you tell that Iron Man designed Batman's new armor for him? Batman is the one who's cozying up to Iron Man. Bullshit. Did Iron Man give Whiplash the armor? Haha, you're right, Iron Man might like to torture himself. He also likes to be whipped in public. FCKU. I'm gonna kill you. Come on then, hit me, ouch. Ouch. The 2 noisiest guys yelled at the same time. Luke calmly pulled back his elbow, and Selina did the same. Even if there were cameras nearby, there hadn't been any problems with their actions, they had only accidentally hit the other person while blocking them. If the video was produced in a court hearing, it would be deemed an accident. Luke finally said unhurriedly, "Let me say a few words first. I promise that I'll step aside once I'm done, and leave all of you to it." The youngsters looked at the young officer suspiciously. "Firstly, I have contacts at Peace Detention Center. They can vacate 20 stainless steel beds to welcome new inmates at any time. Secondly, I'm very familiar with the exclusive bus driver for the detention center. It would be no trouble for him to send all of you there. All right, you can now start your performance." Both his tone and expression were very plain and ordinary, but the rowdy youngsters immediately fell silent. The so-called Peace Detention Center was the super large-scale detention center that was a donation from Tony Stark. Because the tycoon had casually said, for the sake of peace, when he handed the center over, the state government simply used peace as its name. After all, this was a prison, not a library or school building or the like, they couldn't use Stark's name for it. In the past, there had been a shortage of prisons and detention cells in New York, so NYPD had been disinclined to detain petty offenders, who got a slap on the wrist at most before they were released. Now that there was such a big detention center, sending some people to be locked up for a few days could be considered helping the place test the maximum extent at which it could operate. There were fewer daily fights in New York recently thanks to the existence of this precious dwelling. Most people didn't want to be the first residents there. The youngsters didn't really believe that Luke had contacts at the detention center. But in such a big detention center, some of the stainless steel beds would be empty, and it would be no trouble to lock them up for a few days. Who would dare bet on that? The two most excitable people who were still clutching at their sides now looked scared. They weren't gang members, but just regular kids on the block. Nobody wanted to be arrested for a fight. In less than 30 seconds, both sides retreated. They couldn't talk here, but there were other places they could go. Who knew, there might be similar groups of Batman or Iron Man fans elsewhere. Chapter 12:25. Handover and defeat. In the next few days, Luke and Selena basically used the same trick to scare off many chat groups. One word: bluff. They wouldn't arrest them. Luke couldn't be bothered to arrest these sorts of brats. But they also couldn't not do anything. Otherwise, if multiple brawls or even gunfights broke out, that might cause a chain reaction. Soon, it was 10 p.m. Luke and Selena had completed their voluntary 2-hour overtime for the night. Selena had already reported to the main desk. Once their shift was over, Ricky and Kadget, two colleagues from the Organized Crime Investigation Bureau, would take over. They were closer to these two colleagues than to the patrol officers. At the very least, the Detective Bureau and the Organized Crime Investigation Bureau could be considered departments under NYPD HQ, and had worked cases together for a long time. Selena also informed their colleagues about what happened during their patrol so that they would be prepared for the work tonight. The other party was very polite, or rather, more obsequious. Selena left a much deeper impression on people in HQ than Luke did. After all, there were only so many outstanding female detectives in HQ. Selena's face, figure and temperament were all top class. The flowers, cards, and gifts which Selena received, plus invitations to go out for a meal or to have fun, were all testament to that. In comparison, although Luke was handsome, few people in NYPD paid attention to him. Most of the female police officers who did pay attention were older and rarely had the chance to talk to him. Even fewer were shameless enough to pursue him, so Luke had been low-key all this time. Selena hung up. "Are we done for the day?" Luke said. "Yes. Do you want supper?" Frowning and thinking hard for a moment, Selena nodded. "Let's do that, otherwise, the trip out tonight wouldn't be perfect." Luke chuckled. "Actually, it's just that the snacks are all sweet, and there's no meat, right?" Selena said, "Of course. I'm not Gold Nugget. Just eating sweet food all the time will turn me into an idiot." A certain idiot dog head was lost for words. As they chatted, the car turned and drove in the direction of Stark Tower on the south side. After driving for a few minutes, Luke saw a car with police lights on the side of the road. He couldn't help but smile. Ricky and Kadget have started work. Selena glanced at them and wasn't interested. "Since they're already here, we can go home now." Luke hummed in acknowledgement and sped up as he drove past the police car in the other lane. Soon, he had pulled 50 meters away. Suddenly, there was a loud bang, followed by the sound of breaking and falling glass. Luke looked in the rearview mirror, and Selena turned her head. A huge figure crashed down close to the other police car, cracking the ground. Ricky and Kadget reacted quickly. A second after the figure landed, the officers swiftly rolled behind their police car and took out their guns before scouting out the situation. There weren't many cars on the street at the moment. Luke quickly turned the wheel. Selena also turned back, and even as the car spun around, her hands were as steady as ever as she quickly activated all sorts of monitoring equipment. She said, "That thing doesn't seem human." Listening to the results from the monitoring equipment, Luke looked at the gigantic humanoid monster. "No human has a stomach that big or a mouth like that." Selena grabbed the walkie-talkie and said, "Hold fire, hold fire." She wanted to remind the other two to wait for her and Luke to provide backup. The warning echoed in the street, but it was too late. Ricky and Kadget reacted too quickly. In the face of the humanoid monster that had broken out of a window on the 5th floor and was holding a box, the two of them had taken out their guns and issued a warning. Everything happened in less than 5 seconds. The 2-meter-tall humanoid monster grinned at them and roared, "Get lost." Looking at the super big mouth that had split open to the back of his head and the black teeth in it, the two officers subconsciously pulled the triggers. Pa, 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 pa. Gunshots rang out. In the most standard police operation, these two veterans emptied their clips in one go. There had been significant changes in recent years which impacted regulations about police officers firing guns. In the beginning, many police departments were equipped with military firearms or powerful revolvers. Thus, 1 or 2 shots were enough to stop criminals. Then, the police realized that they didn't need powerful pistols. The Glock, which was very suitable for police use in every aspect and was more popular among the younger generation of police officers, had become the mainstream police gun in the United States. But after that, everybody realized that this wasn't very reliable. There were plenty of officers who could fire 2 consecutive bullets at a range of 5 meters and still not hit the target. Since the Glock had plenty of bullets, a triple shot provision was naturally established. But that still wasn't enough to deal with situations where a lot of suspects would still be alive and kicking and returning fire, even after 3 consecutive shots by the police. The police then simply adopted the rule of, shoot until they're down. Officers had to keep firing until the suspect was down and deemed incapable of fighting back. Since then, it was common to read news of many police officers firing multiple shots. And in these cases, no lawyer would waste their energy debating whether or not so many shots were required. This was the common consensus among the police, so that officers would have fewer misgivings in a gunfight. From this point of view, Ricky and Cadgett were absolutely fine. The problem was that they weren't facing an ordinary suspect. More than 30 bullets were fired, and the big-mouthed monster 7 or 8 meters away roared. There were more than 10 bullet holes in its body. For these two veteran detectives to achieve close to 50% shooting accuracy in an emergency situation already made them the cream of the crop. But as they watched, gray smoke rose from the bullet holes in the monster's body. It screamed in pain and then charged at them. FCK, SH*T. Both of them cursed at the same time and ducked behind the car to use it as a barrier. At that moment, a series of gunshots rang out behind them. Bang, 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 bang. Luke raised an M500 with one hand and pulled the trigger without hesitation. The long muzzle of the gun sparked, and 5 bullets were fired at the monster in 3 different batches. Chapter 12:26. Captured and delivered. The legs of the monster that was lunging at the 2 officers was Luke's primary target. The first 2 bullets hit its left ankle and knee the moment it lifted its left foot. When the monster staggered slightly and was about to raise its right foot to steady itself, the next 2 bullets hit its right ankle and knee. At that moment, the monster couldn't maintain its center of gravity anymore, and it pitched forward. The 5th and final bullet was fired at the monster's left shoulder, further speeding up the process. The monster's huge body fell awkwardly to the ground. Its powerful momentum caused it to roll twice before it crashed into the police car. Bang! The police car shook heavily. Caught off guard, the 2 men hiding on the other side were hit and rolled away. Both of them tensed up in shock. And that was just the aftermath of the monster losing control. The police car shook violently from the impact. What if it hadn't lost control? They would probably have been sent flying along with the police car. Sweating, they got up and stared at their police car as they quickly retreated. In this brief confrontation, they realized that this monster was invulnerable to gunfire and was too strong for them to deal with. They had better give up now, or the director would have to send medals to their wives. Thinking that, they hid in a corner on the side of the road before they finally checked to see who it was that had helped them. Luke's car had stopped 20 meters away. He and Selena dashed out the front doors. Selena fired the M4A1 first, and the short and powerful triple shots rang out in a fixed rhythm as they hit the monster that was crawling up from behind the police car. Her accuracy was close to 90%. The dizzy monster was immediately hit in the face. It howled in pain and waved its hands, as if to block the painful bullets. Luke, on the other hand, was holding something that looked like a grenade launcher. He found an opportunity to pull the trigger. Bang! With a dull bang, a black canister shot out of the 50mm muzzle. A few meters away, the black canister exploded into a black net which flew at the monster, who was screaming as it covered its face. In the blink of an eye, the black net completely wrapped around the monster, and the edges of the net automatically latched together before the net contracted. The monster hadn't even removed its hands from its face before it was firmly locked in place by the black net. Luke took out his personal phone and called Phil. Phil had been in New York for the past few days, and so was the most convenient person to call. The call was picked up, and Phil's exhausted voice rang out. "Luke, it's late. Is there an emergency?" Luke said, "I caught a monster on 145th Street in Upper Manhattan. It's very similar to Bruce the Tyrannosaur at Odyssey Hotel in Los Angeles. It can't be killed with a gun. Gray smoke comes out of the bullet holes after it's hit." Phil was silent for 2 seconds. "I'll be right there." Luke heard the faint sound of footsteps. Phil asked again, "You didn't call anyone else this time, did you?" Luke was amused. "I called you the moment I caught it." Phil nodded. "I'll be there in 10 minutes. Don't let anyone take it away." Putting his phone away, Phil called out a few people's names as he walked. "Bring along the equipment provided by RIPD. We're bringing back an undead." His subordinates immediately got up and ran off. As the boss, Phil naturally didn't have to move the equipment. He just needed to sit in the helicopter and watch his subordinates move things. Looking at the black net the monster was trapped in, Luke took out a second canister and loaded it into the launcher. Bang! A second black net flew out to cover the struggling monster and wrap it up before it contracted. Coupled with the first black net, the monster, who had yet to give up, lost the space to exert force. Its struggles instantly decreased, and it could only roar angrily, "No, let me go, let me go." As calm as ever, Luke took off his Gucci sunglasses and put on a pair of yellow lenses. It wasn't that he was posturing and liked to wear sunglasses at night. The modified Gucci sunglasses could freely transform into many different modes, including colorless or night vision. In the end, however, the Gucci sunglasses were the ones Selena had given him, and he had only made minor modifications to them. The yellow lenses, on the other hand, were a top DIY product by Luke. They were more comprehensive and powerful, and equipped with an AI program that was more suitable for battle. As Luke circled the monster and examined it, Selena walked to the side and started talking to her 2 colleagues who had almost died, to prevent them from interrupting Luke. Soon, Luke was done examining the monster. He then focused his attention on the old suitcase that the monster had been holding, and his glasses showed that there were some irregular pieces of metal inside. Luke checked the suitcase again with his own abilities. After confirming that it was safe, he opened the very ordinary suitcase, and saw a few unusual yellow fragments. Puzzled, he looked at the test results on his lenses. Gold. Did monsters who couldn't die also like gold? He picked up a piece, and left a light fingerprint on it. He could only wipe it off before casually tossing the piece back into the suitcase. This really was gold. It was quite pure and soft to the touch. At that moment, his 2 colleagues walked over. Human curiosity was boundless, especially when the situation wasn't too dangerous. While Ricky, Kadget and Selena were chatting, they had been distracted by how Luke observed the monster like it was a pig waiting to be slaughtered. They had only taken care of a brawl in an alley not far away earlier, which was nothing compared with this attack. Kadget walked over and stretched out his hand gratefully. "Thank you, Detective Luke Coulson. If you hadn't come, we would have been sent to the morgue today." Luke shook his hand with a smile. "Don't make it sound so serious. We're colleagues. Of course we have to help." Kadget, however, didn't let go of his hand immediately. Instead, he shook it hard with both hands. "We owe you a favor. If you need anything in the future, come find us." He didn't let go until he was done, and then it was Ricky's turn. Luke nodded with a smile. He knew that they would remember this favor, and he could build a relationship with them. For capable people like Luke and Selena, nothing was better than personal relationships. Many times when your boss didn't support you, your subordinates didn't support you, or your colleagues didn't support you, it would be your personal friends who did. It was for this reason that John McClane and Luke enjoyed secure positions in the police department. Chapter 12:27, Mutual Harm and Client Promotion. As they were chatting, a helicopter flew over and quickly landed at the intersection not far away. Phil was still in his black suit, but Luke was comforted to see that he was already wearing the black mechanical gloves. At least he wasn't like main characters in TV dramas who were stupid enough to not use the things they got for free. Phil came over and completely ignored the others as he shook hands with Luke, and the 2 of them went to one side to chat in private. One of his men blocked Kadget and Ricky, and told them to keep mum tonight and to sign non-disclosure agreements the next day. Another person took out a detector and scanned the monster. The device lit up with a red light and an ear-piercing buzz. The man immediately said, "Target confirmed. Let's get to work." The other two immediately pushed over a restraining device similar to what was used on Dr. Hannibal. They pressed it to the monster, and it was immediately wrapped up in a silver-gray cocoon, which they pulled over to the helicopter. Luke finished chatting with Phil. It really was chatting, mostly because Phil was very concerned about Luke's current situation. He also reminded Luke to be careful and not to charge recklessly into every situation. Luke had a strange expression on his face as he listened. It seemed he had been the one to say that to Phil. Was this karma? Phil smiled when he saw his expression. "You're still young. It's better for old guys like us to do the hard work. You can actually spend more time with your girlfriend when you're free." He couldn't help but glance at Selena. Luke was amused. He was someone who had basic psychology and mental communication. Phil's words couldn't be any more straightforward. "I'm only 19, and I have a lot of female friends. On the other hand, the work never ends for you. Why don't you find a wife and have a baby first?" he said with a smile, but his eyes were fixed on Phil's hairline. Phil was still smiling. After a brief silence, he shook his head. "No need. It's too unfair to a child for a parent to be in this line of work. Also, I have a lot of female friends, too." Luke raised an eyebrow. "Then do you have time for dinner with them?" Phil's face stiffened. "I've been busy. I'll think about it once I'm free." He then walked toward the helicopter. "I'm leaving. Call me if you need anything." Looking at his slightly flustered steps, Luke raised his voice. "When you're free, look for your friends to relax. I'll do my best not to disturb you when you're on break." Phil paused, then picked up his pace. He simply waved his hand casually to indicate that he had heard him. But he couldn't help but mutter inwardly, "What an arrogant kid. HMPH, you have a lot of female friends. I'll check them out when I get back." Thinking that, he hesitated for a moment. A moment later, he dismissed the thought. Forget it, the guy didn't have a good temper. He had only asked about his girlfriend, and Luke instantly showed care for him in return. Phil couldn't afford to offend him. Watching the helicopter take off, Luke and Selena then said goodbye to Kadjit and Ricky, and went home. Checking the data she had just gathered, Selena asked, "What did you say to Phil? Why do I feel like he was avoiding you?" Luke said, "We talked about him getting married and how many children he was going to have." Selena grew interested. "What did he say?" Luke chuckled. "That's why he ran away." Selena burst out laughing. "That's true. You're not his mother. It's understandable that he wouldn't endure you urging him to get married." Luke shrugged. "He's in his 40s. As a friend, it's not too much to ask him personal questions." "He shouldn't have asked me a personal question first." Luke added inwardly. Americans weren't Chinese. Anyone with a bit of intelligence wouldn't casually stick their noses into a friend's marriage. But since Phil had made the joke first, it wasn't a problem for Luke to counterattack. Selena was in a good mood after this interlude. Although it wasn't very virtuous, it was quite nice to occasionally bully honest people. It had to be said that the joy of human beings was built on the pain of others. Most of the time, it had nothing to do with integrity, but pure instinct. Luke didn't rest when he got home. He simply went to his workshop. Compared with Bruce the Tyrannosaur whom he had encountered in Los Angeles last time, his current equipment was a few levels more advanced, and he hadn't been disturbed for a few minutes. He had recorded all sorts of data on the monster. He had to come up with a new algorithm and add it to the multifaceted system to ensure that he received notifications the moment these undying monsters appeared. The detection program for the monsters like the Tyrannosaur and the big-mouthed monster wasn't complicated. He completed a beta version in less than an hour. Luke added it to the multifaceted system, took a shower, and lay down to think. Although it had been easy for him to catch the big-mouthed monster tonight, that was because he was rich. The cost of the black net launcher and the ammo alone would be enough to bankrupt a regular officer. But money was only a prerequisite, technology was also required. Otherwise, given the R&D costs for the black net launcher, especially the materials for it and the development of an automatic capture program, research and development would be impossible without tens of millions of dollars. Luke had only saved on these costs thanks to the RPG launcher, Tony's skills, and elementary roping. He had also spoken to Phil about it, and had given him a device for undoing the nets, and reminded him to give back the 2 black nets. He had even jokingly said that Phil shouldn't steal the technology of his allies. If it were someone else, he definitely wouldn't leave the black nets with them. This thing was very valuable. Putting aside how useful it was best not to reveal the technology it contained for now. At the moment, there weren't many clients for the big shot who sold everything. If he used special equipment, it would be very easy for people to connect him to Batman and V. But it wouldn't take long for this big shot to build a large client base. After all, Tony, Phil and Damon were already active clients. Luke's other aliases could also become clients of this big shot who sold everything. Also, Matt, that cheap old man Punisher, and the weak chicken Iron Fist could also choose a time to drop by. Once a big shot had a lot of clients, it made sense for their special equipment to flow out. He could also get the big shot to sell some low-end equipment, donate them to NYPD, or distribute some to the Detective Bureau. That would be killing two birds with one stone. There would be a lot of criminals with superpowers in New York in the future. NYPD couldn't just send its men to their deaths all the time. Making up his mind, Luke closed his eyes, and his clone went online. Wearing the Batman suit, it started its nightly routine sweep. Chapter 1228. Meeting the old man and the blonde again the next morning, Selina asked Luke, "What's wrong?" As he ate, Luke replied casually, "Well, the thing we caught last night wasn't the only monster. Another one appeared in Brooklyn." Selina nodded and frowned. "I don't think there are many monsters like that, right? Otherwise, we would have found them sooner." Luke said, "There are very few of them. I screened the intelligence last night. There are over 10 possible incidents over the last 6 months in various cities throughout America." Selina thought for a moment. Actually, if we hadn't gotten involved, that Tyrannosaur Bruce in LA wouldn't have exposed himself. Right, Luke nodded. Don't forget the old Asian guy with the banana and the blonde woman. They're a secret organization which specializes in hunting these sorts of undying monsters. One shot and there's no proof. Smartphones weren't widespread before, and video evidence is hard to come by. Selina asked, "What are you going to do?" Luke shrugged. "I've already put 2 single black net launchers along with a reinforced version in the car. However, I don't think we should use the reinforced version unless necessary." Selina asked, "Why?" Luke said, "See for yourself later." Half an hour later, Selina went to the garage on the first floor and took out the reinforced black net launcher from the backseat. She spun it in front of her and looked at it in surprise. "Wow, this guy is so cool." What could Luke say? The reinforced version basically looked like an MK-19 grenade launcher, except for its 50mm barrel. Also, it had an ammo belt. This also meant that as long as the ammo belt was full, the launcher could be fired continuously. It was for that reason that Luke reminded Selina not to use it unless it was absolutely necessary. Anyone with a brain would know that this thing was very expensive. It was impossible for NYPD to have such insane equipment. It would be very conspicuous if they used it. It was just that safety was the #1 priority for Luke, and it was always better to be prepared. Otherwise, 2 single black net launchers would be enough. That night, nothing happened when Luke was out on police patrol. His clone, however, caught another undying monster during its nightly patrol. While Luke was tying up the skinny, 3-meter-tall monster like a sausage with his rope dart, 2 acquaintances appeared: an old Asian man in a fisherman's hat and a blonde woman in a golden wrap dress. Looking at the toy banana that the woman was holding, Luke's mind raced, and he suddenly stood in front of the monster to block the light blue, almost incorporeal bullet. The next moment, Luke was stunned. System. Special fusion type mental energy has been detected. A portion of the fusion energy has been copied and can be used. What the hell? He looked at the old man and the blonde, only to see different expressions on their faces. The old man had a wry smile on his face, as if he wanted to say something. The blonde, however, was very unhappy. "Damn it, why are you messing around? You're wasting my bullets. We have a quota. There are so many deados and we don't have enough bullets left." Everything she said after "wasting my bullets" turned into an alien language. Luke had no idea what she was saying. The blonde didn't care if he understood or not. She again pulled the trigger on the banana in her hand, and another blue bullet shot out. This time, Luke didn't stop her. The blue bullet brushed past his head and hit the monster. The first bullet had been aimed at the monster's chest, and Luke had blocked it. The second bullet was aimed at the 3-meter-tall monster's head. Luke wouldn't be able to block it unless he raised his hands. Bang! The monster's body twisted and turned, before it froze. With a scream, it then exploded into grayish-black smoke which quickly turned grayish-white and disappeared into thin air. Luke waved his hand and the rope dart flew back to him. Putting the rope dart back into his waistband, he stared at them with the blood-red lenses on his mask. "Who are you, Blondie? It's none of your business. Go beat up some hooligans. HMPH, don't bother us, MMF." The old man covered the blonde's mouth, and smiled awkwardly. "I'm sorry, but she's going through menopause. However, we're from a special department. If you run into another monster like this, you can let us know." Luke's interest was piqued. "How do I call you, or send a message?" The old man searched his pocket and then took out something black, which he tossed to Luke. Luke caught it. "Is this a pager?" Although his face was completely covered by the helmet, the old man opposite him seemed to be able to sense his "Are you FC King kidding me?" expression. He explained, "Do you see the 3 buttons? From left to right, if you press the first button, we'll come and detain the suspect. If you press the second button, you can call us. The third button is for sending a message." Luke couldn't help but curse inwardly. "But why a pager? Is there something wrong with your brain?" He nodded and put away the satellite phone that had been mercilessly modified to look like a pager. "What are they?" The old man was a little helpless. "It's not that I don't want to talk about it, but you wouldn't be able to understand." Luke said, "Huh, then tell me, and let's see if I get it." The old man said, "Fine, they're actually $$. Did you get that, Luke? I really didn't. What alien planet are you from?" The old man spread his hands. "So, there's nothing I can do. As long as I $%, you won't be able to understand." Luke nodded thoughtfully. "I think I know what's going on. Okay, we'll keep in touch." With that, flames spurted out of his back and he shot into the sky. Once he was 10 meters away, he turned off the engine and glided away. The old man watched Luke leave enviously and murmured, "Flying is really cool. If I were still alive, I would definitely be a hardcore Batman fan, ouch." The old man was hit and he fell to the ground. The blonde pulled her fist back angrily. "I'm AFC King man. If you dare put your hand over my mouth again, I'll tie you up and drag you behind the car for a whole day." The old man covered his face aggrievedly. "Who told you to keep talking nonsense? Batman isn't a bad person. He can help us lock onto these deados. Why are you so foul-mouthed? Are you jealous that he's more handsome than you?" The blonde snorted and didn't say anything. He turned around and walked back to his car. The old man got up and followed him. "Wait, don't tell me you're embarrassed." "Blondie. Bullshit, why would I be embarrassed?" The old man said, "He's not a police officer, but an envoy of justice. You were a police officer back then, but because you were greedy." The old man covered his head and crouched down again. The blonde drew back her fist. "You talk too much." The old man plaintively got up again and sat in the passenger seat. "We can talk things out. Why are you so unreasonable?" Chapter 12:29. Scapegoat King is online. The blonde rolled her eyes. "How many times have I told you? Without permission from the higher-ups, revealing RIPD to any living person will be blocked and the words become meaningless. Why were you still talking so much nonsense with him?" The old man sighed. "Because I like him." The blonde clicked her tongue disdainfully and moved away, as if to avoid something dirty. "DMN gay, stay away from me." The old man, "I'm talking about how fans like their idols, okay?" Blondie, "Ha, sorry. I keep feeling that there's something wrong with your avatar." The old man said, "It's better than a crossdresser like you, right?" The blonde said, "Who are you calling a crossdresser? I'm a real man. What we look like to the living is the appearance which the higher-ups give us. Do you think I don't want to use my original appearance?" The old man said, "Maybe you enjoy it. In any case, you've been a woman for decades." "Ah, you hit me again." Amidst the noise, the antique car drove off. On the roof, Luke listened as the meaningless syllables popped up from time to time, which once again confirmed his thoughts. The old man hadn't been lying. It wasn't that he didn't want to tell the truth, but that he couldn't. There was a restriction of some sort on their words, and they couldn't divulge any sensitive information. Even when Luke used the long-distance sound collector to eavesdrop on their conversation, the garbled words would come out every now and then. But the details revealed were no less than hearing the inside story directly. S.H.I.E.L.D. wasn't capable of employing this sort of weird restriction on information. How many organizations on Earth were more mysterious and pretentious than S.H.I.E.L.D.? Looking at this, atypical, method of control, it was very likely that this was some antique organization. Luke sent Phil a message, along with a photo of the old man and the blonde, and told him about how they had killed the undying monster. This was also a reminder to Phil to pay attention to these monsters' movements. According to previous intelligence, these sorts of monsters were appearing more frequently in the last 2 days. He didn't know if it was a coincidence or if there was another reason, but it wasn't a bad thing to tell Phil. SHIELD was currently a friendly force that could be used. It would be a waste not to do so. It was May in New York. The incident with the Bifrost was still a hot topic, but most people were already immune to it, and their attention inevitably turned elsewhere. In the midst of this, rumors about running into ghosts in New York gradually started to spread. Talk of flickering electric lights, weird house noises, people walking on the walls in the middle of the night, or people talking and shouting in the windows of tall buildings started to increase. Thanks to the data from the multifaceted system, Luke and Selena knew that these weren't rumors. The truth was that more than 10 battles between the undying monsters and many mysterious departments had happened in New York in the last few days, and involved acquaintances, like Phil, who led the SHIELD agents, as well as the old Asian man and the blonde. In the beginning, Phil and his team had tried twice to capture the monsters, but the operations turned into direct kills. These monsters weren't especially destructive, but they had severely negative impacts. It was normal for ordinary people to have nightmares for a few days after seeing their weird and ugly appearances. Between capturing the undying monsters and covering up mysterious events, Phil chose to go with SHIELD's main mission: cover up the facts and avoid causing panic. Thus, these rumors remained rumors and were never completely exposed. During that time, Luke also locked onto the old man and the blonde's base of operations. It was a phone repair shop. It probably wasn't for repairing cell phones, but for fixing house phones, and it didn't provide home services. Needless to say, even if this shop did provide home services, few idiots would go in. It was much more expensive to repair a house phone than to buy a new one. The two mysterious guys, on the other hand, had been going in and out of this place for days. Luke didn't think that the old man and the blonde were disguising themselves as part-time phone repairmen, so there could only be one truth. That was, there had to be something going on between them. On the other hand, although Luke felt that something was wrong with New York recently, the NYPD commissioner had already given the order to downgrade the high alert status. It wasn't that the commissioner was stupid, it was just that he couldn't expect the wily old foxes in the various core departments to continue expending effort when they weren't getting paid overtime for it. This sort of outrageous thing could only happen once in a while, and not for too long. Otherwise, if the people below made a fuss, the commissioner wouldn't have to worry about being reappointed. He could bow and leave the stage right away. Luke and Selena went to work as usual. At night, Luke would enter his dual operation mode, which he was gradually getting used to. His clone would take turns using his other aliases to take action, while he himself would change back into Batman and follow Selena's bastet out to do good. In comparison, Selena still liked to go out with Batman the most because this alias didn't kill people. It wasn't that she was merciful, but she could never feel relaxed about killing people. When she and Luke went out and a bunch of people died every time, thinking about all the blood made her uncomfortable. So, as long as she used the version 2.0 inches non-lethal weapons developed by Bent, it was fine. She couldn't help the fact that she was most afraid of the sight of blood. But whenever Luke saw her shoot the gangsters with darts that contained drugs which induced farting, cramping or vomiting, he felt that the gangsters would rather have broken bones. At the very least, the various major hospitals in New York had recruited a lot of doctors and interns recently, who were all waiting for a continuous flow of patients with broken bones. The reason Luke had hired Bent was indeed to invent non-lethal weapons for Selena. So, it was fine as long as she was having fun. While Luke guarded the door and watched Selena deal with the gangsters, his face suddenly changed as an image appeared in his surveillance system. Alfred sent him a timely reminder. "Master, undying monster hunters 1 and 2 have been detected." "Show me," Luke said. On the virtual screen, an antique car sped along the street as it chased a few grotesque-looking monsters. Thinking for a moment, Luke had his clone go over first. These undying monsters were all worth a lot of experience and credit points. Killing them gave him anything from 100 to 1000 points, while helping to kill or capture them also yielded a lot of points. There were 5 or 6 undying monsters on the screen, so it wouldn't be hard to earn 1000 experience and credit points. However, it was inappropriate for Batman to argue with the blonde with the cheap mouth, so he let his alias go. If they didn't get along, Luke could simply shoot the blonde. In the face of an extraordinary incident that might involve a huge slaughter, Luke chose Big Dipper. Big Dipper was destined to become an existence that would bear a multitude of grudges. This scapegoat king would attack if he had the chance. If he didn't, he would create an opportunity. Scapegoat King Big Dipper had never needed to explain himself to anyone. Chapter 1230. I said I won't leave my name, so I definitely won't on the other side. Luke's clone had already activated the Big Dipper armor's auxiliary propulsion system, and was headed straight for the group of undying monsters. By the time the clone arrived, the old man and the blonde were surrounded by the monsters. Different from the toy bananas that the two were holding, the weapons in the hands of these monsters were what guns should look like. However, the invisible bullets which the toy bananas fired glowed with a faint blue light, while the bullets fired from the guns of the monsters were pitch black. Anything hit by these black round bullets would immediately show signs of rust and aging. They didn't look easy to deal with. The old man and the blonde were clearly also very wary of the black light balls. They could only hide in a corner and look for an opportunity to return fire. However, the monsters had the advantage in numbers and firepower, and the two of them were in a difficult situation. Luke didn't reveal himself. He wasn't the high-profile Batman, but the most efficient Big Dipper. Thinking quickly, he took out 2 revolvers and fired at the undying monsters who were shooting from the rooftops. The 2 incorporeal bullets glowed with a faint golden light as they shot soundlessly out of the muzzles and hit the backs of the 2 monsters. With 2 screams, the monsters that had been shot exploded into clouds of grayish-black smoke and disappeared. However, the other monsters didn't notice what happened. Their shouts, laughter, and curses drowned out the 2 screams, and they didn't notice that 2 of their comrades were dead. At the same time, the system notified Luke that he had successfully killed the evil spirits, and the 2 undying monsters gave him 400 experience and credit points. Luke's lips twitched. This was much easier than finding gang members. These monsters weren't vigilant at all, and were no different from ordinary people. But thinking about how these guys weren't scared of anything except the special bullets fired by the old man and the blonde, it was understandable that they were less vigilant. Thinking that, he reached out for the guns of the 2 undying monsters and stored them in his inventory. These things were very valuable. It would be a waste not to take them. After collecting his spoils of war, he immediately took a shortcut and emerged behind the group of monsters. The unorganized and undisciplined monsters were less vigilant, but they were also scattered. From the middle of the street out to both sides, as well as on top of the surrounding buildings, they were everywhere, which was very unfavorable for Luke's operation. Luke wasn't in a hurry to take action. He locked onto his targets one by one before he stuck his gun out from behind the wall. When the old man and the blonde fought back, he pulled the trigger at the same time. Ah! 2 more screams rang out, and 2 monsters that had been firing wildly from behind cars in the middle of the street exploded and disappeared. The monsters paused. The 2 dead guys had been holding Gatling guns which burned with black fire. They had the strongest firepower among the monsters, and were the main force suppressing the old man and the blonde. Given the emergency situation, the old man and the blonde didn't dwell on it. They thought that they had gotten lucky and killed the 2 most troublesome monsters with just a few random shots. Also, their reactions were clearly professional. Sensing that the hostile firepower had dropped, they immediately counterattacked and fired 7 or 8 blue bullets. Without interference from the black flames, 3 more undying monsters were killed, and the battle was no longer one-sided. Luke, on the other hand, silently looked at the 2 kill notifications in the system before he put his gun away. Let the duo think that they were the ones who had killed the monsters. He had never liked to leave his name behind when he did good deeds. Muttering to himself, he flew lightly to the top of a building. 2 monsters who had just jumped over from neighboring buildings to help out were still in the air, when they saw 2 faint golden lights flash before their eyes. They screamed and exploded. 2 monsters on the roof across the street looked up in surprise. What they saw were 2 more flashes of golden light, before 2 guns fell out of thin air. The old man raised his head. Why do I feel that there are a lot fewer deados? The blonde stuck out her gun and killed an undying monster that had stuck its head out. They must have met up with your former partner, Bobby Hayes. He's taken the gold because he wants to combine the fragments together and reverse the flow of souls to the afterlife. He wouldn't be able to do it without the protection of these deados. The old man said, okay, let's get rid of these guys first." As soon as he said that, they charged out and fired wildly with their toy bananas. Luke, who was on the roof, listened to the %# in their conversation. He despaired. It seemed this foreign language couldn't be learned. But then the old man said, "We need to hurry up," in regular English. Hearing that, Luke immediately raised his guns and fired. Under a fierce, combined attack from the three, the deados howled. Finally, the old man and the blonde realized that something wasn't right. From what Luke could see, the only difference between his bullets and theirs was the color. Also, the bullets were incorporeal, and the golden and blue lights were very faint. It would be very hard to notice them if it wasn't at night. But for the old man and the blonde, the blue light of their billets was actually very bright. It was just that normal human senses were blocked. Luke's first two sneak attacks had been close to the ground, so they hadn't seen him. Now that Luke wasn't holding back and was shooting from a high vantage point, the golden bullets blinded them. A continuous stream of golden light fell from the sky like Star Wars lightsabers. The remaining 7 monsters were blown up like balloons in a shooting game. "Who is that?" The blonde raised her toy banana and looked warily at the roof. Luke, however, had already slipped away. He didn't want to waste any more time here. He did as he said, and didn't leave his name behind after doing a good deed. Let them guess blindly. During this period of time, the multifaceted system sent a notification that the undying monsters had appeared in many places throughout New York. Unlike when they had been in hiding earlier, they were now wreaking havoc, and had caused some casualties. On the other side, Luke and Selena had already split up and were taking down the monsters. Luke simply had his clone leave quickly. Selena's level of defense while she worked solo had increased recently. With Tandy's light of life condensed into a light dagger and life 1, Selena's combat ability and survival ability had reached its current peak. The light dagger and life 1 were placed inside the armor, and could be used proactively or by the Bastard Armor's AI program. As long as her opponent didn't instantly destroy her while she was in the armor, Selena had a chance to survive. For now, the only people Luke had seen who could instantly kill Selena were the Green Fatso and the God of Thunder. The Destroyer could be considered another, but it had already been smashed to pieces by Thor. Thus, Luke, his clone, Selena, and Gold Nugget were split into 3 teams to quickly eliminate the undying monsters who were causing trouble in New York. Chapter 1231, The Undying Monsters, Attack and Phil's predicament. Splitting up into 3 teams was also in consideration of the current situation. These undying monsters were causing havoc in the 3 most populated areas in New York, though most of them were still in Queens and Brooklyn. Conversely, the Bronx or Staten Island were completely quiet. Luke understood. There were too few people in these 2 districts. What was the point of the undying monsters making a fuss there? The most that would be destroyed was vegetation. But it would be bad in Queens or Brooklyn. There were a lot of people there, and it was a big area. If Luke and Selena didn't split up, they would be much less efficient. More importantly, the fact that these guys couldn't die was a big headache. Apart from professional hunters like the old man and the blonde, only Luke and Selena were threats to them. The good news was that when Luke had realized that something was wrong, he used his Batman identity to let Phil know. Phil said that they had weapons especially for the situation, which would be deployed immediately. Luke didn't say more. He simply told Phil to pay attention to their exclusive comm. He would immediately send notifications about the monsters' locations in New York. Phil probably wouldn't have as accurate a lock on them as Luke. The detection algorithm for the undying monsters had already been added to the multifaceted system. S.H.I.E.L.D. probably didn't have an algorithm like that. After all, there had been very few undying monsters in the past, so there was no point creating this algorithm. His clone circled Manhattan and killed the undying monsters that were scattered throughout the area. It then entered Brooklyn from the west and headed east in Luke's direction. Selena, on the other hand, was working hard in Queens. There was no need to ask how she was doing. From time to time, the system would be refreshed with the deaths of 1 or 2 undying monsters, and 50% of the experience points would be shared with Luke. It was even more accurate than her own reporting. As Luke flew over Brooklyn, he directed Phil's 10 teams. Although he and Selena were killing the monsters quickly, if they didn't coordinate with Phil, some of the teams wouldn't realize that the target had been killed until they arrived, which would greatly affect their efficiency in taking the monsters down. Experience and credit weren't as important. What was important was that the monsters were causing a lot of casualties. Luke liked experience and credit points, but he didn't want to trade innocent lives for them. Killing these monsters a minute earlier might save a life. When the SHIELD agents on Phil's side all arrived in Queens and Brooklyn, it was already chaos. A large number of police cars were already on the streets, but there was basically no way to control the situation. Ordinary officers couldn't do anything about the undying monsters. They weren't as rich and capable as Luke. Naturally, they wouldn't develop restraint-type weapons when they were bored and carry them around. In the face of the monsters' fierce counterattacks, they were too flustered to help the panic-stricken crowd. The police radio exploded with calls for backup. But the alarmed senior management of NYPD was soon dumbfounded. There were monsters everywhere. Guns were useless, the monsters were strong, and they could defy gravity as they ran freely on the walls. How were they supposed to provide backup? Or rather, what weapons were they supposed to use? NYPD's main responsibility was to maintain law and order. Even EUS and SWAT members were just a little more professional, none of them had heavy firepower. Helpless. That was what all the NYPD higher-ups were feeling. Phil received a lot of calls from the big shots in New York. They had found SHIELD through various channels and the calls had been transferred to him. Phil, this level-headed general, also had a headache. He had already dispatched the New York branch and all his men. But SHIELD didn't belong to America, and the agents weren't puppets. Calling on more than 70 people in one go was the limit. Now, only a bunch of tech support and logistics personnel was left in SHIELD's New York branch. All the field agents who could be deployed had been sent out. What else could they do? It would take time, maybe even several hours, for reinforcements from the other branches to arrive. Looking at the current situation, the damage to New York this time wasn't small. If this triggered a riot, that would be when the biggest casualties would happen. SHIELD's responsibility was to prevent mysterious events from adversely affecting society. A lot of bureaucrats would definitely hold SHIELD accountable for this huge incident. At that time, these black-hearted officials wouldn't remember that they were the ones who had asked SHIELD to limit the number of SHIELD members stationed in various parts of the United States. They would only push the blame on SHIELD. It was still the same old saying: the more capable you were, the more responsibility you had, and the more likely you were to be blamed for something. Phil was sweating all over. His black suit had long been replaced with a bulletproof vest. Not far away, one of his best shooters was holding a revolver, but he didn't dare open fire. SHIELD had been specially supplied this gun by RIPD, but the number of bullets was limited. These revolvers were specially designed to deal with the undead, and on average, each of them only had 12 bullets. Fortunately, the revolvers were full and they each had an extra clip. Each team had one of these guns, and they could only be given to the best shooters. Everyone else had all sorts of restraint-type weapons on them. Their mission was to restrict the movements of the undead, so that their best marksmen could shoot them one by one. They didn't have enough bullets to waste. But now, they had run into two undying monsters who were clearly much smarter than the regular ones, and who were running amok in an apartment building, putting them at an impasse. Also, these two guys had caused a lot of chaos and casualties just now, and couldn't be allowed to roam wild. Phil helplessly realized that they were stalling. He couldn't help but raise the phone which he used to contact Batman for a look. There were more than 100 red dots on it. While the number was continually shrinking, it would be a while before they were all completely eradicated. He wanted to curse, because this was too much of a coincidence. A few days ago, he had been scornful of the troublesome Asgardian crown prince who wouldn't leave Earth, but in the end, just a few days after his departure, this sort of mess happened in New York. Phil had also asked Thor about things like the undying monsters. Thor hadn't thought much of it and casually said that they were just mediocre, undead. Most of Asgard's weapons could effectively kill such an existence. For example, Thor's Mjolnir hammer could easily clean up a large area. Sif's divine spear could also kill them. The weapons of the Warriors 3 weren't that exaggerated, but coupled with their skills, it wasn't hard for them to kill dozens of these undead on their own. However, these most suitable fighters had just returned to Asgard. That was depressing. What was even more depressing was that a certain tycoon had run back to his Malibu villa in Los Angeles to do research that night, and would take an hour or two to get here. By then, there would be nothing left for him to clean up. Chapter 1232. In-app purchases are lethal in the end. It was RIPD who pissed Phil off the most. They clearly had specialized weapons, but RIPD didn't give them many. If his subordinates had professional weapons, They could quickly suppress the situation even with just 12 bullets, and wouldn't have to be as cautious as right now. S.H.I.E.L.D. had indeed done some research on these things after getting them, and both parties were well aware of the intent to produce copies, but that was human nature. Just now, Phil had contacted the other party to let them know about the undying monsters creating chaos. However, the other party had been reluctant to work with his men. He didn't know how many people RIPD had sent to resolve this matter. This mysterious organization was too troublesome. Phil cursed inwardly, but there was nothing he could do. The higher-ups of RIPD were in direct contact with Nick Fury and the World Security Council. Given Phil's position, he could only talk to these field workers. But to be fair, he was actually of the same rank as the director of the RIPD New York branch. RIPD was too arrogant, however. Until now, Phil had never seen any of the other parties' branch leaders, and had only interacted with their grassroots operators. He had also mentioned this to Nick Fury, and the usually calm and overbearing director had gotten a helpless expression on his face. He simply said, "We can't control them," and the matter was dropped. These thoughts flashed through Phil's mind, and he couldn't help but roar into the calm, "Cheney, you're not done yet." After a brief silence, there was a reply. "Boss, they're too cunning and can walk on the walls. They keep running around in the building. We can't stop them," Phil said. "Then work harder. If you really can't do it, force them out so that Jack has a chance to shoot them." He couldn't waste any more time with these two undead. Every second wasted here, innocent lives were at stake. While he was thinking that, a shadow glided through the air and kicked at a window before entering the building. Phil was shocked. "What's going on?" The calm was silent for a moment, before Cheney's surprised voice rang out. "Batman is here. He killed both the undead." Phil, his subordinate. How many seconds had it been? It had been less than 5 seconds between Batman showing up and Cheney speaking. They had been locked in battle with these two cunning undead for almost 5 minutes just now. While Phil and his sharpshooter were still in a daze, Luke had already jumped out of another window and landed in front of them. "Why are your people still using net guns? Are you trying to catch them alive?" Hearing the question, Phil and his subordinate were depressed. It was Phil who explained the lack of special firearms and ammo on his side. The blood-red lenses on Luke's mask flashed. "That's the problem. Why didn't you say anything just now?" As he spoke, he reached under his cape and took out a bag from his inventory. He tossed it to the sharpshooter. "These are special 9mm bullets which I bought a few days ago. They can be used with ordinary firearms, and can kill these undead in one shot." Phil was surprised. "You have these, huh? You just bought them?" Luke nodded at him. Phil immediately understood. This was from that big shot who sold everything. Luke looked at the mechanical gloves on Phil's hands. "You're not a bad shot. You have to believe in yourself." Phil noticed his gaze and knew that he was reminding him to use the support firepower function on the mechanical gloves. He could only smile wryly as he said, "There were too few bullets just now. I didn't dare waste them." Luke nodded. "Tell your team members that I'll be supplying them special ammo on the way. Now isn't the time to save money." He then rose into the air and left without waiting for Phil's reply. If he didn't have to figure out why S.H.I.E.L.D. was being so inefficient, he wouldn't have bothered to stop and talk to Phil. In the next 10 minutes or so, Luke provided special ammo to Phil's 10 teams while eliminating the undead along the route that Alfred had mapped out. Each team received 200 special bullets. Most of them were distributed to the men with the best marksmanship, while everyone else was given a few extra bullets each. Shots fired from multiple points were clearly a different threat to shots fired from a single point. Where one person wouldn't be able to surround the enemy, even with effective gunfire, 3 to 5 people could easily force the enemy into a corner. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents weren't bad. With the net guns as support, the rate at which they eliminated the undead immediately skyrocketed. Phil finally heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the dense red dots on his phone disappear one by one. With this level of efficiency, it would take at most 30 minutes to complete the cleanup operation, and the chaos caused by the undead would come to an end in an hour. While it was a huge problem, it was already a blessing that the worst outcome didn't happen. As Luke eliminated the undead in his path, he looked at the thousands of credit points in the system and felt a little pained. The bullets he gave Phil had been modified in his inventory by the system. A few days ago, he had used his clone to take a bullet fired by that blonde. At that time, the system had indicated that he had received a special fusion-type mental energy, which could be cloned for use. After poking at the system, he figured out what was going on. To put it simply, the old man's blue bullets were a special product that had some special mental energy attached to them. It could be seen as a special mental type energy attack fired with a gun. But this sort of attack was useless against ordinary humans, and was only lethal on the undead, who were immune to ordinary firearms. That was also why the undead weren't afraid of physical attacks. Even then, they had stayed low all this time. This invulnerability was their biggest strength, but also the reason why they could be killed in one shot with a special bullet. After figuring this out, Luke had the system help him create enchanted bullets, and Selena had gotten a whole bunch. The bullets themselves were the most common type. He just placed them in his inventory, handed over the credit points, told the system how strong he wanted the enchantment to be, and it was done. Each enchantment was worth at least 20 credit points. It wasn't a processing fee charged by the system, rather, it was the energy contained in these credit points which the system injected into the bullets. In short, it was an in-app purchase. Luke wasn't slow in earning credit points, but it was still a lot slower compared with the money he earned. Back then, when he had been earning thousands of credit points each month, and was still earning a wage of several tens of thousands a year as a detective, he had also earned a little more than $1 million in extra income. Now, it was very easy for him to earn tens of thousands of credit points each month, while he was already worth tens of billions of dollars. Given this comparison, paying for these enchanted bullets with credit really made his heart ache. Even at the minimum requirement of 20 credit points for each bullet, giving the 10 teams of SHIELD agents 2,000 bullets in total meant that he was down 40,000 credit points. Chapter 1233. Sell on credit and early returns. However, saving people was the priority. Luke had been multitasking for the past few days, and with him, his clone and Selena in the field, he was earning experience and credit points quickly. Coupled with the undead that had appeared every now and then a few days ago, and the ones who were now being killed one by one, there were now more than 100,000 credit points in the system. He could afford 40,000 credit points. Also, would SHIELD dare not stock up on these enchanted bullets after this? At that time, they wouldn't be able to renege on this debt even if they wanted to. SHIELD was definitely one of the organizations in the world that had the most number of mysterious and bizarre items. These mysterious items varied in the quality of use, and some of the extremely dangerous items were directly treated as garbage. SHIELD's catapult bases often launched them into outer space to be digested. At the same time, there were also many items sent off to sandbox bases for secret research. SHIELD also had a special research department with a lot of research materials. There were also cold storage bases especially for housing some dangerous items and people. These were all tempting to Luke. Luke certainly couldn't select items at will, but he could ask SHIELD to help him pick. In any case, he would just need to specify a certain item type and get SHIELD to use that as reimbursement to the big shot who sold everything. Nick Fury might ignore the big shot for a while, but he would still have to give Luke something in the end. Otherwise, how would the director be able to settle the debt, do a trade with the big shot, and turn Batman into his hired thug? If just one objective was involved, Nick Fury might refuse. But overall, with the big shot as a connection and Batman as the core of the superhero alliance, the director would yield sooner or later. Because these were to his benefit, Nick Fury was essentially a leader who knew how to weigh the pros and cons. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to sit in the sensitive position of SHIELD's director for so long. He could stifle Hydra and make his boss, the World Security Council, happy at the same time. So, as long as Nick Fury was sure that these gains would bring him even more benefits, he wouldn't mind demonstrating this bit of sincerity. As someone not prone to wasting anything, Luke would shake SHIELD down for whatever they could give him. In any case, he would need to rely on SHIELD to participate in certain major events in the future. He could then increase his contribution rate and he would be able to make up his experience and credit points at the same time. This way, it was very easy for two people who didn't think they would lose out to reach a deal. When Luke had given the enchanted bullets to Phil, it was with the thought of exchanging these credit points for resources. He hadn't thought about recouping these 40,000 credit points in a short period of time. But he suddenly discovered something unexpected from the system notification. System: kill the undead. Mission accomplished. Total experience: 100. Total credit: 100. Looking at the content, this was normal. But the issue was that Luke was flying at the moment, and his clone was on its way to the next target. It was the notification which followed that was interesting. Contribution rate, 20%. EXP plus 20. Credit plus 20. These weren't experience points shared between teammates, or the system would have shown which teammate the points were from. For a moment, Luke was confused. Here his clone had somehow helped out in an attack. Then, here was the question, who on earth had he helped? And who was helping him earn points? But very quickly, a few more similar messages appeared. The contribution rate of 20% was the same across the board, while the experience and credit points ranged from 10 at the very least to close to several hundred. Connecting that to the rate at which the red dots on the map were disappearing, Luke soon figured it out. This was for giving Phil the enchanted bullets. Luke was even more confused. He couldn't help but poke the system. How come giving the bullets counted as a contribution rate? The system had always been very strict when it came to teammates, the list of good and evil, as well as the most important experience and credit points. Luke would be dreaming if he thought he could sit in an office and give out a few instructions to get experience and credit points. Hence, he wanted to confirm that the system was definitely a detective system and not some big boss system. The system's response was as simple and blunt as ever: the credit belongs to the host. Luke got it. Although he hadn't done anything, the system counted the credit points, and Luke's strength and mental strength, as part of him, like an imprint. The credit points, which stemmed from his strength, were borrowed by the SHIELD agents. Naturally, he had a share in the contribution rate for killing the undead. Luke was quite satisfied when he saw the 20% contribution rate notification every now and then. It would be impossible to recoup the 40,000 credit points he had used up today, but there was a chance he could get back 10 to 20,000. He had thought that this would be a long-term investment, but it turned out to be a good deal with a return of 30 to 40%. How could he not be satisfied? Thanks to this underlying fortune, Luke immediately threw himself into the cleanup operation with even more enthusiasm. No matter how good this bonus was, it couldn't compare with what he and his clone were capable of. The most gains were always from doing the harvesting yourself. So, work hard, work hard. Cheering for himself, Luke went even crazier. Where other people found it extremely difficult to deal with the undead, he and his clone killed them in seconds. To them, throwing a bad dart and shooting were easier than a game of darts in a bar or kids playing with squirt guns. The undead were much bigger than regular people, but didn't know how to use their brains, which made them great live targets. Within a 50-meter range, it was a piece of cake for Luke. 10 minutes later, only 50 undead were left in the two districts, and it would only take 10 minutes for them to be wiped out. At that moment, Luke saw a man fighting an undead on the street below. To his surprise, the man was able to fight the 2-meter-tall undead without losing. Although the man couldn't kill the undead since it couldn't be injured physically, the undead couldn't do anything to this agile and astonishingly strong man either. Luke found the man familiar. After thinking for a moment, an image appeared in his mind. It was the scene of a beautiful waitress flirting with a handsome blonde man at a coffee shop in front of Grand Central. Luke smiled. Sure enough, the man wasn't an ordinary person. "Alfred, check this person's identity," Luke said as he glided down and threw out a bad dart. The spinning black bad dart carried a faint golden light. It hit the undead in the back, and the undead screamed before it exploded and disappeared. Without any hesitation, the blonde man immediately adopted a defensive pose as he looked at Luke in the air. When he saw the enormous black figure gliding down, the blonde man finally heaved a sigh of relief. After watching TV and reading the news for 3 days, he knew all about Batman. Although he was an old fossil who had never played with smartphones before, he still watched TV and read the news often. Even so, he was still quite vigilant. He was poised to fight or defend at any time, and was a lot more cautious than a certain agent with a receding hairline. Luke was very curious. This stance, this aura, it seemed he was far more unusual than Luke had thought. "Alfred, did you find any information on him?" He couldn't help but ask his butler. Alfred was very helpful as he reported the new findings. "Master, I've found a 92% match in the database." As Alfred spoke, he projected the information for Luke. Luke was stumped for a moment, before he observed the handsome blonde carefully. This was a joke, right? Wait. He looked at the projected information again. Steve Rogers, born the 4th of July 1918, known as America's first superhero, codename Captain America, The answer caught Luke so off guard that even his calm cracked a little. For the sake of his character setting, however, he resisted the urge to do something dumb, and continued looking coolly at the other man. "How should I address you?" The handsome blonde said. "Hello, Mr. Batman. You can call me Steve." Luke raised an eyebrow. From the other party's test data on the screen and Luke's mental communication, the man remained as calm as still water. He knew that it was more than just a 92% match. The name, physique, combat awareness, combat ability, and appearance all pointed to one truth. The handsome blonde in front of Luke was one of the 3 Marvel heavyweights and the heart and soul of the Avengers. Countless thoughts flashed through Luke's mind, but in the end, he simply said, "You can call me Bruce." Using his cape as cover for his inventory, he threw out a revolver and a box of bullets. Ordinary attacks are useless on these undead. You can only kill them with these special bullets. With that, he rose into the air once more. Luke could only afford to spend 10 seconds on Captain America. As the old saying went, you couldn't fool a super wily old fox with just a few words. Anyone who thought otherwise was an idiot. Besides, he was using his Batman alias. If he stood around on the street to chat with a handsome man instead of saving people in a crisis, those who didn't know might think that Batman really did lean a particular way and had his eye on someone. Steve caught the revolver and the enchanted bullets reflexively, only to see that Luke had already flown 10 meters into the air. He couldn't help but shout, "Wait, this gun!" Luke was in the middle of speeding up and had no time to waste. He simply said, "It's yours." The enormous shadow flew in an arc toward the east. Steve choked on his words and was only stumped for a few seconds before he gathered his wits. He lowered his head and quickly examined the revolver and the bullets. Although he was still a little bewildered, his commitment to saving people wasn't any weaker than Luke's. After confirming that there was nothing wrong with the gun, he stuffed the bullets into the pocket of his leather jacket and zipped it up so that they wouldn't fall out. In a few steps, he reached his Harley-Davidson motorcycle. He hit the gas pedal the moment he got on, and the motorcycle immediately sped in the direction of cries for help. At that moment, he couldn't help but mock himself. He was out of date. The threshold for doing good deeds now was so high. Not only did a person have to learn how to fly, they also had to equip themselves with special weapons. It wasn't that he was jealous that Batman and a certain tycoon were rich, it was just that being able to fly was too convenient, and he would be able to save even more people that way. However, his motorcycle had also seen battle, and wasn't bad at all. Unwilling to admit defeat, a certain old man shot forward on his motorcycle. In the sky, Luke simply turned his head and smiled at the figure who was charging toward the next battlefield. Putting the matter aside, he sped off to the next location. Right at that moment, Luke's expression changed. With his keen senses, he suddenly sensed something was wrong. At the same time, Alfred sent him a warning. "Master, there's a high-energy reaction in the southwest. There's an anomaly with the air flow." Before Alfred could finish speaking, Luke turned around, and his expression hardened. In the southwest, huge vortexes that looked like tornadoes had suddenly appeared. But these vortexes didn't appear in the clouds in the sky. Instead, they were scattered in a large ring on the ground and centered around a central point. It looked like a space-time portal from a science fiction movie. Lightning flashed incessantly in the vortexes, and they looked especially eye-catching in the dark. What the hell was that? Luke had barely cursed in his heart, when he remembered that the old man and the blonde had gone southwest just now. He immediately had his clone send a message to Selina to continue cleaning up the remaining ghosts in New York and not to head southwest towards Staten Island. He took out the pager which the old man had given him and quickly pressed a button. A few seconds later, the call connected, and the old man's voice rang out in the background. "Batman, I'm a little busy right now, what's going on with Staten Island?" Luke interrupted him. The other party didn't immediately reply, but there was a lot of noise, and the occasional loud curse. His clone also sent a message to Phil, telling him not to head in the direction of Staten Island. Although he didn't know what this strange meteorological phenomenon was, Phil and the others were ordinary people, they might die if they went. He had even stopped Selina. Naturally, he didn't want Phil and the others to go. On this side, Luke didn't hurry the old man. Instead, he and his clone stopped chasing the undeads in the 2 districts. At the same time, he activated his jets and charged towards Staten Island. He was better at surviving than Selina and Phil. Besides, unless it was absolutely necessary, he absolutely wouldn't enter the area surrounded by the vortexes. Clone, go. Even if things didn't look good, Luke was as steady as ever. At that moment, Scapegoat King Big Dipper cancelled stealth mode and charged straight toward the center of the vortexes on Staten Island. Batman, on the other hand, deliberately slowed down and turned into a reserve player. This was also to prevent Luke and his clone from falling into a trap at the same time. While Luke was working as fiercely as a tiger, the old man finally replied, "There's no time. If you can, come and help. FCK, go to hell. Hurry up, we have to kill them before we can." The communication was cut off. Luke frowned but wasn't angry. Although the old man and the blonde were weird, they hadn't done anything to hurt ordinary people, but were focused on killing the undead. Also, they were under a strange restriction and couldn't reveal certain classified information. The battle was very intense, and the fact that they had the time to ask for help at all was already pretty good. Of course he had to help. Luke had only asked to confirm that the strange phenomenon on Staten Island had something to do with the undead. Now, it seemed that his guess was correct. In this period of time, his clone had traveled more than 30 kilometers from Queens to the southwest corner of Staten Island in the Big Dipper armor. But something even more disturbing happened. An enormous vortex slowly opened in the sky above the center of the ring of vortexes. It didn't stop growing from the moment it appeared. Black clouds split open to reveal a pitch-dark space inside which flashed with thunder and lightning inside, and black shadows started to pour out of it. From his high vantage point, Luke could clearly see what was in the center of the ring of vortexes on the ground. The old man and the blonde were fighting a group of undead. At that moment, the old man suddenly unleashed his might and charged at the large number of undead not far away. The two big toy bananas in his hands glowed non-stop as they instantly pierced a hole in the undead's defense. At the same time, the blonde darted out, and the toy banana in her hand shot out a toilet plunger. Just like that, the plunger shot through the hole created by the old man and stuck to a 2-meter-tall golden trapezoidal pillar. The blonde stepped onto a tree stump, grabbed hold of the rope that extended out of the tip of the toy banana, and started to pull on the plunger. The face of an undead near the golden pillar changed drastically as he yelled, "No!" But it was too late. It was as if Luke could hear a pop as the plunger pulled a cross-shaped component off of the golden pillar. This cross had only been placed in a slot in the golden pillar, and wasn't really fixed to it. At the same time, the vortexes around them suddenly slowed down and shrank at a visible rate. The gargantuan vortex in the sky stopped turning, and the spreading black cloud quickly receded until the pitch-dark space was covered up once more. Now that it was over, the old man smiled and yelled, "Hayes, you're finished." With that, he unleashed the power of the bananas in his hands, and fired several more blue bullets, killing the stunned undead around him. The undead called Hayes was clearly the leader. He grinned hideously and suddenly raised his head. "Come down, fellas. Let us reverse the passage to the afterlife again." Ah! Blue light flashed and he was hit in the head. Shocked, Hayes screamed and exploded into grayish-black smoke. He was finished for good. This chain of events didn't take long. From the moment the little old man demonstrated his prowess, to the moment that the blonde used the plunger, and the old man killed the undead leader, everything had taken less than 5 seconds. Luke finally arrived. From 100 meters away, he fired his golden bullets at the 30 or so undead in the center of the battlefield. Even as he heaved a sigh of relief, he was also a little depressed. He had been just one step behind, D*MN it. The blonde was really quick. She didn't even give Luke a chance to earn some contribution points. He was certain that if he had arrived a moment earlier to help the blonde to pull out the cross, he would have gotten at least a 20% contribution rate. But he had no chance now. The old man and the blonde had basically done everything. Thinking that, he looked up. The old man and the blonde on the side, as well as a heavily wounded woman, also raised their heads almost at the same time. There was a clamor in the air which was approaching them swiftly. Alfred instantly projected an image of dense red dots, packed together in a thick solid line, which was shooting down from where the large vortex had been. At the same time, Luke could already vaguely make out human figures in the shadows. Deados. The deados at the very front have already come out of the passage to the afterlife. The old man was depressed. "What are you afraid of? I'll kill all of them." The blonde's expression was calm, but she also showed deep helplessness. Although the deados that had charged out before the door of the afterlife closed was an insignificant portion, there were still thousands of them. There were only 2 of them. They wouldn't be able to finish killing all the deados with the bullets they had. This bunch of deados had clearly received an order from Hayes before he was blown up. They were to charge down and take back the divine artifact of the afterlife, reopen the door, and reverse the flow of souls. The two people had worked so hard for so long, but they still couldn't escape the fate of failure. This outcome was too outrageous. Luke glanced helplessly at the two on the ground. God MNIT, the old man was speaking that alien language again. When he saw the horde of undead descending, however, his mood was completely different from the other two. Such a large number of experience and credit points was great. The professional hunters on the ground clearly didn't have the ability to continue, so the 700 or so dead ghosts were all his. Taking a deep breath, Luke ordered the armor's AI program, Polaris, come, play a BGM at max volume. What song would you like, sir? Asked Polaris. Show me the sound effects. Basic sound effects, drums and bells, that's it. In less than 2 seconds, he picked the song. Looking at the undead in the sky that were 500 meters away, he murmured, from today onward, I'm going to be a man with my own BGM. Nobody can defeat me when my BGM is playing. Evil spirit, have a taste of my fist, he shouted in fluent Chinese. The auxiliary propulsion system on his back activated, and dazzling flames shot out in a straight line in the air as he charged at the group of undead. The old man, the blonde, and the injured woman were all stunned. The loud and heavy sound of a bell along with a drumbeat rang out in the air, and an equally loud voice rapped words which they couldn't understand. The supreme edict, supreme lonely souls, all ghosts and charms, 4 lives with grace, chapter 1236. Pac-Man game and extermination for these 3 purebred Americans. The sound of the bells and the drums, coupled with the clear and melodious 4-beat rhythm, indeed seemed more like an exotic-sounding rap than a Taoist priest performing a ceremony. But the rap wasn't important right now. What was important was that as Luke charged upward, he suddenly glowed with golden light. Golden light quickly spread out from his body, 1 meter, 2 meters, 5 meters, and then 10 meters, before it stopped. During this process, he was still charging forward despite being completely enveloped by the golden light. On Staten Island at night, a small golden sun rose. The injured woman on the ground was dumbfounded and could only mutter, OMG, repeatedly. As for the old man and the blonde, they were a little unlucky. Luke was still using the special fusion energy which he had cloned from the blue bullet. He was just using telekinesis to spread it outward from his body. Thus, the light effect of the golden sun was like that of a blue bullet. An ordinary person would only be able to see 5 to 10% of it at most. For these 2 RIPD members, they got the full 100% light effect. Luke was about to make a fortune. He threw in another 10,000 credit points into this golden sun, which was a combination of telekinesis and credit points, and the golden light grew several times brighter. The injured woman, who was just an ordinary person, could still look straight at the golden sun. To the old man and the blonde, however, it was as dazzling as the sun at noon in the middle of summer. Ah! Both of them screamed at the same time and covered their dog eyes. They hurriedly lowered their heads and cursed, FCK. But compared with their temporary blindness, the group of deados charging down from the sky with the intent of snatching away the divine artifact of the afterlife was undoubtedly far more unlucky. Accompanied by the earth-shattering sound of a melodious bell and the Chinese chant of rebirth, Luke's golden sun crashed into the swarm of undead. Both parties were moving very quickly. In the blink of an eye, the tip of the grayish-black column that was made up of undead plunged into the golden sun. These ghosts didn't even scream and there wasn't even any smoke as they simply disappeared. The undead at the back were terrified, but few of them could control their falling bodies. The golden sun was like a little yellow Pac-Man opening its mouth wide from below and adjusting its position from time to ensure that the string of undead fell in. Hence, no blood was shed and an unusual scene of tragedy was born. It hadn't been easy for these 700 or so undead ghosts to obtain this rare opportunity, and they had been lucky enough to be the first to escape the afterlife. Before they could even land on Earth, however, more than 500 of them had evaporated. The remaining 200 or so were a little luckier. They were a little further away from the main formation, and were lucky to avoid the devouring range of the little golden sun. But before they could celebrate, the golden sun came to an abrupt stop before swooping down again in a long streak of flames. At that moment, the golden sun had already shrunk to a diameter of 2 meters, but finger-thick tendrils of golden light stretched out of it. They were like vipers hunting for prey as they pierced falling soldiers and reduced them to dust. In the meantime, Luke fired a series of golden bullets. He didn't want to let go of any of the undead who had drifted some distance in the air. They were all experience and credit points. The 3 people on the ground were completely stunned. What the hell? That bunch of deados disappeared. In fact, the deados were falling faster and faster. Some of them were quick to react and wanted to flee in all directions. In order for Luke to kill the ones who were the fastest to escape, there were some undead in the air who still slipped his net. In the end, 50 or so of them finally landed before they fled. For them, this golden ball of light which ate them like food was too terrifying. They were deados, but they weren't completely stupid. Many of them saw the golden divine artifact of the afterlife nearby, but none of them headed in that direction as they simply scattered. As for the old man, the blonde and the injured woman on the ground, the undead didn't care at all. In any case, no matter how terrifying they weren't as terrifying as that golden ball of light. Unfortunately, these undead had run into a staunch pragmatist this time. Luke's Big Dipper armor focused on stealth and dexterity, and wasn't especially fast. It wasn't as outstanding as Tony's Mark series. He had already killed more than 10 guys in the group of undead who could fly. However, there were 2 with bat wings on their backs who were stronger. One was still able to turn around and flee even after being hit hard. Luke didn't have the ability to teleport, nor did he know where the guy ran off to, so he could only give up for the time being. Now, only the guys who could do nothing but run on their 2 legs were left. They still wanted to compete with the Big Dipper armor in speed, but could only die in the end. The 3 onlookers had truly become spectators. They could only watch as the man, who looked like a golden sun, flew in a circle in the air and blew up all the fleeing ghosts before he flew back to them. At that moment, Luke's mood had picked up. Although he might have missed out on the contribution rate for preventing the vortex from opening, the undead leader's final operation of summoning monsters to feed Luke was truly impressive, and allowed him to recoup a lot. After all, if he really had made it in time to close that great vortex before those 700 or so undead ghosts had a chance to come out, he naturally wouldn't be able to slurp them up like noodles. His attitude was much better now that he was in a good mood. He lowered his head, and the 2 black eye sockets in the black and white skull mask stared at the injured woman. "Who is she?" he asked. The woman's lips moved, but she didn't say anything. She knew that the question wasn't directed at her, even if the terrifying black and white skull was staring at her. The old man, "She's $hash," Luke said impatiently, "speak human language." The old man was also annoyed. He knew that his words had been automatically garbled again, and quickly changed them. "She's on our side. She's not a bad person." Humming in response, Luke took out a simple syringe from his waist. He then took out a bottle of Life 1 with his other hand. Kai, half of the 10mm bottle of Life 1 was used up as he injected the woman in the neck. At the same time, he easily pulled out the dagger that was in her stomach, and took a look to make sure that it wasn't anything special or that it was poisoned. The old man turned pale with fright and lunged forward. "Wait, don't." Chapter 1237. Save people in passing, pilfer loot in passing. The woman was heavily injured, but as long as the knife wasn't pulled out and she was sent to the hospital right away, there was still a chance she could be operated on and saved. If the knife was pulled out, there was a chance she would die of blood loss. When the old man got close enough, however, he hesitated. The woman was lying on the ground, and that black and white figure was standing next to her with the dagger in its hand. Luke turned around and looked at the old man with his dark eye sockets. He then tilted his head to look at the dagger that he had just pulled out, and then at the wound on the woman's stomach. Pondering for a few seconds, he said, "Why don't I put it back in so that you can pull it out again?" The old man, the injured woman, Luke was in a good mood as he made the joke. He stood up and said, "Okay, let her lie still for a few minutes. If you're worried, you can send her to the hospital for a checkup. If you hurry, she might be able to go home and sleep in her own bed." As he spoke, he suddenly paused, and then cursed, "FCK." He broke into a run, and the support propulsion system on his back was fully activated. Boom! The armor flew northeast, the shockwave kicking up a huge cloud of dust. It avoided the injured woman, but the blonde was hit in the face and ate a mouthful of dust. By the time the dust cleared, the flames on Luke's thruster were only a small dot of light in the distance. The old man and the blonde looked at each other. In the end, the old man was more worried about the injured woman lying in front of him. This was his ex-wife, Julia. Julia had indeed been his wife when he was alive a few months ago. Now that he was dead, she had automatically become his ex-wife, but he couldn't just watch her die. After examining the wound on Julia's abdomen, the old man raised his head in surprise. "How do you feel?" Julia frowned. "The wound is itchy and uncomfortable." The old man asked, "It doesn't hurt?" Julia shook her head. "Well, after he injected me with some drug, the pain disappeared very quickly. It just feels itchy, and it's getting worse." The old man said, "Don't scratch that. The wound is healing." Julia was stunned. Huh, she had just been stabbed, and it was already healing. She was full of questions. The blonde also came over for a look and nodded. "That black and white face isn't like an ordinary person's. Maybe he isn't human at all. It's not strange that he would have a quick healing method. She definitely won't die so easily." The old man glared at his partner unhappily. "That's my wife. What do you mean by that? This D*MN old man really has a foul mouth." The blonde didn't care about that. In any case, it wasn't his ex-wife. He walked over to the divine artifact and examined it, then murmured, "This is good. If we hand this over, the higher-ups will probably stop treating us like trash." As he spoke, he walked back and searched around the tree stump. Just now, he had used the special grappling hook on his pistol to pull out the cross at the center of the divine artifact. Of course, RIPD's big backer would automatically censor any confidential information. Any behavior that involved confidentiality, including talking, gestures, writing, and typed messages, would automatically become incomprehensible rubbish. For example, this grappling hook would look like something else in the eyes of the living a toilet plunger. Also, he, Roy Pulsifer, was clearly a handsome man with a beautiful white beard. The living could only see the blonde on his badge. His partner, on the other hand, Nick Walker, was a pretty boy with bad luck. All the living saw was an old Asian man on his badge. The RIPD's sensor control was just that bizarre. Before this, he and Nick had triggered a huge disaster. If they didn't fix things, they might be abandoned right away and tossed into the afterlife. Now that they had resolved the problem of the door to the afterlife opening and had gotten this divine artifact back, they could at least play around for several more decades. Thinking that, Roy looked around, but didn't see the golden cross. Just now, he had successfully pulled the piece off and closed the door to the afterlife, but a bunch of deados had still managed to slip out before that. Thus, Roy could only toss his grappling hook aside and prepare to fight to the death. Logically speaking, the cross should have fallen here, right? Puzzled, Roy searched the area twice, but found nothing. It was impossible for him to be losing his memory. He had been dead for decades, and didn't have any brain cells to lose. But where did that thing go? Frowning and thinking for a moment, he suddenly trembled. "Nick, forget your ex-wife, we might be thrown into the afterlife. You'll never be able to see her again, not even her tombstone." Nick had been very unhappy earlier, but when he heard Roy's words, he immediately comforted Julia before he walked over. "What is it?" Roy said. "The core cross component of the divine artifact is gone." Nick said, "WTF? How is that possible? Didn't you pull it out?" Roy said bitterly, "Apart from us and your ex-wife, there was only one other person here." He stressed the word person. Nick gaped. "Holy sh*t. Are you kidding me? How can someone like that? Wait, is that really possible?" That cross was the core of a divine artifact which could open a door to the afterlife. Even some higher existences would be interested in it. Looking at Nick's face, Roy knew that he had figured it out. He said in a low voice, "Just now, he passed by the place where I threw the cross, and then flew off, so it can only be him." Nick was full of despair. "Then what should we do?" "Go look for that skull and ask for the cross back. He'll turn into a sun and turn us to dust." Even someone as hard-headed as Roy felt that this was a likely outcome, and he couldn't refute it. "So, we need to say the same thing now." "Nick." Roy said, "We just need to bring forward the time that person took the golden cross. He must have secretly nicked it after I pulled it out." Thinking quickly, Nick suddenly slapped his thigh. "That's right, we didn't see him take anything when he flew away. He actually took the cross at the very beginning, and only then helped us." Roy stared blankly for a moment, before he patted Nick's shoulder. "As expected of a cop generations after me. How shameless." Nick was lost for words. "Weren't you the one who came up with this idea first, you schemer?" However, the RIPD duo had finally found a scapegoat, and their hearts finally calmed down. It was indeed as they had guessed. When Luke had broken into a run earlier, he had passed by the golden cross and stored it in his inventory. It would be a waste not to pick up such an extraordinary, mysterious item. As for the big shots who might come looking for him, he wasn't too scared. This time, the system had given him a new way to spend money. He could finally turn credit points into attack power. Last time, 50,000 credit points had been enough to send Mephisto back to hell for a decade. Now, he had more than 200,000 credit points, which was enough to beat Mephisto back twice over. Also, with the passing of time, his credit points would continue to increase. Not long ago in hell, Mephisto's eyelids suddenly twitched. In his dormant state, he could only keep his soul active at a minimum level to sense news from the other dimension. Someone opened the door to the afterlife. It seemed 2 toys had run over as well, The toys were calling for help. One of the toys ran back. Almost instantly, a cloud of black smoke emerged from a tiny wormhole and landed outside Mephisto's palace. In fact, this palace was just an illusion. It was the physical representation of Mephisto's source of power. Without his permission, nobody could enter. Outside the palace, golden light rolled around and cut apart the ball of black smoke. The black smoke screamed miserably. "Save me, master, save me." Mephisto didn't even bat an eyelid. It was just a toy. If it died, so be it. Mephisto had a lot of toys. Although this was one of the stronger ones, it wasn't worth interrupting his healing sleep for. The black smoke couldn't hold on anymore and howled in despair. "No, master, why are you forsaking me? I don't want to." The golden light inside it suddenly sped up, and the black smoke was instantly cut into countless pieces. In the blink of an eye, the black smoke was completely destroyed. The golden light, which had lost a target, swam around in the air for a moment before it suddenly turned around and targeted the palace. It sensed that comrades from the same source were currently doing battle and calling for backup. At the same time, these comrades could sense its existence, even if it was just a tiny bit. They decisively activated a great summoning technique. The golden light shot straight at the palace, and just before it touched it, it abruptly disappeared. Mephisto, who was sleeping in the palace, suddenly felt a chill, as if something dangerous was approaching. He abruptly opened his pure black eyes. "Who is it?" $@%. At that moment, he suddenly felt the strange dark golden energy inside his body, 1/10 of which he had just worn down, suddenly surge again, and it was much stronger than before. The Lord of Hell finally couldn't help but curse. "B-starred, it's you again, Big Dipper." The dark golden energy in his body suddenly received support from a new force, and it counterattacked again, dealing a hard blow to his soul. Although he could still endure, he was the only being here. Mephisto didn't have to care about his reputation as the Lord of Hell, and he simply roared to vent his anger and frustration. The injury to his soul worsened. What healing he had gained from his deep sleep vanished, and his situation was much worse than before. Although a duration of a few months wasn't a big deal, he felt suffocated. "Big Dipper, I swear on my title as the Lord of Hell that I'll definitely kill you." Mephisto gritted his teeth, then directly let out a breath and lay down. It was useless to be angry. He should recuperate and think of a way to get revenge on that despicable and shameless Big Dipper. This guy had even specially found his toy and had used it to deliver that lethal golden energy and set a trap. He had never seen such a despicable person. Could he be any more shameless? He actually set an ambush. Depressed, the Lord of Hell fell asleep again, but this time, his soul was a little more active. If anyone approached the palace again, he would strike first and kill them. Otherwise, his injuries would only get worse and worse. When would he be able to settle scores with that despicable, shameless guy who ambushed him? The Lord of Hell, who had been cut down by Luke once more, fell asleep in a rage. Back on Earth, Luke's little nest had suffered an unexpected calamity. Just now, he received word from Little Snail that the house in Clinton was about to collapse. How could Luke sit still after hearing that? He and his clone immediately rushed over. "The tiger doesn't bare its fang, so you think I'm a sick cat?" Cursing fiercely inwardly, Luke told Selena to head back and reconvene as soon as possible. These mishaps tonight not only threatened the safety of Luke's place in Clinton, but also disrupted his initially ample cover-ups. But New York was already a mess tonight. Luke could still tweak some things and plug any holes in his cover. There would still be loopholes, but as long as nobody dug too deep, it wasn't a big problem. Everybody had their own private affairs that couldn't be exposed. It was enough to clear up the main doubts. Besides, it was too easy for Luke to erase evidence. That didn't mean he had to kill people, he just needed to destroy some critical surveillance cameras and find some false witnesses. A person's memories turned hazy after some time, and the difference between what they remembered and what really happened got bigger and bigger. As Luke pondered, he had Alfred check for flaws in this plan. By then, the Big Dipper clone had already entered the southwest corner of Manhattan. Luke himself rushed to Clinton. Entering a sewer, he quickly headed for a designated location and crawled out. Little Snail had already been controlling the car for a while, and it had just stopped next to the sewer opening not long ago. Luke got into the driver's seat and put the Batman suit into his inventory, before he put on his daily outfit and equipment as Detective Luke. He then activated the car's cleaning system and cleaned up all traces. Less than 2 minutes later, the sewer opening was uncovered once more. Selina and Gold Nugget remained invisible as they got into the backseat and took off their Bastet and Hellhound suits before activating the cleaning system. At that moment, the car started up and charged toward their house in Clinton. Selina quickly put on her detective gear and asked, "What should we do later?" Luke gave a rare sneer. "They're all lackeys of the Hand. Since they dare carry guns on them, kill every single one you see." Selina nodded. No problem. She wasn't interested in killing people, but the people from the Hand were a different matter. Also, she had received Little Snail's warning, and knew that their 5-story little nest was in danger of collapsing. Luke couldn't tolerate it, and neither could she. She pulled up the surveillance feed near the house and saw a black and white figure charge into the apartment building next door. She was stumped. "Who's this guy?" Luke took a quick look and said calmly, "He's on our side. We can trust him." Selina was curious, but didn't give the man her full attention. Instead, she examined the culprits who had almost destroyed their home. Chapter 1239, Outsmarting Oneself, and Big Dipper flipping out. They were culprits, not attackers, since they hadn't attacked Luke and Selina's 5-story house at all. The 200 or so hired guns only controlled the apartment building next to their place, and the heavy machinery behind it immediately started to tear down the building. But they didn't care about the environment at all when they demolished the building. When this old apartment building was violently demolished, part of the building cracked, and then leaned against Luke's little nest. Luke's pitiful 5-story home was like a primary school student who was being bullied. Thankfully, the apartment building next door only had 7 floors. The distance wasn't very far, and the falling stairs were now being propped up Luke's building at an angle. If the apartment building did fall, Luke's specially fortified home wouldn't collapse as well, but a lot of places would definitely require refurbishment. Luke cursed inwardly at this outcome, but felt that there was nothing he could say. It was definitely the Hand who had called in these hired guns to take control of the apartment building and tear it down with large machinery. Recently, the Hand had already cleared out a passage inside the pit, and was just waiting to move out the entire stone vault that was underground. Luke and the apartment building were right next to the Hudson River, where a barge was docked. Now, the people from the Hand just needed to move the stone treasure vault dozens of meters to the barge before going out to sea, and everything would be done. It was common for boats and tow trucks to move whole villas and buildings now, so moving a stone vault wasn't wishful thinking. As long as the stone vault was in their hands, the Hand could slowly figure out how to open it. Luke hadn't taken the stone vault because he had wanted to use it to reel in the remaining 3 fingers. To live for hundreds of years, this was the only hope for the 3 old monsters. The 5 fingers of the Hand were guys who didn't want to use the strength of the dragon to improve their combat ability, but to live forever instead. He didn't think that the remaining 3 fingers could resist the temptation of living for another 500 years. Indeed, they really couldn't hold back, but they weren't stupid, and waited for a good opportunity to take action. They moved when the 3 major districts of New York were in chaos tonight. Few people would care where these construction machines were headed. Most people would think that it was some department sending machines for search and rescue operations. Anyone who got in the way would be secretly taken down by the 200 or so hired guns. The entire treasure vault relocation plan was supposed to be completed in an hour. The hired guns didn't need to think too much about the aftermath. However, reality was cruel. The 3 fingers who had planned this operation definitely hadn't thought that someone would knowingly leave the dragon bone in the stone vault next door just to lure them out. There were a lot of unexpected happenings in New York tonight. It wasn't that Luke had outsmarted himself, but he was still unhappy that his own place had almost been wrecked. Thus, a certain someone didn't even need to use his identity as Batman, as scapegoat king Big Dipper directly took the stage. Big Dipper was destined to be the scapegoat king because his methods were even more ruthless. Luke didn't have his clone use the stealth function at all. The black and white skull raised its guns and charged into the apartment building. How strong was Luke when he had no scruples or anything to hide, and was focused on slaughter? That was something he didn't know. Ever since he obtained the system, there was a strong and subjective sense of purpose to practically everything he did. This meant that every time he took action, he would take into account a lot of things. He considered the beginning, the process, and the ending. He couldn't draw too much attention from the relevant departments and couldn't cause too much chaos. He couldn't do a public purge and cause the authorities to track him down. It could be said that he had never used his full strength before. Even when he fought Mephisto, he had only used his trump card, and hadn't fully exerted himself. Until today, the Star of Justice clone plus Scapegoat King Big Dipper combo had officially appeared, and was even going up against the Hand, an organization which couldn't let itself be exposed. He no longer had any qualms. Amidst the gunfire, Big Dipper's black and white figure was like a ghost as he swept past the door of the apartment building and fired 2 Glocks at the 4 thugs at the door. The 4 thugs fell before they could even react. The 7 or 8 thugs who were standing outside the apartment building were startled. They looked at the door, only to see a blurry black and white figure fly past, and gunshots rang out in the building. The thugs scattered all over the place were killed one after another at the scene. Luke had already rushed into the passage like the wind as he headed toward the stone vault in the pit. In fact, apart from the bunch of hired thugs who were guarding the entrance to the apartment building which faced the Hudson River, most of them were on the other side. This was also the transport route they would be taking. The gunshots at the front immediately alerted the hired guns at the back. They had also set up 2 sniper teams on 2 rooftops to the left and right of the apartment building to keep watch and control the situation. It was a pity that Luke had used his stealth mode to go up to the 2 rooftops and vaporize the 4 hired thugs. From charging in through the front door and reaching the pit, less than 10 seconds had passed. Caught off guard, the hired guns were hit by a storm of bullets. Most of them didn't even know where their opponent was before their eyes went dark and their heads exploded. The scapegoat king who was going all out didn't need to hide his marksmanship. If he could kill an opponent with 1 shot, he wouldn't deliberately waste a second bullet. Luke, who was going all out for the first time, was very happy. There was no need to lie low or mount an ambush here. Relying on the combination of physical outburst, muscle control, quick reflex, and gunfighting, and his strength which was 4 times that of a regular person, the clone instantly unleashed a terrifying output. Luke was always the first to shoot and always avoided the erratic shots fired at him. Bad at shooting but good at being shot, would never happen to Big Dipper. The hired thugs in the apartment building were nothing like an elite troop of soldiers. Whether it was a regular team member, a super strong captain, or an expert marksman, they could only helplessly be shot in the head. Most of them couldn't keep up with Luke's dynamic vision at all. They could only see a black and white shadow as the gunshots got closer and closer and their comrades were killed one by one. Just like that, just 30 seconds after the fight broke out at the entrance, the group of hired thugs in the apartment building was completely destroyed. Chapter 1240, fully automatic and integrated, and stealthy switch. It had only been 20 seconds since the main mercenary force started fighting Luke, and more than 100 of their comrades had collapsed around the pit. The remaining 100 or so hired guns were completely frightened. They no longer had the courage to fight and simply scattered. 50% of their side went down in less than half a minute, only a lunatic would continue fighting. While they worked hard for money, nobody would die for it. Unfortunately, they had made the most severe mistake tonight: illegal demolition, illegal construction, and nearly destroying a certain person's little nest. Throwing out bait only to be almost slapped in the face by a fish tail. A certain person hadn't experienced this before in his life, and he flew into a rage out of humiliation. So, as some of the remaining mercenaries poured out of the giant hole in the back of the apartment building and fled, Luke chased them. At that moment, he was no longer holding Glocks, but had picked up an AR-15 and an MP7 off the dead mercenaries, which had a much better range than a Glock. The hired guns who had run dozens of meters started to fall from the front. Whoever ran the farthest were the first to have their heads blown up. Except for the few who died the quickest, the other fleeing thugs could only watch with wide eyes as their comrades' heads exploded. The further they ran, the more they saw. After all their comrades in front died, it was their turn to black out forever. Luke didn't stop. As he opened fire, he swiftly approached the Hudson River. Naturally, the thugs didn't run in this direction. Instead, they split up and ran left and right, but were still shot on both sides. When Luke ran out of bullets, he dropped the guns and picked up more from the ground and fired again. Changing clips or whatever was too troublesome for him right now. It was better to just pick up what was left behind and use it to kill these D*MN guys. At that moment, a black SUV rushed over on the road next to the river. The car stopped dozens of meters away. The doors opened, and two people with guns shouted, "NYPD. Freeze. Drop your weapons." Pa, 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 pa. Luke and Selena, who had just finished shouting out NYPD's standard greeting, decisively opened fire. The 7 or 8 mercenaries who were only focused on running and didn't pay attention to them were immediately killed. In any case, there was a camera in the car. When suspects were killed, the footage evidence definitely had to be handed over. These mercenaries were all holding submachine guns and rifles. 2 of them weren't holding guns, but had pistols strapped to their chests. They wore fierce expressions and didn't stop moving, so could only be killed on the spot. Then, Selena glanced at Luke and tilted her head at his clone in a silent question. Luke blinked but didn't put his pistol down. Instead, he held up his badge with his free hand. "NYPD. Drop your weapons and put your hands behind your head and wait to be searched." Selena was lost for words. The clone immediately dropped the 2 submachine guns it had been holding and raised its hands as it faced the car. Suddenly, the clone chuckled and then ran off. Selena was lost for words. Luke unhurriedly picked up the walkie-talkie in the car and connected to dispatch. "Dispatch, 12th Street and 49th Street. A large number of armed assailants were engaged in a chaotic fight earlier, which has already stopped. Please send someone to block off the scene and maintain order." Selena rolled her eyes and despaired at Luke's enthusiastic performance. Did he have to go that far? He specially gave those 3 guys the limelight in front of the car's camera, and even gave NYPD's standard greeting. He didn't want to miss the show at all. But no matter how she criticized him, she didn't know that the truth was more bizarre than she thought. A certain unknown big shot was directing and starring in a show all by himself, and was on the road to a fully automatic and integrated production. After their performance, Luke and Selena went to the apartment building. The 2 of them still acted very cautiously, as if they really were good detectives who were here to check the situation. The clone, on the other hand, tossed away the guns and ran off. Once its part in the show was over, it immediately turned invisible and returned to the pit in the apartment building. The Hands men were all dead. At that moment, there was only the stone treasure vault. There was a reason why Luke hadn't taken the stone vault previously. It was a super big thing that was almost 20 meters tall. In the past, Luke's inventory had only been 1,000 cubic meters in size, which couldn't house this big thing at all. Also, the enormous stone vault hadn't been dug out then, and collecting it would be very difficult. Even when his inventory space expanded, he wanted to catch the 3 super big fish that were worth 500,000 experience and credit points altogether. He didn't want to scare them away. In any case, the thing was right next door, so he didn't touch it. This time, the Hand had chosen the perfect moment to attack. Luke had a faint conjecture, but he couldn't confirm it for now. However, safety first. 1,000 birds in the forest weren't as good as one in the hand. Also, what was in the stone vault wasn't a bird, but a dragon. Touching the stone vault, Luke channeled his mental strength with all his might. 30 seconds later, the enormous stone vault suddenly disappeared. Luke glanced at the system notification and confirmed his harvest. He immediately focused again. The stone vault was a good thing, but the system didn't need it to level up. What the system was interested in was still the dragon bone stored inside. What Luke was doing now was using the inventory's deconstruction ability to take out the dragon bone from the stone vault. It was much harder to do than he had expected. Not only was this stone vault mysteriously hard to destroy, it also interfered significantly with the inventory's deconstruction ability. 2 minutes later, Luke's clone had just started to sweat, when its face lit up. "It's done." Gasping for breath, the clone started to move once more, and stuffed some special products into the stone vault. This was far easier to do than taking out the dragon bone. It took Luke less than 10 seconds. It was probably because the dragon bone and the items which Luke had put inside were on different levels. It could also be that taking something out was just more difficult than putting something in. This time, Luke didn't stop and simply threw the stone vault out from his inventory. Although it was still taxing, it was easier to throw things out of his inventory than to stuff things inside. After doing a circle around the stone vault to check that nothing looked out of place, Luke had his clone leave the pit. Luke, who was still patrolling the apartment building, was satisfied, but there was something he still had to get Big Dipper to do. A moment later, Big Dipper successfully blew up part of the apartment building that was leaning against Luke's place, turning it into a pile of construction debris that fell next to the building. The pitiful little nest had finally escaped its fate of being suppressed, and could now sit quietly and watch. Chapter 1241, Reputation +10 +10 +10. After that, Luke and Selena waited another 10 minutes before 2 patrol cars arrived. The two of them stepped forward and explained the situation. They handed the scene over to the patrol officers and had them secure the place, thus successfully throwing responsibility to someone else. They didn't go home after that. They got back into their car and drove through the streets of New York at night as they did their job as police officers. The impact from the collective disturbances caused by the undead was pretty severe. It was just that the situation never reached a critical point. Many people panicked, but there were also many young people who insisted on using smartphones and laptops to check F2F and breaking headlines. These young people relied on pics or it didn't happen on F2F, along with the instant messaging app which had just been released on Valentine's Day, to spread all sorts of news. The hottest topic was Batman and Black Cat killing the undead. Luke had never stopped cultivating Batman's popularity, and this was starting to bear fruit. Although the people of New York had been frightened tonight, and even more so by the strange and hideous appearances of these undead, most people firmly believed that Batman and his partner of justice, Black Cat, would come to save them. When the undead started rioting, Luke, Selena, his clone, and the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents whom Phil had brought with him took immediate action to dispose of them, nipping the matter in the bud. What was more astounding was that Selena and Phil's S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were treated as reinforcements whom Batman had brought with him. It was still alright for Selena. At the very least, she was already quite famous in New York. The people she saved talked her up on F2F, so people knew about this Black Cat. As for Phil's S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, they were completely treated like hired help. Most people thanked them when they were rescued, but their views were changed slightly by discussion on the internet, and they all ran off to thank Batman. Thankfully, Phil didn't need this reputation, and S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't want to reveal themselves to ordinary people. Besides, the only reason they could kill so many undead so easily was because of the 2,000 enchanted bullets which Batman had given them. Now that most of it was attributed to Batman, nobody felt there was anything wrong with it. If Batman's popularity could be converted into data, then tonight, it would be like your reputation in New York City +10, +10, +10. However, New York wasn't very peaceful to begin with. The undead had spread out over 3 main districts in New York. Manhattan, where Luke's place was located, had been cleaned up as soon as possible, but the undead in Queens and Brooklyn stirred up trouble for almost an hour. Because law and order in these 2 districts wasn't as good as in Manhattan, it was inevitable that public disorder here would skyrocket. In the face of intimidation from Batman, however, there were basically no major cases. Most of the offenders were petty thieves who took advantage of the chaos to loot some shops and houses. Everybody knew that petty thieves who ran into Batman would get a broken finger or a broken arm at most. When they recovered, they were good. If they killed people, however, they had to be prepared to be crushed, and what awaited them in the future was life as a cripple. This was the common understanding among the bottom-level gang members in New York. Also, Batman barely cared about the small peddlers who sold weed on the street corners, and never targeted them. It was the big shots and core members of gangs who sold white powder on a large scale who suffered. Batman's way of doing things caused the gangs in Manhattan to move to Queens and Brooklyn. After all, these territories were bigger and had more people. The price of many illegal drugs in New York had skyrocketed recently, especially in Manhattan. The big buyers were the rich and crazy financial elites, but few gangs dared to make money there. After all, Luke and Selena were too diligent. If a core member of a drug gang was sent to the hospital, it would take at least 3 months for him to be discharged. This recovery was a lot slower than when Luke and Selena sent people to the orthopedic department. Many gangs now had a lot of goods on hand, but none of them had suitable core members to run the business. Leave it to the small fry. What a joke. That was simply giving away money to them. Also, any small fry with these goods would be beaten up. Batman was just that meticulous. The extent to which he beat up people depended on their criminal activity. If the small fry sold goods that weighed a few kilograms, they would also be crippled and the goods destroyed on the spot. Those with a little more smarts didn't dare take so much. Hence, law and order in Queens and Brooklyn dropped slightly, but the worst cases happened among the gangs and rarely involved civilians. These hooligans' income had been unstable recently, and they wanted to make a quick buck when they had the chance. In any case, Batman would definitely be too busy tonight. It would depend on who was unlucky enough to be caught. It was true that Luke couldn't eradicate all of them since there were too many of them. In a country where even chickens, ducks, pigs and cows were given quick and painless deaths, he couldn't do that. If he sent 1,000 hooligans to the orthopedic department in one night, Batman's image would still collapse no matter how good it was. Thus, most petty thieves received minor concussions, and hospital orthopedics departments throughout New York escaped the fate of being overloaded. Luke and Selena didn't return home until 6 in the morning. Selena washed up and went to bed. The Armor's AI program had long been left with the task of wrapping things up and checking that there had been no flaws in the operation. Luke didn't say anything, which meant that everything had been taken care of. Selena immediately took a nap. That way, she would be full of energy by noon, and wouldn't be affected the next day. Luke also didn't tarry. He quickly washed up and went to bed. He would sleep for 2 hours first. At 9 in the morning, Luke made breakfast unhurriedly and began to check his harvest from last night. The first of course was his experience and credit points. There was a huge pile of notifications. In the end, the host's experience was 598,700 thousandths. Credit: 212,000. After cleaning up more than 300 rioting undead in the 3 districts, the points he obtained, plus those shared by Selena as his teammate, and from the 20% contribution rate for providing Phil with the bullets, came to a total of 40,000 experience and credit points. This credit income just so happened to offset the cost of giving Phil the 2,000 enchanted bullets. Then, Luke devoured the more than 700 undead who had escaped the Great Vortex on Staten Island. This was the biggest harvest of experience and credit points at more than 140,000. However, activating the telekinetic mini-sun mode and his subsequent attack expenditure came to 20,000 credit points, so his net income was only 120,000 credit points. Then, people from the hand demolished the apartment building next door, causing it to tilt and press down on Luke's place. He returned and killed more than 200 mercenaries, which gave him another 30,000 experience and credit points. Conversely, he got the least amount of points from being busy half the night maintaining law and order. Luke and his clone together didn't even get 2,000 experience and credit points in total. Chapter 1242, Taking stock of gains and inevitable losses. That was all of the experience and credit points which Luke had earned from last night. There was one system notification that puzzled him. System: hurt Mephisto and delay his clone's descent to Earth for a year. Mission accomplished. Total experience: 2,000. Total credit: 2,000. Contribution rate: 100%. EXP plus 2,000. Credit plus 2,000. When he noticed the notification, the cupcake in Luke's mouth almost fell out. What the hell? He was still on Earth, and Mephisto's clone had been destroyed. He couldn't descend to Earth for 10 years at least. So, the question was, how had Luke injured this great lord when he was still on Earth? Wait, had Mephisto been one of the undead last night? Thinking of this possibility, Luke couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine as he paused in making breakfast. But after frowning and thinking for a moment, he immediately rejected the possibility. Mephisto's main body wouldn't be that weak. Even the strongest undead yesterday, the one with bat wings, had been pathetically weak. It couldn't be Mephisto at all. The system was clearly still very hostile toward Mephisto. Luke had earned so many credit points last night. If he ran into this Lord of Hell, the system would probably give him a 6-figure, in-app purchase option, on the spot. So, what was the relationship between that bat-winged undead and Mephisto? That was because a bat-winged undead had escaped last night and even teleported away. At that moment, Luke recalled that this guy indeed didn't look like any other ghost. Instead, he looked more like a demon. After thinking for a long while, Luke gave up on pursuing the matter. If Mephisto dared to come, Luke would dare fight him. Weren't Luke's six-figure credit points precisely for top big shots like these? In a critical moment, Luke didn't mind going all in and smashing an enemy big shot with his credit points. Overall, although what happened last night had been unexpected, just from the experience and credit points alone, Luke hadn't worked his ass off for nothing. But the experience and credit points were just the tip of the iceberg. The system notification for the Golden Cross was, "You have obtained the key to the door to the afterlife. Can be converted into 100,000 credit points or modify the inventory's functions." Convert modify, there was nothing to be said. He would definitely throw it into his inventory to be eaten up. Keeping this thing around would be absolutely harmful. Although Luke had earned a lot of experience and credit points from killing those B***stards, their numbers had been in a range which he could handle. If thousands of undead had charged out of the Great Vortex, there was no way he could stop so many of them from scattering. Who knew what the world would look like when that happened, but New York would definitely suffer heavy casualties. There were far more undead in that Great Vortex. At that time, Luke had felt that there were at least 100,000 undead in the vortex, like a swarm of locusts. He wouldn't ignore such danger for the sake of earning experience and credit points. Naturally, there was another system notification for the dragon bone from the stone vault. System: you have obtained Strength of the Dragon. Can be converted into 500,000 credit points or modify the inventory's functions. Convert modify, he would have to think about this treasure for a while. He definitely wouldn't use it to modify his inventory. Because it was a longevity drug, Alessandra and Mrs. Gao had ways to extend their lifespans with the strength of the dragon. Luke and Selena didn't need to think about this for the next few decades, but there were others who would want it. Alessandra had been almost 500 years old, but looked like she was only 50. Mrs. Gao looked like she was in her 60s, but that had been a personal choice. A shortcoming of using the strength of the dragon to live forever was that if they utilized this power in battle, their lifespans and appearances would be affected. As long as the strength of the dragon wasn't used in battle, it wasn't hard to look 30 forever. Luke wouldn't let his family use the strength of the dragon in battle. Why else was he making so much money and manufacturing so many suits of armor? He had always been someone who prioritized safety. If he could use money in exchange for technology to achieve his goals, he would do his best not to stake everything on his physique. But there was no rush. Robert and Catherine were only in their 40s and in good health. They could spend a few years learning the Kunlun Kai refining technique and how to use the strength of the dragon to extend their lifespans. Although Robert was a one-star teammate, Luke never planned to mobilize this heavyweight backup. As long as they were happy, they could stay in the American South, which was safest. It was better not to come to places like New York and DC. In any case, they didn't like living in big cities for long. His only regret was that none of the remaining 3 fingers of the hand had appeared last night. Luke reckoned that it was because Batman's team had been too ruthless last time. These 3 fingers had a strong will to survive, and so didn't show their faces at all. Instead, they had their subordinates directly round up the hired guns to do the grunt work. This was a lot of work, but in the end, it was the mercenaries who would take the blame. These mercenaries weren't close to the hand, and were more like an assigned joint unit. The hand forked out money long-term for these mercenaries to carry out some missions for them. This wasn't an uncommon method. The American government worked with teams who called themselves defense companies, or private military contractors, when they were in fact mercenaries, and this sort of cooperation was happening more and more. The mercenary teams didn't mind taking the blame. As long as they had enough money, there was a lot of liquidity in the business, they could change names and start a new defense company, and carry on as always. One really didn't know how to feel about such a stable foundation. Luke knew that it would be hard to eat up these 3 big gift packs so soon. But now that he had a clone, his experience and credit points wouldn't stop increasing. Let them live for a few more days. Consoling himself, Luke silently noted down these 3 big gift packs in his little black notebook. After he caught them, he would definitely let them live a few days more. Thinking that, Luke collected his thoughts and decided to modify the inventory with the Golden Cross. Then, the system fell silent. At that moment, Selena got up. After breakfast, they took the packed food to the police department. They first delivered a portion to Dustin, this lonely middle-aged man who was missing his girlfriend thanks to work. Then, they went to look for Elsa and Elizabeth, and chatted about what happened last night in a quiet corner. One of them was responsible for administration, and the other was responsible for gathering intelligence. They hadn't gotten off work since last night and had been working overtime. The two girls almost teared up when Luke gave them lunch. The main thing was that this lunch was very expensive. The ingredients and culinary techniques involved were exquisite, coupled with the ratio for a nutritious balance provided by the medical AI. Osiris, selling this meal for $200 in a regular restaurant would be considered generous. Chapter 1243, Headliner, Undercurrents, and repeated warnings. The two women only had half an hour to eat and chat. They still had to go back and work overtime. But they would only work until the afternoon at most, or they might really die of exhaustion. Generally speaking, the situation was neither good nor bad. The situation in New York had been rather chaotic, but not to the point that a major riot broke out. It had to be said that the obsession with smartphones had really reduced the urge for many to go out and cause trouble on the streets. Batman was in the headlines, and Black Cat successfully ranked in the top 5 news headlines. Selina had been too preoccupied with beating up hooligans and big shots before, but the fear she struck in the hearts of gangs and thugs was no less compared with Batman. When she saved ordinary people, however, she rarely revealed herself and was hardly photographed. After all, she wasn't like some gremlin who was addicted to acting. She wasn't interested in something like increasing her popularity. However, there were a lot of photos and videos of her killing undead and protecting people. The moment these appeared online, they exploded, and Black Cat became a hot topic. Unlike the empty speculation about Batman's suspected girlfriend, Shira, there was clear evidence that Black Cat was indeed with Batman. At the very least, she was a close partner. Also, she was the first female superhero, and had inherited Batman's style. She liked to save people and didn't like to kill people. At most, she broke some bones. Even her armor matched Batman's, and they had similar appearances. Many hoodlums who had been beaten up even asserted that it was both Batman and Black Cat who put them in the hospital. Luke had nothing to say about this enthusiasm. Many people were happy to be the bad guy in order to become hot news. If they couldn't be famous, they could be infamous. This news made everyone curious about Black Cat. After all, it was no longer fun to hype up Batman CP. Now there was a ready-made target, and the CP turned into a love triangle. It would be a waste not to hype this up. While the media and the public focused mostly on the Batman and Black Cat CP, agencies were conversely increasing their vigilance. Because Batman was getting stronger and stronger. This strength didn't come from himself alone, but also from his unusual relationship with Iron Man and his loyal partner, Black Cat. Batman, who was strong in terms of himself, his partner, and his ally, was no longer as harmless as when he first appeared. It had now become common knowledge that Batman didn't do anything bad. Even most criminals and scoundrels acknowledged this. However, it wasn't only those who went to prison who were scoundrels. There were few big shots in any line of work who were clean. What if they ran into Batman one day? In particular, certain secret agencies had dirty hands. If Batman found out, their members wouldn't be able to escape, their bones being crushed to powder. Batman had now become a threat to them. For a time, the multifaceted system collected a huge amount of intelligence on potential enemies. These people basically used their phones and the internet to contact external forces, and it was clear that they were wary of or even hostile toward Batman. Many intelligence agencies and departments had appeared in New York. They searched everywhere for leads and tried everything to dig out Batman. On the other hand, S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't get involved. That was because most of their attention was focused on another less well-known but more terrifying target, a mysterious man in a black and white skeleton mask and armor. Compared with Batman and Black Cat, who followed the no-killing rule, this mysterious person who was completely unexpected and unrestrained was more dangerous. According to the intelligence shared by RIPD, this mysterious black and white figure had killed almost 1,000 undead in a matter of minutes, and the undead hadn't been able to fight back. After RIPD divulged the information, it also requested that S.H.I.E.L.D. share any leads they found on this person. It was clear that RIPD wasn't looking for him just because he was good at killing undead. RIPD were professional at cleaning up the undead. No matter how good the mysterious black and white man was, it couldn't compare with RIPD, which had a lot of people. But there was no way for S.H.I.E.L.D. to ask. There was no way to meet the RIPD higher-ups in person. At most, they just called, coolly said a few words over the phone, and then hung up. So, S.H.I.E.L.D. had some guesses, but didn't get much information from RIPD. The real intelligence was actually secondhand. Phil had gotten the video which Luke had handed over to NYPD. It was also the only HD video of the mysterious black and white man, including a full view of him killing dozens of mercenaries. After watching the video, Phil quickly took it away, along with Luke's original copy. He also had NYPD sign NDAs. Killing more than 200 mercenaries on his own made him very dangerous. When he saw Luke yell at the man to surrender, Phil almost cursed. "Are you an idiot? If you run into someone like that, why can't you pretend you didn't see him? NYPD doesn't pay you that much. Why would you sell your life for them?" The veteran agent who was cursing in his heart didn't consider how S.H.I.E.L.D. also wasn't paying him much. What he didn't know was that someone who looked like a detective on the surface was actually a showbiz bigshot who loved putting on a show. Even though he was so busy that his hairline receded by another 0.5 millimeters, Phil still took the time to personally get Luke to sign an NDA, and specifically warn him not to get involved in this sort of dangerous matter. One had to be cautious when it came to dealing with people with superpowers. Luke was lost for words. "I was the one who said that to you. Now you're actually returning it double to me." But just like how Phil couldn't react badly to Batman's warning, Luke couldn't express his dissatisfaction with the 2 reminders he had gotten from Phil. In the end, he could only mumble in acknowledgement once or twice to get it over with. The days that followed were quiet, as if the chaos caused by the undead made the NYPD commissioner nervous once more. He had to make the police work overtime even if he had to shell out overtime pay for it. But many people were already laughing inwardly. The commissioner really had bad luck to encounter something as bizarre as undead wreaking havoc. There was no precedent, so he could only become a scapegoat. Most of the time, it wasn't because a person had done something wrong, but because he happened to be the most suitable candidate. Dustin had already privately told Luke and Selina that Deputy Commissioner Brad was working hard and had a good chance of being promoted. Luke could only chuckle at that. In the end, for Dustin's sake, he obliquely reminded him not to think too highly of Brad taking the top spot. The appearance of superheroes and supervillains would only give the NYPD higher-ups more and more headaches. Dustin, however, was very calm. He simply said, "Do you think anyone can resist fighting for that seat?" Luke had nothing to say. Birds would die for food and humans would die for fortune. For many people, power was no less tempting than wealth. Chapter 1244. Roaming free, and visitors. Dustin added, "Besides, now that we have monsters causing trouble, if Brad really becomes commissioner, he'll have to come up with precautions against it." Luke was stumped. Precautions? Could it be that this commissioner had military power which targeted the supernatural? This wasn't something that an ordinary bigshot could have. First, stress what a tragedy this was over and over again. Sooner or later, people will come to the conclusion that it's not that NYPD is incompetent, but that the opponent is too strong. Then, if this happens again in the future, do you think Brad will also take the blame? If the next commissioner steps up, the same thing happens, and he steps down, then what? Dustin smiled. After pausing for a moment, he continued, "The term for a commissioner is 5 years old. If the person in office is switched out twice within 5 years, then it'll turn into a situation where anything goes. Brad just needs to instill this idea in the people of New York, so that he won't get too much of the blame." Luke could only nod in understanding. Dustin knew that Luke wasn't interested in things like these, so he used the simplest way to describe the matter. The actual situation was definitely much more complicated than he was making it out to be, but Luke just needed to know the key points. This schoolkid explanation was specifically for Luke. After all, Luke didn't care about this matter. If Dustin didn't explain it, this guy might just give an, "Oh," and leave it at that. Thankfully, this guy was also very reliable. As long as Dustin said it once, he didn't have to worry about Luke messing around in the future. As for Detective John, he was younger than Dustin and had less than a fifth of Luke's hair, but he refused to listen, and offended many people. Thankfully, John had strong enough connections himself, and Dustin didn't have to deal with all the pressure if someone else wanted to mess with him. If it dragged on, there would naturally be big shots in John's debt who would mediate. But Dustin still preferred subordinates like Luke and Selina. They were good at fighting and cracking cases, weren't greedy and didn't mess around, and didn't take advantage when he let them roam free for work. Luke and Selena got home early at 2 in the afternoon. There were currently a lot of minor incidents happening in New York, but Luke and Selena weren't interested in taking care of them. The reason they had been busy a few days ago was to avoid a chain reaction being triggered. Now that there was no rioting, these minor issues were left to the patrol officers. However, the patrol office's emotions were in some turmoil. It was already a general consensus among them that they wanted a pay rise for the next 2 years. The commissioner's position was shaky, and it wasn't just because of the supervillains and Luke and Selena's deeds. The biggest conflict had to do with pay. In the face of demands from frontline officers like patrol officers and detectives for a pay rise, the commissioner delayed doing anything. In any case, he didn't officially engage in negotiations with the mayor. The common understanding among the officers at the bottom was that the commissioner wanted to suck up to the mayor. He nipped the issue in the bud before even bringing it up to the mayor. Few people liked a boss who couldn't fight for benefits for their subordinates. At the very least, the commissioner had a poor reputation among the patrol officers and detectives. Conflict over pay and the recent spate of major cases had led to more bottom-level police officers retiring. This in turn affected the number of people who were willing to work as police officers. The starting annual pay which NYPD gave new officers had dropped to $23,000, while an official constable's salary was only about $35,000. In New York, the center of the world, this was dirt cheap. It was also the reason why NYPD lowered the minimum age requirement for police applicants to 17.5 and the minimum academic qualification to a high school certificate. Just like that, the number of police officers continued to drop, and there were more and more cases and disputes to deal with. Looking at the situation, anyone with discerning eyes could tell that it was inevitable that the commissioner would step down. The only question was how much longer he could hold on for. Luke calculated that whether or not a new mayor took office at the end of the year, the commissioner qualified as a scapegoat for everything. Of course, the commissioner wasn't stupid. An idiot wouldn't be able to sit in that position. It could be said that a person could gain a lot from even just one day in that position. The commissioner might not have known in the beginning that the pay issue would put him in a passive position, but compared with a head-on clash with the mayor, which would see his immediate dismissal, he preferred to stay in this position a little longer. Now, he reaped the benefits from every day that he remained in this position. In any case, he wouldn't suffer any losses. Only a real fool would regard American politicians as idiots. A pay rise wasn't a bad thing for Luke and Selena. Small department heads like Dustin absolutely didn't want their subordinates to be useless. With bottom-level police officers becoming less efficient every day, these officers would inevitably become less capable. After this matter was over and these people got back to work, their efficiency would definitely drop. Thus, even if the officers at the bottom were slacking off, it was still mostly business as usual in the department. Once the new director took office and solved the pay issue, getting a promotion and pay rise would depend on a person's experience and work performance. Those who slacked off would naturally fall behind, and those who worked quietly and steadily could move forward. Luke and Selena weren't looking to be promoted, but they were too efficient at what they did for that. In order not to stick out, they could only slack off even more, and would get off work at 2 or 3 in the afternoon. They didn't dare tell this to Elsa and Elizabeth yet, or the two might come over and get roaring drunk again. Of course, that was all. These two women were the kind of people who had ambitions. Elsa would definitely be promoted in a year or two, and it wouldn't be hard for Elizabeth to become a captain. They were enjoying themselves, so Luke and Selena could only do their best not to chip away at their professional diligence with their own sloth. In May, there was finally a little more sun in New York. The main thing was that it didn't rain as much. On average, it rained once every 3 days, which was already pretty good. It was a rare sunny day, and Selena decided to sunbathe on the roof. She took Gold Nugget with her. Luke planned to take a shower before he went to his workshop. Just as he arrived at the living room on the 2nd floor, Little Snail informed him that 2 people were knocking on the door. He could only come down from the 2nd floor and open the door. He glanced at the man and woman, who were wearing badges. The man was in his 30s. He had short, flaxen hair, a high nose and deep eyes, and a handsome face. The woman was 25 or 26. She had curly black hair and pretty features. Luke gave them his standard smile. "And you are?" The young African-American woman gestured at the badge at her waist. "NYPD. We want to ask you some questions. Luke was still smiling. No problem. How should I address you? The young African woman said, just call me Misty. The middle-aged man, who was half a step behind her, gave a non-committal smile. I'm George. Chapter 1245. New situation at the 15th precinct. Looking at the profiles of the two people that little snail projected onto his sunglasses, Luke invited them in. Okay, Misty, George. Come in and talk. They didn't find it strange. Some people didn't like police officers entering their homes. It could be because there was something shady inside, or it could be purely because they didn't like police officers invading their personal space. But some people also didn't like the police blocking the door. If the neighbors saw it, they might think that they had committed a crime. The two visitors didn't feel any surprise until they reached the second floor. Luke wasn't old, and they thought that he lived on one floor of this building. However, there was no living room on the first floor, while the second floor had a spacious living room. This wasn't something that an ordinary person could afford. Luke invited them to sit down and gestured at the coffee pot. Want some? The two of them didn't demur. Luke poured coffee and the three of them sipped on their drinks. Misty, who didn't have high demands for quality in her daily life, couldn't help but praise the coffee. Luke smiled but didn't say anything. CEO Jenny had said many times that his skill at making coffee was in the negatives. It was clear then what kind of coffee Misty usually drank. Of course, he wasn't surprised. Some police officers did pay attention to coffee, but it was definitely a personal preference and had nothing to do with their jobs. Luke put down his coffee and started the conversation. Detective Stacy, and Assistant Knight, you're welcome. Let me introduce myself. I'm Luke Coulson, a second-grade detective from HQ. The man and woman on the couch were stunned. George Stacy was the more experienced one. He was only stunned for a moment before he smiled. So, we're on the same side. No wonder we could enter so easily and enjoy such good coffee. To be honest, we walked around for half a day today, but nobody even let us in. Luke's smile didn't change, but he was secretly amused. You're from the 15th precinct, and this is Hell's Kitchen. Who would trust that rotten police department? If dirty cops from the 15th precinct really entered the house, they could directly plant something and frame the occupants, or do a search. The occupants could only blame themselves for being stupid then. But he knew that these two wouldn't do such a thing, because they had just arrived at the 15th precinct a few months ago. According to Elsa and Elizabeth, the two of them had already cleaned up the 15th precinct and kicked a bunch of dirty cops out of NYPD. Clearly, these two were backed by HQ, and they were capable and prudent. They used the dirt which they had on these dirty cops to force them to resign. It wasn't that these two didn't want to send them to prison, but that they really couldn't air the 15th precinct's dirty laundry at a time like this, or the troubled commissioner would be dismissed in minutes. Also, NYPD had been in a tight spot recently. Only by cleaning up and stabilizing the 15th precinct bit by bit were they able to barely hold on. Otherwise, a massive purge would leave the 15th precinct paralyzed, and the commissioner would be dismissed. Who would be in the mood to help tidy up the 15th precinct then? The atmosphere was a lot better after that. They chatted and laughed about the police department in New York. In fact, Luke knew that Misty Knight was sending a message on her titanium phone to HQ to confirm his identity. After receiving Luke's basic profile, she openly examined Luke's face to confirm that he was the same person as in the photo. Then, she exchanged glances with George Stacy, the new director of the 15th precinct. Only then did George truly relax. It had to be said that a lot of poisonous things had been left behind in the 15th precinct. It was only because Luke had the multifaceted intelligence system that he was so open. Even if George and Misty heard Luke introduce himself, it could be a trap set by former colleagues. Naturally, they weren't as wary now. After all, Luke said that he had only transferred to New York last October, and had directly joined the detective bureau. It was very unlikely that he was related to the 15th precinct. After verifying this from his basic profile, Misty nodded at George. They chatted for more than an hour before Luke saw them off. Before they left, George and Misty gave him their cards and said that Luke could contact them for anything. Naturally, Luke gave them his personal card and saw them off. Watching them drive away, Luke closed the door and went upstairs with the two cards in his hand. Selena came down at that moment. Luke had let her know when George and Misty first arrived, but she hadn't been interested in talking to them. Normally, he relied on Selena to get along with their colleagues at the police department. That couldn't be helped. Luke wasn't interested in doing that, so she could only take over. It could be said that Luke was responsible for IQ, and Selena was responsible for EQ. Luke relied on his face and temperament to make sure that nobody hated him. As for how to make people feel that he wasn't too cold and arrogant, that was up to Selena. Superpowers aside, Selena was more suitable to be a leader than Luke was. At the very least, she wouldn't offend people over something as simple as different preferences, while Luke was ignorant about small matters like these. Given how Luke behaved, Selena knew that anyone he was willing to talk to for a while had value. For example, he treated Matt and Foggy differently, while his chat with Karen, the #1 beauty in the law firm, never lasted more than 5 minutes. And he had spent an hour talking to the two who had just left. So, she asked curiously, are these two colleagues very good at fighting? Luke thought for a moment and said, they're not superhuman, but George Stacy is pretty capable. Selena asked, is he rich or is he good at cracking cases? Luke said, Dustin is in his 40s and has only just been promoted to captain. This George Stacy is only 31 years old, and was sent to overhaul the 15th precinct. Selena said, it's definitely Brad who screwed Dustin over. Given Dustin's experience in LA, he should have been made deputy inspector at the very least. Luke shrugged. What about Elsa? She's 2 years older than Director Stacy. Selena said, I think Dustin led her astray. Otherwise, she would have become a lieutenant by now. Luke smacked his lips and felt that it made sense. This was the reality, and also the reason why he didn't like Deputy Commissioner Brad. He was ambitious and regarded Dustin as an old friend, but only the kind that had use, and he was used to mistreating him. A lot of the resources that were supposed to belong to Dustin had been traded away by Brad. Chapter 1246, Unclear Modification, and Scapegoat Kings, Divine Weapon. Luke liked Dustin, and naturally didn't like Brad. Now, he just watched this deputy commissioner jump around. If Brad became commissioner, it would be the perfect opportunity for Dustin to escape being tied down by this swindler. The higher a person went, the more care they had to take. As commissioner, Brad would be a lot easier to deal with than now. At that time, Dustin would be able to see off this stingy boss. As for George and Misty, it wasn't a bad idea to build a good relationship with them. The 15th precinct had jurisdiction over a large area of Clinton. If they had a personal relationship with the boss here, they would receive more support in the area. It was in the interest of both parties in the long run. They both wanted law and order in Clinton to improve, so a cooperation was worthwhile. George and Misty hadn't specially come to investigate Luke, or they would have known that he was a NYPD colleague. They were just visiting the neighborhood. It was impossible for them to read the files on all the residents here. They were here to find out what happened on the day of the Undead's rampage, including Big Dipper's massacre of the mercenaries. These cases actually had little to do with the 15th precinct, and had been taken over by S.H.I.E.L.D. earlier on. George just wanted more information for his own sake. S.H.I.E.L.D. might have taken over the case, but George still had to maintain law and order in his jurisdiction. More than 200 mercenaries had died in this case. For the sake of law and order, he had to come and investigate in person. Luke also revealed some things outside the NDA, and indicated that he couldn't say too much. He lived next door to the apartment building, and was a member of the detective bureau, but he didn't talk about the 200 or so mercenaries who died that night. He was limited by the NDA. Anyone who could become a branch chief in their 30s wasn't stupid. George tactfully stopped asking. He and Luke weren't close, and the latter wouldn't violate the NDA to give him inside information. But he was also certain that this young detective wasn't simple. His manner of speech and the information he revealed on certain topics proved that he was an old detective with connections. Putting aside his young appearance and age that was on file, George felt that he was the classic NYPD old fox. So, before he left, he gave Luke his personal card to indicate that they could stay in contact outside work. From the way Luke spoke, he was too familiar with Clinton. George felt that he needed a subordinate like this who dared to set up house in Hell's Kitchen. So, he made up his mind to check the young detective's history at the police department. If Luke was suitable, George could get Luke transferred to work under him. Luke didn't know that George was already thinking about poaching him from Dustin. He chatted with Selena for a bit before he went to his workshop and got busy. The cross of the divine artifact, the key to the door of the afterlife, had already been eaten, by his inventory, but he didn't know the exact effect of the modification. He harassed the system, and only received a notification that the space for live specimens had been enhanced. As for how, the system only said that sentient creatures could now be stored in the space. Clearly, this required yet more testing on his part. Luke was used to it. Daddy's system should just be its blank self. Luke wouldn't feel at ease if it was too lively. In any case, he had a lot of trials to run, so one more didn't matter. Currently, his first test project involved various types of mechanical and electronic equipment, such as armor, cars, flight technology, nanotechnology, and various weapons. This project was mostly supported by Tony's abilities. Luke also used the Predator's technology and other bits and pieces of technology that he had gathered, and combined them for testing as needed. Generally speaking, this sort of research didn't take a lot of time. After all, Tony had done similar research with the support of Stark Industries' enormous R&D department and his bursts of inspiration that could happen at any time. It just so happened that Luke didn't have either of these conditions, so he didn't expend much effort in this respect. Tony was an ordinary person, which was probably why he had been working hard to advance in technology. If he was distracted by studying superpowers, Tony's research on the Iron Man armor would definitely be greatly affected. It would be embarrassing if he became a jack of all trades but master of none. As someone who took it easy, Luke wouldn't try to challenge the tycoon in research inspiration. When Luke had the time, he would refresh Tony's list of abilities. He was very happy to reap the gains secondhand. His main focus was on testing his own superpowers as well as research related to Selena and Gold Nugget. Compared with Tony, their biggest advantage was their superpowers. The most suitable approach was to accept what one had and work wholeheartedly toward developing that. That way, if Tony's technology couldn't solve the problem, Luke could still try with superpowers at least. Or, if the two were combined, it might solve a problem that couldn't be fixed by one side alone. However, the most important thing for Luke right now wasn't to improve combat ability. His combat ability was tech plus superpowers. Apart from a few people on Earth with cheats, nobody else could compare with him. So, the most important thing was support systems. Scapegoat King Big Dipper had officially debuted, but that wasn't enough. Unless the Scapegoat King revealed his face, he wouldn't be effective, but the version 1.0 of the hardware required was almost complete. This was no longer a half-finished product where only the face could be copied, but a complete version. Once the final bit was completed, the 1,000 Faces system would be able to completely change a person's appearance. From the body to a person's looks, nothing was left out. The only downside was that it was very weak. One punch from someone like Luke and Selena, who had superhuman strength, would damage the 1,000 Faces system. But this flaw could be ignored for now. It wasn't like Luke was going to use the 1,000 Faces system to fight, he was just going to use it to turn into another person, and then transform into another alias in public to ensure that any investigation of him would go off in the wrong direction. Luke finally finished the first full set of the 1,000 Faces system before midnight. Like the 1,000 Faces mask, this version 1.0 could only store one character model. He gave Batman this opportunity without hesitation. Just like how the Scapegoat King wouldn't be as effective if he didn't show his face, Batman in the end would still need to show his face. The downside of Batman not revealing his face was that it was hard for other people to completely trust him. In particular, what Luke wanted most was to turn allies into teammates in the system, and the last barrier of trust was that they didn't know what he looked like. What Phil and Tony did could be considered upholding justice and punishing evil as they protected the people. Once they became teammates, Luke could enjoy the experience and credit points which they would share with him. Chapter 1247. A fool has a fool's luck. More importantly, teammates' abilities were open to Luke, which meant that he could refresh them at any time. In this regard, acquiring teammates was a lot better than the 3 ways for obtaining abilities, i.e. defeating, killing, or obtaining a person's gratitude. That was because the abilities gained through these 3 methods were limited the moment Luke obtained them. Naturally, the people who were killed couldn't improve their abilities. The people who were grateful to him were scattered everywhere, and it was hard to stay in frequent contact with them. Also, their abilities might not improve as quickly as Luke himself practicing them. Defeating someone was more troublesome than obtaining gratitude. Luke had to defeat them again before he could refresh their abilities. That was impossible to use often on a genius like Tony, whose abilities were improving day by day. Tony wasn't stupid. Batman had already pulled him into 2 or 3 small bets. Even if Luke switched to a different gambling method in the future, this guy would inevitably become suspicious. Because of this, Luke would have to show his face and keep in touch with Tony more often. Of course, he absolutely wouldn't do it at Tony's place. Jarvis had multiple support equipment, and might discover the Thousand Faces system. Luke did not want to be found out. After completing the Thousand Faces system, Luke put it in his inventory. Elsewhere, his clone immediately took it out and put it on. Then, he had Alfred do a step-by-step inspection. It wasn't just a physical inspection, but one which used all sorts of detectors. In the end, any problems found were within acceptable range. The system could fool most equipment, and where it couldn't, it could block or interfere with TEM. It wasn't like his clone would let someone else do a complete inspection. If Tony noticed the interference, he would only think it was normal. Only an idiot would go meet with Tony without any protection. Ever since the trouble with Uncle Obadiah, Tony had become more and more paranoid. Apart from the first wife, Pepper, and Happy, the head of the bodyguards, there weren't many people he could trust completely. Tony had secretly investigated most of the people in important positions in Stark Industries several times. Jarvis took note of any suspicious people and investigated them. Luke didn't know the details of the investigation, but the multifaceted system had found traces on the phones and online networks of several important people in Stark Industries. If it were anyone else, they would at most suspect tampering. But Luke, who had completely cloned the Tycoon's abilities, could pick out the Tycoon's style if he looked closely. He didn't think that Tony was being excessive. Most people who had been tricked by the people they trusted the most would react in a similar way. Humans were naturally paranoid. Serious paranoia was a common trait among the rich and powerful. As for the poor, the cost of paranoia was too high. When even just living was a problem, the poor would selectively forget the danger for their own protection. Luke was even better at being paranoid. So far, he had never revealed his full strength or trump cards to anyone. He didn't doubt Robert, Catherine and Selena, but he was wary of the superhumans in this world. The safest was if he was the only one to know his secrets. At the very least, the chances of them being exposed would be low. In this regard, he was worse than Tony. It was just that he had a better mentality than Tony. He was just a minor detective, and the pressure was now all on his clone, freeing him completely. As Luke pondered this, he completed debugging the Thousand Faces system. He then opened the door to dark room number 2 in the seaside villa. Looking at John Wick, who had been moved here a while ago, he walked in with a smile. "Are you ready to enjoy your new life?" John put down the book and touched the square head of the dog lying next to him. "Are you sure?" He stared at Luke's fake face suspiciously. Since he was about to leave, why did Luke reveal his face? He didn't recognize the face, but there was no need for him to see it, right? For a moment, he had a bad feeling. It felt like one of those movies he watched as a kid. The moment the villain said that he would let a person go, a gunshot rang out behind him. If the director liked this character, he would give him a chance to say something along the lines of, "You lied to me," or, "Why?" If he was just an extra, there would at most be a close-up of his back or his eyes, still wide open. John wasn't ready. When he fell later, should he raise his head and recite the classic lines? Sensing his emotions, Luke couldn't help but be amused. "All right, I'm just sending you to a place where nobody knows you. From now on, don't let anyone know that you have anything to do with Boogeyman John, and you can live happily until you die of old age." John sighed, his heart still heavy. He wasn't a kid, and wouldn't trust anyone so easily. He slowly stood up, but just as he was about to say something, he felt a pain in his arm. Looking at the familiar needle, he couldn't help but murmur, "You should have done that right away. You made me listen to so much nonsense, but the result is the same." This king of hitmen was full of resentment, but he couldn't help but fall back into his chair. Luke shrugged and put the tranquilizer gun away. "I didn't tell you to stand up." As he spoke, he crouched down and touched the dog's square head. "Square head, haha, but you'll definitely be happy in the future." Back then, because the young heir of the Tarasov family killed John's dog, the king of hitmen sent the father and son to meet God. To be able to stay by the side of a dog lover like this, and now that John had been explicitly told not to get back into his previous line of work, it would be hard for one person and one dog to not be happy together in the future. The dog grinned gently and licked Luke's hand. Luke avoided the tongue. He was used to Dollar licking his hand, but he was about to send these two off, and he didn't want to go and wash his hands again. He also injected the dog with 1/3 of the sedative dosage. After the dumb dog passed out, Luke threw it and its owner into space too and drove out. Half a day later, John woke up. His heart jolted, and he abruptly sat up and looked around before he relaxed. It was an ordinary room with an open window. The sunlight shone through the curtains, creating flickering spots of light. The faint sounds of people outside suggested that this was a very ordinary neighborhood. But his face suddenly changed. He rolled off the bed and looked at it warily, before his expression turned complicated. A woman was sleeping with her back to him. John frowned and stared at the woman's back for a moment, before he was roused by a familiar whine at his feet. The silly face with the square head appeared at his feet, shaking its head and tail as it begged to be petted. John relaxed. The dog had come with him. If Luke had really wanted to kill him, he didn't need to send the dog along. Chapter 1248. Professional paparazzi and dog-headed online troll. Sit, John ordered simply, and the dog immediately sat down obediently. It tilted its head and watched its master walk to the bed and pick up a phone from the nightstand. This wasn't a smartphone that was being used widely this year, but an old brand, Nokia. John recognized it. After he was locked up in the black room, Luke had given him a memo to memorize. According to the memo, this Nokia brick was a once-off communication device. When John woke up, he had to call Luke to confirm that he hadn't been thrown into the ocean halfway to feed the fish. John deftly typed in a 6-figure password, and the phone book showed up with an unknown number in it. John called the number. The phone rang for 5 seconds before the call was picked up. Then, there was a long silence. Luke was having lunch, and it was Alfred who picked up. What John didn't know was that he was competing with an AI program to see who was more patient. Finally, he chose to speak first. "What's with that woman? You?" As soon as he spoke, the preset program on Alfred's side responded, "Voice and fingerprints are a match. The caller has been confirmed to be the target. Message sent." John had only said a few words, when he suddenly heard a dial tone. He couldn't help but be stumped. At that moment, his phone beeped with a new message. He opened the message and saw that it was an address for a storeroom in the garden of a bungalow at the foot of a mountain in Roxina, Rio de Janeiro. There was an extra sentence. "After you remember the address, please destroy this phone. Bye, John." An hour later, John walked out of a private bank in Rio with a small box and a wad of cash. Inside the box was a complete set of IDs for his face. There was also a Swiss bank card in the box, which contained $20 million. That was the money which Luke had given him. From now on, he was no longer John Wick, but, looking down at his passport, he murmured, "Keanu Reeves." Luke had no intention of contacting the boogeyman again. As long as he wasn't stupid enough to reveal that he was Boogeyman John, he would never hear from Luke again. Still, Luke watched the video of the new Mr. Keanu Reeves getting out of bed with great interest. Since he was already starting to establish himself in South America, it was easy for him to find someone to complete an ordinary mission for him. Nobody really cared why someone would specifically send a hot Brazilian girl to an unconscious white man. But in case the hot Brazilian girl decided to take advantage of Mr. Reeves while he was unconscious, Luke had her sent in unconscious as well. It was boring, unscrupulous and very troublesome. But Luke didn't care. He had always kept in mind that he had said that he would find this super killer a hot Brazilian chick. A man had to keep his word. Luke was reassured when he saw the new Mr. Reeves roll off the bed, his vigilant expression turning into one of embarrassment. Anyone who woke up and felt something warm and plump next to them would probably be shocked after being alone for a few months. Mr. Reeves was already doing very well. It was even better that he had left behind an interesting video as a souvenir. It definitely wasn't because this guy was too handsome. Luke was very sure of that. Otherwise, Luke wouldn't have specially adjusted the age of his face to that of a 25-year-old man. But it seemed that Mr. Reeves himself wasn't used to his handsome face, especially after he was hit on by a number of hot Brazilian girls on the way. In the end, he had to put on a pair of sunglasses and a cap to look like a stereotypical hitman to get out of this mess. Luke didn't know about this, nor would he care even if he did. The Thousand Faces system was done, but Luke didn't plan to go see Tony for the time being. It hadn't been long since Batman last went to Stark Tower. He needed a good reason to drop by. Also, when the undead had been causing trouble in New York, the tycoon had been far away in Los Angeles and unable to return in time. He was probably depressed. 2 days ago, an indiscreet paparazzo asked him, "Mr. Stark, what do you think of Batman now that he has a real partner?" Tony's face darkened. He didn't even spare the guy a glance and simply gestured for the bodyguards to take him away. However, all the paparazzi in America knew that this was the tycoon's style. They couldn't sue him, or they would be embroiled with Stark Industries' legal department for the rest of their lives. They also knew that the tycoon wasn't stupid enough to physically make a move himself, but he could flay them alive with his poisonous tongue. As long as they twisted his sharp and unkind words around, the paparazzi could just barely sell it as news. Thus, many of them were here to be scolded. This paparazzo didn't succeed in getting a scolding, and was dragged aside by 2 bodyguards until Tony left. He wasn't angry. Instead, when he flipped through the shots on his camera, he noticed Tony's expression when he was asked the question. Thinking quickly, the paparazzo's eyes suddenly lit up, and he immediately took out his smartphone to type out a draft. The headline was, "Iron Man's expression changes dramatically at the bad news." The reason is actually her. The article was released that night, and it generated a lot of discussion. It had to be said that this paparazzo had a keen nose for headlines. Tony's dark expression in a mere instant was forcibly linked to Black Cat. Of course, the paparazzo didn't dare say anything outright in the article, but when it went on the internet, online users had no scruples in commenting on it. There were a lot of remarks like, "Tony is jealous and intolerant," and "Black Cat is our goddess, please let Batman be with Iron Man," and so on. Gold Nugget discovered the news when it was scolding people online, and happily shared it with Selena. Selena laughed and read it to Luke at dinner. Looking at Tony's subtle expression in the photo, Luke could only hand it to the paparazzo's wild imagination. Selena, on the other hand, laughed. "Don't be so angry. Gold Nugget has already helped you scold them." Luke nodded, then felt that something was wrong. "Scolded them? Scolded who?" Selena took a bite of the lobster and said vaguely, "The people online. It's not like Gold Nugget can call and scold them, right?" Speechless, Luke looked at the ceiling before he said a moment later, "Are you sure it wasn't the paparazzi who hired Gold Nugget as an online troll? 5 cents for every comment posted." Selena was confused. "Huh, what are you talking about?" Chapter 1249, 500 Gone in Refreshing Abilities. Luke turned around and looked at Gold Nugget, who quickly shook its head and whined to indicate that it hadn't taken any dirty money. Luke could only sigh. The fear isn't whether an article has support or opposition, but that nobody sees it at all. Gold Nugget's foul mouth, "Huh?" the dog head prompted. Luke said, "Not literally. It refers to how you scold people online." The dog lowered its head and continued eating its lobster. Luke turned around and said to Selena, "Gold Nugget scolding people will only increase the article's popularity. A lot of people will just read it to begin with, but when they see Gold Nugget cursing, they probably won't be able to help but curse back. It's a chain reaction. More people will start fighting, the news will become even more popular, and this dumb dog won't get a single cent for it. It's helping promote the news for free." Selena understood what he meant, but didn't think much of it. Even if it's really paid 5 cents per comment, it's not much. Luke raised an eyebrow. "Are you sure?" Selena was suspicious. "What's wrong?" Luke said, "Little snail, tabulate how many comments Selena's account has sent in the past 2 days. 2 seconds later, Little Snail replied, "A total of 5,720, sir." Luke exclaimed, "So little?" Little Snail answered, "On average, there are more than 37 words per comment." Selena subconsciously calculated the amount in her heart. Holy sh*t. Does that mean this guy posted more than 100,000 words? She had never really thought about it. Now that she knew that the dog had posted over 100,000 words online to curse people out in the last 2 days, didn't it have too much time on its hands? Sensing her shock, the dog decisively turned around so that Dollar's butt was to Selena. Pondering for a moment, Luke didn't tell her that the 5,700 multiplied by 37 was actually more than 200,000. He simply shrugged and said, "I'm afraid a high-quality comment like this will cost more than $10. Selena chuckled. So did it miss out on $500? Pondering for a few seconds, Luke shook his head and said, "Don't think about it. It can't even memorize the multiplication table. As a fake online troll, it doesn't even know how much money it should get." The dog head, "I can't hear you, I can't hear anything. Anyway, I have more than $500 in my stash. I'll ask Selena how much money I have tonight. Maybe $50,000, or $500,000. Gold Nugget didn't know that its current stash wasn't $50,000 or $500,000, but more than $5 million. It had been going out with Selena for so long to beat up people, and they split the profits 50-50 between the both of them. That money had since accumulated in the millions. Selena had mentioned it before, but since Gold Nugget didn't have a good head for numbers, it quickly forgot. All it needed to know was that it had a lot of private money. The exact figure wasn't a problem. In any case, the fiend took care of living expenses, so the rate at which Gold Nugget used money was far slower than the rate at which its private stash grew. Ignoring the activity outside, after Luke finished version 1.0 of the Thousand Faces system, he was finally able to spend most of his time researching the strength of the dragon. This actually wasn't difficult research. While the two old hags, Alessandra and Mrs. Gao, weren't very outstanding after several centuries, they were at the peak when it came to proficiency in cultivation. In the basement of the seaside villa, Luke raised his fists and looked left and right with a pained expression. Are you kidding me? This ability has a built-in cheap special effect. His fists were like 260-watt incandescent bulbs that glowed with a bright yellow light. This was the standard way to use the strength of the dragon: gather it in the hands and turn them into indestructible iron fists for use in battle. Despite Luke's complaints, he was actually quite surprised. That was because he realized that as long as he controlled the amount of energy released, using the strength of the dragon in a fight wouldn't cause him to suffer serious side effects like for Alessandra and Mrs. Gao. The reason was very simple. Alessandra and Mrs. Gao could be considered to have walked the evil path, which used the strength of the dragon to extend their lives. When a person cultivated the strength of the dragon, the human body needed to form a seed with this mysterious power. Then, they needed to gather enough Kai in the body to feed this seed and make it stronger so that it could be used in battle. The bodies of Alessandra and Mrs. Gao, who wanted to live longer, were already decaying. They couldn't cultivate enough Kai to strengthen their bodies. Instead, they could only extract the strength of the dragon to maintain their decaying bodies. The rate of their regeneration couldn't keep up with the rate at which the strength of the dragon was being consumed, and they would be sucked dry sooner or later, and die. Luke, however, was completely different. His elementary self-healing and his extraordinary physique were the biggest Kai generators. His super strong physique also gave him a robust digestive system, and he could eat a lot to increase the bioenergy required for the Kunlun Kai refining technique. When Alessandra and Mrs. Gao were at their strongest, they were only twice as strong as an ordinary person. After their bodies aged, they didn't even have half the physique of an ordinary person before they died. When it came to food, what both of them ate in 10 days was less than what Luke ate in over a day. In this regard, the Kai which the both of them refined was even less than 1/10 of what Luke could refine. They couldn't make ends meet, and could only squander the strength of the dragon on preserving their lives. Luke, on the other hand, had cultivated the strength of the dragon to a particular level in just 2 days, for the price of nothing more than his clone eating like crazy. Also, the two women had too many secrets, and it was hard to find a suitable expert to study them, while Luke himself was a veteran researcher. He and Selena now had specially tailored diets of various high-grade nutrient solutions and high-energy foods. After all, the food they usually ate outside was just padding, coupled with 3 meals a day, that was only 50 to 60% of what they needed daily. The taste of the food was still important to the both of them. They didn't want to turn eating into a mission, so they naturally couldn't ensure a balanced diet. What they lacked had to be supplemented with high-energy foods and high-grade nutrient solutions. Luke's exclusive food plan was more balanced and not especially special. For Selena, he had to specially ensure that she had a high enough body fat percentage to prevent her chest muscles from truly turning into muscle tissue. Combining all these factors together, Luke's Kunlun Kai refining was like a perpetual motion machine, and he could cultivate for more than 10 hours a day. As for Alessandra and Mrs. Gao, they would be lucky if they could have cultivated for even an hour every day before their deaths. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the Kai which Luke had used for the strength of the dragon in these 2 days was more than what they could use in half a year. It was very easy for Luke to master the basics of the strength of the dragon, which had been slightly imperceptible at the beginning, and reach a minor threshold. As for a major achievement, that would take a long time. Alessandra and Mrs. Gao had always used the strength of the dragon to extend their lifespans, and had never had the chance to cultivate it to a significant threshold. They had the method for cultivating to a significant threshold, but had never put it into practice. Here, Luke's cultivation rate slowed down. Chapter 1250. Full of strength and innate headlights talent, but Luke wasn't in a hurry. The strength of the dragon was just a trump card. Since he had cultivated to a minor threshold himself, he could ensure that his family could reach this stage. Alessandra and Mrs. Gao were able to live for 500 years after reaching the minor threshold. This result was already enough, and there was no need to ask for more. Also, after Luke's dexterity reached 40, he would definitely increase his strength to 61st. Every 20 points was a milestone, and the practical coefficient would definitely increase. At that time, he would be at least twice as strong as he was now, and the amount of Kai he could generate would naturally skyrocket. He didn't dare make a boast of 1 or 2 years, but it shouldn't be a problem to reach a major threshold in 8 or 10 years. He wasn't even 20 yet, and would only be 30 after another 10 years. Based on the experience of the two old hags, whether or not a person could master the strength of the dragon depended on the size of the seed they obtained at the beginning. If the power obtained from the seed was 10, then it could be multiplied by the duration of cultivation. The effect of 5 years of cultivation was 10 times 5 equals 50. However, if the power obtained from the seed was 1, then the duration of cultivation could only be added onto it. The effect of 5 years of cultivation would thus only be 1 plus 5 equals 6. The difference in strength was like between clouds and mud. Maybe Daniel Rand was the unlucky bastard who had gotten the 1-inch seed. Luke sympathized with this weak chicken. If geniuses were also divided into levels, the heavens were definitely discriminating against Mr. Rand. In the future, he would probably be at the bottom of the pile of talents. The thoughts flashed through Luke's mind. Mr. Rand, the weak chicken, was a good person, but in the end, it had nothing to do with Luke. Also, he had billions in assets waiting for him to take back. He was already luckier than most people in the world. Currently, the person Luke had to pay attention to was Selena. Her physique was as special as his, and she was quite good at the Kunlun Kai refining technique. As long as she had the seed of the strength of the dragon, it wouldn't take long for her to reach a minor threshold. At that time, they should probably head back to Texas for a break. In any case, with his clone around, Luke's efficiency at collecting experience and credit points wouldn't drop much. Sure enough, it only took Selena 1 day to learn the basics of the strength of the dragon. In the basement, Selena raised her fists excitedly. "Ah, I feel like my arms are full of power." Luke was speechless when he heard this 2-bit line from some cartoon script, and he couldn't help but mock inwardly. What power? The power of mammoth arms. What use is there in cultivating that? But soon, he felt the veins on his head pop. That was because a certain idiot with an abnormal brain was gathering the strength of the dragon in an attempt to light up her entire body. He knew why. Practically all the heroes who transformed in cartoons glowed. Selena clearly wanted to do a bit of cosplay. It was a dumb idea. There was no way to use the strength of the dragon to support the entire body. It was the strongest spear, just being able to gather it in the fists to unleash extremely destructive power was already a cheat. If it could make the entire body glow, then the core Kunlun successor wouldn't be called Iron Fist, but Iron Man. Sure enough, nothing happened even when Selena's face turned red. Luke chuckled inwardly even as he consoled her. "Okay, stop trying. I'm afraid you'll choke on the Kai you're holding in." Infuriated, Selena glared at him. "Shut up, I think it's working. If you succeed, Luke was stunned halfway through his words. Then, he covered his face with both hands. "My eyes. I'm going blind. PFF'd. Open your dog eyes and take a look." Selena, however, burst out laughing as the pair of suddenly flashing yellow headlights shook. She said loftily, "Just now, someone said that if I succeeded, he would, why didn't you finish?" Luke dropped his hands and hesitated. "How are you doing that? From what I taught you, there's no way to transfer the strength of the dragon to your chest, right?" Selena gloated. "HMPH, finish the second half of your sentence first." "I'll tell you if you do," Luke said helplessly. "In any case, I don't care about my chest glowing, but it can boost protection. As for you, is it really okay to smash into a wall with this?" Selena was stunned for a moment, before she flew into a rage. "Get lost. Why would I use them to smash into a wall? Do you think I'm crazy?" Luke spread his hands, but according to Kunlun, Iron Fist uses the strength of the dragon for offense. Most of the descriptions are about splitting open rocks in mountains. How about you switch to your head instead? Selena said, FCK off, I don't want to talk to you. After a while, Luke conceded, and said that the two of them would go back to Texas in a few days for a break. Selena cheered up, and only then did they research the issue of these headlights. After talking it over for a bit, Luke frowned. It can only be said that you have a special talent. Selena was a little embarrassed. During their discussion, she had been unable to describe how she had moved the strength of the dragon to her chest. Because she just wanted to do it, and she succeeded. It was like how a poor student had no idea how to solve a problem, while a top student would say, no need to think, it's just like this. They weren't on the same wavelength. In the end, Luke gave up. It didn't matter if he could learn the ability or not, it wouldn't affect his combat ability for the time being, and Selena would only use it after covering it up. Like when Big Dipper first attacked Mephisto's clone, Luke had installed a light special effect so that the entire armor glowed. This also meant that he had yet another research project to look into, which didn't make much of a difference since he had over 100 of them. They then let Dustin know that they were going back to their hometown for a break. Dustin waved his hand and agreed. Luke and Selena followed the usual 2+3 pattern. They took 3 days off right after the weekend for a total of 5 days, and also left the afternoon before. The other detectives in the police department were busier, but these two weren't motivated by the pressure to be promoted, and had been working overtime a lot recently. What else could Dustin say? The next day, they cheerfully flew back to Texas. Selena brought much fewer gifts back this time, and they were all smaller items. After all, her family didn't lack anything at home anymore. Mario, a new ranch owner, and Sandra, the wife of the ranch owner, relied on their hard work to make a small profit. Coupled with the fact that Selena, this rich lady, was covering all her siblings' study expenses and most of their living expenses, their quality of life had finally changed. This demonstrated one thing: for most people who wanted to improve their lives in a short period of time, the best way was to wait for financial aid from someone rich. Chapter 1251. You're too handsome, so go away. Even if Mario and Sandra worked diligently on their own ranch, they wouldn't have too much of a surplus for the next year or two, since it would be thrown back into operating and expanding the ranch. It would take at least 5 years for them to get to the level of earning $200,000 a year. Even then, they would never earn as much as what Selena and Gold Nugget did. Also, Selena and the dog head didn't have to worry about laundering money. Luke took the dirty money and gave Selena dividends instead. Unlike Luke, who had only been able to stash this dirty money in his inventory at the beginning, Selena had it much better. But Luke wasn't disappointed. If he had laundered the money back then, he would have to think of a way now to turn legal funds into dirty money in order to pay his allies in South America and Europe. Conveniently, he could use most of it with these people. After they got off the plane at Dallas Airport, they made a call. A few minutes later, a Benz G500 with a bulletproof front stopped in front of them. A Caucasian man in his 40s greeted them through the open window. Luke, Selena, here. They greeted the man with smiles and said, "Hello, Tommy." They then got into the car. The Benz turned around and sped all the way back to Shackelford. The three of them chatted casually about their family. The man called Tommy was Robert's old comrade, and he was a little slow. After returning home from the army, he found a few jobs, from security to doing odd jobs. He had been a soldier for a long time and wasn't good at interacting with people, so he was easily crowded out. He had a boy and girl at home. His daughter was already in junior high, while his son was still in kindergarten. His wife was also a good person, and she wouldn't let him go back to being a mercenary no matter what. When it seemed like they wouldn't be able to make ends meet, Robert contacted Tommy and offered him a lucrative job. Tommy used to live in a small town in Texas, and after some consideration, the couple decided to move here. Thanks to Robert, Tommy's income could be considered quite generous, and his family's life immediately changed. Robert had also mentioned to several of his old comrades that it was his kid who had asked him to set up this private security company because he was worried about his family's safety. His old comrades weren't here to fight, they were here to take care of security for Robert's family, and in passing train employees of the security company. Every day, Tommy and his old comrades trained the newbies, and they had drinks and played with guns after work. When he was free, he could take his children to the ranch to ride horses. He no longer had to smile obsequiously at strangers with bad tempers. If not for Luke's suggestion about setting up a private security company, Tommy would probably still be eating dirt, and wouldn't be living such a relaxed and contented life. So, when Tommy heard that Luke and Selena were coming back, he volunteered to pick them up at Dallas Airport. He didn't meet Luke and Selena often, but they got along quite well. Luke and Selena were also considerate of Tommy's guileless nature. The most they talked about were some embarrassing stories of Robert, and things like guns, cars and ranches. These were common topics in Texas for which most people would never run out of things to say. However, Tommy's vocabulary was a little basic. His description of his family's situation could be summarized as, good, very good, not bad, great, and so on. Luke didn't mind. In any case, they were just chatting, and he checked the system interface in passing. In the system, Tommy was light green. Luke relaxed. The Bens returned to Shackelford just as the sun was about to set, and Luke and Selena went back to their own homes. The next day was Saturday. Luke woke up early in the morning, and pulled Robert and Catherine into practicing the Kunlun Kai refining technique. Joseph, on the other hand, was sent to Selena's place to play with her 3 siblings. After teaching the couple for half a day, Luke sweated a little, and realized that he had underestimated the difficulty of practicing the Kunlun Kai refining technique. After a few hours, Robert and Catherine still hadn't gotten the knack for it, and stared blankly at his explanation. If it wasn't for the fact that he was very trustworthy, the couple would think he was crazy. Now that Luke thought about it, it seemed Selena had listened to him go on for a few hours, and then, she succeeded. He had clearly underestimated Selena's talent. But without a basic understanding of the Kunlun Kai refining technique, a person couldn't cultivate the strength of the dragon. Luke could only brace himself as he taught this blockheaded couple. After a long day, Robert's mind was in a mess by the time they continued after dinner. As a junior high school teacher, Catherine was very patient and good at communication and understanding. Coupled with her love of art, which gave her a flexible mindset, she suddenly found an opportunity, and abruptly opened her eyes. I think I feel that, Kai. Luke was pleasantly surprised. Really? Catherine nodded in delight, but her expression suddenly froze. Wait, I think it's gone now. Luke waved his hand. Don't worry, once you've sensed it the first time, the second time won't be as hard. Relax, take it slow. Robert, go a little further away. Stunned, Robert pointed at his nose. Me, go further away. Pondering for a few seconds, Luke decided to break his no-lying rule. I'm worried that you'll distract Catherine since you're too handsome. Robert was lost for words. If he retorted, wouldn't that be admitting that he wasn't handsome? If he didn't say anything, then he had to sit obediently on the side. But his body had already made up its mind, and he decisively walked to the dining room. I'm thirsty. I'll get some water first. Luke said obsequiously, no problem. Do you need beer? Maybe if you drink enough, you'll be able to sense it. Robert, get lost. Catherine was amused. Facts proved Luke right. Half an hour later, Catherine indeed found the right state again. This time, she wasn't distracted. Instead, she followed Luke's instructions unhurriedly and finally locked onto this small bit of Kai. While she hadn't truly grasped it, she had taken the first step. As long as she slowly familiarized herself with this feeling, it would only take her a few months to master the basics. Luke stopped her and helped her sit down on the couch. Looking at her big belly, he said with a smile, this will do. Before my youngest sister is born, cultivate once every 3 to 5 days. Just cultivate at the lowest level to preserve a sense of the Kai. Catherine hesitated. Will this affect Cindy? That was the name of the little life in her stomach, who was Luke's unborn sister. Chapter 1252. Good luck. Koi and same gift now. Their financial situation was very different. So, with Luke's urging and at Joseph's strong request, along with Claire's wholehearted approval, Robert and Catherine finally decided to have another child. Based on Robert's plan from a few years ago, he should be doing his best at this point in time to build up a college fund for Luke. Then, he would do his best to squeeze out as much as possible for Claire's school fees. The only consolation was that Joseph was still only in primary school and it wasn't time to spend money on him yet. That way, he and Catherine would be able to just about cover expenses with their salaries. In the end, Luke got rich so quickly that Robert and Catherine didn't dare look too much, for fear that they might burst a blood vessel. Claire clung to Luke, and in the space of one summer, became a singer, and was even famous now. If Luke and Claire hadn't reported to them every day, the couple would never have thought that the singer who wore a double-colored wig on TV was their daughter. After Claire became a singer, she had her own money. Naturally, the couple didn't have to pay for her school and living expenses. In addition, Luke often bought things and sent them home to his family, so it felt like Robert and Catherine had nowhere to spend their pay. It felt that everything was in place and they were lacking just one thing. It was only after Robert officially confirmed it with Luke, Claire and Joseph separately that this little sister appeared. Catherine's due date was approaching. That was why Luke had to come back in person. When it came to physical tests, he was much better than most hospitals. In terms of treatment, however, his abilities were heavily skewed. Any big hospital easily had hundreds of doctors, and he really couldn't compare with them. After he came back, he had already examined Catherine and the baby sister in her womb. Luke was very at ease now. "Don't worry, it's fine. It'll only make her healthier. It's just that your body isn't suitable for strenuous exercise right now. It'll be fine after Cindy is born." "That would be great." Catherine relaxed. After that, they took advantage of the opportunity to chat together. During the day, when one was instructing the other, they barely had time to catch up. It just so happened that Joseph had dinner at Selena's place. After he returned, Luke took him upstairs to take a shower and go to bed. They talked about the family, Claire, Luke's female friends in New York, and how to bring up Cindy after she was born. Suddenly, Luke, who had been talking, paused and turned to look toward the dining room where Robert was. Then, he turned around and made a shushing gesture at Catherine. "Robert also feels the chi." Catherine was incredulous. "Are you kidding?" Today, Luke had secretly told her that Robert had been living too easy a life recently, so his thinking had slowed down. Thus, his cultivation might be slow, and Catherine couldn't forget to supervise him and make sure he persevered. In the end, this stupid thing actually succeeded. Luke snuck a look and shook his head with a wry smile. Catherine couldn't help but worry. She asked in a low voice, "Is there a problem?" Luke said, "No, but I noticed that he finished 2 bottles of beer. I remember when he's watching TV, he's the most comfortable after drinking 2 bottles of beer, right?" Stunned, Catherine thought for a moment and confirmed it, before a strange expression surfaced on her face. Did he really sense chi after drinking beer? Luke said, "Probably, it definitely isn't air from beer bubbles." Catherine smiled as she hit him. "I'm not an idiot." When the family went to the ranch the next day, Robert was very pleased with himself. From time to time, he would look tauntingly at a certain gaping person. "Didn't you say that I can't do it? Didn't you say that I'm stupid? What's your explanation now?" A certain person also despaired. How could someone succeed in refining chi after drinking? That made even less sense than drunk driving. Previously, Luke had bet that Selena wouldn't be able to make her body glow, but she managed to turn on her headlights. Luke suspected that it was because his luck had skyrocketed recently, and could be passed on to someone else. Thinking that, his mood improved. If he could be a good luck koi in this life, why not? It was the weekend, and the 2nd day of May. The weather in Shackelford was as good as ever. Luke and Selena's families gathered at the ranch for an official family gathering. Now, the two families were basically one big family. Luke and Selena were partners, and Luke's grandfather and Selena's father were co-owners of the ranch. Mario was an honest man. Even after his daughter became rich, he didn't have any wild ambitions. He still worked on the ranch. Sandra was also a diligent woman who often came to the ranch to work with her husband. This made the ranch an even more suitable place for the two families to gather. It was big enough, and Drax and Mario didn't have to run back and forth. When they arrived, Luke led the kids as they gave Catherine and Sandra gifts. It was Mother's Day. Without doubt, these two were the main characters of today's party. The gifts that the kids gave their mothers were all things that they had painstakingly found or personally made. They were definitely sincere enough. Claire finally made it back to Shackelford in the wee hours of the morning, and didn't miss the holiday. What she gave Catherine was a simple and elegant pearl necklace which was suitable for daily wear. But this young lady was rich, and the necklace was priceless. Then, Luke gave Catherine a set of face masks for reducing wrinkles which he had personally come up with. It definitely wasn't sold anywhere, and had a very small amount of life won in it, which was very effective for removing wrinkles. After learning that he was giving this to Catherine, Selena decisively gave up on the branded skincare products she had bought, and also gave her mother, Sandra, the same set. Naturally, Luke didn't mind. There were 24 masks in each set, 2 for every month, which could last them a year. These 2 sets only cost him 5 millimeters of life, 1 in total. Even so, the face masks couldn't be used too frequently, or the women would start to age backward. Catherine accepted the gift with a smile. But Sandra looked at the 2 identical sets and fell into deep thought. So, was this actually a gift from Luke? Selena had said earlier that Luke had personally made these high-quality face masks, which couldn't be bought outside. Looking at her daughter, who had gone off to the barbecue, Sandra thought for a moment, then decided to forget it. Let this idiot daughter do whatever she wanted. It wasn't her style to get involved in the kids' relationships. After all, she had hated it the most when her parents meddled, and in a fit of anger, she had eloped with Mario. Selena's temper was similar to hers, and there was no need for them to elope. There was no point in Sandra saying anything. Chapter 1253, Inspection, and thank you, Uncle. The co-owned range in Shackelford bustled with activity, but Luke's clone in New York wasn't idle either. He was already quite proficient at this dual operation. As long as he didn't have to face 2 complicated battlefields at the same time, he could respond easily. At most, it was a matter of how much effort he put in. He was purely relaxing on the ranch, so he could sit in a chair and space out from time to time. He basically had nothing to do, so he naturally gave more attention to his clone in New York. Logically speaking, with him and Selena back for a break, his clone could visit Elena and spend a few days with her. As long as he stayed under the radar, it wasn't a problem. But he needed to oversee the daily training of many potential teammates in New York, New Jersey, and Nassau. He really didn't have much time to go out and play. Besides, it wasn't safe for 2 Lukes to appear at the same time, so he endured it. The 3 girls had already adjusted to their new life. Soon after Stephanie's new single was released, the record company got busy. The 3 girls didn't have time to think about anything else for the time being, and got busy with their first job after changing their appearances. Lorna and Carol were in a similar situation at the record company. It was just that when Lorna saw Stephanie, she was a little tempted to become a star herself. Few young people in America didn't want to become a celebrity. So, she dragged Carol into the circle to see if there was a way for her to become a star. Luke didn't interfere too much in their daily lives. After leaving a normal life, it was very easy for people to go crazy. The 5 of them needed to adapt to society. Again, 1 or 2 years wasn't a short time, and 3 to 5 years wasn't a lot. They could also undertake various types of training. He was patient enough to wait for them to mature. On the other side, things weren't as optimistic for Alice and Carrie. Although they had recovered a lot, there was still a long way to go before they could return to a normal life. Alice needed regular sessions of pheromone control to calm down. Carrie was the same. She needed pheromone control to prevent her autism from worsening. In short, Luke couldn't stop acting as an exclusive drug for them. After checking on these potential teammates, he was about to return to his workshop at the seaside villa to continue working overtime, when he received a notification from Alfred about an unusual event. It was already noon, so his clone went out with the second Thousand Faces system set. The face wasn't that handsome, but it had distinct features and deep eye sockets. The eyes were long and narrow, and the thin lips were naturally pursed, exuding a grim villainous air. Of course, the face belonged to V, who had shown up at Weasel's bar. Hiding under an overpass, Luke at the traffic jam up ahead. He cancelled his invisibility, adjusted his black suit, and walked forward. Gunshots rang out in the front. Many people got out of their cars and ran in panic in the opposite direction. But nobody cared about him. Many people looked at the middle-aged man in a suit and sunglasses in surprise, but that was all. The gunshots and explosions behind them were too dangerous. Luke ignored them. That was because the image transmitted by the mini-drone was already projected onto his sunglasses. Although the battle ahead was still ongoing, it was coming to an end. Even if these people didn't run, they would be fine. As he was thinking this, a woman around 35 years old ran over with a little girl. Both of them were terrified. The middle-aged woman looked back as she ran, as if afraid of someone chasing them. Luke's nose twitched, and he could clearly smell the smoke and blood on them. It was clear that the mother and daughter had watched the gunfight at close range, but they weren't the sort who would risk their lives just to be a live audience, and they fled in fear. Not far from them was a lone teddy bear lying on the ground, probably dropped by its previous young owner. The middle-aged woman, who was running in a panic, didn't even notice as she stepped on it. Her sharp heel pierced the bear's head. Mostly focused on the rear, the woman staggered and took 2 steps with her heel still stuck in the poor bear's head. The woman flailed as she started to lose her balance, but she forgot that she was still holding her daughter in one arm. The little girl wasn't fat, and kept bumping against her mother as the latter ran. The mother and daughter completely lost their balance. The woman staggered even more, and the ground was rushing up to meet her face. Looking at the mother and daughter, who were about to fall to their knees, Luke was lost for words. It was only May, and someone was already taking the initiative to kowtow and give him New Year greetings. The mother and daughter widened their eyes. They didn't even have time to feel afraid before they were about to hit the ground. At that moment, however, the ground stopped getting closer, and instead moved further away. They were propped up, and they saw a calm but grim face. Although the face wasn't ugly, and on closer look was actually very dapper, the mother and daughter subconsciously exclaimed and stepped back. Luke was amused. This face was a bit of a loss. Thankfully, he had never relied on his looks to make a living. A man had to rely on his strength. Thinking that, he withdrew his hands and moved forward. Both mother and daughter were stunned for a moment, but the little girl was still more innocent. She couldn't help but shout at his back, "Thank you, uncle." Her teacher had taught her to sincerely thank anyone who helped her. Luke stopped in his tracks. Uncle. Fine, he was an uncle. The mother came back to her senses and quickly shouted, "Thank you." She then picked up her daughter and continued running. She had only taken 1 step, when she felt soft under her right foot, and she dropped to her knees. She lowered her head, only to see that her heel was still stuck in the now squashed head of the teddy bear. Luke didn't have eyes on his back, but the drone was in the air. When he saw this image, his lips twitched. In the end, the woman still couldn't escape kneeling. Following this little interlude, Luke's mood improved. It was an inevitable instinct to laugh at other people's bad luck. It wasn't because you didn't have any sympathy, but because you saw how unlucky the other party was. At the very least, the woman who had crushed the bear wasn't too pitiful. At most, her knees would be bruised for a few days. Her husband probably wouldn't think anything of it. As Luke thought that, he reached the gunfight. A dozen cars had been flipped over on the overpass. There were broken parts, bullet shells and blood everywhere. Luke ignored them and simply walked over. He coughed lightly. In the end, the dark red figure didn't seem to hear him. Like an ADHD patient, he either covered his head with his hands or stomped his feet with his hands on his hips as he cursed, damn it. Why did I let Mr. Cleaner escape? God, you must be kidding me, Luke." The dark red figure grabbed an unlucky soul by the hair and gave him a slap. "Tell me where Ajax is or I'll kill you." The unlucky guy's head whipped 90 degrees to the side, and he hung limp and silent. Helpless, Luke moved forward and warned, "If you do that a few more times, he won't just pass out, but die. Either way, he can't hear you." The dark red figure paused before he scratched his head. "That's right, I should wake him up first. How am I supposed to wake up an unconscious person? Let me think, what does 99 cruelest punishments in world history say?" Luke frowned. It had only been a few days. Why was this guy even more of a lunatic now? Should he beat him up first? The thought flashed through Luke's mind, but he quickly suppressed it. He was wearing a custom-made suit, which cost more than $100,000. It would be a waste to get it wrinkled over this lunatic. But he really wanted to beat him to death. Bang! As Luke kicked out, he was still muttering to himself about how to cut this unlucky lunatic into pieces even as he sent the latter flying. Wade felt that he had been unlucky recently. He just made $5 million for the first time in his life, when he found out that he had cancer. After fighting against it and receiving treatment from a medical organization, he learned that the other party wasn't treating illnesses, but creating superhumans to be sold. When he found an opportunity to break free of that prison, that Mr. Cleaner strung him up to be a test subject, and the fire Wade which caused also turned him into a shish kebab. Thanks to the super cure obtained from the experiment on him, he finally transformed from a shish kebab to an avocado, but he didn't dare meet his girlfriend again. It hadn't been easy for him to come up with the perfect plan. It had taken him more than a month to finally track down Mr. Cleaner, but at the critical moment, that guy still escaped. Now, He just wanted to be alone and slowly think up interrogation methods, when someone actually kicked his ass from behind. He finally got angry. Getting up from the ground, he looked in the direction of his assailant and said, "You dare ambush me? Do you know who I am?" His tone abruptly dropped on the last word. A pair of black sunglasses on a grim and cold face appeared in front of him. Wade seemed to sense the beady eyes behind the sunglasses glaring at him, and he couldn't help but feel a little cold. He couldn't help but squeeze out a smile, although Luke couldn't see his ugly face at all. "Hi, Mr. Smith. Boss, you're even more handsome after not seeing you for a few days, especially with those sunglasses. Speaking of sunglasses, I think the new summer line of Hello Kitty sunglasses are more suitable for you." Then, he stopped talking. That was because Luke had taken off his sunglasses, and his lips were curled up in a natural smile. "Oh, and who are you now?" "Wade. Deadpool. That's my new name." Luke nodded. "Okay, Deadpool, we should go." Wade asked, "Where to?" Luke looked at the sky in the south. "If you don't leave now, you'll be forced to work for someone." Wade. "Work? That's impossible. I'll never work an honest day in my life." Luke chuckled. "What about S.H.I.E.L.D.? As far as I know, their pay isn't high. After a few decades, you can make $5 million. Wade. Are you driving?" Luke was too lazy to talk to him. He simply waved at him to follow him, before he turned around and left. 2 minutes later, a helicopter flew over the overpass. On the plane, a soldier in full combat gear looked down and frowned. "Did you find any suspicious targets?" His subordinate, who was operating a tablet, replied without raising his head, "Negative, boss. It's too chaotic around here. There are civilians running around in shock everywhere." At that moment, the pilot of the helicopter asked, "Mr. Flegg, do you want to do another round?" Flegg frowned and scanned the area around the overpass with sharp eyes. A moment later, he ordered, "Tell Bird 2 to slow down and search from the south. Report immediately if you find a target. We'll follow the road north for 2 kilometers." As Flegg gave the order, a mini drone camera was aimed at him from among the weeds. Luke raised an eyebrow in surprise. It's him. He had thought that it would be Phil. After all, a lot had happened in New York recently, and one of Phil's childhood idols was here. He was already several decades old, but he actually acted like a fanboy and went to watch his idol when he had nothing to do. Luke was lost for words. But this time, it was Flegg, whom he hadn't seen in a long time, which was a little strange. Thinking for a moment, he suddenly asked, "Do you know Rick Flegg?" Wade's muffled voice came from the transparent and warped shadow next to him. "Who? The name's familiar. Let me think." Luke said, "I think he's from some high-level joint research unit, but the way he operates is a little like a mercenary who does dirty work." Wade was silent for a moment before he suddenly said, "Come to think of it, this guy looked me up before and wanted to employ me long-term." Luke asked, "Why didn't you go?" Wade snorted, "What right does he have to be my boss? I gave him 2 black eyes on the spot." Luke said, "Tell me the truth." Wade said, "The pay he was offering was too low, and I have to be on standby 24/7. I was watching girls at the strip club back then, and had no time for him." Luke asked, "Did he really stop looking for you after you beat him up?" He didn't think that was possible. Luke himself, for example, had an official job as a detective, and hence could be said to have some backing. Wade was just a mercenary who operated in gray areas. It wasn't hard for someone from a secret agency like Flegg to get a handle on him. "Wade. He dislocated one of my arms, then left." Luke was stunned. "He beat you? Did he use some superpower?" He hadn't noticed anything unusual about Flegg, but they had never been enemies, and hadn't met in a long while, so Luke didn't think much of it. Wade was depressed. His men didn't follow the rules. After I punched him in the eye, they pointed their guns at me. I could only stop, and he dislocated my arm. Chapter 1255, Profiteer, Boss, and Lunatic. Luke chuckled. Flegg's men would definitely be unhappy with Wade, who had a foul mouth and postured a lot. They were all special troops who went on secret missions, and were very ruthless. If Wade hadn't stopped at the time, Flegg's men would have definitely blown his head off. Wade's combat skills were top-notch, he would have definitely sensed it. Perhaps Flegg felt that it was embarrassing to rely on his men to help him when he lost, so he let Wade go. Or, he might have also sensed that Wade was trouble. If you didn't give this guy enough money, it was impossible to make him obedient and a good soldier. Hence, he gave up on Wade. But the current Wade, or rather, Deadpool, was different. Although he was even crazier, Flegg was tempted by the fact that Wade's super self-healing boosted his strength. At that moment, Luke and Wade walked into an alley where a black Ford Explorer was parked. Luke opened the car door with the remote, and they got in, before they took off the optical camouflage cloaks. Wade grabbed the cloak with both hands and didn't return it at all. Instead, he searched his body for a place to store it. Luke snorted. "That's mine." Wade said, "Boss, don't be polite with me. For the sake of helping you complete your mission after I took dozens of shots in the ass last time, give this to me as a Christmas present." Luke started the car. "It's already May. Is your Christmas that long?" Wade put his hands to his heart. "But I was admitted into the hospital before Christmas." Luke changed the subject. "This thing needs a battery. Do you have a matching battery?" Wade paused. "What? Is there a charger? Or a titanium charger?" Luke glanced at him. "Do you think it's a titanium phone? This thing costs $1 million, and can only run for 300 hours. Wade couldn't help but curse, then came back to himself. "Boss, I'm not cursing you. I'm just cursing this profiteer. A certain profiteer. It's an exclusive product. Do you want to buy it?" Conflicted, Wade gritted his teeth and nodded. "At most, I'll rob a few drug gangs." Luke said, "What do you need it for? You've been causing a lot of trouble recently. This time, it was on an overpass in broad daylight. You only want to hide now." Wade said, "I want to see Vanessa." Luke raised an eyebrow. "That's your wife. Are you sure you need to sneak around to see her?" Wade was vexed. "I don't want her to see me like this. It'll scare her." Pondering for a moment, Luke still didn't mention the Thousand Faces system. He had planned to give it to Wade as an investment in a future ally, but after seeing this guy today, he realized that he was quite abnormal. His pheromone control was useless on men, and he would have to test other methods first. Thus, he couldn't take out the Thousand Faces system for now. Thinking that, Luke gave him a charger. Temporary charger. Charge it for 2 hours and use it for 5. However, it's easy to be detected in the rain and strong light. Don't peek in the bathroom. Wade was delighted. That's fine. The bathroom is glass. She won't pull the curtain close if she's alone at home. Luke was lost for words. Why is your thinking becoming more and more warped? As expected of the loony thinking of a crack mercenary. After that, he dropped the guy off in Harlem, which wasn't far from Vanessa's place. Looking at Wade, who got out and ran, Luke shook his head and drove off. He had initially planned to rope Wade in. Now seeing how much of a loony this guy was, his plan needed to be tweaked, so he naturally dropped the idea. He gave Wade a phone for communication and an optical camouflage cloak. As long as this guy wanted to keep using the cloak, he wouldn't throw these things away, so the GPS system was useful. Thus, Luke just casually reminded the guy not to cause a scene in broad daylight, in case he was dragged off to work for someone else. Wade wasn't afraid of being found at all, but Vanessa was his biggest weakness. At Luke's reminder, he became obedient. In any case, it wasn't hard for him to kill quietly and do things stealthily. It was just that there had been no need for him to restrain himself. Now, for Vanessa's sake, it was better for him to hold back. While comforting himself, he stared at the optical camouflage cloak in his hand before he decisively put it on and went straight to Vanessa's place. Finally, he could see Vanessa up close. "Thank you, Boss Smith, for your generosity." Wade then huddled in a corner near the bathroom and quietly observed everything in the room. This was where he and Vanessa had lived their life together. On the ranch in Texas, Luke yawned lazily, and Selena called out, "Hey, come and take a look. What's wrong with the meat I made? Why isn't it delicious?" Luke opened a bottle of beer from the fridge and had a mouthful before he walked over. A moment later, "Are you sure you carried out all the steps I told you?" "Yes." "Then why isn't the meat cut? This is a full slab of meat. Don't tell me there's something wrong with my eyes. It's Gold Nugget's fault. It was nagging me, and after I talked to it, I forgot to cut the meat." "Then give this meat to it then." Whine. That night, Luke's clone was prepared to go out again. He had already put on the Batman suit and chosen his target. There were a few gangsters with a large stockpile of goods in Brooklyn who were waiting to be cleaned up. The doctors in the orthopedics departments of the hospitals in New York were waiting. It was time for them to get some practical training. Luke would earn 3,000 to 5,000 experience and credit points tonight. At that moment, Alfred suddenly sent him an alert. "Master, Deadpool has an urgent message." Luke found that odd. I didn't set up an emergency communication button for him, did I? Put it through. Wade was a lunatic. If Luke gave him an emergency button, he might take it out to play when he was bored. In any case, this guy had a terrifying self-healing ability. He wouldn't die even if Luke showed up a little late, so Luke didn't give him an emergency button. The call went through, and before Luke could say anything, Wade shouted, "Hello, is that Boss Smith? My wife has been kidnapped. I need your help." Luke said, "Weren't you hiding outside her bathroom?" The guy had been in Vanessa's place the whole time. When all was said and done, he would definitely be peeping at his wife. Luke was curious. Who could kidnap someone from under Wade's nose? Wade was definitely Vanessa's lackey. If anyone pissed her off, Wade would fight them to the death. "How did you know I was outside the bathroom half the time? Are you spying on me, too?" Wade exclaimed in a scandalized tone. Luke was lost for words. "Do you want to save your wife or not?" Wade's voice immediately returned to normal. "Ah, I'm sorry. I know you would never peep at me, boss." As he said that, a thought flashed through his mind. "You're not spying on me, but you know what I'm doing." "Are you spying on my wife? Should I kill this guy too?" Annoyed, Luke said, "I don't need to see to know that you would never want to leave the house after going inside." "Cut the crap. Where are we meeting?" Wade said. They left an address, Elizabethport, South Newark. Luke said, "Send me the address. Call me when you're near." He then hung up, took off his Batman suit, put on the V-suit, and entered the ocean through the underground passage. 10 minutes later, Luke glided soundlessly through the night sky toward Elizabethport. He had been using auxiliary thrusters, but when he arrived, he switched to glide mode. There was barely any sound when he was gliding. The thrusters would only give a boost now and then to prevent him from dropping too low. With this stealth system, nobody could see him in the dark sky. At the address Wade had given him, Luke circled around and expanded his search range. A lot of people were lying in wait near the address which Wade had given him. It was a trap, but the person who set the trap knew how important Vanessa was to Wade, and had no plans of hiding his intentions. Or, maybe it was because he was confident he knew how the loon would react. Luke didn't wait for Wade. If he found where Vanessa was being kept, he would definitely rescue her. If there was still time, he didn't mind killing all of them. It was none of his business what Wade thought when he arrived. As long as Luke saved his wife, Wade would have to swallow his words. 5 minutes later, Luke found something suspicious. It was an old freighter docked not far from the location. It was highly unusual for there to be armed guards patrolling on board the freighter and being so sneaky about it. The last time Luke had encountered something like this was at the drug depot of Uncle Frank's archenemy, Colonel Ray Schoonover, when Luke had confiscated 1.5 tons of white powder. Thus, even if this wasn't where Wade's wife was being held, there might still be a lot of experience and credit points here. It didn't take Luke long to make a decision, and he landed on the deck of the ship. It was a freighter, but containers weren't piled up like mountains on the deck, which made it look empty. At first glance, it looked like the deck of a combat carrier. Nevertheless, there were some containers in one location on the deck. The guards lingered around this area and took turns going out on patrol. Luke walked past the containers and found Wade's wife, Vanessa, in the middle container. There were only 2 fully armed men inside. Clearly, they didn't think much of Vanessa. Indeed, Vanessa's hands and feet were tied, and her mouth was taped shut. She couldn't do anything except move slightly in a chair. Luke didn't bother to hide anymore. As he deactivated the stealth system, he threw 2 daggers into the container. The 2 men died instantly without seeing anything. Vanessa's eyes widened and she couldn't help but cry out. Luke was very satisfied that her mouth had been taped shut. He didn't have to worry about her crying out and drawing attention. Thinking that, he said, "Wade asked me to save you. I'll take you to him." Vanessa's eyes, which had just returned to normal, widened again. She started making noise and struggled. Luke shook his head and walked over to the 2 men. Retrieving his daggers, he cut the rope tying her to the chair. "The fight has already started. Just stay like this for now so that you don't get in the way." Vanessa. Then, she felt herself float out of the container, and after that, she really was flying. Seeing the deck getting further and further away from her, Vanessa temporarily stopped complaining and simply stared blankly at her feet. Holding her by the rope at her back with one hand, Luke took out his revolver with the other. The support system on his back fired a few short bursts, and when he flew past several containers on the ship, he pulled the trigger. After a few gunshots, 4 men were killed. Putting the revolver away, he adjusted the trajectory of his glide and sped toward Wade, who was more than 200 meters away. A moment ago, Wade was pissing his pants as he hid behind a pile of junk, though he didn't forget to mutter to himself, "I knew it. A reliable man is as believable as a sow climbing a tree, and it's the same with old British guys. What meet up? I've already been shot in the ass, but he still isn't here. If he takes any longer, these big chaps are going to bust my ass open." In fact, it wasn't just his ass. Except for his head, he was riddled with bullet holes everywhere. However, except for the fact that it hurt, it didn't affect him much. Also, the pain was nothing compared with when he watched a thin and pallid Vanessa from afar. On the contrary, the pain made him feel that he was still alive, not dead. Wait, my heart's dead too. Without Vanessa, I'm better off dead. Let me die. Wade howled in his heart. Thinking that, he charged out amidst the junk with bullets flying. 4 or 5 of the dozens of criminals on the other side immediately collapsed, and then Wade threw himself behind an abandoned fridge. Dozens of holes appeared in the fridge. Wade groaned and felt his body with both hands. Ah, wow, that hurts. That charge just now had put 4 or 5 more holes in him, which was the same number of people who had collapsed. Damn it, fight me one-on-one if you dare, he shouted. Bang. Ah, he hadn't been able to dodge in time, and was shot. Pulling his leg back, he suddenly made up his mind and shouted, Wait, I have something to say." The criminals suddenly fell silent. This lunatic, who was wearing a dark red suit and didn't even show his face, had clearly been hit several times. How was he still so energetic? This wasn't a movie. Many of them were using rifles. A person shot with a rifle bullet wouldn't be able to move. Even if it was just a limb, as long as an arm or leg was hit, it would basically be crippled. In a movie, it was impossible to still be jumping around after being shot if you weren't wearing a bulletproof vest. For a moment, the scene was silent, but the leader was already talking in a low voice as he ordered the 2 teams to take the opportunity to surround this lunatic called Deadpool. Wade had slipped away too quickly earlier, and they had been unable to lock onto his location. Now that this guy actually dared to stop moving and start talking, they naturally couldn't let go of this opportunity to surround and kill him. Wade, who was behind the fridge, yelled as if he hadn't noticed. He pressed down on his crotch with one hand and exerted strength with the other. He pulled something out of his pants and waved it around from behind the fridge on his gun. I surrender. Let's talk it out. The world is so beautiful, there's no need to be so violent." The criminals, they saw a dirty and ragged pair of underwear reeking of good intentions as it hung off the gun. But this had no effect on them, especially coming from a lunatic who had just killed more than 10 of their comrades. They had to kill him. Wade's trick wasn't any use. Instead, it gave the other party time to split up and surround him. At a command from the leader, the criminals attacked from 3 directions. Wade's white underwear was still fluttering in the air when he collapsed with a huge hole in his body. Only then did the criminals stop and carefully surround him. The scene fell silent again. There was only the sound of footsteps and the faint sound of muffled crying. The criminals were alarmed. Where was the crying coming from? Also, it sounded more and more like a woman's. The crying was one thing, but why did the sound like it was floating above their heads and coming all around them? The hairs of the 30 or so criminals stood on end as they raised their guns almost at the same time. Bright, tactical flashlights swept through the air, but didn't find anything unusual. This made them even more nervous. What they didn't know was that 2 transparent shadows were hovering above them. Whenever the beams of the flashlights brushed past them, they remained in the dark. Wade, this is all I can do for you. Don't blame me if you can't get your wife back, Luke murmured inwardly. Gliding 100 meters away, he put down Vanessa, who was sobbing, and said in a low voice, Wade isn't dead yet. It's too early for you to cry. Vanessa was stunned. Luke said, the cloak on you will keep you invisible. They can't see you. Stay here, I'll kill them. With that, he drifted away. Vanessa only saw a transparent shadow flash before it quickly disappeared far away. A moment later, gunshots rang out again. She struggled for a moment, but the rope didn't loosen at all. Gazing 100 meters into the distance, she gritted her teeth and murmured to herself, I can't walk, but I can jump, right? As she spoke, she exerted strength with her feet and jumped forward a small step. She fell on the ground. Luke, who was flying in the air, only glanced in her direction before he looked away. You had to work a bit for love. He had rescued her. What she decided next was up to her. Luke didn't think it was wrong for her to give up on Wade. After all, this avocado had already turned into a lunatic, and was extremely ugly. As the saying went, don't ask of others what you yourself wouldn't do. Luke himself wanted to beat Wade to death when he saw his face. Naturally, he couldn't ask a woman to continue being infatuated with a weirdo like that. Putting aside Wade and his wife's personal matter, Luke was more interested in the alias that Wade was looking for, the man whose real name was Francis. From what Wade had mentioned, this person was also the product of a successful experiment. He also had a helper called Angel, who was also a test subject that had been a success. But Francis and Angel were undoubtedly much luckier than Wade. They had superpowers, but their faces weren't disfigured. That was probably what Wade found most unacceptable. Not only had he lost his handsome face, he also couldn't see Vanessa, while Francis, who had caused all this, looked like a normal person. Angel's existence further proved that Wade had no one but himself to blame for his disfigurement. His luck was sh*t. In the end, of the 3 test subjects that turned out to be successes, Wade was the only one who became ugly. As he thought that, Luke showed up in the air with 2 revolvers in his hands. He said unhurriedly, "Look at the sky. It's the smell of spring. Destruction is the beginning. Death is rebirth. Amen." Bang, 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 bang. The criminals surrounding Wade instantly collapsed. From Luke's high vantage point, he had the upper hand. His attacks were very efficient. Only a few of the 30 criminals tried to dodge, but they still couldn't escape the bullets that fell from the sky, and they were all killed in a few seconds. Right at that moment, an enormous shadow shot at him from a distance. Luke exclaimed in surprise, and his cape suddenly softened. He activated the propulsion system and instantly shot upward 2 meters. The enormous shadow brushed past under his feet before it crashed into a pile of junk 10 meters away. Looking at the dented stainless steel pipe that was still vibrating, Luke landed lightly. 2 figures walked out of the darkness behind him. The leader was a Caucasian man who looked to be in his late 20s. He was quite handsome and had a faint smile on his face, as if he was ready to smile mockingly at any moment. Behind him was a strong Caucasian woman. She had long black hair and looked to be in her late 20s. She wasn't ugly, but had a bulkier physique. Interesting. I didn't expect anyone to care about Wade's business. How should I address you, Mr. Busybody? The bald man sneered. Luke lowered his head and slowly turned around. In the dim light, the smiling mask looked even more mocking and sinister. The bald man and the brawny woman tensed. Smiley face. The legendary killer. The bald man's pupils contracted. He had good information sources, and knew a lot about Smiley Face, who had caused a storm of blood in New York a while ago. But that was only because Luke had deliberately let V appear in public several times to distract the secret agencies from Batman. Luke tilted his head and observed them. Francis. He then tilted his head. Angel. Francis, the baldy, stopped breathing for a moment, and the mocking smile on his face grew even more obvious. You and Wade really are working together. Chuckling, Luke slowly drew out 2 knives from his waist and held them at an angle. Now, show me everything you have, or I'll have you apologize with your life. Francis's smile turned cold, and he drew the 2 metal axes that were on his back. Let's try it. He hadn't watched any videos of V in action, and only knew of some of V's achievements. While that wasn't enough to accurately judge his strength, V absolutely couldn't be underestimated. If V didn't live up to his name, Francis would deal with this pretentious guy today. He had been experimenting for so long, and had never had a gifted super assassin as a test subject. With a low roar, Francis suddenly leaned forward to swing the axe in his left hand at Luke's head while the axe in his right hand was already poised for a second swing. Chuckling, Luke raised the dagger in his right hand. Francis smiled grimly. An axe versus a dagger, the power exerted by a chop versus a block wasn't on the same level at all. This V was simply looking to die. As he was thinking that, the silver axe and the black dagger collided. Unexpectedly, there was no ringing clash of metal, and only the soft slide of friction. Francis only felt his axe meet empty air, and sure enough, there was no resistance. The moment before the collision, the black dagger suddenly sped up and deflected. Pressing the side of the dagger to the axe, Luke pushed the axe to one side. At the same time, the dagger slid down the axe to cut into Francis's palm. This was also one of the reasons why most cold weapons had a guard. Francis's axe was about a meter long. Naturally, it didn't have a guard, and the metal was quite smooth. As a combat master, Luke instinctively slashed down with his blade. He exerted strength as he did so, pressing the axe to Francis's side to disrupt his momentum and restrict a counterattack from the axe in his right hand. Francis reacted quickly. He sensed the shift in the axe in his left hand as well as the black dagger sliding down the handle like a viper. He didn't resist the force of the dagger, but borrowed the momentum to exert strength. He pulled back the axe in his left hand slightly, and he swung the other axe in his right hand around. This time, it was Luke whose control was disrupted, putting him in a slightly passive position. Luke smiled. This person was actually a cold weapons expert. The dagger in his right hand lashed out to meet Francis's right axe. The moment they clashed, the dagger pushed so that the axe was deflected upward. Finding it hard to control the axe in his right hand, Francis felt extremely uneasy. He gave a loud shout and pulled the axe back. At the same time, the axe in his left hand suddenly stabbed out from under his waist. Yes, it was a stab. The tips of the two axes were sharp and could easily pierce a person. Luke swung his right hand again, and the first clash between the dagger and the axe rang out. The moment they touched, Luke and Francis stepped back and regained their balance. Luke was as calm as ever. Francis, however, was gloomy. He had never seen anything like what Luke had done before. The opponents he had encountered before relied on their agility to dodge and counterattack. Or, they had immense strength and could withstand attacks head-on. Luke hadn't dodged or met the attack head-on. His agility and strength were beyond expectations, and he skillfully combined them together. It was better than dodging. It was similar to blocking, but was both an attack and defense. The moment an attack was deflected, a counterattack followed. It was extremely difficult to deal with. Francis had fought many battles, from the battlefields of ordinary people to battles between superhumans. He had seen superpowers that were even harder to deal with than Luke, and he had also seen firearms that were more oppressive than Luke's. But at that moment, he felt that this V was the strongest enemy he had ever seen. From Francis's intelligence, this V was the best at shooting, but now, his gun was still at his waist, and he could easily use a cold weapon against Francis. What was even more terrifying was that while Francis had been in constant danger, the other party had only used his right hand the whole time. Thinking quickly, Francis came up with another plan. He had yet to reveal his trump card, but he already felt that it was impossible to hold back. If he didn't use his trump card, he would probably die here today. He put his hands up again in a starting pose, but using his body as cover, he secretly gestured at Angel behind him with his right hand. Angel crossed her arms. Ah! Francis roared and charged at Luke again. This time, he had learned his lesson. Before he even got close, he swung the two axes like windmills at Luke. His plan was to use the axes to suppress Luke with absolute speed before the latter could block. Luke chuckled again. This guy wasn't stupid. He knew to play to his strengths and avoid his shortcomings. However, these were just Francis's thoughts. He thought that Luke had quicker reflexes, but in fact, it was in strength that Luke had the absolute advantage. From the fight just now, Luke estimated that Francis was slower than he was, but not by much. The reason Francis had been in a passive position earlier was that Luke had crushed him in terms of combat skills. With muscle control and elementary imitation, as well as the basic combat skills he had acquired from a bunch of people, Luke had yet to meet his match. He had better reflexes, better combat skills, and more strength than Francis, which was why Luke was so relaxed. Faced with Francis's dancing axes, Luke simply stepped back at the same speed as the man. At the same time, he pointed his dagger forward. Ding! An enormous force was transmitted from the point where an axe and the dagger collided. Francis's body instantly tilted, and the axe involuntarily veered away from Luke. Alarmed, Francis shouted again, "Die!" One of the two axes flew out at an angle, and the other was thrown at Luke. Luke finally moved his left hand. Ding! The dagger in his left hand hit the side of the axe so that it brushed past him, but the dagger in his right hand had already pushed forward to slash at Francis's chest. Chapter 1259. I want to fight with fists. You actually fight with technology. Just then, the axe which Francis had thrown to the side flew back at Luke at an even faster speed. It was Angel who had caught the axe and thrown it back. Then, she grabbed a thick steel pipe next to her and swung it. The metal pipe whistled through the air. Luke suddenly stopped and retreated. He deflected the spinning axe with the dagger in his left hand and the steel pipe with the dagger in his right hand. Clang! There was a loud metallic clash, and Luke took several light steps back. The steel pipe slowed down and didn't even touch his clothes. Angel, who had suddenly launched the attack, was shocked. She had already loosened her grip on the long steel pipe. Pushing off of her feet, she kicked up dust and left deep footprints behind. She yelled and pushed forward with her fists, aiming for Luke's upper torso. Luke smiled again. Putting the daggers back at his waist, he opened his hands and met her fists. Bang! With a dull roar, a shock wave exploded from their fists and palms, blowing up the sand around them in a rapidly expanding circle. Angel, who had always looked indifferent, was finally surprised, as if she had seen a ghost. She had an extraordinary physique and immense strength. It was normal for her to punch out with 1 or 2 tons of strength. The explosion just now would have sent a regular car flying 7 to 8 meters. She knew that V was good at shooting. His fight with Francis also demonstrated that he was very flexible and strong. However, V didn't retreat at all when he took her attack head-on. This was simply a joke. However, Angel wasn't a brute who relied purely on her physical strength to survive. She wasn't stupid enough to keep fighting Luke with her bare hands. She had rich combat experience, and instinctively kicked at Luke's ankle. No matter who the enemy was, their combat ability would be greatly reduced after they lost a leg. Luke made a light sound of surprise. His right hand moved to suddenly push her left fist to the side. He then darted forward to close the distance between them and avoid the kick. He followed up with his left hand and pressed a palm to her chest. The moment his palm was about to land, it suddenly burst with "Kai" that hit the other party. Bang! Luke was shocked. His left palm felt like it had hit a rubber wall, and was about to rebound. As the thought flashed through his mind, he didn't forget to raise his left knee to block the incoming kick. Angela groaned and ignored the pain in her leg and chest. She grabbed Luke's leg with her right hand. Luke cursed inwardly and hurriedly dropped his leg. At the same time, he pulled his left palm back, as if he was going to attack again. Angela felt her chest tighten, and she grabbed at Luke's own chest with her right hand. Creak! Her fingernails screeched over the breastplate of V's outfit, but she couldn't find anything to grip onto at all. Before she could react, Luke pushed with his left hand again. Bang! This time, Angela was hit so hard that she was knocked into the air for a while. She finally couldn't help but cry out in pain. Ah! But at the same time, she locked Luke's right hand with her own and pulled hard. Borrowing the force, she straightened her back and raised her legs, aiming for his neck. An arm bar. Luke immediately understood Angel's intention, but the corners of his mouth curled up even more. Apart from Frank D'Amico, she was the second person to dare use a joint technique on this suit. The V suit was indeed very thin. To maintain agility, it had been made with soft materials. So, Luke had always called it a battle outfit, because it didn't look as hard as the Iron Man or Batman suit at first glance. In fact, however, most of the force from Angel's first punch had been absorbed by the support exoskeleton in his suit, and Luke was only using 1/3 of his strength. She had been fooled earlier as well when she couldn't find anything like a lapel to grab onto, and had met the composite material of the breastplate instead. Now, she was falling for it a third time. Angela moved quickly, and the drawbacks of having an ordinary brain became clear. She didn't understand at all that Luke was no ordinary opponent in this outfit. She had miscalculated 3 times in a row because he was too fast. Luke simply raised his left hand to block her from closing her legs. She exerted more strength, but still couldn't close her legs. Luke's left hand didn't move at all, as if it were made of metal. But he was also very surprised. The suit's AI program, Victoria, Roman goddess of victory, had already called the police. However, the suit had already suffered 12% damage, and the damage was increasing. Angela's strength exceeded his expectations. Although the 12% damage to the suit was due to her first explosive punch, it was unbelievable that she could exacerbate the damage to the exoskeleton suit with her legs. Who would dare be her boyfriend? Luke couldn't help but recall how a tough girl in his previous life had crushed a watermelon between her thighs in 2 seconds. The watermelon had exploded, and red pulp and juice had splattered everywhere. Would Angel's boyfriend end up like that watermelon if she pressed too hard when she was too happy? Someone like Ironhide Creech might just barely live, The thought flashed through Luke's head before he erased what shouldn't be imagined from his mind. He refocused, and was about to use his strength to subdue Angela, when he suddenly jerked and looked at Francis in astonishment. At that moment, he felt several strange fluctuations from 4 different directions which converged to cover this area. Francis didn't take the opportunity to escape when Luke and Angela were fighting. He simply put away the smile on his face and looked coldly at the battlefield. He even drew his military knife from his leg, ready to attack at any moment. Now that he was ready, he lunged forward decisively and stabbed at Luke's thigh. Almost at the same time, Luke sighed gloomily. "I was just going to play around with you, but you actually brought technology into it." Francis's heart jolted at the words, but he didn't pause as he stabbed at the man with the knife. Luke's right hand, which Angela had been holding tightly to her chest, stretched out as far as possible, and blue and white electricity sparked on his suit. Crack, zzz. Angela, who was trying her best to control his movements, felt excruciating pain in her chest and convulsed. Although her hands and feet were still in place, her entire body was stiff from the electric shock, and she couldn't release her terrifying strength. Luke easily drew his left hand back and swung his palm downward. Pa! This slap from the sky landed on Francis's head and sent him flying. Before he hit the ground, Luke caught up with him and grabbed his ankle. Blue and white electricity sparked in Luke's left hand again. Zzz. Francis, who was dizzy, also convulsed, and his vision turned black. Lifting both people, Luke sighed gloomily again. Being too lenient only leads to more violence. Haven't you heard the saying? An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Angela, who was twitching in his hands, despaired. Damn it, why weren't the super controllers working? Francis had been ambushed and almost killed by Wade before, but he had dared to take the initiative to lure Wade here today not because of their combined strength, much less the dozens of armed men here. The real trump card was the super controllers provided by the boss behind the scenes. They didn't know exactly how the controller worked, but it had a strong suppression effect on both superhumans and non-superhumans. The secret signal which Francis had given her just now was for her to stall the other party so that the super controllers could lock onto him fully. Because the machines weren't very flexible, they couldn't keep up with moving targets. Francis and Angela, on the other hand, were wearing special devices that could prevent them from being injured by the controllers. With these, Angela didn't think it would be a problem to take down this V. Even though Luke had demonstrated extraordinary strength and reflexes in their battle, she hadn't panicked, precisely because she had this weapon that was especially effective against superhumans. Francis activated the super controller and then rushed over, but when Luke could still speak, they knew that something was wrong. Superhumans attacked by the super controller might still be able to talk, but they wouldn't be this relaxed. What Luke did next proved that he indeed wasn't affected by the super controller. Instead, he seized the opportunity to capture them in one go. The ups and downs of life were too heartbreaking. What Angel didn't know was that Luke had used less than half of his strength the entire time, which was even more heartbreaking. Whether they relied on their strength or technology, they were powerless in front of Luke. This super controller at the end was interesting, but only a little. Luke disappeared into the darkness with the 2 people. A moment later, he was standing in front of a super controller. Francis and Angela were gone, he had knocked them out and thrown them into space too. Looking at the super controller in front of him, Luke frowned. This controller had a portable base and the direction it was pointing in could be adjusted freely. It looked a little like a home satellite dish. There were 4 such controllers, and they were aimed at the same location from 4 angles, which was the open space where Luke had just fought Francis and Angel. However, the controller in front of him was currently emitting smoke. It was completely black and smelled like burned electronic equipment. Luke dismantled it and threw it into his inventory before he went to the other 3 controllers. A few minutes later, he frowned and returned to the clearing. All 4 super controllers had self-destructed. As someone who always put safety first, Luke immediately thought of this possibility when he saw the charred remains of the controllers. Putting the first controller into his inventory and scanning it with his mind, he was even more certain. The super controllers which had all been working fine just now had all self-destructed at the same time. Not only that, several electronic devices on Francis and his partner had also self-destructed, including a chip in their bodies. Recalling how Francis and his partner acted, they were clearly more like lackeys than the boss behind the scenes. Luke knew that he had run into a crafty and vigilant opponent. The moment Francis and his partner failed, this person cut off all potentially important leads and destroyed the equipment to ensure his own safety. Could it be that this person had been using surveillance nearby to monitor the outcome of the fight earlier? As Luke pondered, he approached the abandoned fridge that was riddled with holes. Wade was still lying on the ground behind the fridge, his head in Vanessa's lap. "I should have come to you, but the person under the mask isn't the man you remember." Wade's voice was serious. "Did you make this mask yourself?" Vanessa interrupted him. Wade was speechless. Vanessa stretched out her hand, and Wade subconsciously ducked. But under her gaze, he stopped. Vanessa slowly and firmly reached behind the mask, undid the nylon buckle, and pulled it off. Then, she looked at Wade's face helplessly. Wade said awkwardly, "There's another one in case the mask falls off." He was wearing Tony Stark's handsome face. It was clearly a poster image of the Tycoon. Wade had cut out the Tycoon's head and stuck it to his face. Vanessa smiled and took it off. Wade exclaimed, "It's stuck, it's like car spray or a Band-Aid." "Ow, wait, are you sure you want to take it off?" After a brief silence, Vanessa nodded. "I'm sure." She firmly took off Tony Stark's face. The real face of the avocado was revealed. She couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, but she didn't push Wade's face away. Wade was a little sad. In the past, when she saw his handsome face, she would definitely immediately kiss him. Sure enough, he couldn't go back to the past. His days of relying on his face to make a living were gone. Vanessa, on the other hand, reached out to hold his chin, as if she was thinking about something. After a brief adjustment period and some alcohol, it'd be a face I'll be happy to sit on. As she spoke, she naturally stroked his face and raised her pinky. Relieved, Wade hooked pinkies with her. "No problem. Also, there's a one-of-a-kind object under this outfit, a super dick." Vanessa finally burst out laughing. On the side, Luke's eyes had been opened. He knew that there were a lot of weird couples in the world, but this pair took the cake, right? They didn't seem to match. Vanessa was better off than most people in the world. However, it seemed nothing was wrong. Without this big heart and weird taste, how could she be entangled with Wade to this extent? He coughed and said, "Why don't you talk about your romance elsewhere?" Wade turned his head in disdain. "You're still here, can't you go off and do your thing?" As he spoke, he waved his hand like he was swatting a fly. "You're the big boss, you still need to maintain world peace. If you really can't, you can go home and sweep the lawn. Maybe you have a lot of dog sh*t on it." Luke raised an eyebrow. What a cheap person. He was shameless when he was asking for help, but even more so when he was fine. Luke wasn't angry, he simply chuckled. "Francis is just a lackey. He has a backer who saw everything that happened here." Wade said, "So what? If he dares come, my big dick won't let him go. I'll definitely beat him up until he calls me dad." Glancing at Vanessa, Luke said, "So, he knows that Francis kidnapped your girlfriend. In other words, he knows who your girlfriend is." Wade was stumped. "What?" Luke said, "I don't think he'll come looking for trouble with you again for the time being. Call me when you're free." Then, he took off his hat and bowed slightly to Vanessa. "Ma'am, your courage is worthy of all praise. May fortune always be with you." With that, he put on his hat and glided off to disappear into the night sky. After a brief silence, Vanessa looked at Wade. "Who was that?" Wade laughed hollowly. "An unimportant character. I just made a call and had him come over." Vanessa was deep in thought. "Really? Why did he say that someone begged him to save me?" Wade said, "Let's not talk about that. I think we should find a quiet place to discuss our beautiful future." Vanessa frowned at the avocado in front of her. A moment later, she sighed. "Fine, but there has to be a lot of wine, or I might not be able to enjoy it." "Wade, I forgot to tell you, I'm living with a bunch of weed users. I guarantee it'll be more effective than alcohol." Vanessa, "Fine, now shut up and kiss me." They slowly leaned toward each other, before Vanessa paused. She turned her head, only to see a phone next to her ear. Time can never mend the careless whispers of a good friend. It was Wade who was holding his phone. "It's the group Wham." Like we said before, Vanessa smiled brilliantly and hugged him tightly. Elsewhere, Luke didn't dwell on Wade. Like he said, Francis's boss behind the scenes probably knew everything. Wade had been riddled with bullets as soon as he showed up. His combat ability wasn't worth worrying about, not to mention that he had a huge weakness in Vanessa. If Luke was the boss behind the scenes, the first person he would want to deal with was V, it was useless to deal with Wade otherwise. Also, if the other party wanted to deal with V, he definitely couldn't rashly take action, otherwise he would just be sending Luke experience and credit points. It wasn't a bad thing to let Wade live for a few days first. Vanessa's choice was beyond Luke's expectations. It seemed that there was no need to give Wade the Thousand Faces system. It also wasn't a bad thing that there was someone else behind Francis. Luke didn't believe Wade would dare gamble with Vanessa's safety. Someone like Luke who was rich, had connections, and was a capable boss was someone whom Wade could trust. Thinking that, Luke's gloom from not catching the boss behind the scenes dissipated. The experience and credit points gained tonight were average. The dozens of criminals were worth over 3,000. He also obtained 3,000 for capturing Francis, 1,500 for Angel, and just 20 for rescuing Vanessa. In total, he got less than 8,000 experience and credit points. Now, the host's experience was 615,700 thousandths. Credit, 209,000. His experience and credit points were mediocre, but it wasn't bad. System: you have defeated Francis and have obtained a list of his abilities. Francis's abilities: basic combat, basic firearms, basic cold weapon proficiency, elementary quick reflex prerequisites, 20 dexterity, 10,000 credit pain immunity unavailable. System: you have defeated Angel and have obtained a list of her abilities. Angel's abilities: basic firearms, basic combat proficiency, elementary physical enhancement prerequisites, 20 strength, 10,000 credit. Francis's elementary quick reflex overlapped with Luke's quick reflex, and Angel's physical enhancement overlapped with Nikki's muscle control. These abilities could be considered an upgrade and a complement. The two abilities actually had outstanding effects. Elementary quick reflex increased Luke's reaction speed by about 10%, while physical enhancement increased his strength by 20%. This was already a huge improvement, but compared with the abilities he had acquired some time ago, the effect was too simple. The abilities he got prior to these either had to do with cloning or longevity. Even the slightly worse ones were still elementary imitation, which was necessary for a master of physical techniques, or the explosive muscle control, which doubled one's strength. After Luke calmed down, he realized the huge benefits of these two new abilities. The previous mystical abilities were more like means of using power, and belonged to the techniques category. The two abilities this time mainly enhanced the most basic qualities of his body, and could be considered to belong to the body category. The stronger the body, the better the power of the technique. Only then could a mystical technique transform a strong body to evince better combat ability. Both categories weren't opposites, but complemented each other, and were all important components of strength. When Luke returned to the villa, he took out the medical AI, Osiris, from his inventory, and did a complete and detailed checkup on himself, which confirmed his speculation. It was actually very significant that elementary quick reflex could increase his reaction speed by 10%. In his previous life, speed was the only thing that couldn't be defeated by martial arts. Until now, he had never met anyone with superpowers who had better reflexes than him. He had always been the one who could suppress his opponents with his super fast reflexes in a way to break through their defenses. But what if this sort of person appeared one day? They would crush him with their super reflexes in turn. Until he was as strong as the God of Thunder or the Hulk, it was safer for him to increase his reaction speed. It would also make it even easier for him to control his clone at the same time. The effects of elementary physical enhancement were simple and crude, and Luke was very pleased. Nikki's muscle control mainly allowed her muscles to exert their potential, and she could slowly get stronger physically to a certain degree. This ability was mainly a technique for improving the body's foundation. It was roughly 8 parts, technique, and 2 parts, body. Angel's physical enhancement, on the other hand, was directly proportional to the strength of her body. It also had the same effect of muscle control to a small extent, and was basically 9 parts, body, and 1 part, technique. Angel's combat ability was so outstanding because she had been a professional UFC fighter before she awakened her superpower. That was why she had basic combat proficiency in her list of abilities. Luke felt that she was at the highest level for basic and under elementary. Angel was the strongest earthling he had ever met. The force of an ordinary punch was basically more than a ton. The most explosive force when she used both fists was no less than 5 tons. To support such tremendous power, a strong body was naturally required. Such a good superpower, it was a waste not to use it for carrying bricks. Before Angela obtained physical enhancement, even if she was a female UFC fighter, her strength had been less than 20%. From this, one could see how terrifying this ability's boost was for body and strength. Even Luke's feeler attack with Kai had been blocked by Angel's muscles. He had almost been sent flying by that attack. He really wasn't joking. Angel was indeed a super girl with more muscles than Luke. Her breasts were the size of basketballs. Her muscles were even tougher than Kevlar. Ordinary 9mm guns were indeed useless against such thick muscles. Her chest muscles would stop any bullets. Before she obtained physical enhancement, no matter how strong she was still just an outstanding woman. With this ability, she became a mid to low tier superhuman. Luke's physique was 10 times better than that of an ordinary person. With this ability, his body strength finally broke through the normal condition to become extraordinary, and his strength reached a new level. With this ability as a bridge, he didn't have to look at Ironhide Creech's elementary tempering often. At the very least, he could block bullets with his muscles. Although he would still be injured after being shot, it definitely wouldn't be like before, where he would be pierced by bullets. Coupled with elementary self-healing, this was definitely a life-saving trump card. While the clone was busy with research in New York, Selena was teaching Claire how to practice the Kunlun Kai refining technique in Texas. It was an extremely simple process. Luke had initially wanted the mysterious old man, Gold Nugget number 2, to pass down this skill to Claire, but Luke had been trying to master the technique for a while, so there had been no rush. Now that Robert and Catherine had both learned it, it made sense for Claire to be taught the Kai refining technique. He had Selena teach her to save him trouble and ensure that nothing went wrong. After teaching Claire for a few hours and finding the difficult points in her cultivation, the mysterious old man, Gold Nugget number 2, gave Claire a cheat that night, which was a record of Gold Nugget and Selena's cultivation process in their combined state. Thus, the person at home with the most talent at cultivating Kai appeared, and that was Claire. She learned the basics in half a day. Most of the time had been spent listening to Selena describe the complete cultivation technique and various warnings. In reality, she only cultivated for less than an hour. Apart from Luke, who had a system cheat, this little monkey was the fastest at comprehending things. As for confidentiality, a certain dog-head old man was very familiar with Luke's safety rules. He had already set conditions and wouldn't let Claire mess around. After Mother's Day, Luke and Selena returned to Shackelford to inspect Robert's security company. There weren't many people in the company right now. Robert's old comrades were the backbone, and there was a manager in charge of daily administration. There were also over 20 newbies who had been recruited for training. They had been training for months. As long as they passed the assessment and obtained various credentials, they could officially start work. Then, the second batch of people would be next on the agenda. The second batch would be divided into 2 groups. One group would still join the security company, and become backup for the first batch. Luke's plan was for this security work to become a lucrative roster. The people who were hired would spend half the time carrying out security assignments and the other half keeping up with their training. After all, starting work after only half a year of training was just passable. For now, Robert's old comrades would have to take turns carrying out assignments. Of course, the security contracts they offered trained members would be stricter, and the penalties would be very high. As long as they weren't stupid and didn't have crooked thoughts, most people wouldn't abandon this high-paying, stable job. The second group would enter another defense company and become a special force. In the end, the total number would be around 50 people. Those people would be paid better and given more training. After sufficient training, they would receive some low-grade mercenary assignments with clear targets to maintain their condition. This defense company would definitely make a loss, because its goal wasn't to make money, but to become something that was standard of many major forces of private army. Spending a lot of money to support these people long-term would enable them to be deployed at any time. This would remove interference from an external party, and Luke would feel better about them undertaking assignments that couldn't be made public. Luke had never thought about using these people to commit crimes, but it was best not to casually spread word of certain things. If he found a temporary mercenary team to carry out a task, these people definitely wouldn't specially keep it a secret, even if they were given money. Trying to control the mouths of these mercenaries who toyed with death after paying them was a pipe dream. Only a company that managed them at all times would maintain the fullest confidentiality. Also, Luke had a huge advantage over the rest of the world in that he could confirm if there were problems with these people or not. Whether it was the surveillance of the multifaceted system, the assessment of hostility in the system interface, or mental communication and basic psychology, he could clearly discern if there was something wrong with these people or not. Luke didn't have much time himself, and could only carry out the earliest screening. But he had a senior employee on hand, Bobby Max, former PR manager of Cosmic Cube Technology. Bobby had been transferred to Titanium Phone Company's HR department and was now a deputy director. However, to his colleagues, this was probably an honorary title. He didn't oversee any of the company's daily affairs, but always listened in at important company meetings and important business negotiations. The person who gave Deputy Director Max this power was the queen of the phone company herself, Jenny Gwenis. As the original owner of mental communication, the work Bobby did was colorful. He was Jenny's direct subordinate in the company, but didn't have any resources or business, so nobody would spend time currying favor with him. He only had one job, and that was to listen to Jenny and conduct a focused evaluation of certain people, before handing her his conclusion. He didn't need to give her any numbers or data as proof. All CEO Jenny needed was the conclusion. Luke also met Bobby regularly, at least once a month, for a private chat. Bobby Max's boss was still and always Luke. The reason he stayed with the phone company instead of relying on his abilities to make his own way was all because of Luke. The stronger Bobby's mental communication got, the more he respected Luke. Because he was never able to read this boss's mind. Chapter 1263, Personal Army and Habitual Offender. John Luke, a young man who wasn't even 20 yet, had casually found a young heiress, Jenny, and together, they built a phone company worth almost $100 billion in just a year. Every time he saw the public praising Miss Jenny, Bobby felt a sense of superiority. Apart from him, few people in the world knew that Miss Jenny, who was known as the world's top business genius, was actually just this young man's middleman. Bobby was even more aware of how Titanium Phone Company had struck it rich. In the beginning, Jenny was just a rich heiress with some capability. As the PR manager back then, Bobby accompanied her as they went to inspect the gold mine in Boomtown, Arizona. When Titanium Phone Company was first established, Bobby also became the assistant manager of HR to specially inspect applicants. He could sense Miss Jenny's absolute trust in their boss. It was also for this reason that Bobby told himself not to piss off his boss. Jenny controlled a phone company that was worth hundreds of billions, and there was nothing holding her back. Nevertheless, she had never thought of doing anything to harm Luke. This couldn't be explained by saying that love made women stupid. Bobby himself was also worth tens of millions now, and had an annual consultant fee of $10 million from Jenny, so he didn't dare plot anything. It wasn't because of the money that Jenny and Bobby were so obedient. Now that Luke handed the everyday psychological evaluations over to Bobby, Bobby naturally wouldn't refuse. In any case, he just needed to assess the people at Robert's security company and the defense company regularly. He wasn't a real psychiatrist, and he didn't need to come up with heaps of data to prove his conclusions. Actually, it was similar to his job at the phone company. As long as he gave Luke the evaluation results, everything else was none of his business. With Bobby's current level of mental communication, it took him 8 hours to complete this personal assignment from the boss. At most, he would fly out for a day trip once a month. Luke also valued Bobby, or he wouldn't have given him shares in Titanium Phone Company and made him a multi-millionaire. Based on Titanium Phone Company's current development trend, it was only a matter of time before Bobby's shares reached $100 million. Luke usually didn't care what this guy did, as long as he didn't go out and brag about his superpower. In any case, this guy had mental communication, and it would be hard for anyone with bad intentions to approach him. It was also because of his existence that Titanium Phone Company had been able to silently avoid numerous overt and covert plots. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for the company to remain safe for more than a year. That was why Jenny had offered Bobby an annual consultant fee. It had nothing to do with Luke. However, Luke had always been very careful. He only let this business hack appear in controllable locations to prevent Bobby from being detected by sensors for superpowers. As Luke had expected, S.H.I.E.L.D. had long caught onto Bobby's tail. After everything was settled, he relaxed in Shackelford. As long as Robert developed quietly in Shackelford for a few years, he would be able to deploy a personal army no worse than what a billionaire could afford. Now, ordinary rich people could no longer contend with Luke in terms of money. Instead, the most troublesome ones were those who openly mobilized hostile forces. There were plenty of forces who liked to abuse their power, like Hydra, the Hand, the 12 members of the High Table and Kingpin. With the security company and the defense company under Robert's command, most dangers could be avoided. He could leave the bigger and more troublesome people to Luke. At noon on Thursday, Luke and Selina returned to New York. They got into their car in the parking lot and went straight to the police department. Looking at the gloomy weather, Selina rejoiced. "It's a good thing I caught enough sun in Shackelford, or it would feel like I'm growing mold." Luke asked, "Then, do you want a sunbathing machine?" Selina quickly shook her head. "No, there's no soul in sunbathing without the sun." Luke shrugged and didn't say anything else. That was Selina's temperament. She usually complained a lot, but she only said it casually and never dwelled on it, nor would she pester Luke. That was the biggest reason why she and Luke got along so well. Of course, except when it came to food. She would hold him to any promises he made in relation to food. Luke and Selina returned to the police department from the airport. It had been a long time since they went to a roast barbecue restaurant, so they got a lot of takeaway. Luke had nothing to do in Shackelford, and just watched over the freshest produce on the ranch. Since he had been away for a long time, he cooked for the whole family every day. Now that he was back, he decisively slacked off. A beautiful life was a balance of work and play. Selina and Gold Nugget had been eating too much too good food recently, they could do with a change of pace. At the police department, they split up. Luke went to Dustin, and Selina brought food to Elsa and Elizabeth. It was slightly past 12, which was lunchtime. Dustin usually finished work around 12:15, as was his habit. Luke arrived just in time to see an annoyed-looking John McClane come out of his office. Luke greeted him with a smile. "The boss lectured you again." "Just so." John snorted but didn't say anything bad about Dustin. He had been convinced by Dustin's performance in the last few months. Dustin was capable and responsible, and followed the rules. He wasn't a disgusting boss who took all the credit and threw the blame on his subordinates if something happened. It was purely John's own fault that he got a dressing down. In the face of Luke's questioning gaze, he didn't hide anything. "Internal Affairs came looking for trouble with me again, and the boss sent them packing. So, I couldn't escape this scolding." Luke chuckled. "Since it's over, why are you still down?" Once Dustin was done with his lecture, the matter was closed. That was how he worked. However, John was still acting like he had the worst luck. John was a little embarrassed. "This is the second time Internal Affairs has come after me this month. The boss can't take it anymore, and wants me to take a week off and go for some counseling." Luke was a little astonished when he heard this. It wasn't even halfway through May, and Internal Affairs had already looked for John twice. No wonder Dustin couldn't take it anymore. John was a famous, habitual offender in NYPD. Internal Affairs was already used to this. If it wasn't a serious problem, they wouldn't come knocking, only to be rebuffed. Furthermore, John had been told to go for counseling. Chapter 1264, talk of a transfer, and if you want it, come and get it yourself. Generally, only when police officers shot and injured a suspect or had serious psychological issues would their superior order them to go and get counseling. John had also been forced to take leave, so this definitely wasn't a small matter. "How many did you kill this time?" Luke asked involuntarily. John said unhappily, "Rubbish, it's not that easy to die." But when he saw Luke's skeptical expression, he looked away in embarrassment. "2 have serious injuries, 3 have light injuries." Luke, "Are the 2 with serious injuries about to die?" John, "They're still in the ICU. They won't necessarily die, right?" Luke was lost for words. He had nothing else to say. He took out a portion of the roast meat from the big bag he was holding and gave it to John. "I'll treat you to a good meal. Let's get a drink when we're free." John's nose twitched, and he nodded. Okay, a takeaway box wasn't good enough comfort for being ordered to go home for a while, but it wasn't like Luke was his wife. Besides, the food smelled great. After seeing the troublemaker off, Luke sighed and entered the office. Dustin was already waiting for him inside. The office blinds and door weren't closed, so Luke had clearly seen them talking. Although John looked like he was out of luck, he was in fact the super force which Dustin relied on the most in the police department apart from Luke. John and Luke were Dustin's 2 trump cards. Dustin had never forgotten that in the L.A. Nakatomi Plaza case, Luke and John had killed more than 50 professional criminals without even communicating with each other. In that battle, John had acted in the open and Luke from the shadows. In addition to all the criminals being wiped out, only one reckless hostage had died. There had been no other casualties. This proved that they were excellent partners. However, most cases didn't require two super fighters at the same time. It would be a waste to put them together. Actually, Dustin felt that it was a waste for Selena to follow Luke. With her abilities, she could set up her own team and groom new people in passing. She was the one who had brought Luke out of a small town. Nobody could say that she wasn't capable. Unfortunately, it was just an idea, and unless the two of them brought it up themselves, Dustin wouldn't be the first to mention it. Dustin wasn't Brad. He was always more considerate toward his subordinates, and wouldn't only consider his own point of view. This sort of character actually wasn't an advantage if he was promoted, but he didn't want to change his nature. Enjoying the food which Luke had brought, he gestured for him to close the door. Luke closed the door and sat on the couch. Dustin dropped the goose leg that he had been eating and wiped his mouth. "If you hadn't come back by now, I would have called you." Luke asked, "Is there a major case?" Dustin shook his head and made sure that nobody was outside, before he said in a low voice, "The commissioner is probably going to step down soon. It'll be sometime this month." Luke wasn't surprised, but he was puzzled. "What does that have to do with us?" After a brief silence, Dustin finally said, "Brad wants me elsewhere." Luke asked, "A promotion or a transfer?" Dustin said, "He wants me to apply for the position of director of Brooklyn's 66th precinct." Luke frowned. What does he want to do? Most branch directors were either captains or deputy inspectors, so on the surface, this transfer was to a position on the same level. However, transferring from HQ's detective bureau to Brooklyn was in reality a significant drop in status and importance. It was more like a transfer to suppress an opponent, but it was Brad who had proposed it. Dustin said, "He said that I don't have any practical experience in managing a department at a lower level, and I have to make up for this shortcoming before I can be promoted." Luke sneered when he heard that. "Does Brad have a brain disability, or does he think you have one? He dares give you such a ridiculous reason." Dustin smiled bitterly. "He probably thinks that I'll agree as usual." Luke nodded in understanding. "Who did he make a deal with?" Dustin said, "I don't know, but it's an NYPD higher up, and might be connected to a particular counselor." Luke asked, "What do you think?" It actually wasn't a big problem, but if Dustin didn't want to fight it, it would be inconvenient for Luke to take action. Dustin spread his hands. "What else can I think? I can't keep this position without backing." Luke chuckled. "Boss, are you willing to give up on Brad now?" Dustin smiled self-deprecatingly. "I regard him as a good friend, but he doesn't." Actually, he had noticed the change in Brad since he came to New York. It wasn't him forgetting his roots after achieving success, rather, it was the transformation from a police officer to a politician, where everything depended on interests. It wasn't a momentary impulse, nor was it something that could be affected by an old friendship. He and Brad had known each other for so many years, but Dustin didn't want to learn to prioritize benefits over all else. He was unable to say anything, and they gradually grew apart. It was partly due to talking with Luke. When Luke wanted to give someone a mental suggestion, it wasn't so easy. Everything he said had to be based on facts and couldn't be created out of nothing. Dustin wasn't really stupid. Luke had just solidified his impression of Brad by bringing up things that Dustin hadn't wanted to dwell on in the past. Naturally, his loyalty to Brad faded. Dustin was a good boss, and Luke wasn't willing to switch bosses. Even if he could shut up his new boss, a boss who was unhappy because he was forced to yield was far more inconvenient than a boss who took him into consideration. Not all of Luke's behavior was in keeping with a police officer's code of conduct. Dustin could help him withstand pressure and refuse an investigation by internal affairs, which was very convenient. The position of chief inspector didn't look impressive, but New York was under his jurisdiction, and New York was currently the center of a series of major events. Luke was a civil servant and didn't have a high rank. He could appear anywhere in New York and not draw any attention. His days were so smooth because he had someone to cover for him. A certain tycoon was the opposite. Tony had Stark Industries to protect him, but could he do whatever he wanted? Of course not. The higher a person's position in society, the more restrictions there were. Jenny was becoming more and more powerful, but there were also more and more rules she had to follow when she did things. Luke, on the other hand, didn't have any of that. That was because Jenny was the person who ran Titanium Phone Company, not Luke. As he was thinking that, Luke smiled. Isn't that enough? In any case, we're going to fall out with him anyway, so why give up this position? If Brad wants it, he can get it fair and square. Chapter 1265. Titanium Phone Company's huge influence stumped. Dustin thought for a moment before he got it. Doing that really would be a falling out. He had initially been about to follow the order and give up his position, but he suddenly realized something at Luke's reminder. It was no secret that he was Brad's trusted subordinate. Most of the seasoned detectives in NYPD knew this too. If Brad forcibly transferred him to a worse position, his opponents and colleagues would immediately know that they were at odds. Only a person with poor character would forcibly demote a loyal subordinate like Dustin. A politician's character wasn't worth mentioning. He didn't dare talk about interests with his subordinates because his subordinates' interests wouldn't align with the higher-ups. If he wanted his subordinates to sacrifice their interests, he would have to bring friendship into it. Without a good relationship, his subordinates wouldn't believe him even if he promised them benefits later. That was because everyone would then know that this person only cared about interests. Once the matter was over, they would be left out in the cold. A relationship between a superior and a subordinate was a bond that could be thick or thin, but there was always one. A mountain peak, who could not be trusted would collapse sooner or later. If someone like Dustin, who had been loyal for more than 10 years, was treated harshly, how many people would be able to trust that Brad wouldn't be willing to give them up? It was hard to lead troops that no longer had faith in their boss. But Dustin taking the initiative to apply for the transfer was another matter. Thinking that, Dustin looked at Luke, who was beaming silently, and suddenly smiled. That's right, even if I can't keep this position, I will at most be transferred to a place no less worse than the 66th precinct. That's it, then. How magnanimous of you, boss. Luke gave him a thumbs up and said goodbye. Right, don't forget lunch. I specially went out to buy it. He added inwardly, I specially went out to get it and got you some in passing. There's nothing wrong with that. Unbeknownst to Dustin, he was treated as a charity case, once again. He rolled his eyes. Do you want me to tip you? How about 5 cents? Luke gestured to admit defeat, and opened the door. Dustin opened the takeaway box and chewed on a piece of char siu. His eyes flashed as he murmured, hee, whoever wants to take my position has to be strong enough. Luke took out his phone and sent Jenny a message to speed up the plan for NYPD. It was different to what Dustin was thinking. He didn't necessarily need Dustin to sit in that position. If Dustin was promoted as the big boss of the detective bureau and his position was taken over by someone Luke could trust, it wasn't a problem. And Luke had found a candidate recently. It wasn't that Dustin was stupid enough not to think about it, but that he lacked the means to make a deal. After all, he had always been close to Brad and didn't know the other big shots in the police department. But if Luke had Jenny step in and use her position and other benefits to trade with NYPD or even big-shot government officials in New York, there would be a lot of room to maneuver around. At that time, Jenny would be the one backing Dustin. The best thing to use in America was money. It was always the twin to power. Some people traded money for power, and power could be used to obtain even more money. This cycle continued, and this was how the top class in America was formed. Jenny was going down this road, and Luke could ride the tyrannical female CEO's car and enjoy top-level treatment. After a few peaceful days, it was the middle of May. The weather in New York gradually improved. The sun and warmth brightened the moods of the people in the city. The streets were filled with young men and women in spring clothes. Warm sunlight shone through the gaps in the buildings, illuminating dark corners. The young men and women laughed and bickered in the sun, giving this old, dismal city more life. Smartphones, which had been spreading like wildfire, had become the best accessory for these people. It could store far more songs than old phone models, and also had better stereo. As long as they bought a portable speaker from Titanium Phone Company, they could combine it with most smartphones on the market to create an outdoor sound system. Most smartphones on the market had the same interface as Titanium phones, while Titanium Phone Company was the quickest at releasing various accessories. Jenny had been very successful with patent trades at the very beginning, and had relied on several powerful allies to promote this standard. While this didn't generate profits, Titanium Phone Company had become a true industry standard. In this regard, they had deeper roots than just assembling phones. Titanium Phone Company's worth skyrocketed, not because of the hype, but because the patents and technology it held were becoming more and more valuable. Smartphones had also transformed from being an initial groundbreaking product to an irresistible, modern trend. Anybody who wasn't stupid would be able to tell that Titanium Phone Company definitely had a huge share of the pie. However, this wasn't a concern for these young people. Most of them only knew that titanium phones were the most popular smartphones. Titanium Phone Company's products were the most trendy and most cutting edge. There were more advanced and cooler telecommunication equipment and technology for real-time communication in this world, like a certain tycoon's completely mature virtual projection technology. However, that had nothing to do with these young people, because they couldn't afford it. It was just like Iron Man's Mark armor. It could be considered the most trendy and cutting-edge, prosthetic arm, but at the cost of hundreds of millions, it was doomed to have nothing to do with most people. Titanium phones and accessories were trendy items that anyone could get. Apart from the poorest people, it wasn't hard to squeeze out $300 to $500. Of course, not all young people could get their hands on the money right away. Also, Luke had long differentiated between the standard and high-end models. Anybody would be able to tell the difference at a glance. A high-end model looked even more trendy. Anybody who didn't have it would want it. Anybody who had the standard model would want the higher-end model. But after the high-end models were the limited editions, which were more expensive and definitely more eye-catching in terms of color and appearance. And that wasn't the end of it. There was also a regular release of diamond premium editions, as well as custom-made models that could only be directly ordered by the upper crust. These people could also spend a lot of money to buy the diamond model. At most, it was just a small matter of being in the queue for it. But private custom models were different. Shira and Jennifer Perry were the first to get this version. They were also the first two diva stars to promote the titanium phone. Back then, Luke had only mentioned a few money-making tricks, but Jenny had immediately got it. This sort of packaging and marketing strategy was already very common in Europe and the United States. Famous sports car, jewelry, or fashion brands took this route. It was just that Jenny hadn't thought in this direction at first. Chapter 1266. Youngsters Dream, Youngsters, Fractures. In fact, Luke only said a few words before tactfully shutting up, because the plan that CEO Jenny came up with was much more reliable than his own. While these were old tricks, they pointed to the essence of human nature. Flaunting was an indispensable part of human society. A product which couldn't be flaunted wasn't perfect for the upper crust. Were they spendthrifts? That wasn't quite the case. How could they enjoy themselves without these things? It wasn't just enjoying luxury goods, they also enjoyed the envy and jealousy of other people who looked at these things. Even big shots who liked to pretend to be ordinary people liked this feeling. It was just that they flaunted other types of things. Since products like these were mainly for show, the young people on the streets naturally didn't have a share in them. At most, they dreamed of getting a limited edition titanium phone. This model only cost $998 each, and the price was more affordable. The truly unaffordable ones were the $4,998 premium editions and the ridiculous $9,998 custom-made models. Right now, an ordinary young person who could take out a top-quality titanium phone in front of their friends and hook it up to a portable speaker was enough to make them the most popular kid on the block, and they could bask in the looks of envy. It was just past noon, and Luke and Selena were driving home. Seeing these laughing young people enjoying the sunshine, they chatted in a good mood. Clinton now looks a little more like a regular neighborhood. These young people made up the biggest group of fans of the titanium phones, and were Luke's biggest moneybags. For him, money could actualize Tony's technology and give Luke power. Money was too important. The young people who made him rich were always very pleasing to the eye. Selena was also paying attention to the youngsters, but her attention was on something else. Of course, in a regular neighborhood, girls can wear a little less so that you get a better view. Luke couldn't help but laugh. Then how about I find an indoor swimming pool? I can lie down and watch while drinking. Wouldn't that be great? Selena choked at his blunt words, but still launched a final jab. Who was the one watching girls play basketball earlier? A swimming pool wouldn't give you as clear a view, right? Luke glanced at her in surprise. I was just admiring her basketball skills. Selena sneered. Hee, one of the girls did seem to have too attractive basketball skills. Luke said, that's all thanks to her 200 pounds. Selena was rendered speechless. She really couldn't bring herself to say that Luke was interested in that 200-pound girl. That would go against her own conscience. At that moment, the car arrived at Foggy's office. Luke saw Foggy and Matt come downstairs, their faces tense and anxious. He greeted him. "Hey, bro, what's going on?" Foggy looked over and was delighted when he recognized Luke's car. "Luke, you came at the right time. Something happened at the renovation company, and we're going to take a look." Luke asked, "What's up?" Foggy said, "It's Charlie and Rackle. Ben told them to go to Queens to get construction materials, but they got into a fight on the way, and now all 5 of them are in the hospital." Luke was startled. "I see you." Foggy and Matt's faces twitched. Matt, who usually didn't talk much, couldn't help but interject, "They got emergency treatment, and their lives aren't in danger." However, Charlie and Rackle each have a broken arm. Luke was relieved, but didn't waste any time. "Which hospital? Let's go and take a look." Foggy said, "The medical center in Queens." Luke started up his car. "Let's talk over the phone." Foggy and Matt were used to how straightforward Luke was, and they simply nodded and walked to their own car. As they got in, Matt's phone rang. Foggy drove, and Matt told Luke the details of the fight. Things weren't complicated. Charlie, Rackle, and Hudson, along with 2 friends, drove 2 cars to Queens to get some construction materials. They loaded up the materials and had just pulled out of the warehouse when a dump truck scraped Charlie's car. Charlie, who was in the passenger seat, saw the person in the passenger seat of the dump truck turn around to look at them, but the truck didn't stop. He was instantly enraged. The other party was clearly trying to escape. It was customary for young people from the Clinton area to stir up trouble. Charlie and the others had been behaving themselves recently, but that didn't mean that they didn't have tempers. It was clearly the other party who had made a mistake this time, but they still dared to pretend not to see them. Then, they chased after the truck and forced it to stop. Things went smoothly, but Charlie and the others never expected what happened next. 2 brawny white men got out of the car. After listening to them curse, they looked at the 5 African American boys and attacked them. In less than 10 seconds, the 5 boys were screaming and retching on the ground as they watched the other party leave. From beginning to end, the 2 men hadn't said a word. The other 3 were fine after retching, but Charlie and Rackle had broken arms, and could only call the company's general manager. Ben rushed over when he received the call. He was almost at the hospital. But these rascals were afraid of their mothers dealing with them, so they called Foggy and wanted him to let their families know. Naturally, Foggy and Matt couldn't sit still. Charlie and the others had been performing well in the last few months. They could be considered high-income earners in the Clinton area and had promising futures. It would be strange if Foggy and Matt weren't worried when they heard that Charlie and Rackle had broken bones. After listening to Matt's explanation, Luke had Selena call Ben. The call was quickly picked up and they exchanged a few words. He and Selena looked at each other in amusement. Ben was already at the hospital, and had asked about Charlie and the others. Actually, the kids weren't that badly injured. Charlie and Rackle's so-called broken arms were just dislocated. However, in their panic and pain, they realized that their arms hurt every time they moved. After listening to too many bedtime stories about Batman and Black Cat, these bone-breaking demons, they subconsciously thought that their arms were broken. When it turned out to be dislocated limbs, the doctors no longer rushed, and arranged for them to get checkups first. Ben and the boys were in the waiting lounge. Luke and Selena were amused, and passed the message on to Foggy and Matt so that they wouldn't worry too much. 20 minutes later, they met the unlucky rascals at the hospital. Chapter 1267. That patient over there isn't wearing any pants. Seeing Luke and Selena standing in front of them, the 5 young men from the renovation company felt chills run down their spines. Damn, why were they here? Charlie and Rackle had long spread the legend of Luke and Selena, these 2 big-shot assassins. Nobody really took it seriously, but facing Luke and Selena now, they somehow remembered the hearsay that they killed people like flies, and instantly felt uneasy. Charlie and Rackle subconsciously said, "Boss, we didn't cause trouble this time." Luke raised his hand to stop them. "Let me see your arms." They did as he said. As Luke examined them for a moment, he scanned them with his Gucci sunglasses. He confirmed that they just had regular dislocated joints, and that there weren't any more serious internal injuries. He nodded. "Charlie, come with me first. I have something to ask you." "Ben, stay here and watch them." Ben nodded, but when he looked at Charlie, who looked like he wanted to die, he couldn't help but say, "Luke, he's just a kid. I'm just going to ask him what happened," Luke replied with an unperturbed expression. Next to him, Selena turned her head and shrugged. He had said that to her before. Just a kid. Charlie trembled as he followed Luke to a hallway. There weren't that many people here. He lowered his head and stole a glance at Luke before he stammered, "Boss, we really were beaten up. We didn't get into a fight." Luke nodded and suddenly turned his head to one side. "Huh, why isn't that woman wearing any pants?" Charlie followed his gaze, only to see a middle-aged female orderly who weighed at least 180 pounds. More importantly, she was wearing pants, right? Charlie was stumped. At that moment, he felt someone lift his arm. There was a burst of pain, and he couldn't help screaming. "Huh," he immediately turned around, only to see Luke lowering his arm. He immediately cried, "Boss, I was wrong. Let me go. I still need my arm to carry bricks." Selena burst out laughing on the side. The orderly looked at them strangely, but when she didn't notice anything wrong, she pushed her cart away. Luke said calmly, "Try moving your arm gently. We'll have the doctor fix it in place later. Also, you'll get a month of paid leave starting from today. You can go back to work after you've recovered." Charlie was stumped for a moment, before he instantly stretched his arm. "Huh, it doesn't hurt anymore." Seeing that the guy was foolishly moving his arm faster and faster, Luke casually slapped him on the head. "Keep shaking it like that if you want to dislocate it again. When that happens and you still want to work in the company, you'll only be able to do the accounts then." Charlie immediately stopped. Accounts? No way. His girlfriend had been learning the basics from Karen at the law firm recently, and the books she brought back were so heavy he could kill someone with them. He might as well die if he had to read so many books. Luke finally said to Selena, "Call Rackle over." Charlie's befuddled mind suddenly cleared up. "Boss, are you going to put Rackle's broken arm back together too?" Luke was lost for words. "It's just a dislocated joint, not a severed hand." Charlie chuckled. "It's pretty much the same thing. In any case, we can't move them." Luke was too lazy to talk to him. Charlie, however, took out his phone and got into position. Luke knew what the guy wanted to do, and didn't stop him. He simply turned his back to Charlie's phone. Thus, Charlie was able to film his good friend Rackle's performance. To put it simply, when Rackle came, he looked like he was going to his execution. When Luke said that a female patient wasn't wearing pants, he got excited. When his arm was pushed back into the joint, he sounded like a pig being slaughtered. Finally, when he realized that his arm was fine, he smiled like a 200-pound fool. It was Luke who put a stop to these clowns' antics and brought them back. 10 minutes later, Foggy and Matt arrived. Everybody sat in a corner of the waiting room and talked about how Charlie and the others had been beaten up. Unlike the others, who were relaxed, Luke, Selena and lawyer Matt had some suspicions. Charlie and Rackle were indeed lucky that their arms had only been dislocated and not broken. However, the three combat experts knew that it was impossible for an ordinary person to dislocate a limb without doing additional damage. The same guy had dislocated Charlie and Rackle's arms. The other man had knocked down the other three boys, and that hadn't been ordinary either. The way he had hit them in the stomach and caused them to retch was clearly very professional. While it had hurt at the time, the boys hadn't been injured badly. The two big guys were probably professional fighters. Why had they attacked Charlie and the other kids? Why only hurt and not injure them? Because they didn't want to cause a stir or waste time fighting Charlie and the others. Luke, Selena and Matt all thought this, but that was all there was to it. New York seemed peaceful on the surface, but there were undercurrents. Batman, Iron Man, Black Cat, the Big Dipper, Wade, and even the undead were all the focus of attention. Those who could target these superpowers naturally couldn't be ordinary forces, nor would they act openly. Knowing this was useless. This sort of hearsay or rumor in New York was a dime a dozen, and it was impossible to investigate all of them. Luke could only tell Ben to keep an eye on the kids and sort out who needed treatment, who needed to be hospitalized, and who needed to take leave. Selena told the police officers to keep an eye out for the two men in the dump truck. Unfortunately, Charlie and Rackle hadn't turned on the dash cam in their car, so it would take a while to find the truck. The reason why the dash cam wasn't on was very simple. Charlie and his girlfriend's conversation in the car had once been recorded, and Rackle had found out. More importantly, the recorded conversation had included a description of Charlie's reduced prowess. Charlie hadn't been embarrassed back then, but angry. Since then, Charlie had been wary of Rackle, who in turn was afraid that Charlie would return the favor. They often turned off the dash cam, and forgot to turn it on every now and then. When he heard this bizarre reason, Luke couldn't even think about getting angry. Strictly speaking, there wasn't anything wrong with the two boys wanting to protect their own privacy. In the end, Luke could only check the surveillance cameras on the roads himself. It wouldn't be good to trouble Elizabeth with this. After all, Charlie and the others only sustained minor injuries. Compared with the deaths of so many people recently, it really wasn't a big deal. Chapter 1268. Simultaneous attacks. In rescue, the four of them went to the parking lot, said goodbye, and drove off. Luke and Selena headed south toward Brooklyn as they went home. It seemed Matt had a thing to attend to, and Foggy drove him west. It was already past 1, and there were more pedestrians on the street. Like Luke and Selena, many of them had left work early. They had relaxed smiles on their faces. It was always fun to be rid of the burden of work for a while. Luke and Selena were also discussing what to eat tonight. Luke suggested that they have hot pot, but Selena shook her head firmly. Not even when Luke promised that they could have 2 types of soup this time. To quote Selena, it was torture to watch him have spicy soup while she had to drink clear soup herself. As they bickered, suddenly, there was a boom not far away. They both looked in the direction of the sound. Luke turned the wheel, and Selena took out her badge. There was no doubt that it was an explosion. They were in the busiest part of Brooklyn, which was crowded with people. This explosion would definitely cause chaos, and they would be busy. As Luke drove, Selena reported the situation to HQ via the walkie-talkie. When the car was close to the scene of the explosion, she gave a quick description. There's a lot of smoke at the subway station. We suspect there's been an explosion inside, and a lot of people may be injured. Requesting immediate backup, she looked around and saw people crying and running around. Many of them were covered in dust and blood. Something big had really happened this time. With that, she dropped the walkie-talkie, grabbed the tactical vest with the NYPD logo on it, and got out. On the other side, Luke had already started running, and warned, "Have Gold Nugget follow you at all times. Don't split up." The explosion looked like a terrorist attack. It was possible that there might be a second one. He had elementary self-healing to protect him, but Selena didn't. She had to bring Gold Nugget with her. Gold Nugget began to whine. As she put on her vest, Selena patted the dog's head. "I know you don't like loud noises, but it's gone now, right?" Gold Nugget didn't say anything else. It wasn't complaining, but reminding her to be more vigilant. An explosion easily caused loud noises and fire. These two things had a huge impact on it, and might cause some problems. But Selena was connected to it, which was enough. They got out of the car and didn't bother with the crowd running on the streets. Although these people were in a sorry state, they weren't in serious trouble. The most serious situation would be inside the subway station. There were a lot of travelers inside, and the damage from an explosion in an enclosed space would be even worse. They were slightly relieved when they reached the subway entrance. At the very least, the place hadn't collapsed, and the rescue workers could enter directly. Luke kicked away all the debris that was blocking the passage and cleared a more complete path. He was very fast, and it only took him 10 seconds to reach the subway station. It was dark here, and most of the lights were out. There was also thick dust everywhere, and the only illumination was scattered emergency lights in several corners. Luke took out 2 masks from his pocket and gave one to Selena. When they brought the mask close to their face, it automatically stuck to their mouth and nose and cleared their airways. A gas mask with nanotechnology was useful. Gold Nugget didn't need one, it was already covering Dollar's mouth, nose, and ears. Luke said, "I'll go in to rescue people. Clean up the entrance. When the rescue team arrives, have them evacuate the wounded." Selena nodded and moved to the side. As they talked, they each took out a small flashlight from their waist, turned it on, and fixed it in place with nylon buckles on their vest before they got to work. Luke went inside, and his Gucci sunglasses switched to yellow lenses. He activated the scan function and quickly searched for injured people in the subway station. Coupled with sharp nose, he prioritized rescuing those who were severely injured, and only casually comforted those with mild injuries, telling them that reinforcements would be arriving soon. While scared for now, the people with mild injuries would be fine. If Luke got to the heavily wounded too late, they might not survive. To his relief, the explosion had happened in one corner of the subway station. There weren't many people here. Even then, there were still close to 100 people in the subway station. Except for the 10 or 20 survivors who escaped with mild injuries, the other 70 or so people had more severe injuries. Most of them were lying on the ground with lifeless expressions. Blood oozed from their ears and noses. They had clearly been injured by the explosion. Some moaned, some cried, some prayed, and some cried for help. It was like hell on earth. After rescuing a dozen people, Luke grew agitated. "Selena, when is help coming?" Selena said, "A few patrol officers have arrived. The fire trucks just arrived, but the ambulances are stuck 2 blocks away and can't move any faster." Luke said, "Tell them to hurry up." He didn't blame the paramedics. After the explosion, a lot of people must have scattered. In a panic, accidents and traffic were inevitable. But there were too many heavily wounded people here. In the end, there was only so much he could do as one person, and he had only been able to administer emergency treatment for now. If the ambulances didn't arrive in half an hour, at least 20 people would die. And there was a bigger problem. The multifaceted system had sent a message just now. There had been simultaneous explosions in the 3 most populated areas of New York. There had been explosions at 2 subway stations in Manhattan, and 3 in Queens and Brooklyn each. The police comms had exploded, and the phone lines were jammed. On the other hand, everyone could use the instant messaging apps on smartphones to contact each other. In particular, a chat group for communication could be temporarily set up and colleagues added to it, which could replace walkie-talkies as a frontline command platform. The multifaceted system had received countless relevant intelligence reports which gave Luke an idea of what was going on in New York even while he was rescuing people in the subway station. It was for this reason that his mood was rather heavy. Too many people were injured, and even more had severe injuries. Based on the casualties in this subway station, explosions at 8 subway stations would see hundreds of deaths in half an hour, and over 1,000 would have severe injuries while countless others would have minor injuries. Chapter 1269. A game, and John looks like sh*t with these many casualties. ER departments throughout New York wouldn't be able to cope. Many heavily wounded people might die before they could be operated on. Luke had already activated Light of Life to try and keep the most heavily wounded people alive. But there was nothing he could do about head injuries or those who were bleeding everywhere. At the same time, he sent out his clone with a stranger's face to a subway station in Queens to rescue people. Unlike Luke, his clone basically didn't have to worry about using Light of Life. He just needed to conceal it a little, and he was far more efficient than Luke himself. Even so, many victims would inevitably die if help didn't come in time. Half an hour later, Luke was done with initial emergency treatment at the subway station. Amidst the screams and wails in the subway station, he called for Selena, and they returned to the surface. He had done everything he could. The rest was left to the patrol officers and paramedics who arrived one after another. The people here were already the most fortunate of the 8 subway stations since Luke and Selena had been nearby when the explosion happened. Luke and Selena didn't waste any time. They drove to another subway station in Brooklyn. With the clone doing its best at the 3 subway stations in Queens, it was enough for Luke and Selena to just handle the 3 subway stations in Brooklyn. As for the 2 subway stations that had exploded in Manhattan, there were several hospitals nearby, and the situation there was a lot better than in the other 2 areas. Luke could only hope that the rescuers were good enough. While Luke and Selena were busy, the police department was also in a mess. Most of the detectives had rushed to the subway station, while office personnel ran off their feet. The phones rang one after another, and they were flustered. Some calls were from detectives and acquaintances sounding the alarm, and some were from family and friends asking about the situation. The May weather in the afternoon made people extremely twitchy. Everybody was sweating and their voices were starting to go hoarse. As the chief of the detective bureau, Dustin didn't step out himself. He had to stay at the department and ensure that there was a clear line of communication to the higher-ups. However, he didn't stay in his office, but stood at the door. If anyone had any problems that they couldn't solve, they could come over and ask him directly. At the same time, he checked the activity in the chat groups on his phone. The chat for the detective bureau was one thing, the messages never stopped coming in, and there was no way to read all of it. On the other hand, there wasn't especially a lot of news from Luke and Selena or Elsa and Elizabeth, but whatever they did send was very important. Luke and Selena stealthily gathered intelligence whenever they had the time. Elsa and Elizabeth were both old hands at gathering intelligence. After checking in to make sure everyone was all right, the rest was necessary and succinct information, unlike the chat for the detective bureau, where more than 100 detectives simply left voice messages and cursed. They weren't cursing their colleagues, but cursing the big shots at HQ for not sending backup. Some were so good at scolding that they almost sounded like they were rapping. But Luke believed that in an hour or two, this rap would be deleted. A classic function of the Messenger app was the ability to take back what you said. Messages could be sent out quickly and recalled just as quickly. At that moment, the phone in Dustin's office rang. He immediately picked up. A man's voice came through the phone. "Hello, is this Dustin Hammer?" Dustin frowned. "It is. Who are you?" The man on the other end of the line chuckled. Said Simple Simon to the pie man, "A good show is about to start. Give me your pies or I'll cave your head in. See, the subway stations are just the beginning. You have a man named John McClane over there, don't you?" Dustin paused. "He's on indefinite leave." The person on the other end laughed. "No, he has to be here. He has to be here today." Dustin asked, "Who are you?" The man on the other end said, "You can call me Simon." Dustin asked, "What do you want?" Simon said, "I want to play a game." Dustin asked, "What game?" Simon said, "You can call it Simon Says." Simon says that Officer McClane has to do what Simon tells him to. Any refusal will result in punishment. Dustin's heart skipped a beat, and his face darkened. "What punishment?" Simon chuckled. "There'll be another accident in another subway station downtown." A moment later, Dustin hung up and called John. Half a minute later, he put his phone away and walked to the door with a dark face. He raised his voice and shouted, "Connie, do you know where John is?" Connie covered the receiver. "I don't know. Maybe he drank himself to death in some dumpster." Dustin slapped his forehead. He guessed that would be the case. Helpless, he could only send a message to John and Joe in the group. He left John a message to contact him immediately. The message he left Joe was for him to put down everything he was doing and go look for John immediately, and notify the department once he found him. Half an hour later, in an Operation Logistics van, Joe took painkillers from Connie and gave them to John, who was sitting on the floor, along with a bottle of water. Dustin and a few core detectives formed a semicircle and looked down at them with pained expressions. Even Dustin couldn't help but complain, "Jesus, John, you look like sh*t." He had warned John not to drink too much and to rest. Looking at John, those words had indeed been for nothing. John pretended not to hear him. He was still hungover and had a headache. If he looked like sh*t, so be it. After taking the 2 painkillers, he stretched out his hand again. Helpless, Joe shook out 2 more pills from the bottle again. Otherwise, if John had to do that thing, which Simon said with an aching head later, this guy might go on strike. He swallowed the painkillers and lit a cigarette. After taking a puff, he asked, "What were the numbers for the lottery last night?" Everybody said in unison, 4,667. John shrugged. "Looks like we're all doomed." Everybody was lost for words. More than half of NYPD people liked to bet with their own police numbers. It was like a token of good luck. They wanted to strike the lottery, but it was normal if they didn't. Nobody thought it was a big deal. They were all old acquaintances who remembered each other's police numbers, so they knew that nobody had one. "We're almost at Hell's Kitchen, boss." Billy, the officer driving the car, alerted him. Dustin was lost for words. See if you don't end up a driver for the rest of your life. Even if you don't deliberately mention the Clinton area, you can still use the street name. Why Hell's Kitchen? All videos have ads disabled. YouTube doesn't pay me enough to cover electricity costs. If you are well off, please consider donating via PayPal or becoming a member of this YouTube channel. Thank you.